Yeah. Aaron, you know how we do? What you can't tell say? Him say more life, no more money, more life, no more labor, more strife. Shit! Yeah, man, you got it. Yeah, man. So when the berries are be eating at them fucking dead. Dead, them dead. Yo, what up to some man, some girl, some boy. You, this girl, man. Yeah, let me, mad, mad. You saying, yeah? God's rules are too hard to stick to, yeah? Dead, dead, dead. Yo, big up Calvin 9, big up yourself, G. Big up Musa back here. Big up yourself. Big up Oscar Moore. Big up yourself. All type man like Maverick X, Mr. Procligy. Big up yourself. Yeah, you know how we do. Bruh, differently. Yeah, bit tired, man. Can't lie. Listen, me can't lie. But boy, it's going it. So let's go, man. So. In any of these religions, let me ask this question first of all. In any of these religions, is it haram or is it against the law? I just call you Kush, yeah, yeah, bruv. I swear down, yeah. I'm trying to practice your new name, cuz. Big up Marshall, yeah, big up all for that smart. Yo, so man saying that bomb. Is there is there any rules against taking class A drugs in Christianity and Islam? Like, can you sniff coke and go boss still? Does that take you out the fold? Huh? Does that take you out the fold? If you say you sniff loads of coke, yeah, and then you go and pray, how does that work? Can you sniff loads of coke and go to the church and your prayer is accepted? Or can you sniff loads of coke and go to the mosque and your prayer is still accepted? Huh? Come on. Yo, Martin, yo, man. Some man that coming like they're fucking known in the streets for the cocaine. Heavy in the streets like the 7 Series Beamer, man. Hit him with the leaner, man. Jeez. And the 4/5 guaranteed to lean you, man. Wow. Dad. Yeah. I love to know. Yo, tell Batman surfers. Yeah. Tell Batty boy surfers. Him best rise the llama. I'm not ready. Just me. Them ask if we are take our drugs. We say no, baby. That's enough for Gaza thugs. Trust me. No Gaza man, we don't take our drugs. And we say no, baby. That is for Gaza thugs. Uh, Who cares who signs up? I don't give two shits. Not me. One thing I do care about though is if you got some rules that you need to live by, and you're not living by them, and trying to tell me you're all high and mighty, but you're sniffing eights of coke on Friday. Yeah, shut up, man. You're no fucking high and mighty or moral to me. Go waste, man. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, man. Yeah, my thing's not a sign up. You have to sign up and join up. Blah 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 blah. Let's just ask questions. See where it goes. Anyway, so I was asking, yo, so can you take class A drugs and then go to your place of worship? Eh? You know, like cocaine. That's class A, innit? A class. We regulate all the A class cells. Yeah, some skeptical. Yeah. No. Wait, how's man buying coke and telling me they're higher mighty, man? Get the fuck out of here, man. Never. And then a man, yo, yo, this brother come round and try to preach to man. I want the blood clot I go on round, yeah. Yo, them ask me if we take our drugs. We say, no, baby, that's not Gaza talks. You get me? What do you mean it depends? You better click the link, B, and let me know about this. Because I don't know about no. In Christianity, I know that them man ain't accepting you in the church if you come in there with your coke in your nose. God can see the coke in your nose. You get me? Yo, hey, big up my like Hassan Sabah. Big up yourself, G. Come on. Hey, you know what's mad, yeah? What's mad, yeah? Listen, I made a statement yesterday, yeah? And it's ringing out to be true, cuz. That um, some, yeah, come on. Come on. Liverpool better win still today. Yeah. But anyway, like I'm saying, yeah? Some man they got basic laws, yeah? And then there's other higher laws, yeah? And them man can't even stick to the basic laws, like. You went Moscow Coke. Now, I never said anyone went there on Coke still. I'm saying, would you be allowed to go there? You won't be able to get up if you use too much Coke. But, yeah, man. No, man. Yeah, man. Some man have told you to pray, but they're sniffing Coke in that cuss. So, all right, there. Yeah. Coke is the most highest creation too, no? I know. Humans have used, because I don't think you can't, like, Coke don't grow in a tree as Coke. It's fucking manufactured, isn't it? My Coca plant, yes. Yeah. But it don't grow as cocaine, does it? It's like chemicals and someone's so into it. And then it's probably got one long name in it, but the short name for it's cocaine. Yeah, man. You saying, yeah? It's against arrogance. Whoa. Yo, man, I'll tell you what, yeah? Any Christians in the chat that know about the laws that they're supposed to keep as Christianities, any Muslim dons that knows about the laws that they're supposed to keep as Muslims, yeah? Yo, man, they give us the laws, innit? He manufactured the coke. Manufacturer of the coke. Bad thing. Yeah, humans, man. I thought it was humans still. But using God's ingredients. Yeah, humans made it using God's ingredients. Yeah, all right. We slide that one in like that, then, yeah. But alliance, I want to do. Yo, them ask if we take hard drugs. We say no, baby, that are not for Gaza talks. Mhm. Yeah. So really and truly, then, yeah, if you're a religious guy and you don't stick to the religious rules that set you, do you really fear God? Do you fear the might of God and the power and so and all that that he is? Or is it really you're just trying to I'll try to suffer. Bad, bad, bad. Yeah, yeah. So now I'm saying some of these religious ones have got a couple rules to follow. Thou shalt not do this, that, and the other. Them man are the first man to do the top 10 things on the list, cuz. Yo, yo. Like cocaine fuzz, waste man. He's a pussy though, anyway, man. I'm a, you dickhead. I can't believe you, waste man. Yeah, you know what, your boy still, cuz. I'm not even gonna ring you now, you know. Cause you didn't ring me like, yeah, you sent me a message talking about how you're gonna ring me back, but I'm just gonna dish you instead of it. Cause you're a mug. Fucking cocaine preacher. Yo. So anyone that took their shahada with Sir Faz, yeah, while he's on coke, yeah, you're a shit. God didn't hear that. Allah didn't hear that one, man. You get me? He didn't hear that one, fam. Man, Fitna Faz. What happened to Fitna Faz? Dead, dead, dead. Yo. Thing's mad. Oh shit. Big up Hass. Yo, big up yourself, bro.
Yo, what up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm
How are
about
you,
to
bro? Can you hear
put
me?
that. It's a bit low on my end. I want to do it. Hold on, just ask 2 seconds, bro. Just put it in now.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Somebody wanna go there. Yo,
What up?
oh yeah, come on, much better.
Yo,
What up? What up?
can
New York Times. What up? What
I
up?
just can
Now
I
New York Times. Sorry, bro. What were you gonna
can I
say?
just say? Yeah, I just want to say something about. Remember that what we were talking about with Sid that day,
Yeah.
yesterday, day before, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So remember he brought up two. He brought up two things, right? He brought up Bilal and he brought up this story about slaves and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the first thing, the Bilal thing, that was interesting, right? We were looking for it. We were having difficulty finding it like in black and white, clear, right?
Yeah.
So when we remember he's betting, he's like, yo, I'll give you 10 racks if you can find this or whatever.
Yeah. But
But
listen,
remember what
I
he
tell you
did?
what, yeah. For the 10 racks, yeah.
Huh.
I was a Muslim that time, and I was looking for that evidence too, cuz trust me.
Let me just tell you something. How I don't know what the right word is, but maybe like hypocritical, maybe the right word. But
Yeah.
when he was presenting this thing that he's like, yo, find this. If you find this proof, I'll give you 10 racks. And remember what he did? He's like, Sahih, authentic. Like he put all these requirements on it, right?
Mm.
Yeah. You know what the funniest thing is? I found mention of the other story he was talking about. And
Oh,
you
the,
know,
the Maria story.
it's not even in a hadith book.
Okay, it's not a Sahih Hadith or nothing, no?
No, it's not even that.
Um, Yo, you still there, Ask? Can you hear me? Uh,
based a biography book of the Prophet. It's so
Right.
disingenuous, man. Like, remember he was
So,
trying to
so,
set all
that,
these
so
requirements
a
about how
biography
like
book.
authenticity and blah blah blah, but then he doesn't care about
Yeah.
the authenticity and all this shit when he's coming out to just drop some, I guess you'd say maybe slander or some, maybe not slander, but like the kind of stories inciting, like it'll cause some flames,
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
it was pretty depressing, man.
mate. But
But
it,
yeah,
but
yo, about your topic though today. Oh, what up,
yeah,
Benny? Oh, me and Bernie. Um, your topic. I think that the idea is that here's optimal guidance. Like that's what the religion will say, right? Here's optimal guidance. But the expectation is that everyone is going to have difficulty ever attaining this level of optimal guidance. Like I think it's accepted, and and the idea is to strive to get to that optimal guidance. You know what I mean?
yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. So,
Yeah. So it's really hard. It's hard to find people that are going to be able to follow everything. It's almost impossible.
yeah, I think so. It's going to be nigh on impossible, yeah, for you to be 100% a non-rule breaker. But, and this is a very big but, the simple rules, like no swearing, having good manners, and so on, so on, so. If you really did fear God, you was really, really scared of what Allah would do because He's told you not to do this, you wouldn't do that.
100%.
Really
So
fair, really feared God more than you feared man, more than you feared popularity, more than you feared being shamed on YouTube or someone else looking like they're smarter than you because you've got faith in whatever you believe, you wouldn't do it.
yeah. So in Islam, something that's really like they put a lot of weight on it in Sufi Islam. There's a hadith that speaks about the three levels of, I guess you'd say, the three levels of being a Muslim, or the three phases. The first phase is called Islam, and that's like the practice, like doing the prayers and doing Hajj and fasting for Ramadan, like the practice. I forgot the second one is called Iman, but I forgot how to define it. The third level is called Ihsan, and it's like the point of that one is to practice Islam as if God is in front of you. So what you're talking about right now, it's exactly that. Do you get what I mean? Like
Right.
like like if you're just gonna forget about your manners and your class and your character, all these things, and just just because you pray, you kind of you're barely just touching the first level. You know what I mean? So this is kind of the approach that a lot of people take. Like let's say in Sufi Islam and even in Islam in general, you're supposed to take this approach, but a lot of people just don't. They're not there yet.
Yeah. Yeah, mate. You get me? So I'm saying, man, like, all right, there's rules of the land, yeah, in a land that might not be the place that I rate as the top highest land. But I stick to the rules of the land, though.
Yeah. What are you trying to say?
Trying to say, fam, like, right, if man them rate their religion as much as
Yeah.
they really rate it, why aren't they
Yeah.
able to the basic laws? Man ain't talking about that, not the harder laws, like you got to flipping jump on your left leg on your third toe or something like that. Yeah, not shit like that, but the basic laws.
So
Can't even
I mean,
basic, bro. But listen, I'm
yeah.
about to go to the tunnel, yeah. So hold it up for me, yeah. You and Bernie, big up Bernie, bro. Say,
Yo, Bernie, you there, buddy?
Yo, peace and love, family. It's your
What
boy,
up, man?
Elise and Babe, Moorish American Muslim. All praise to the Most High for waking us up. Decision to believe in Him or not believe in Him. He's a gracious and merciful God. He's cool like.
Yeah. Can I ask, Bernie, how many Moorish Muslims are there in Bar?
Not too many, but yeah, there's a lot of Moorish temples all over in America.
So just so I understand, the main difference is that you guys believe that there was another prophet after, and there's another book.
We believe there's another prophet, and yeah, we do believe in a little book that was prophesied in Revelations 10, verse 7, which will reveal the whole mystery of God, which in short is that a part of God is in you, and that's kind of like why you even exist. Because since God is the only living, then a piece of Him can live also, which is the individual, which we call the higher self, and this battle between uh, this false self we call the lower self, or you probably heard it in psychology as the ego. So this jihad, we put more emphasis on um, about learning
You
about God.
probably heard, and then you cut off.
Yeah,
Have you ever heard of this term called wahdatul wujud?
I believe so.
It sounds a lot like what you're talking about, actually. Oddly enough, I, I've been trying to read because like you guys, for example, have this type of belief, and then there's other groups like this group called the Alawites in Syria. They have this kind of concept. And there are some Sufis that have this concept too, like this guy named Ibn Arabi. And I'm trying to understand it because some people think that it's like super heretic, but I think that it's more of like a mystical kind of. Uh, I don't know how to explain it. Like it's more of like a spiritual thing. It's not really like supposed to be taken as a literal thing. Does that make sense?
Um, yeah, well, like in short, like we used to say in the temple that like pretty much what we study through our version of Islam is like it's kind of like Sufi, but without but with talking about also identity of nationality. Um,
Mm.
but in regards to the spiritual connection of God, we feel through knowledge of self, learning to love instead of hate, um, will get you closer, to that relationship. It even
Do you,
says in the Bible, to be still and know that I'm God. So, um, since we believe that God's book talk to the soul, is telling the soul to be still. Thus, is inquiring, meditation to hear this, this still small voice, which is, I think it's called seer in Arabic. But what's
mhm.
interesting about that word, not only does it mean still small voice, it can also mean moral compass or just your conscious. So everyone has this inner voice, that's
Mhm.
them from right. And then there's another voice of Satan in the Quran, that, encourages you to do harm, to do
Yeah,
lust
of course.
things,
Yeah.
and to say lies. What's interesting, according to behavioral psychologists, a person with obsessive compulsive disorder display those same symptoms. They're very lustful. Some can be lustful. Some can have very harmful agendas to themselves or others. They have to be locked in a room, in the psych ward, and they whisper, or they mention lies. Like, hey, me and Jesus had sex last night. Like, obviously that's not true, but
Yeah, yeah.
going on in their head. So, but a person who is a regular person have those same tendencies by entertaining that voice of Satan.
Can I ask you, Bernie? Do you guys practice the Sharia, like the outward practice?
So we feel that the Quran is the only Sharia and the best Hadith, and there's no substitute for the Sunnah of God. So we have a Quranist approach to what we do. So we like to keep it there, and because that's how Muhammad did it.
So, for example, like if the Quran says pray, how do you guys pray? What do you guys do?
Well, for us Moors, we would face east. We stand, put the 5 fingers on the left, 2 on the right, representing of the Elohim, and the cosmology of the universe. And then we say our Moorish prayer, and then yeah,
What's
yeah.
the Moorish prayer? Is it from the new book, or is it verses from the Quran, or what is it?
This one from our prophet here in America, Noble Ali, which
Mm.
go, Father our God Allah, Father of the universe, Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. You are our protector, our guide, and our salvation by night and by day, through the Holy
Mm.
Prophet, True Ali. Amen. and we
Okay.
go on with our lesson.
Wow, it's interesting. So, for example, like if it speaks about fasting in the Quran, you guys fast or you don't fast?
Yep, we fast. We do everything that's mentioned in the Quran and Mecca. The Moorish Quran actually encourages us to follow. It
Sorry,
unites us to the Quran and
sorry,
Mecca.
did you say Moorish Quran?
Yes, we have another book like I said that was mentioned in
Oh, that the other one. Yeah. That's so
Revelation.
you guys call that the Moorish Quran, yeah?
Yeah, the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America.
Okay. Wow, that's interesting. So
Yeah,
if when the noble Drew Ali passes away, you guys like would he have a successor or would that be the end or how does that work?
yeah, we have what is called chairmans or Supreme Grand Sheikh, and yeah, Islamic terms. And yeah, once that person dies, or if they get removed for doing something against the laws, yeah, still
So do you
fast.
guys say anything in Arabic ever and stuff in your prayers or not really?
Not really. We don't feel that it's required. Quran and Mecca um, doesn't really, yeah, it was brought in Arabic because it was given to the Arabs, according also the linguistic miracle of the Arabic itself, being able to express as much with little as possible. Um, but yeah, we feel that God cares more about the actions of your heart, other than like whether you
100%.
like,
Yep.
yeah. There's a lot of Muslims who speak Arabic, was born Arabic, or I'm sorry, yeah, was born speaking Arabic, and they still just transgress. So
I'll tell you something. It's funny. Like when I listen to Leo Muhammad, the guy from NOI, I've listened to him talk, and I'm like, yo, this is awesome. I'm like, I agree with like so much of what he says. Then he kind of like, from my perspective, he kind of goes off the deep end, and he starts like talking about how the white man is a devil and all these things, and they start adding in all these other things afterwards, and I mean,
yeah,
like everything you're saying right now, I generally agree with like a ton of it. Um, uh,
I mean, the
yeah, I don't know.
Quran says that we made man in different shades and colors to get to know one another and not despise one another. And the best of you is the most righteous. So Allah is more concerned with doing the right thing. If you need a definition of righteousness, I always draw people to chapter 2, verse 177 in the Quran of Mecca. It is just plain and simple. That's to me. That's there's your intro to like what does a Muslim do? Just go to chapter 2, verse 177. That's the heart of Islam to me. But,
So from my perspective, I think that um, to say that there's another prophet after the prophet, for
mm,
me, that's a problem. Obviously, I disagree with that. I don't think that that's correct, but I
mm.
think that based on like what you've been taught and how you've been explained and things like that, I can't really blame you like for that interpretation. And I think that if you carry yourself with good morals and you try to represent yourself as a good Muslim, um, that's generally acceptable and that would be pleasing in the eyes of God. So it's good.
Yeah, I respect that you see it that way. A lot of again, man, human intervention has done. I'll put it to you like this. This Native American guy once told me this. This was pretty cool. He said Satan only gives you 99% of the truth.
Sure.
So it says
I get what you mean. Yeah.
that Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, good old fashioned seal of the prophets. But here's the issue with that we, from our information, seal in Arabic and the word last in Arabic are two separate words. They also even have two separate root letters. If you look into the Arabic definition for the word seal, you will not find the word last. But you will see a word that's mentioned that says one who sees the end of something. So if Muhammad is the seal of the prophet, now this is according to my homework, you can talk to a whole
Yeah. Sure. No problem.
I go, oh, it means this. Cool. But to me, what did he see the end of? In this case, it would have been the revelation of the Quran.
But then
So
why would he be called then wouldn't every prophet be called? Because then they'd be the end of their own revelation.
sure.
So, but then
Yeah, they're
why would he be was any other prophet referred to as the seal?
not that I know of.
So
But
that it's
the word
kind of
itself,
hard to make that argument then, huh?
I mean, the word itself, whether he can be the only one called seal, cool, but it still doesn't mean last. That's like the long story short of it, kind of thing. Not trying to just say, oh, if you
Sure.
don't.
No, bro. Yeah. I'm not. You've probably spoke with some other Muslims before, and they don't take it the same way that I do. I'm a little bit more understanding about this kind of thing.
That's cool.
It's similarly. There's another group called the Ahmadiyyas. They believe in the same type of translation as you guys, and for some really weird reason, a lot of the Quranists believe in the same translation that you do, and I find it so weird. I don't understand that, but I mean, hey, whatever. I mean, I can't blame you because this is what you've kind of been taught. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, we believe that. Well, the Quran says, not me, but the Quran says that all nations will get a messenger. So, just like the Chinese has their Confucius, the Hindus have their Buddhists. You know, the Arabs got their Muhammad. In America, I always ask people, "Where's our prophet?" So instantly, people go to, "Oh, well, you have Farrakhan," but we don't look up to him as a prophet at all. But
is
plus,
there some overlap between Moorish and NOI?
it's their overlap. Well, we believe that the Nation of Islam, believing that was an actual agenda attempt to sway people from the teachings of Moorish science. Um, Two slight examples, like you just mentioned, they considered the European man to be the devil, while we teach that the devil is in the mirror. If you want to know the name of the devil, just his name itself. So we bring it back to the original teachings of self accountability. Wow.
So
Believe
based
that.
on.
Mhm.
Sorry, go ahead, Mo. Sorry, no, go ahead.
They also believe that in utilizing the word black as an identity. While we believe that since you can't find black on anywhere on the national land, there's no national flag called black. Therefore, there's no such thing as an actual tribal name called black. Now they might go, oh well, Kemet means black, but everyone didn't come from Kemet. So,
Sure. So I gotta ask, like, back to the topic of the video, I mean of the stream, from the Quran, what do you guys take as law then, or like kind of like rules, I guess, in a sense?
Just everything from the Quran. I mean, just how to deal with divorce. Fasting, prayer, which we believe is 3 times, not 5 times, since the Quran confirms previous scriptures, even in the Bible. 3 times of praying is mentioned. Morning, night, and day, I will cry out to my Lord. So we believe that those 2 extra prayer times is a human intervention.
Okay.
Plus, if you think about it logically, during that time, we're talking 2,000 years ago, no one had a watch. So how could you tell between the second and the 4th prayer when but if you go, oh, when the sun is up, high noon, sunset, it's a lot easier. You don't even need a watch when it's time to pray.
I guess in the Hadith scripture, though, it does kind of explain like how to tell. It does say, but you guys don't obviously accept the Hadith scripture, right? So
we're cool with Hadith. We just accept the best Hadith, which is the Quran. It's just when it comes to history and stuff, cool. Let's read all the Bukhari and all day.
Sure.
But when
that's how I look at things too. Yeah.
Then that's where it's like, okay, now you're splitting cut hairs, kind of thing.
In the Quran, it actually says there's one point that it says glorify God in the morning and night. It actually says at one point it says twice, and then another point it says 3 times, and then another point there's reference to afternoon prayer as well. I mean, generally accepted in academia, there's kind of accepted that there was an evolution of how many times they were praying at that time, even. So it changed from the beginning to the end. I don't know if you know that, but yeah.
There's disputes on that too. Like even recently, like there was a point in time where Turkey mandated you only need to pray 3 times a day. Like
where? I mean, in the main school of Shia thought, it was they affirm that there are 5 prayers a day, but they combine them and they make it 3. Exactly. And there's proofs. There's also proofs from the Hadith. There's a very clear Hadith that says that the Prophet used to combine prayers twice for no reason, just for ease. which is
right.
like,
It's so like my brother Bernard was talking about, like you can go into the previous scripture and whatnot. Like so, let's say if you're Shia, you take the prophet Daniel, right? And so
did someone else jump on? Sorry, my thing's frozen, I guess. Who am I speaking with?
Oh, my name is Tavon Swinell, aka the Orthodox Moor. Me and Bernie Bay came out the same temple. That's my
Awesome, man.
right there.
Nice to meet you, buddy.
My fault. Nice to meet you too. My fault.
I don't know if you guys say salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Yeah.
I apologize for jumping in. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. Do you guys greet each other with salams?
Yeah, we say Mama. Yeah.
Yeah, we say Islam.
You say Islam. That's how you greet each other.
Yeah, that's our salam is Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. All right.
We also
we'll also greet in Arabic if you want to. Like it ain't no issue. You know what I'm saying? Like it all depends on who you're talking to. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, like I've talked to some people in some back chats before that claimed to be Moors, and they were like really rude, like rude as hell. And then you guys right now seem really like calm, peaceful, you know, generally reasonable, whatever. So I don't. How
walks of life.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Are you guys? Is the Moorish temple like? Are people adherents to this? I don't know if you guys can answer this even, but are they generally like more conservative leaning or more like liberal leaning, or how do you guys have an idea of that?
Depending on in context of what.
Like for example, if there was like a time, like let's say when it's time to vote for the president, do you think that most people in your temples would be voting Republican or Democrat?
It's split. Like, so we literally have a teaching where we talk about not having like political slavery. You know what I'm saying? So like you don't like blindly vote for one party over the other. Like, so for instance, at one point, our prophet endorsed the Republican Party in 1928, etc., whatnot. But it's not. It wasn't meant to be like we're all Republicans right now, right? It's meant to be like a election to election kind of a concept, or you follow. I mean, there's no compulsion, right? You follow your own free will on the concept.
Hey, let me add quick. When it comes to like legal and like historical context and stuff like that, Orthodox Moor, he's the guy. You know, just he's really good with this stuff. Like I'm just a shaman, so I like to. I'm the shaman hippie.
Yeah, my man, I get you on the Sufi stuff real quick.
Yeah, I do want to go like deep in the soul and spirit, then I'm your guy. But yeah, when it comes to history and just want to throw that out there.
You guys should read upon. You guys should read up on that Wajdatul Wujud thing. I was reading about it today, and I think it sounds a lot like what your beliefs are.
Yeah, break that down right quick.
Honestly, it's a complicated topic, and it's something that I need to read up on more. I literally just started seeing it, but it's kind of the Sufi thinker. His name was Ibn Arabi. A long time ago, he was like, I think it was maybe the 12th century or 11th century. Mm-hmm. He wrote about this concept that he had, where kind of like the idea is that since everything is the belief is that since everything is from God, that there's like a piece of God in everything, in a sense. Yeah. So it's similar to like how you were presenting it.
That's exactly how we learned it and whatnot.
But the problem is that the Orthodox people, like the hardliners, the literalists, they'll read this and they'll be like, "This is like the most heretic thing you could say." Do you get what I mean? Right? Because
we literally teach in our book and whatnot that we're meant to practice Islam like we're trying to see Allah in everybody's face that we see.
Yeah. I bet you that's probably taken from that I was speaking about it earlier. That hadith about like the 3 levels of Islam.
Moorish Islam is really close to Sufism and whatnot. So for instance, we have that 3-level concept as well, to where we talk about we call it like a 3-step ladder to salvation and whatnot, to where.
Have you ever heard of Fana or Fanafila?
No, not directly.
So in Sufism, this concept is like, if you do enough prayer and you do enough like meditation and focus on your soul, etc., you can reach this level. I believe they call it Fana. And we call it Fanafila. It's kind of like a level of enlightenment where you're like your soul is really like connected. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if you guys have this concept. Do you guys do meditation at all?
I do. It's not something mandated in the temple, but yeah.
Okay. So from my tradition, we have a lot of Sufi practices as well. We're considered a tariqa. which is like a Sufi thing. So we're
Right.
it's private in a sense, and we have meditation, and the idea is to kind of reach this level. And I know some of the people in the chat, for example, like my buddy Ansar, he laughs at this kind of stuff. He doesn't appreciate any of this, but I think that there's even like scientific proofs kind of to say like the values of this type of meditation, and even for your own
100%.
being, So whether or not you can agree that this is from God, you could say that it can bring a benefit to an individual, So
Just recent, did some research on like the relationship with like working out and just simply contemplating or thinking on things, and the relationship it has with how the strengthening of your bones and joints and muscles as you continue through repetition. It's the same with like zikkering or meditation. The synapses in the brain and stuff become strong. Yeah, and like contemplating, ponder, reflect. It's, definitely mentioned all throughout the Quran. Yeah, they're all synonymous.
It makes me sad that I don't encounter more. It makes me sad that I don't encounter more quote unquote Orthodox Muslims kind of like with the same, like what we would say is the same adab as you guys right now, at least, like kind of like the manners,
Well, we've always been the minority, even through back in time. I was talking to my wife about this, why aren't there so many more people like us? I'm like, it's just we've always been the minority, God said, what does Satan say? Very few will be faithful to you. So it's the revelation we're living the revelation. Very few got on the boat. There was only 12 disciples of Jesus. Out of all those people, there was only 12 people who wanted to actually learn from him.
Is your wife Moorish?
Yes, yeah, she's Moorish.
I don't know. Is that the right? I don't know if that's the right way of saying it. Do you say is your wife a Moor or do you say Moorish?
Yeah, she's Moorish. That's fine. She's a Moor. Yeah.
And do you said you don't know how many there are in America, for example?
Probably in the low thousand.
Yeah.
Do you know where there would be the most in the world?
Probably Chicago, Illinois.
That would be the most in the world, would be in Chicago.
Yep.
Oh, damn. And you're saying in all of America it's just a couple thousand?
Probably less than 10.
Wow, man. So like you could probably say that your entire faith is around 10,000?
Probably around that, yeah.
Damn, wow. I thought we were small. Holy smokes. I did the math. I think the official numbers for us are like 10 to 15 million, but I think the actual numbers, now that I've broken them down a little bit, it's about maybe 4 million.
So what's your school of thought?
It's a group within Shiism.
So you're okay. So you're Sufi Shia.
Yeah.
Got it, coach. That's what's up.
I guess you'd say Sufi Shia.
Yeah. That's what's up.
The more I've been learning, the more I realize that a lot of our beliefs are kind of like in line with Sufi beliefs. But a lot of people say that
the Sufi concept supposedly goes back to Imam Ali al-Islam, right?
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that. Yeah, a lot of people say that Imam Ali was like the founder of Sufism. The teachings come from Imam Ali. Not even a lot of people. I think it's just generally accepted. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, back in the day, I don't know if you know this.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, back in the day, like older scholars, they would say even in the Sunni tradition, they would say that it's required upon a Sunni Muslim, required that they follow one of the 4 schools of legal thought, right? You guys know the 4 schools. And then they must follow one of the Sufi schools. Must. Like it's a requirement upon someone if they say they're Sunni. That's what people used to say. Like there's some really prolific scholars that said that about 300-400 years ago. It's crazy, actually. I didn't even know this. I just learned some of this stuff recently.
Because think about it, man. Like check this out. So we're talking about this concept about like a law being connected to His creation, right? Do you understand? Like the Salafi are throwing stuff at the computer right now. You know that, right?
Yeah. Oh no. I'm a heretic, bro. All of us are heretics.
We're all kind of Kafirs right now. You feel me?
Yeah.
They're talking about kafir. All of us are Kafirs right now. All that, man.
it's kind of, I mean, it's sad because it feels like whatever spirituality there was in Islam, it's just, it seems like some of them, I know this is not all of them 100%. And I think that the more orthodox ones are just overly represented on YouTube, but it seems like spirituality has just like left them. Like, I don't know where the spirituality is. It's hiding in a box somewhere, and they locked it and they don't want to go into it, you know?
Religion becomes like something they put on and take off. It's not a lifestyle.
Yeah, and it's kind of like it's become, in some senses, it seems like it's almost more about winning points in arguments and things like that than it is about,
they forgot the point. They forgot the whole point of participation is to have a relationship with the law and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, so for instance, like you were talking about that 3-step concept, or the like, I forgot the first thing you said, but you were talking about like Iman and Ihsan. What was the first one? The first stage is actually Islam. Right, it's Islam, Iman, and Ihsan, right? Yeah.
Third one, Ihsan, yeah.
So we have the same concept, right? We talk about salvation is a ladder reaching from the heart of man to the heart of Allah. It has 3 steps. Belief is first, and this is what man. I'm reading from our scrolls right quick. So and also just to clarify, our book has 2 names. It's called the Holy Crown of the Moorish Science Temple of America, but it's also within itself called the Everlasting Gospel, which is a name that comes from, like what my brother said, Revelation 10 in the Bible and whatnot. So we don't call it like a replacement Quran. We literally say that it's like part of the Injil, the 18 missing years from Jesus that are not mentioned in the Bible and whatnot. So we say it's something that you combine with the Bible and the Quran. You don't take it.
Can I say something, guys? Because I've been listening to you lot talk about this.
What up, bro?
Oh, let me finish this. Let me finish these verses. Then go in, bro.
What up, buddy? Go ahead.
Here, real quick. I just got a couple to read. Then go in. So on that concept, we say salvation is a ladder reaching from the heart of man to the heart of Allah. It has 3 steps. Belief is first, and this is what man thinks perhaps is truth. And faith is next. This is what man knows is truth. Fruition is the last, and this is man himself the truth. Belief is lost in faith, and fruition is lost in man. And man is saved when he has reached deific life, when he and Allah are one. All right, now go in, bro, man. You good? Go ahead and shoot it all to bits right quick.
Guys, get your shields up.
sorry, I cut you in the middle of something. No, I was just going to say that. So for me, it sounds like you guys are just genuinely confused and properly confused. Because 1 minute you're talking about spirituality and meditating as if anybody who does it in any way, shape, or form is doing the same thing as, you know, getting closer to their creator. Then the next minute you're telling me that there's 3 specific stages that you have to do it in your particular nonsense religion. It's like, guys, don't you realize that spirituality itself is such a loose and useless concept that anybody can use it for any bloody reason? I can tell you that I'm a naturalist. I don't believe in anything other than physics and nature, but I can be very spiritual about that.
Yeah,
so
but
it's like,
I'm sorry.
What I'm saying to you is that it's a useless concept.
Ahead,
it's just a useless concept.
I was gonna say, I'm sorry. I think that what you said, the way you're kind of positing it, sure, you could look at it that way. I would say I could say the same sentence you said, and that would be kind of the beauty of it. So I don't know, man. I mean, like the idea is that the spirituality can do different things and mean different things for individual people, bro.
Yeah, bro. I understand that it can sound very poetic and profound. The fact of the matter is, we're talking about something that has never been demonstrated to ever actually exist in reality. So it's no more relevant to say actual reality than any fantasy you might make up, any aspect of your psychology that you just consider to definitely exist and be important.
Okay, so real quick, so you're a naturalist, correct?
Yeah.
So let's just take spirituality out of the conversation and talk about the same thing we were talking about in a moral sense, right? So for us, what we would be calling God would be like the highest concept of truth and whatnot. So we're talking about connecting to truth. Okay, so just take the spirituality out of it. As a naturalist, what would be the highest form of you understanding truth? As you understand it.
The highest form of me understanding truth.
Yeah, so we were talking about 3 stages. We were talking about like being aware of truth and then acting upon what you think is true, and then actually connecting with the truth and living and being the embodiment of the truth that you were trying to understand. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but I mean that's all wishy-washy. That's all wishy-washy spiritual.
So okay, so how do you, so the question would be in a naturalist world, how do you know that you understand the truth?
Because it's demonstrable and it's reliable, demonstrable, and independently verifiable.
No. As an individual, how do you demonstrate that you understand the truth?
You can't. Who am I demonstrating it to? To myself? As an
Sure.
individual, you can't demonstrate anything. What
You just said you just said verifiable. So how do
yeah,
you?
because
how,
what I'm talking
hold on,
about
hold on,
is
slow,
what,
hold
what
on,
I'm
slow,
talking.
slow
What
down,
I'm talking.
slow down, slow down. Whoa, because you got me confused real quick. So when you
Yeah,
say
I know.
verify, hold on. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying when you say something. So I don't want to misunderstand you. Okay.
Bro,
So when
you
you
just
say
text me.
verifiable, are you saying like reproducible or no?
But what do you think verifiable means?
So I asked you to demonstrate, like the council to demonstrate. You said you can't demonstrate it. So that means it's not
Bro,
verifiable as
you're
far as
asking
I'm
me
concerned.
about
So I'm just
spiritual.
asking you to clarify.
Bro, you're getting confused here because you're asking me about personal spiritual knowledge. Yes, that's what you originally
I
asking me
just
about?
said leave spirituality out of it. And that's I talked about the concept of
So when
truth.
you're talking to me about how do I know what's true? Are you talking about what
I said,
spiritual
how do
truth?
you in a naturalist world, how does one demonstrate that they know the truth?
We can't demonstrate that we know the truth. All we can do is demonstrate deep-seated approximations about how the universe behaves regularly and reliably. And once we can demonstrate that to each other and it can be verified independently by other people, then we say that's how we think the universe works. That's what we think is true about the universe. That's what we think is likely true about reality.
Yo,
I'm
Ansar, can I
surprised you
just
don't
say,
get this. I'm surprised you don't get this. Did you go to school and ever do a science lesson?
Yeah. So let me try to rephrase this real quick. So, if science tells you that it would be best, and I'm using this as not like a concrete example. This is obviously just a loose example, right? So I'm not saying this is like a concrete truth or not. So let's say science says that eating once a day, at a large meal, and doing it at a particular time every day is like the best way of eating and whatnot. And that and it's been
How's science
demonstrated.
going to demonstrate that, bro? How's science going to demonstrate that?
Hold on.
Bro, you're saying things like this. It's obvious you don't understand what you're
Did I
talking
did?
about.
Can you at least let?
That?
Why is it that
How's
hold
science
on?
going to
What
demonstrate
what
that?
am I saying that allows you to that's increasing your level of impatience?
Because bro, you're just
how can
talking
I
rubbish.
increase
Like,
your patience,
bro. How is science going to demonstrate that eating one meal a day is the best
I
healthy thing that
literally
anybody
just
could
said
ever
this
do?
is not a concrete fact that I'm using as an
Bro,
example. I
this is what I'm
literally
saying, isn't it? What's
predicated
your
the whole
point? Why don't you
conversation
just tell me
on
what
that.
your point is?
If you let me finish, I would have gotten to it already.
Hey, Orthodox, just a heads up. He's like this. So
No, I'm already knowing.
okay, just okay.
I'm already knowing. I come on here to deal with the atheist, bro.
Go ahead
That's
and deal, bro.
that's no point of this channel.
yo, Orthodox, can you finish your example, bro?
Yeah. So if again, air quotes, if science had said and proven that eating one mono meal a day at a certain point in time is the best, right? Is the best thing for the human body, whatnot. You would demonstrate that truth by eating that one mono meal. Does that make sense?
What? The truth of it would have been demonstrated before you made the claim, bro.
So
What's
you
wrong?
as the individual would demonstrate
Bro,
your
what is wrong
understanding
with
of the
you?
truth by living the
Bro,
truth
this
out.
is what I'm saying. When you're not talking about truth, you can't break out of this idea of this spiritual, personal truth that gets me closer to God by
I'm
meditating.
not.
Bro,
So what part about me
listen
talking
to
about
what you said.
science?
Hang on, more. Shut up a second. Just shut up a second. Just be quiet a second. Let me explain. Be quiet, let me explain, yeah? You gave me your example. If science proves that eating one meal at a particular time of day is the most healthy thing you can do, first of all, I don't know how science would prove that. Secondly, even if science did prove that, it's been proved before. It's been proved before you go out and change your dietary habits. Do you understand that?
So if there's studies based upon the scientific method verifying over and over again the same result, right, in multiple different fields, etc., whatnot. I'm going through the studies. I recognize the information and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
if I'm verifying the information for myself as an individual, how do I demonstrate I know the truth of that? By living it out or by not living it out?
by having faith in the method that the scientists or whoever used.
No, not having faith, like verifying it, right?
Okay, so if you were one of the
Living it out as
scientists,
the individual, correct?
bro, if you were one of the scientists conducting these experiments, then you'd done it on thousands upon thousands of people. If let's say millions even, and you'd never done these experiments to yourself, but you could see that the results showed you consistently the same thing every single time. Then yes, even without you having to put it into practice with your own body, I think you'd be in a good position to say yes, this is true, that this works this way.
Hold on. So the point is so I got you. So in what me and the brother were talking about, right? That would be step 2. That would be what you think you know is true, right? Because you're talking about what you haven't verified for yourself. Step 3 of what we're talking about is verifying the thing for yourself and actually being the thing. Does that make sense?
No,
So
bro.
that's why I asked my question. In the naturalist world, what would be the highest level of understanding the truth? Because from what I understand, it would be to verify it for yourself. Does that?
Yeah, Orthodox. I think what you're trying to say is what would be the way where you yourself would be confident in whatever you've seen from somewhere else or a claim that someone's made based on whatever. How would you yourself
much
say
better
that
way of saying it? Thank you. I appreciate it.
This subjective nonsense is rubbish because at the end of the day, you guys all are sure that something God exists out there millions of miles away, and none of you can agree on which type it is, but you think that is valid somehow. Now, I don't know why you're asking me about these things of being able to hang on. I don't know why you're asking me about, oh, the third level of knowing is when you do it to yourself or for yourself. Bro, like, this is nonsense. Your standard is unfair because you don't use that standard yourself.
We all do actually on the
okay, but you all use a different standard.
Oh,
and you
scientific method. Oh, scientific method. Stop chatting shit, man. Stop chatting shit.
Very reliable standard. Yeah, you know, all use a different method. And
stop chatting shit.
But somehow that's reliable. Bro, shut your mouth.
Answer. Stop chatting shit, man. Stop chatting shit.
Whoever that is, shut your mouth, bro.
I don't even know who that is, man. Yo, Ansar.
Hang on. It's not my fault, yeah, that you lot talk about this spirituality stuff as if it's some sort of tangible, reliable concept. It's bloody not. It's just some primitive bollocks that some idiots made up when they couldn't understand reality, so they had to add extra dimensions. Then they forced
Answer.
You retards are still in this day and age too dumb. You're too dumb. That's what it is.
Answer. Let me ask you a question. Answer. Let me ask you a question.
Bro, who are you? And why do you think?
Just shut up and let me ask you a question, man. Just shut up. I was already
talking to some other people, so I don't even know who you are, and I don't know why I should take you seriously.
Just shut up and answer the question.
Just because you know my name, what you think I should take you seriously? Shut up, man.
Answer.
What?
You're not making sense. You're not making sense at all.
I'm not surprised, bro, because if you believe in some religion, then it's not my fault that it doesn't make sense to you.
Yo, 3B, why don't you ask him the question, bro?
What's scientific method?
Idiot, this guy is dumb as shit.
Here's the question. Here's the question. Here's the question. What's wrong? What's wrong with a belief?
What? Bro, what are you talking
What's wrong?
about?
What's wrong with a belief?
You're talking about something completely different.
What's wrong with a belief in God?
Okay. So, all right. So, Hassan, you don't want to carry on talking about that spirituality thing?
There you go.
No. We can, bro. I was gonna talk to you, but I was waiting for this guy to finish with you. I don't know.
This guy's a waste of time, bro. He's a fucking retard. He hasn't got a brain cell. Trust me.
What's wrong with the belief? Scientific method. Answer the question. Answer the question. Stop tap dancing. Stop tap dancing.
Yo, this guy
3B. Can I talk to Ansar, bro? Is that okay, man?
Go for it.
No, Ansar, I'm reading through the chat, bro. I'm looking at all your comments. What's going on, man?
I haven't been typing any comments, bro. How do you type?
You're like, okay. Ansar, you and I, we've talked before, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
And we've had normal conversations, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Like without you shitting on my beliefs, for example, yeah? We've done that, right?
Yeah, yeah, but that's just me being extra polite, bro. Like, you know.
I know, but
the fact is, yeah, come on, these ideas are stupid and they do not deserve any respect.
You can't say what.
Let me.
Yo, can I finish talking to you guys?
Bro, come on, for you to think, yeah, that just because people believe some shit, that means someone should respect. Nah, man, come on, you have to demonstrate the validity of those beliefs for anyone to respect it. And even if they were true,
why is a belief in God? Why is a belief in God stupid?
To be true, that doesn't mean automatically no one can criticize them or make fun of them or just deny them.
Scientific.
Do you remember what I told? Guys, can I just finish talking for a second? So
Ansar's a dumb guy, fam.
What the hell, man? Yo, you're acting the same as I'm asking him about. I don't get it, bro. If you want to come on and try to take like a moral high ground, you should also do the same then, 3B, yeah?
Carry on.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rob. So, I'm sorry. I was just saying, remember before I asked you, I was like, even if you disagree with this thing, you think it's like totally whack, you think everyone's an idiot that follows it. I was asking you, is it a necessity for quote unquote anti-theists to do it always like extremely rude way or as aggressive as this? Like, is it a necessity to do it like this?
No, of course not. But I find it funny and I enjoy it. And also, I better tell you another thing. In my early journey of leaving Islam, one thing that I'd stuck out in my mind.
Sad. That's
bro,
sad.
Bro, no one's talking
can you
to you.
let him
Hassan,
finish, man?
Hassan,
We're just talking.
So this is one thing.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
This is one thing. Yeah, when I was younger, yeah, I realized that comedy is a really intelligent thing. Meaning that it's comedy is very intellectual. Let's just put it that way. So when I was younger and I heard people mocking things, I found them doing it in the most accurate and precise of ways with comedy. So I also noticed that when people mocked my religion, yeah, it made me wanna find out like what the truth was, because people were being so derivative, you know, like they were deriding it and making it seem like it's so pathetic and so stupid and so silly. And it made me think, like, right, how could somebody have like such an extreme
you're doing the shock and awe thing, yeah.
So it triggered my own brain to start thinking, well, let me see what is the case and why they could make that joke or make that claim. That's so extreme.
I'm sorry, I gotta ask then. So between you and I consider you my friend, okay? So far, all of our discussions, it's all good, okay? So for you, you're kind of positing that you find more value or benefit in trying to do this shock and awe thing, even if, as opposed to, let's say, for example, knowing that you have friends on the other side as well. So
bro, I've got family, you know.
Yeah, okay. Well, your family's not reading this, but some of your friends might be, right?
Some of them see it. I'm not gonna lie.
So the argument I'm trying to say is, for you personally as an individual, you value more doing this shock and awe thing out of whatever goals you think that it'll help reach, more than you value maybe like being a little bit respectful to like people that you might be good on, you know, have good relationships with.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, it's not the shock and awe thing. It's the fact that I think it's funny, and I genuinely don't. I don't think people are being upset about it for good reason. So yeah, look, for example, if around my family I was to make jokes about Islam and stuff, they wouldn't like it, and I agree. And I well,
look, for example, in the chat, I'm sorry, you called me a retard, for example. So I'm just trying to figure this out. Yeah, you said these people. Yeah, you said these people are retards. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know I always say that, Hassan. You know I always say
I know,
that.
But bro, I asked you this before. I was like, is it necessary for an anti-theist to do that always, especially ones that are like friends with the people on the other side? Like, is it? Hey, you can critique me, bro. You can poke holes in me, bro. You can do all that shit. But is it necessary to fucking take it there, bro? Always?
All right, look, you're misunderstanding. When I'm in the live chat, yeah, I behave very differently to how I behave on the panel. Yeah, you know that, yeah.
But now today you jumped on the panel and you're acting the same as the chat today.
Yeah, that's why. For real, today I'm acting the same on the panel as well. But you know that's generally not like me. If I'm having a proper discussion or debate with someone, we can do it properly, innit? Obviously today, I don't know, I must be in a bit of an annoyed mood.
Come on, bro. You know what I say sometimes, right? You know the argument that religious people make, theists make a lot of the time? They say that atheists don't have this guiding morality. And when you act like this, it kind of proves it. That's kind of fair, isn't it, Ansar?
The thing is, yeah, that would be a point if the percentages showed that the religious people were much more less likely to do this sort of stuff. And
that's a good point. One point, Ansar. Yep.
But I'm one atheist, and I don't know how other atheists behave and carry themselves. But I do know that most religious people are just as bad as me when it comes to this.
I would agree with you generally that I've seen, especially the ones that speak up. I've seen that, especially on YouTube. Sure, I can agree with that, but not all of them, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, but Hassan, the thing is, is that look, this platform is partly to have proper intellectual discussions and debates, which you know, me and you are both capable of that, and so are many other people that come to this panel. Then another side of it is the laughing and joking and the comedy, which I think a lot of people misunderstand. When I'm being really disrespectful, I think I'm making a reasonable intellectual point in the background, but I'm just trying to be funny and annoying, to be fair. Because that's
I know, but bro, like even if you and I were debating something logical,
because you're sad.
Would you get? Okay, but I'm sorry. Even if you and I were debating something like a logical, a topic, whatever, and in the middle, if I was just like, bro, you're such a fucking retard. How can you believe that? Wow, I wouldn't talk to you like that, bro. Let's just not like. Do you understand what I mean? Like, you and I are both smart enough such that you can critique me, I can critique you without having to do that. Don't you think?
All right, Hassan, imagine this then, yeah. So me and you are good friends, yeah. We chat intellectually all the time. You know I'm a bit of a prick. I tell you, bro, that's just me. That's who I am. A real friend, a real person would just say, you know what? I accept the guy for how he is. I take the benefits, I take the good and the bad all together. He's a human being. No one's perfect, yeah. So me,
and a real friend would be like, yeah, I know I really want to get people off of Islam, but at the same time, I know he's my buddy, so I don't want to shit on him. No, bro, that would also be what a friend would do, right?
Bro, have I ever tried to get you off of Islam? Do you honestly see me with some kind of project to somehow disestablish Muslims? I just make fun of them when they say stupid things, which I think is totally legitimate.
Well, you just said why you do it. You just said it's because you believe that this is potentially the carrot that would lead someone away from Islam. You just said that.
No, I said that helped me to start questioning things, and it will help a lot of other people to start questioning things.
Exactly.
It says
bro, that's just one aspect to it, isn't it? That's not the main reason why I did it. I said that's in my background. I remember that stuck in my mind. Also, the fact that I find it funny. Also, the fact that none of these ideas deserve respect. Not anybody can just say, I believe this really, really, really a lot, and nobody should make fun of it. It's just silly. Nobody should be doing that.
Hassan, it says in our Moorish scripture that nothing is just which does proceed from reasoning. Most atheists, since they do not believe in a reason that this life exists, anything they think, say, and do will never have a reason behind it. So therefore, it's not just. So
that's
they can just do whatever.
That's what I mean. Like when someone says something so stupid like that, I make fun of it.
Because I feel like it. Nothing. You know what I mean? So when you take the moral out of it, because there's no God, overseeing everything, they have this, this baseless kind of attitude like this.
That's right.
According to your point, that would mean that atheists would commit more crimes than religious people.
Which was actually the ultimate goal it was to get rid of the moral compass.
And their behavior would be less explainable. No, hang on. The lifestyle and behavior of atheists would be less explainable.
Think about it. And now it's getting worse. Floodgates is open. Now they're working on pedophilia.
Bro, this is what I'm saying is that when actual adults start quoting some shitty scripture and say that explains all of the atheists and why they behave the way they... Bro, it's so retarded. And this is why I make fun of you people. If you genuinely are that dumb that you think that some stupid sentence in some stupid book that some rapist wrote down thousands of years ago explains anything.
Come on, man.
Bro,
that stupid scripture he just quoted was dumb. Like, it was so stupid.
This guy is dumb. Answer, you're stupid, man. You're dumb.
This is religion.
I'm dumb, but you're the Muslim. All right, cool.
You're dumb.
Yeah, I'm dumb.
Yo, I'm sorry. I'll tell you something, bro. I'll tell you, bro. You make it so hard for me because when I'm on other panels and they're like, "We see you being nice to Islamophobes," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" No, I'm not. Then I'm here and you're like calling my prophet a rapist, and I'm, bro. Why you gotta make it so much harder for me, man?
Bro, this is life, man. This is life. Step up to the challenge.
Yeah, but you know when you say that, even for example, you know that you're not even being intellectually honest, because even if I explain it and I elaborate on whatever, you'll take it in one ear and you'll throw it out the other because you prefer to just say rapist.
Nah, bro, what do you mean? Like at the end of the day, if people
come on, bro, what I just said, are you actually gonna argue against what I just said?
Bro, if a man keeps slaves that he can have sex with whenever he wants, he's a fucking rapist. Like there's no other word for it.
You're following humans' intervention of the scriptures. We don't.
Shut up, man. This is what I'm saying. You people are ridiculous. Like, know what's in your scripture because you can't stop quoting it every 10 seconds. Don't tell me that why I'm calling him a rapist.
It was actually quite intellectual and very peaceful before an atheist got on here. Just throwing it out there.
But it was also
it's easy to say when you're all agreeing with each other. Right?
Between a religious person.
It was also very boring and pointless because you're talking about nonsense spirituality.
A person who believes that we came from a
atheist morality at its finest.
Bro, I can prove to you in 2 sentences my morality is way better than your God. Yeah, in fact, infinitely better. And if I do that, that should make you embarrassed.
You can't even justify morality as an atheist, so keep quiet.
Bro, I tell you right now, my atheist morality is infinitely superior to your God's own morality.
Atheist morality? That doesn't even make sense. Atheist morality.
Yeah, but then you don't speak English very well. Anyway, so if I prove that my atheist morality is infinitely, I'm talking infinitely better than Allah's morality, then you lot should be embarrassed, and suitably so.
Well, I've never heard that word before, so would you kindly just explain atheist morality?
Well,
Yeah, explain for all the atheists. Explain for all the atheists. Go on.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any point because you lot are dumb, so I don't really need to. The fact is,
Yo, Ansar, do you think that
my moral standpoint, if my moral viewpoint is
this guy's a waste of time, man. This guy's a
than
waste
your
of time. He's a waste of time. He's a
that
waste of
makes it
time.
pointless.
Yo, 3B, yes, if you repeat it a few more times while he's talking, it won't like make the argument in your favor. Like, just let him finish and then we can discuss.
Hassan, don't you honestly think though, my claim, if I
No,
can
it's actually
demonstrate
better. It's actually better that I speak over him. It's actually better that I speak over him.
Hassan, if I can demonstrate that my morality is better than your God's morality, wouldn't that be embarrassing?
So
Like,
the question would be
hypothetically.
So Ansar, the question that would be predicated on us agreeing on what you would be using as evidence, how you understand the evidence. There's 100 steps that go into that, bro, before you even get there.
Oh, okay.
So if what you're gonna do is pull out Sunni Hadith books and the Quran and an English interpretation and be like, see this, and this. This is I'm better than all of these. Is that what if that's what you're gonna do, bro? That's not.
No, all right. I said if you think I'm gonna go down one of them
it's too shallow. It's too shallow.
Naturalists do. I'm not. All right. Simple as this.
No, then tell me then. I would like to hear it.
Do you think it's reasonable to punish someone with physical pain and suffering for a non-physical crime, meaning that they cause no pain and suffering? Do you think it's reasonable to punish them with pain and suffering?
No.
Okay, so if someone chose to, I don't know, cuss me or shout at me or call me a rapist or say I didn't exist, do you think it's fair for me to torture them?
No.
Right. So I would never do that, would I? This is me as a human being, let alone if I was all powerful.
You personally, no, I don't think you would. Yeah. You would make fun of them a lot though, and maybe make fun of their moms and other things that they care about. But
yeah, that's right. Yeah. So that's right. So I mean, a God who created the whole universe and has complete power to behave like that is even worse. Yeah. So if somebody chose not to believe in that God or to make fun of that God or to piss on statues of that God or his books or whatever, he will get physically tortured forever. That's not as moral as me.
This guy is so dumb. This guy is so dumb, man. Don't know why you.
Hold on. Hold on. You posited what God would do, and then you posited what you would do. So you controlled both outcomes, and then you put them against each other. Just so I understand.
Yeah, God would punish you for disbelieving in him or making fun of him or pissing on the Quran or whatever. I
didn't know that. Yeah, but I'm sorry, I didn't know that you had a connection to God. Can you tell us more about things that he would do?
Well, the things that are in his books about what he would do and would do.
Oh, so what I told you at the start that you would do in this, and you said you wouldn't, and now you do. Now you're doing it.
Doing what?
About going to the books, etc. And you just said, "Do you think I would do that?" And now
okay, forget the books. Forget the books. Do you have
I'm just saying, bro. Come on, man. I just said, bro, is this what you're gonna do? And you said no, and then you did it.
All right, Hassan, forget that.
Yeah.
No, let's talk to you. Okay. Do you believe in a God? Do you believe in a God?
Yeah.
Do you believe that God wants us to believe in him?
Do I believe that God wants us to believe in him? Yes.
That he exists. Do you think that God doesn't want us to piss on the Quran?
Well, my belief though, my belief is that there was no ordinance from the Prophet even to codify the book into the Quran right now.
Okay, so do you think that God wants us to believe in him? What's God gonna do if people don't believe in him and go around making fun of him and pissing on all these books and setting fire to his mosques and whatever, any places of worship that are associated with him? Do you think God wants us to behave like that? The God that you believe in.
If I'm allowed to go back to scriptures, I can give you an example. For example, of some guy peeing in the mosque and there wasn't even mistreatment of him.
Bro, you just told me not to do that. So now I'm just asking.
So I just said that. So
believe.
Yeah, but
you're the one going back to the.
I have beliefs though. I have beliefs that are predicated on these.
In your view of your deity, regardless of Islam, regardless of any religion.
Yeah.
Is he capable of punishing a human being in the afterlife?
Is he capable?
Is there any reason that he would do that?
Yeah.
What would he do that for, and what would be the punishment be? According to you, because we're not talking about anybody else now, because you changed that. So according to Hassan, what would your God do, and for what reason?
I'll tell you, bro. I'll tell you that ultimately I can't say it's not up to me. It's up to God.
So basically,
But
you don't
the
you don't
guidance
know
that I
you don't
have
know of anything that
generally,
your God would punish anybody for.
yeah.
in the afterlife.
So the guidance that I have generally would be like the most egregious things, bro, that people are doing consciously,
Yeah, but
like
bro, this is what I'm
murdering
saying.
someone or whatever it
Okay,
is, like shit like that.
so would your God punish someone forever
But then
for
hold on a
any crime?
second. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Just to further elaborate, my position, bro, our understanding is like it's a very Gnostic, like spiritual understanding. So even for example, this idea of heaven and hell, etc., it's not the way that we conceptualize things, it's not necessarily literal. So I know it's not going to work necessarily the
But
same way
I'm
with
still
me as
trying
it
to
would
ask
with other
you,
people.
bro. I'm still
Yeah.
trying to ask you to make my point. I'm not going to be able to make my point until you answer the question. So, do you think that your version of your God would punish somebody forever for any crime? Is there any crime that a human being can do that your God would eternally punish them for?
Yes.
I'm not talking to you because I'm talking to Hassan.
I know you're not talking to me, but I'm talking
Hassan,
to you.
answer the question. Is there anything that a human being can do that your God would eternally?
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
No, hold on. I'm just trying to think of
tell
how
me
to
then.
answer the question. Because when you say forever, now you're putting like our worldly understanding of time. This is not something that, like I told you,
Bro, you know
our
what?
understanding of this.
You know what? Honestly, this is pointless. Like, you're just wriggling out of this.
No, bro, I've talked to you about this before. You know that. I've told you that ours is more of a spiritual understanding of the whole thing. It's not, there's a lot less quote unquote literal. So this conversation may work with other people, maybe even on the panel. But
So
I've
you call
talked to you
yourself a
about this
Muslim?
before, bro.
So you call yourself a
Not
Muslim
in a
though, yeah?
literal sense, no.
Subject.
So wait, Hassan, if you call yourself a Muslim, on what basis are you a Muslim? Why do you call yourself a Muslim?
So we
He's not really
we believe that there are two we believe that there are two kind of like paths of the faith and even of the scriptures. There's a apparent path, which is what's written in literal reading, and then we call it a batini path. It's kind of like the meanings or the spiritual side of it, or the hidden side of it. That's my sect of Islam.
Okay. Would you say that the name of the creator of the universe is Allah?
Bro, Allah, we've discussed this before. We would define Allah as just as God, and God would be defined as whatever was the beginning. We've discussed this before.
Yeah, because,
told
that's one criteria for being a Muslim. So you qualify that, yeah? All right. So as far as you're concerned, the creator is got a name, and the name is Allah. Do you now believe that he sent a final messenger whose name was Muhammad?
Yeah.
Okay, bro. So you are a Muslim, but you're just picking and choosing the spiritual aspects that are airy fairy, wishy washy, and that can help you to avoid any serious questions. Like, come on, that's all that's going on.
But bro, you've talked to me many times before, and you know how I carry myself. This is not me just doing it today. This is me doing it. Period. Like this is how I discuss it. Anyways,
all right,
it's not just because I'm debating with you, bro. Come on.
And so you were a former Salafi Sunni, weren't you?
Didn't I say that?
Hold on.
Technically,
what'd you say, bro? Say it again.
Ansar's a former Salafi Sunni, isn't he?
No.
Ansar, what were you saying, bro? Say it again.
I was saying, did I not end up calling you?
It's probably a Sufi.
Based on how you exchange your views in this spiritual wishy-washy sense, didn't I say that basically there's no point you calling yourself a Muslim? You're a deist. You're definitely just a deist. Like, you believe in a general concept. I don't know why you call it Allah. I don't know why you ever would refer to the Quran or anything to do with Islam, because that's got nothing to do with what your actual beliefs are. They're so general.
No, but even in Islam, the conceptuality of God itself is even abstract. It's not even understood. Like God himself says there's nothing like God is nothing like the creation. So anything that we're trying to describe or use in words that we know, this is just maybe for us to kind of have an idea of what it is, but this is not it though. And this is in Islam as well, bro.
So linguistically, what you're attempting to do is say that something out there which we can never understand gave us a message and told us that a load of shit that we're supposed to understand. Like, come on, bro, it's so stupid.
Okay. I told you, bro, when we discussed this, I told you that there are certain things that I have to be confident enough to just say that this is just this connection, and this connection are based on faith. And you may not accept that. You may not say that this is valid or legitimate or based in any scientific rationale. And I would say you're right. It's not based on scientific rationale, but I say that I still have the faith. You may think that's unreasonable to have that faith, and I say, okay, that's fine.
But it is though, isn't it? It's because this is the reason why I came on, is because
because you can't scientifically substantiate like these certain links in the chain, and I agree with that. I'm not dumb enough to say that, bro.
But then you guys shouldn't be making contradictory truth claims and acting as if that's legitimate, intellectually legitimate. It's not. You may as well have two kids arguing and talking about any fairy tales and fantasies, and them having their own standards and saying, "Oh well, it's all abstract and up in the air anyway, so nothing really matters."
I'm sorry. If you and I were discussing anything,
This guy can't even comprehend that a belief is not a claim.
Scientific method. If you and I discuss anything about science, for example, do you ever think that I would be like denying anything that you'd say just because of my faith? Do you think I would?
No, you don't. You actually seem to get certain aspects of science fairly well. But
and even if you tell me, for example, that you have morality and you can get this just through human or community or societal evolution, I would agree with you. I would say, that's probably true.
You haven't said something like that either. That's why I have respected you, and I do respect you, Hassan, because a lot of the most basic and stupid things, like what this guy says about you can't even understand what atheist morality might be like. It's not even possible to have such a thing. When someone says things that stupid, it's a total no-go area. There's just no point. At least with you, you're an intelligent person. You got a decent education.
When you and I discussed this before, I'm sorry.
but Hassan, the problem is again, as a naturalist, I draw a very strong line in the sand where the limits of talking intellectually about topics goes to. When you talk about reality and the universe, there are some things we just don't know about, and it's fair enough to discuss them on the basis of we've got little to no evidence about them. However, so just generally making up magical gods and concepts and spirits and souls and things like that, that's all so old now. It's so pointless and useless. It's boring. Well, so when people talk about that and think it's like really, really clever,
the Islam is for people who think. You're just not a thinker. You just said it.
I'm sorry. You know what I would say, bro? I'm sorry. So for you and for maybe other Muslims, for example, if you found something in science, you would say that this is the explanation for this. What I would say is, yes, that's the explanation for this, but it still doesn't mean that ultimately it didn't come from a God.
Yeah, but there's no reason to say that it did either.
And I agree with that. That's fair. You could say that. That's fine. But my belief, that's where I say that you have to have that. There's some links in the chain that you say are faith. Hassan, I'm okay with that. Yeah, you may not be okay with that. Okay.
Yeah, but Hassan, you're stronger supporting my point of view much more than your own right here, because I'm saying to you, when we talk about things in the real world, you agree because you understand the demonstrability and reliability of the scientific method. Now, when we get to the point of talking about spirituality and ghosts and gods, none of that applies there anymore. So there's no reason to take it as if it's true.
This guy doesn't understand what a belief is. He doesn't understand what a belief is.
To say, if there's a soul, then this might be the case. That would be well qualified. But you don't. You talk and behave as if it's a accepted assumption, which it's not.
He doesn't understand what a belief is. Scientific method. Go to sleep, man.
Hassan, I think the one thing you said.
You know we came from a rock or a monkey. That's also a religion. You know that, right?
Hassan, the one thing that you said though was that you had faith, and I guess the question is, do you think faith is a reliable way to find out what is true or likely true?
Faith is not used to find out what is true.
Rob, the idea is that when you plug the holes with faith, those are things that we haven't plugged the holes with anything else. Firstly, secondly, there may be certain things that you would never be able to plug the holes with. Other things.
So what?
Do you get what I mean?
If you can't plug the hole, then the hole is unpluggable. But why plug it with something that is demonstrably unreliable?
Well, from your perspective, you're going to say that it's better to just leave the hole empty. For me, based on other things that I believe would be, for example, rational proofs, for me, you may not accept them as rational proofs. I would, and then I would say that I plug the hole with faith. You don't have to agree, though.
Yeah, but why plug the hole with faith, I'm saying? Because anybody could do that and claim anything. And if anybody can use it, it's demonstrably an unreliable method. So you're plugging a hole because you don't like a hole. I don't like a hole, but I'm not going to plug it with something that demonstrably does not move me towards truth or likely to be true. So you're plugging it with something to make you feel good rather than being a rational plugging of a hole. If there isn't a hole, if the hole is open, the hole is open at the moment.
So Rob, you could take that perspective. My perspective is that I plug it with faith, and I believe that the faith that I plug it with provides me with a actual realizable benefit, and that's fine.
Okay, but that's
you don't have to benefit. You don't have to do this, whatever. For me, I actually gain benefit. I derive benefit.
Sure,
so
Hassan, I accept that. I accept that anybody can plug in faith and say it gives them a benefit. I'm never questioning somebody on whether their faith gives them a benefit. That's irrelevant because anybody can claim, I have faith that Einstein is the God of the universe. That makes me feel really good. See, I can say that too, and I can claim that it gives me a benefit. So anybody can use that. So it's irrelevant in a rational conversation. And presumably you want to have a rational conversation. So bringing something that is demonstrably the opposite of that, I don't see how that's relevant here. You could put it in your heart and say, hey, it makes me feel good, but feel good has nothing to do with a conversation in a rational format. Would you agree with that?
So what you did there in this example is, from my perspective, is you set up a straw man and then you blew it down. When you use this Einstein example,
what straw man?
This Einstein example, that's a straw man because, for example, if I said to you, what benefit do you derive from it? You would have no answer.
Sure I do. I'll say to you that I feel better that we now understand what general relativity is and we can better explore the universe. And when I look out at the universe, I now have a better scientific and understanding of reality based on Einstein, and that feels tremendously good because it's been demonstrated to be the case. And if there was a second Rob standing next to me that didn't know that, and there was a hole there, that wouldn't feel as good as knowing that we have a methodology that Einstein employed and invented that gives us a far better understanding of the universe. So I've now told you how it makes me feel better.
No, Rob, you missed the point that you made this point. You said that Einstein is God. That's what I asked you. How do you benefit from saying that Einstein is God? Not what Einstein provided us, because we all benefit from that. So, but I'm asking you.
Yeah, but how do you benefit from saying Allah is God? It's the same point, bro.
No, but answer.
He can go give you all kinds of benefits,
but those are all subjective benefits, right?
Hold on. I don't know how much you know about my faith, my individual sect of Islam. We actually derive benefit from being of this religious group. You guys, you may be used to people.
But so does everybody. That's why they do it.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about measurable faith, like measurable benefit. Like I can tell you literally, I could write it in a list, and you'd be like, "Oh shit, that would be pretty good."
Is your religious group the healthiest, richest, strongest, most beautiful people in the world? Do you guys top every list?
We might be the richest. Actually, no, I take that back.
So you saying you guys are the richest because you all have this, this faith? This faith is what makes people rich. Let's all test that. Everybody start having this faith and let's see how rich we get.
No, okay, Ansar.
Bro, you can't measure these benefits of faith like that. And if you
Ansar, just go to sleep. Ansar, just go to sleep.
Bro, it's the same for everyone with faith.
Yeah, exactly. It's a category error. You're talking about what makes you feel good as opposed to what's true or likely true. Like I said, and I think hopefully you agree, anybody
you're
can
talking
claim
about religion as some abstract wishy-washy
to make them feel good. So that's irrelevant, right?
No, you're okay. What you're doing right now is you're applying
why you think it's true, not why it makes you feel good. That's irrelevant.
Rob, you're applying what you may be used to discussing with other theists. You're taking this wishy-washy thing and you're trying to apply it as though that's what we're discussing right now. That's not what I'm discussing right now. I'm saying that there's the wishy-washy part, sure, but there's also tangible benefits that I derive.
Sure, I understand that, Hassan. I don't think anybody can argue that you subjectively have tangible benefits. You could even say, hey, it's demonstrable benefits to all human beings that doesn't. That still doesn't mean that it's true. It just means that there's a demonstrable benefit. But a benefit, hey, eating sweets gives you a benefit of feeling good for a moment.
Hold on.
We know that it's
you just said that doesn't. Right? Hold on. Wait. You just said that doesn't mean that it's true. That's not what we were discussing. We weren't discussing whether or not it was true. That's not what the point of this discussion between you and I right now was. You just made it that.
So your point is that it gives you demonstrable. Your point is that it gives you demonstrable.
Like you just added that in. I don't even know where that came from.
What that that having faith gives you some benefit. That's what you said.
That's
right?
That's what I said, and you just said
yes.
Something about how that doesn't mean it's true. That's not what we were discussing.
Okay, but what I'm pointing out though, Hassan, and I want to see whether this
that's a very good point.
Understand this together, is that when you say to me, hey, I have faith and it gives me a benefit, anybody else could say that about anything. Okay. So therefore, what we originally said, and the point that was made originally, was talking about faith, which is an unreliable method to find out what is true. And if you're going to say to me, I don't care what is true, I'm going to plug the holes with faith because it makes me feel good, that's fine. But I think that's being irrational if you want to have a rational conversation, because everybody else could do the same. If everybody can do it, then it's not a rational point to bring forward, is it?
So, Rob, firstly, everyone can make the wishy-washy argument. I just told you that there's two aspects. There's the wishy-washy and the tangible. I'm satisfying both, not just the wishy-washy first. Second, yes, other people, sorry, hold on. I just lost my train of thought. Wait. Oh, yeah. When I say faith to plug a hole, that immediately is predicated upon it immediately means that it's not necessarily absolute. When you say faith, so what you're saying,
so what
I'm accepting. Mean? Hold on, I'm accepting that when I have faith, I believe it to be true. Believe it to be true.
Okay,
you're
so why
saying
do you use the word faith?
It must
exactly.
You're saying that it must be true and demonstrably true based on whatever scientific measures or whatever it is, right? That's what you're saying.
No, Hassan, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, and I'll say it again, that faith is not a reliable methodology to find out what is true. And the reason it's not is because anybody could use that word and say, hey, I believe it's true, and I'm going to call that faith, and anybody could do that for anything else. So why use the word faith?
Whoa. Who said faith was a method?
So can you see that anybody can use the word faith, Hassan, and claim that that faith is based on what they think or they're convinced about? But if we don't have a method to find out what is true, people can make conflicting claims and just put it down to faith, and that means that it's unreliable.
Well, science.
Everybody can do the same thing.
And Rob, I don't have an issue with that.
Rocks and monkeys.
He's making the assumption that you're saying faith is a method.
People talking.
Yeah, your faith is like ours is. You believe we came from a rock or a monkey. So I mean, what you run around to see it.
I'll ignore that ridiculously stupid comment. Hassan, what are you saying that you're okay with everybody having faith and that it's not reliable? Did you say you're okay with that?
Monkeys still exist. They haven't turned into humans.
Rob,
go and learn something in a textbook and then come back.
Guys, hold on a sec. For me, I have no issue if people use faith to plug the holes. That's fine. The issue would be what it leads to, then what that causes in people. That may be the issue. But if you're going to say that the issue is just someone using faith, I don't, bro, there's got to be some derangement, bro, if you think that that's the problem on its own. That's nuts.
Hassan, let me ask you a question. And I only ask this question when I'm really not sure about somebody. Do you care about what is true or likely to be true?
Yes, but I also know that there are certain things. Hold on. But I also know that there are certain things that would be next to impossible to scientifically or demonstrably prove.
Okay, and in that case, when you can't prove something or even get to an answer, you are just going to pick an answer because it gives you some tangible benefit.
If I as an individual, hold on. If I as an individual, based on maybe other rational arguments, would say that yes, I believe this, even though I can't make sure it's demonstrably true, 100% scientifically proven. If I could say that, that's up to me as an individual. There's no issue with that. The issue is if that leads to some other things that cause problems with humanity or with you or whatever it is. That's where I think I would be able to discuss with you and we would have no issue at all discussing. But when you're saying that me as an individual, if I choose to fill this hole based on other things that I believe, that how does that, what's the issue with that?
Okay, I'll tell you what the issue is, or let me check in with you and then see if we can discover the issue. If you have something that we don't have an answer to, right? But you fill the hole with something that makes you feel good. At the moment you do that, Do you care more about what is true or more about what feels good to you? In the moment when we don't know something and you plug it with your own faith-based claim, which is more important at that point? Caring about what's true or something that makes you feel good?
Feeling good is very important. Feeling good is very important.
Rob, you asked me already about truth, and I explained to you that there are things that you won't be able to prove true.
Well, that's a claim that you'd have to justify because humans are improving all the time. So I don't know what example.
Have you falsified?
Cannot be shown to be true.
Have you falsified God?
It depends which God. You'd have to give me which God, and then we can go through the attributes and see whether we can falsify the God. But that's a side tangent. Hassan, I asked you a very specific question. At the time when there's a hole and you plug it with what you call faith that gives you some tangible benefit in the world, at that moment, what do you care more about? Whether something is true or whether it gives you a tangible benefit?
And I explained to you that when you use the term true, you're trying to set up the premise now. And I'm trying to tell you that there are certain things that fall outside that premise.
Let me rephrase it because you're missing the point. When we don't have an answer yet, or we may never have an answer, at that moment in time, you will fill that, I won't. At that moment, what's more important? Finding out what is true, or if we can't find it out, leaving a gap, or filling it with something because it makes you feel better or it has some tangible benefit. What's most important at that moment?
Hassan is just not getting it, man.
No, hold on. For me as an individual, I have no issue with using the word faith in place of don't know. And if at some point a truth is shown to me, a demonstrable truth is shown to me, then I can accept that as well. I can erase the spot and put that in.
Okay, so the difference between you and I. Okay, so Hassan, as it appears to me, the difference between you and I is when we don't, as a human species, we don't know about the origin of the universe or how life might go.
Yeah, you would prefer to say you don't know, and I would prefer to fill it with faith. Yes, we said that at the start, bro.
Okay, cool. What that means, though, what that entails is that on some occasions you don't care what is true or likely to be true, and what you're more concerned with is filling a gap so that it makes you feel good.
No,
yes, I mean that's the entailment of what you said.
You're playing a game. Hold on, because you're playing a game because you're saying that the don't know is true. That's not.
No, I'm not saying that that's true.
That's where
no, because you defined that hole with don't know. That's what you've defined that hole with. So what you're saying is the alternative to my perspective is your perspective, but you're saying that that's the way that you find the truth by leaving it as don't know. And I'm trying to say that there's no issue with if you fill it with faith or if you put don't know for now. If you're of that persuasion, that's fine.
But that's the whole point. That's the crux of the discussion. You're saying there's no difference. I'm saying there's a big difference. One is filling it with something that you think gives you some tangible benefit, which anybody could do. I could fill that hole with some quote-unquote faith that gives me a benefit, that gives the universe a benefit.
Yo, someone's got some background noise.
Hey guys, can I ask?
So what you're saying is the alternative to my perspective.
Somebody's got background noise there.
Yeah,
hey, James, is that you? It's got playing back.
But why, Hassan?
Don't know.
But Hassan,
And
why?
I'm saying that there's no issue
James,
with
can
if
you hear us?
with faith, James, your background noise. Is that you, James?
No, but why? But Hassan.
He's got
Yo, someone's background noise.
Someone's got background noise. Background noise.
Can James hear us? Something that you think gives you some tangible benefit. James, you've got YouTube running in the background there. Can somebody else speak to James? Can you hear anybody?
James, mute, bro. Then it'll stop. Watch.
Oh,
okay, it's all good.
Sorry, so sorry.
That's okay, bro. What's
Can
up?
you hear us all, James?
So sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no.
Yo, what's your name, man? You said your name is James? James?
Yeah. Hello. Sorry, guys. Carry on. I very much apologize. Sorry.
What was the question you'd like to ask James Jones?
I was gonna ask why, but I think Rob got to that already. Why is the why? So why do you feel the whole, and is it in the interest of truth?
No, for him it's in the interest of filling it because there's some tangible benefit.
No, that's the
He doesn't know whether it's true or not, but he's going to fill it with something that he's unsure whether it's true or in
Rob,
fact doesn't
Rob,
have necessarily good
Rob.
reasons. If the world doesn't know, but he's going to fill it, on
Rob.
what reason is he going to fill it where the rest of the world doesn't know?
Rob.
And he will say,
You
because
guys
it
are
gives me some
talking
tangible-
past each
because he
other. You
can't
guys are
say-
talking
what
past
he
each
can't
other.
say is, hey, I'm giving rational reasons when the rest of the world doesn't accept that. So he has to go with, hey, it gives me some tangible benefit.
So Rob,
And-
I don't
and
know what
hold
you
on,
just
can I-
did. Hold on, can I just answer? Rob, I don't know what you just did there. That was a little bit disingenuous what you just did. I told you very clearly that I was just presenting what the difference is between myself and generally the theists that you would encounter by saying that there's also tangible benefits. That's not to say that the other things that generally theists have isn't there as well. So you right now, again, I don't know what you were doing right now by misrepresenting it, or maybe you just chose to ignore certain parts of what I said. But that wasn't very like that. That what you there's such a better way of doing that argument, bro. If you want to make this argument, you have a good position to take.
Okay, why
No,
didn't you
but-
give me the better way?
But what is all this
I'm
garbage?
listening to you. Give my argument a better way. Go ahead.
Instead of mischaracterizing mine,
But I think it's fair, so man. He's saying if like
bro. He
said
just
he
picked
asked-
one thing that I said, and he ignored what I
No,
was
but he
like
asked you-
the premise that I said it on.
No, but he asked you, do you like are you interested in finding the truth, which you agreed with? And then he said, all right, cool, then ultimately, and then you just said now is I don't know equivalent, or is I don't know more truthful. But
James,
arguably, well, hold on one second.
James.
Arguably it is in this instance, because if you truly do not know, therefore it would be more likely the truth. If you are basing something on faith because there is some, as you put it, tangible benefit, or even some cultural benefit, or it's more what's the word, like easier, like it's less resistance to just believe in something, then that isn't in the interest of truth. And then he would have a case against those people that had that God of the gaps belief ad hoc when it suited them.
So
These guys
James,
just don't understand him.
if Rob one day was like, "Yo, I figured it out," and he came, showed me the evidence, everything, I can, if that ever happens, which I don't believe it would, then I would be able to just say, okay, I'm gonna stop filling the hole with faith, and I'm gonna take this
No, but it already has
proven, demonstrable thing that Rob just said, and I'm gonna put it right here.
No, but it already has happened, and people just won't accept it. There's many claims made by a lot of your religious books that are not consistent with naturalism. And I was just saying this to Orthodox more in the chat. You cannot pretend to be a naturalist and then have these supernatural beliefs. It's like this is logic, but you would like to, and you, in the absence of any negative proofs, you're going to say, well, therefore, until that negative proof presents itself, I'm going to believe in what I believe in. The reality is no. The reality is no. There's outlandish claims that you.
Yeah, bro.
Should, no, but if you hold on, but in the interest of truth, you should require actual proofs for, but you don't, and yet what you're asking for is a negative proof. So ultimately, it's not in the interest of truth, realistically, that you believe what you believe.
So, bro, I'm gonna say something here, and like I said, you know me, I don't bullshit. So if I'm saying, so I'm gonna tell you right now that to reconcile some of the things that you find in scripture, yes, there is some mental gymnastics involved. This is not like I'm not in denial of that fact. I am aware of that, and there are explanations, there are ways that you have to interpret things for it to work. Like for me to still be someone that's rational, that accepts science, that accepts, the demonstrable truths in front of our face, for me to be someone like that, I understand that there is some mental gymnastics involved or interpretation involved. There has to be. Cool.
But why would you want that? Is that the tangible benefit you're going to go back to?
So Rob, again, you bringing this up again. It's so sad. Like I'm giving you things that you can discuss and shit, and then you just make a dumb comment again. I don't get it, man. I'm discussing with you on a level, and instead you choose to just make stupid comments. Like, what is this? Just how it works for atheists? I don't get it.
Why is it that you need to do mental gymnastics?
This conversation,
culture, man. I would I'm no disrespect to anyone here. Yeah,
you've acknowledged that you have to do some mental gymnastics, and I'm asking you why.
Well, why is
I don't want to do mental
valid
gymnastics.
argument, though?
To me, that's intellectually problematic. To be charitable, so I'm asking you why. In my mind, at least, you can argue that it's in fact intellectually honest to do it, and I want to know why.
The answer is a very long answer, and it's like describing basically everything about my faith, which is not something that I'm going to be able to explain to you in a conversation on this phone. There are a lot of reasons that I believe what I believe.
No, but I'm asking
I would argue that for
can you just focus in on the question? I'm not asking you to explain everything you believe. The question
mental
was specifically,
gymnastics.
Why do you feel like it's necessary for you to do mental gymnastics?
Because of the belief in my faith, which would take me a very long time to explain to you. All of the aspects that make me feel like that I'm okay with the mental gymnastics. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, let me just ask you something. From a rational point of view, what do you think is better? Somebody that doesn't have to do mental gymnastics or somebody that does? Which one do you think is more rational?
I think that kind of begged the question.
Obviously, bro, obviously it would be way easier if you didn't have to. Yes, of course.
Okay. All right, great. So from a rational point of view, that would be the stance to take. And in the case where we don't know something, and then we have to fill something in there, don't know at that moment in time is the most truthful thing that we as a species or humans can do. But as James pointed out, and I think Answer did as well, then you insert the word faith, which to me at least means I'm believing something without good reasons and evidence. Because if you did have good reasons or evidence, you'd say, hey, I believe this gap. I've got beliefs about this gap and I can tell you why. But faith is, most people use the word faith when they say, I don't have good reasons.
He's assuming you don't have good reasons. He's assuming you don't have good reasons.
I just said that I do have reasons. And it's not just the tangible benefits that you only remembered from that whole thing. But I would have to sit here and explain to you my entire faith, which, especially with the way you're talking right now, there's no way that you would be able to understand. So, and the conversation is long.
I understand that you might be intellectually superior to me, but you could dumb it down.
That's not how you.
At least on a basic level for me to understand. I'm not the smartest guy. I appreciate that.
That's not how you meant it.
I'm sure that's not how I meant it. But as you as well. So maybe dumb it down in a short, concise way.
No, because if I was to discuss, I believe even with someone like Ansar or someone like James, I would be able to present it with them also speaking genuinely. What you're doing right now in this conversation so far, you have a rational leg, yet there's still a necessity for you to take like shots or mischaracterize arguments. Why? What's the point of that? And that makes it so that I don't want to.
Point out where I've mischaracterized.
I just called you out on it like at least 2 different times in the last 5 minutes.
It missed me. So
what are you talking about? You just explained it to James, and then the first thing I said was, Rob, you just mischaracterized the whole thing. That's not what I said. I literally just said that. Do you forget already?
Okay. What specifically did I mischaracterize?
You just said that the tangible benefits were the only thing. And I just said that was the one difference in what you may be used to. And I explained the whole thing. But all you took from that, and the way you wanted to play it to James in your explanation, was this. That's totally disingenuous, man.
Can we agree that the tangible benefits, whatever tangible benefits you get from believing something, are irrelevant in a rational conversation about whether what you're believing is true or likely true? Can we agree that whatever benefits you get from it is irrelevant? It's a red herring. It has no place in justifying why you believe something. Can we agree on that?
You keep going back to this thing about true. What's true? Your position is don't know. It's not true. Your position is don't know.
No, but it's more true than
we're totally misunderstanding each other, and at the risk of
is more
using some of the cheap shots you've done at me, I think you're entirely missing the point here.
Rob, can you hear me?
If I say to you, Hassan,
I have not missed the point, bro.
I'm going to fill a gap. I'm going to fill this gap.
I can hear you, bro. I can hear you.
Don't know gap with, hey, how life got started naturally on Earth is panspermia. In other words, it came from space. Some organism landed on this Earth, and that's how life got started. And you're going to say to me, why do you believe that's true? And I'm going to say, because it has tangible benefits. Look at what happens after that happens. We can now invoke evolution and everything works just as predicted. So it gives me this tangible benefit of, hey, it explains.
Why did I even say it, Rob? Hold on, if you're just going to use it as like a tool, what are you doing?
Bazan, can I?
I'm showing you what's called a reductio ad absurdum.
Hold on.
That's saying whether you have a benefit is not relevant to whether something is true. That's why I'm.
You missed the entire point of why I even said that. Because if I knew that you weren't even going to grasp the point, I wouldn't have even gone down that road.
Okay, well, don't go down that road. Then in future, don't tell us about benefits.
No, because I had more faith in you, obviously.
Tell us
it's
what
okay.
rational
Go ahead,
reasons
James.
you have for believing something. That's the important part.
Yeah,
not whether it makes you feel good.
Forget.
Just tell me why you believe it from a rational point of view.
But even just from a consistency point of view, the reason that scientists will say they don't know is because they are burdened with ultimate proof.
I'm waiting to hear why you believe.
Can you hear me,
from a rational point of view, not because of tangible benefits?
Someone asking me.
Yeah, I think he can hear you. He's just talking. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But no, I'm saying
who's speaking. Is there somebody else speaking?
Yeah. Well, tell him. Yeah.
Yeah, James was talking. Yeah.
But it's about consistency, Hassan.
I'll have to go out and in again. I can't hear James.
I'm listening, James. Keep going.
Very. Rob's about to jump out. I beg you for putting back in. But yeah, no. It's an argument of consistency, innit? Like with from a scientific perspective, that I don't know is as a result of the sort of burden.
Yo, James, I'll stop you, bro, before you even go too far. Yes, it's a departure from like rational logic. In terms like you employing science, etc. Yes, it's a departure.
But even the truth claim, because it's like ultimately a truth or a fact is like well, some definitions would be in accordance with objective reality, innit? And for you, it's the faith, and this is why I wouldn't need you to explain. Eveli, add back, Rob. I wouldn't ask you to explain your personal faith, because it's obviously it's highly subjective, innit? But with regards to stuff like truth, are you seeking sort of an objective, something that's objectively in accordance with reality by making the claim from that? Not really. And one of the examples is the go on.
Well, when you talk about reality, are you talking about the naturalistic world?
Well, that's all I could, because it has to be something that's so. When you take someone that doesn't
how is that?
Hold on.
So wait, hold on.
Okay. 1 second. But I explain to you the principles that you and someone else would agree upon. That are sort of demonstrable or physically apparent, if you like, that are not sort of clouded by any sort of what's the word, man? Any kind of
spirituality or interpretation.
Metaphysical concepts.
Metaphysics, sure.
Yeah. You might meet a Hindu and both agree that the car is blue. You might meet an atheist and both agree the car is blue. Therefore, in that instance, the objective reality is the car being blue, not necessarily how the car came around. And you get what I'm saying? So when it comes to truth, you are far more, in my opinion, it is far more truthful to make a claim with I don't know, where there are no definitive sort of proofs or no.
But a belief is not a claim.
No, but I'm not saying you're making a claim. What I'm saying,
James, I get what you're saying, bro. You're saying that just positing don't know is more truthful than filling the hole with something else.
Correct. Veli, people trying to get in Veli. Yeah, exactly.
So hold on. Are you saying there's a contradiction between someone having reasonable beliefs for God?
No, I mean you could so you could argue your belief from God, right? But you couldn't argue the sort of to argue your own sincerity.
If I say I believe,
hold on, 3B, let him finish.
It's a bias exercise anyway, isn't it? Right, like so
yeah, it is actually 100%, bro.
Hold on, Hassan, hold on.
But when when you're doing a comparative study and you're saying what has more evidence for each claim, then clearly there's far more evidence that supports we don't know. Yeah. That is like
but I just told you having a belief is not a claim.
Of course it
is. Veli, come grab Rob, bring him back in.
All right, let me ask you this then.
Having a belief, hold on, let me explain. Let me finish what I'm saying.
All right, go on.
Having a belief is an acceptance of a claim.
Okay. Do you believe God exists?
It's not. I believe God exists, but I'm not making the claim. I'm accepting
the claim.
No, it's not a claim. I'm accepting a claim. I'm not making a claim.
No, that is a claim in itself.
Okay, what's a claim? I'll
Google it for you. It's a
define claim.
Proffering. Hold on, it's proffering something. It's a postulation. It's a statement. It's
asserting something to be true.
It's essentially a statement of something to be true, realistically.
Okay, what's a belief?
I'll take your definition. The acceptance that something is true. The acceptance.
Exactly. So it's not the same thing. Asserting something to be true and believing something to be true is not the same thing.
So now I'll ask you.
Yeah, James, I think he's trying to say that there's a difference between something being absolutely true and believing.
No. That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. Claiming something to be true is not accepting something to be true. There's two different things there.
Okay, so you're saying like this. You're saying I make a claim and you accept it. That's not true.
So if you make a claim and say I have a Ferrari, if I believe your claim, I'm not making the claim that you have a Ferrari.
Okay, so let me ask you this then.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that God exists?
I would say I believe God exists.
I'm not going to waste time playing the semantic argument.
No, but that's all I can say. But that's all I can say.
Hold on. You're not confident enough to support any of your beliefs with any kind of evidences or proofs. I respect that.
No. Hold on. Why would you request evidence when I didn't make a claim?
That's what I just said. I said you're not prepared to do that, so that's fine. Don't worry. I won't waste time with it.
Of course, I'm not prepared to do that. I have a belief. What are you talking about?
James.
Hold on.
According to the lexicon of Arabic etymology,
hold on. Working with your own premise earlier, someone said, "I claim God exists," and you said, "I believe God exists as a result of your claim." That is evidence. So then if someone says, "Do you say God exists?" and you say, "I say God exists," and they say, "Why do you say God exists?" Because this person claimed God exists and I believe him. Yeah. That is
no.
But you're not looking to get drawn on it. So don't worry. It doesn't concern you. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to press you. I honestly.
So you just need to tell me why it's unreasonable to believe God exists.
I mean, many reasons. God claims miracles. God.
No. Hold on. Before we go to what God claims, just tell me why it's unreasonable for a God to exist.
I just said it.
No, James, I'll explain what 3B is asking. So there's one argument: does God exist? The other argument, though, is do the scriptures and the links that we have to the prophets and etc. are those true? Those are two separate things, bro.
But they are what's posited. Like, it's so dumb. The only reason you believe that there is a God is because of the history and tradition that are linked to those scriptures.
Not at all, bro. I've discussed it with you before.
Hold on. But basic psychological understanding is the anthropic principle with which we use to craft and create a God or an ultimate creator is also easily tracked and traced through psychology. So also I would just look at that and I would say it's far more likely to be a human construct out of necessity, no disrespect, Hassan, but like a God of the gaps, like you're talking about earlier, than it is to be an actual creator. And then there's no science that proves what one would argue is a human style or a human something relatable to a human consciousness that precedes any sort of origin of expansion of the universe. So no, I don't think there is any real reason to believe it. There is for you because of the traditions that you're now trying to distance yourselves from. So you're going to say this is.
We discussed this, James.
By the way, go on.
James, you and I have discussed this before. Remember what I said? I said that first, what I would say. Remember, I said that we discussed this, but remember we were discussing infinity, we were discussing necessary beginning, all these different things. Remember we talked about this ad nauseum, bro. Remember? Yeah. So the argument that I was making before was that I believe that there must be a necessary beginning. That necessary beginning, if we ascribe the name God to it, okay, and it's outside of logic. It has to exist outside of logic because then you can't say that it's. Because how could that not have a necessary beginning then?
Yeah, if you want to, I've said this since because you ain't even about. I've said this bare time. I said Hassan Saba uses the word God interchangeably with beginning. For that, I would say I've got no problem with God because it is very possible that there was a beginning of the universe. So in that instance, if beginning equals God, then I have no issue with that. All of the other qualities that one may ascribe to. I mean, no disrespect.
Yes, exactly. No. What you're saying right now is correct. I know what road you're going down. So
Yeah.
what I've said, I believe that there's actually stronger proof for this concept of the beginning, the necessary beginning. Okay, there's stronger evidence for that from my perspective. The real question, I think, the place where the hole is, where you throw in the faith, is the connection between the necessary beginning and whatever scriptures or evidences or proofs that we use to link them. That's
but
where the real hole is, right?
This is the problem you're going to find. Yeah, you're going to say that remove all of those scriptures. You know, people that want to use infinite regress, all of stuff. Don't talk about my God. I'm not saying anything about my God. Zirab Jamal, something from nothing. Don't talk about my God. No qualities of my God. The reality is, you only know to make this argument because of those scriptures. You only know because of the philosophers that believed in these scriptures. You understand? So it's too contaminated for you to try to posit a sort of separate argument for a creator, as if that without these scriptures you would have still drawn this logical conclusion about what you believe in. No, you believe.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you're telling me that without the scriptures, I wouldn't have said that there must be a necessary beginning. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the actual belief you hold now and the fact it's consistent with your necessary beginning is predicated on the books that you have read and the culture that has been precipitated from your books. So it's very good and well saying, for the sake of this argument, do you mind separating it? No, we're not separating anything. Every single quality of your God will factor in to your idea of the beginning. And I'm not accepting this. I just believe I'm a Muslim, but I just believe there's a beginning, but I don't believe in any of the, let's not argue about none of the books. No. That is your base premise for one.
No, James, hold on. I believe in both, but I'm trying to tell you that in this equation, there are two aspects. One of the aspects is on a more solid foundation. The other one is where this argument of faith filling in the holes comes in. And yes, that one is, because you have to fill in the holes with faith, that one is quote unquote the weaker part of this equation. Yes.
Yeah, but you're still but you're still so there is good reason to not necessarily believe in a God, as you just put it. That beginning, the potential for the beginning. Remember, that's not a foregone conclusion by anyone's account. Yeah. So the beginning is God. Rob UK wants to come. Rob,
I got to get off right away here. So.
All right, we'll do it again. You know, you can shut me.
Yeah, I know, but I wanted to talk to Rob. But okay, yeah. I mean, Rob, if I'm sure we'll continue the conversation another time.
Hassan.
Yo, bro, yeah.
Yo, don't try fucking stop beefing my guy Rob, fam.
I told you, bro. I was pretty disappointed. I was expecting big things from him.
Yo, no one can touch Rob on there, innit? No one can touch Rob.
It's not that. It's like, even in the conversation, it's not that. For example, I took an L or he took an L. It's just that the tactic employed in the conversation. I find it so pointless. Like, even when Ansar comes on, he starts like shit talking people and being rude. I'm like, bro, why would you do that? If your arguments are all based, they all have a rational leg to stand on. Don't you think that you already have a position of superiority? If you think that all the religious beliefs are so shitty, then what's the point of needing all the extra garbage?
But why are you not so scared to just say your culture? Like, I don't get it. I'm no disrespect. I'm not rude, but like someone like you, like there's so much jurisprudential, or not jurisprudential. There's so much like cultural aspects to your religion that provide like a tangible benefit to your community and other communities. Yeah, with all the sort of altruism. Why wouldn't you just say like, this is a reason that I've been born into this culture and it's doing good in the world and it's done good for my group of people. That's my faith. That's the reason I have faith. Like, why can't you just say that? Or brother Moore, like, you know, I like the culture that I represent now is a revival of a culture that I think did really well for people in a period of time in history, and did well for my specific community and helped other people, taught people how to do this, that, and the third. Why isn't that enough justification? It's like you don't have to force your argument.
You evoke my name. I gotta jump off right quick. So before I jump off, can we engage for like maybe 30 seconds?
You just go. Yeah, go. You just say your piece.
Well, no. I just want to gain an understanding for future conversations. Get something right. Get a mutual understanding right quick. How do you define God? What is your definition?
Me, I don't believe in God.
So now when you're engaging with somebody who you believe to be a theist and whatnot, like, so you're talking about being like, I can't be a naturalist and a theist or whatnot. So how do you define God?
All right, cool. Well, theist doesn't describe just God, right? So you believe the God that has interactions. So if you got if there's a metaphysical interaction in the universe, and you believe that is you said claim to be a naturalist, so you believe in physical explanations for everything in the universe, then you would run into problems like someone like Shia Isa when we're talking about Moses parting the sea, or whatever kind of miracle we're talking about, or whatever kind of metaphysical interaction, any kind of spiritual
supernatural God,
yeah, because then once it interacts with the universe, then you would have a naturalist would say that there will be evidence and it will be provable. So that's why.
100%. So just to be clear for a future conversation, because I do got to jump. I don't believe in a supernatural God, meaning this. I don't believe that a God that is outside of nature. I don't believe in a God that breaks the rules of nature. I do believe in natural understandings of, even for instance, like the plagues in the Exodus, etc., whatnot. So long story short, I used to be an atheist, and I have full respect for the atheist position and whatnot. I believe it is a rational position. I come from a rationalist school of Islam. I can break the history down on that a long time at another occasion and whatnot.
Yeah, do that, please.
However, science and religion, like the Abrahamic tradition, say a very similar concept at this juncture in time, which is really interesting, in the sense to where like what is your religious background? Like, were you always an atheist, or did you have a religious background?
No, I was a Christian.
Okay, like so, for instance, like in Islam, we have this basic concept of like breaking down a law being like the unseen, right, or this concept of the unseen and whatnot, and so. The unseen origin or unseen creator of it all and whatnot. And so physics has a very similar concept at this juncture right now, talking about like they can see where wave particles come into existence, and they can see them doing a whole bunch of stuff, but they also see them like just dip out into an unseen place. They don't know what the unseen place is and whatnot. So there's an unseen aspect to both that
Can I just stop you for 1 minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like it's like an argument to say, like, because we can't essentially see the quantum level, or because there is so much theory that governs the quantum level, or the subatomic particle composition of the world, all the nuclear forces and all that, to say that we can't see them and they're not tangible, in my opinion, isn't an argument for the metaphysical, because the metaphysical is clear. You will never, but it's saying you will never understand it, and that you will never be able to scientifically describe it,
right. I don't make that argument. That's the whole point. So I would say people making that argument, they're not looking at like the anthropomorphic aspects of their literature, whatnot. Like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that was my thing.
So if they're taking everything literal out their literature, whatnot, you're obviously going to run into huge issues. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying. I don't make that argument.
Yeah, then if we're talking about a non-anthropomorphized God.
Yo, sorry to interrupt, man. I gotta jump off, but you guys take care of yourself. Rob, we're gonna continue this another day, bro.
I can stop talking to James if you want to talk.
No. I gotta go, man. It's like 5 a.m. right now.
Yeah, for me, that's what I'm saying. I gotta dip too, bro.
Shut me, Hassan.
Yeah, I got you. But
all right, cool, bro. But yeah, no, I was just gonna say any kind of anthropomorphized or anthropically fucking creation of a god. I completely forgot what I was even saying. You might as well just finish off. Go on, more sir.
Oh yeah, people trying to make people making the literal claims on the figurative. They got big issues on that or whatnot. So I don't don't make that claim. Two, I don't make the claim that you need to adhere to my beliefs in any way, shape, or form or whatnot. Again, I have full respect for the atheist position and whatnot. I also think that there is a rational explanation for like a naturalist theological position and whatnot. But before I jump off, hey Rob, is there any way I can get on a gin and tonic and have like a conversation about this whole topic with you, and then also maybe a conversation about Islamic inheritance on a whole nother situation?
Yeah, you can do that on gin and tonic. We can have a special show. We do it every Friday. We're doing prophecies at the moment, but we can come on. Or the other thing we can do once the show's finished is we go over to Discord. So you can come and talk about prophecies. If you don't want to talk about that, then you're welcome to. At the end of the show, we'll move over from the show onto Discord. Everybody will move over. We put the link in, and we can go and have a conversation there.
I would like to be a part of that too, if possible.
Yeah, it's every Friday. So it finishes normally around 10. We're trying to keep it. My the main host stops spamming, tries to keep it around 10. So around 10-ish, we'll move over to the Discord, because otherwise the Gin and Tonic, the live stream goes on too long. But we could live stream the Discord if necessary. We've just got to set that up. But otherwise, if you just want to have a conversation, we can do it in Discord in what's called the after show. So we'll post the link for the Discord server at the end of a show, and then that link will take you straight into Discord, and you can do it that way.
Okay, can you do me a favor and drop your email in a private chat or something like that? Because we have like an 8-hour difference between here where I'm at in the UK when so I gotta like schedule stuff out. Where
I'm posting it now in the private chat there. So
much appreciated.
You can grab that, and yeah, we'll have a conversation. I think now I understand how you are using the word. You're a naturalistic theist, so you're redefining what naturalism means. Maybe for a future conversation, you can tell me
that it deals with. And you actually read off one of the when we had our discussion on it, you actually read off one of the definitions, or you read off part of the school of thought or whatnot. You didn't really go into
the philosophical belief that everything arises from natural properties and causes, and the supernatural and spiritual explanations are excluded or discounted. So
right,
obviously, you're not going to accept that definition, right?
No, so when I said natural theology, you literally went and read the definition after I jumped off.
Was that the same one that I just read now?
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't accept the supernatural concept of God.
Yeah. So you're just defining God as natural. Okay, well, that you can do that, I guess. That just, in my view, that goes counter to what naturalism says. So you can redefine it that way, but I'm obviously going to object. I'm going to object to that redefining of what naturalism means.
So right. So I'd like to come on and talk about natural theology and talk about like natural pantheism, for instance.
But can I just quickly say, essentially, are you positing like a sort of what's the word, like you're so it's like less religious? Remove your books for a second. It's more idealistic. Yeah, like you're talking about some kind of what's the word, man? Like primordial consciousness. Is that what you're saying? Like before the universe, there was consciousness, and we are evidence of our consciousness. Is that?
Yeah, but that's contrary to Islamic teachings. So how can you be Islamic?
I'm trying to give him not an out. Sorry, that sounds disrespectful. I'm trying to understand.
But let's let him come back again. If he's got to go now, then let's.
Yeah. I think it's best 5 a.m.
because that'll go on for quite a while.
Yeah, it will, because that is a long answer. But I'll leave with it. I'll leave with this part here, so and we can go from there on our next conversation. So for me, what I call God would be like the animating force to all life. When I say that, like that's the energy that leads to being an unseen thing.
But how does
we'll have a conversation, because
how do you square that with Islam? It's like you said, you're a rationalist Islamic school.
That's a long conversation.
I know.
Okay. Let me
Olympic level mental gymnastics.
Do it later.
Hold on, real quick. Let me see if I can make a really long story really short in one sentence that I'm gonna have to expound on a lot later. The cosmology of creation is anthropomorphically explained, and so the scientific principles that are in the scriptures or whatnot, they're explained in an anthropomorphic way that are going to be confusing to the layman and whatnot. They're not meant to be like a nursery school kind of a book. You know what I'm saying? Like but there's a layer to it to where you can get like on a nursery school level, you can get like some Aesop fables type of morality out of it. You know what I'm saying? But on another level, there's anthropomorphic. There's like deeper. There's more explanations of like scientific cosmologies, etc. Whatnot. But that's a long story. And like I said, I'm about to pass out. I'm struggling to keep my eyes open right now, so I will get at y'all later. Much appreciated. I appreciate you for the email, Rob.
Okay, we'll speak again.
Yes, sir.
We got more.
Cheers.
Hey, hit me up when you get a chance today.
Yes, sir. Peace and love, brother, man.
I'm not tired, but I'll just say this for the atheists. If we're wrong, if we're 1,000% wrong, and you guys are right, then in the end, nothing happens. But let's just hope that you're not wrong.
Can I? You're right.
Yeah, but that's Pascal's wager, right? That's Pascal's wager.
But Rob, I think, sorry, Veli, Ahmed's trying to get on. Please, whoever else is in the queue, let Ahmed on. Also, Rob, Ahmed's saying that tomorrow he's going to finish all of your arguments on inheritance and whatever else you've argued with him recently on. and that yeah, he's going to finish them all.
Everybody can make big claims. Many times before.
Ahmed, show man, Ahmed,
Doesn't impress me.
Uranus.
Yeah, it doesn't impress me. He's going to have to change his view anyway, because the Shabir Ali version doesn't work, so you'll have to find some other way to try and explain it. But anyway, going back to Hassan's thing, right? Putting aside his comments about me and all the rest of it, right? Maybe he's an intellectual giant and I'm not. I've never claimed to be. So if I'm just being disingenuous and he can point that out, then I'll take that under advisement. But his view is he's got the word faith, right? We never got to the point of what does faith mean? Because I think whenever somebody says I use faith, I'm like, okay, what do you mean by faith? And invariably a theist will try and equate faith with belief. And those two things are not the same. Because if they said, hey, I believe this, normally somebody believes something, is convinced for some reasons, and they will present it. They'll say, hey, I believe the universe had a beginning. Okay, great. Why do you believe that? X, Y, and Z reasons. Right. Now, there's a conversation that can be had around that. But most often, when those reasons run out, or they themselves don't have reasons, then they'll insert the word faith, which is believing something without good reasons and evidence.
Yeah,
and that point is what I said to
No,
Hassan,
no,
right?
that's not the definition of faith. That's not the definition of faith. No.
Freebie, 1 second, yeah. See, Rob, yeah, and this is I could Google it, but I'd rather hear your opinion. You know, rationality. So when you ask the truth question, definitely it falls afoul of truth, 100%. If you're believing something because of a tangible benefit, as opposed to it being in accordance with objective reality, I get it. That's not true. You're not being truthful. But as far as rationality goes, if there is a tangible benefit to believing in something where there is an absence of that benefit without believing it, so it provides provides a deficit, if you like, yeah, then couldn't you argue it's more rational to hold that belief for the person that sees the benefit in it?
No, not for, well, if rationality appeals to what is true or likely to be true, in most cases is likely to be true, right? Our epistemic limits, we're quite limited epistemically. So if we're going to claim something is true, then we're claiming that we know it with a high degree of certainty. In other words, the probability of it being true.
I thought rationality was like being logical.
Yes, and that's predicated on understanding or accepting what is likely to be true in the world. And like you say, tangible benefit, all it is because somebody will say, hey, let's say, let's use an example, right? Tangible benefit, a theist might say that a tangible benefit is praying. Another theist or somebody else might go, no, getting down on your knees, that hurts your back, it hurts your knees. There isn't that tangible benefit. But the person who thinks there is says, no. Hey, it's a bit like meditating, right? I have this sense of oneness. I have a connection with my creator, blah, blah. So now we have two subjective views about this. Now, whether we can actually get an objective view on that, we don't know.
No,
but even if we got
society?
one, right?
What about like for society? Like if you believe that the sort of theonomic principles are keep people in order, establishes hierarchy, all that kind of shit. If you believe that that's better for society, therefore your belief is better. Or let's say like giving charity to the poor and you're a poor person, so if you believe you get a charity or something, I don't know. Or let's say fucking a hoarding army is gonna cut your head off if you don't believe. All of these are logical reasons to actually believe in it.
Well, you could say they're logical in the sense that you want to survive, so it's more a case of your survival. But generally speaking, when you believe something, it's not because it makes you feel good, it's because it corresponds with or coheres to reality. Because, for example, determinism, right? That's a quite unpleasant, it has unpleasant entailments. If everything is determined, then a sense of justice is actually kind of meaningless. And we want a sense of justice as human beings. So there's some entailments that are quite unpleasant with determinism. But I don't go, oh, shit, you know what? There's some things that are pretty unpleasant if determinism is true. You know what? I'm going to believe in, a libertarian free will or compatibilism because that allows society to work better. No, I'm going to go, if determinism is true, then it has some unpleasant side effects or entailments. I've just got to live with that, find a way to deal with it. But other people will go, no, hey, if there's intangible benefit, then somehow they want to, and he didn't make the argument, and that's something to ask Hassan, do you think that if something gives a tangible benefit, and even if it was objective, do you think that makes it more likely to be true? And that's a question that I'd be interested in the theist answering. If we could find that praying, for example, actually gave the human race a benefit over whatever detriments there are of hurting your back or your knees or whatever, and the benefit we could scientifically show that had a meaningful benefit to everybody who prayed, does that mean that what the action of praying to whatever makes the person you're praying to more likely to be true?
Can I ask you
I
one
don't
more
think so.
question? Yeah, can I ask you one more question?
What up, Peach?
Hold on, can I ask you one question? How
Rob is the classic.
how did you no, but on a serious level, yeah? How dare you have ever spoken about inheritance again after Ahmed beat you so badly and told you to never speak about it again, Rob?
Yeah. The sad side is he didn't. He only thought he did. So that's not a problem. But hey, lots of people make big claims. So I'm used to people doing that.
No, but he said he absolutely he beat you and stopped.
I know. Listen, he's entitled to his delusions, but I'm not sharing them. Everybody's entitled to be deluded. We don't make that against the law, but it doesn't mean that other people have to share in those things. So.
I was trying to bait him into.
I know. We don't make it illegal to be wrong, right? Or to be stupid, or whatever the case is. Otherwise, we'd all be locked up at some level, won't we? We'd all be wrong. We've all been stupid, so we'd all be behind bars. So we don't make it illegal. It just means that the rest of us don't have to believe somebody because they claim it to be the case.
Man said, Grossler TV in the chat said, ask Rob to scientifically prove gravity. Just go to the tallest building you can find, Grossler, and see if you can fly. If you
well,
can't,
the thing that we label gravity obviously has a scientific proof, and it was particularly with general relativity back in 1919, I think it was, with the perihelion of the orbit of Mercury around the sun. And Einstein predicted this perihelion, which is a slight shift in the orbit of Mercury. So gravity is the label we give the attractive force between bodies, right? So that attractive force, you can call it gibberish if you like, you can call it gobbledygook, doesn't matter. We've labeled it gravity, and that force has made predictions, and those predictions have been shown to be incredibly accurate over massive distances, right?
The disrespect of it is you're using a phone or some kind of GPS containing device to fucking make those comments anyway. So you accept the application of physics on that level, but you don't accept any kind of scale above that. And even like time differentials, anything that requires relativity. But yeah, these guys don't believe. He's a flat earther. He doesn't believe in space, so he doesn't even believe in.
Okay. No, flat earthers make some religious people look like they are intellectually superior. I mean, believing the flat earth in 2020 is just, they should have ridiculed. That belief should be ridiculed, such that anybody who believes it, is looked at as almost worse than a racist or a Nazi. In my view, it's like,
but I wouldn't say that because it's not nearly as pernicious. But
I know, you know what I mean. But
I'm joking. But I would say But when it comes to stuff like gravity and stuff, yeah, like even a paper telling us where this gravity is. Now you're taking the piss, man. Where this gravity is. So what is the downward force that these people believe is keeping?
Well, gravity exists everywhere, basically. Yeah, I'm not aware of anywhere in the universe where gravity is not in effect at some level.
Oh fuck, Rob, I've been meaning to ask you this for fucking days. Who the fuck is that cowboy philosopher?
Oh, I don't know him that much, but when Skydive Phil went to America, he met this guy and so he put out a few videos. So I don't know who he is myself, but he's some philosopher in the US.
He is hilarious.
Yeah.
No, his channel, man. Skydive channel's sick, bro.
Yeah, he's got some great stuff. I went with him when we interviewed Sir Roger Penrose and when we interviewed Michael Gott. I never got to meet Stephen Hawking or Alan Guth. He's done the other guy as well that the theists often quote when they try and make the cosmological argument. He's in.
Would you think about
of the satellite that went up and mapped the cosmic microwave background? He's been all over the show. It's awesome stuff. Some of it's quite high level, right?
Yeah, I was watching the video on the quantum. Is it quantum loop theory?
It's quantum loop theory. Yeah.
That was interesting. Like how they're saying that gravity becomes a repellent force at that sort of density in it when the universe was at its most dense point or something. that gravity.
Yeah, so they've incorporated Alan Guth. He came up with that idea because it's like, how is it that it could expand that fast and continue expanding, right? You would think that gravity would pull it back together.
Yeah.
And Guth came up with the idea that gravity can be, you can have negative gravity or it can repel in the universe, and then it starts to attract afterwards.
Yeah.
But as Sean Carroll says, right, gravity is the weakest of the four forces. And we only feel it quite strongly here because of the massive size of the Earth. But the force of gravity is incredibly weak, generally speaking. It's only when you have large bodies on small bodies that you can feel it as we do.
But he was saying that, because you know like how there's no such thing as nothing, yeah?
Yeah, I don't believe that the philosophical definition of nothing it exists in reality. It's just a placeholder term. And when it came up in, thousands of years ago, they thought that outside of the Earth was like nothing, right? Or there would have been some version of nothing. And now we know that everything is a bubbling, boiling brew, I think is the term, of virtual particles. So the term philosophical nothing, whenever I ask a theist, right, why should I accept this as something that exists in reality? I get sort of gibberish answers. I never get an answer as to, hey, Rob, here's the reasons why you should believe that the philosophical absolute nothing exists or could exist in reality. I never get that.
It wouldn't even matter though, because it's not. But by virtue of the fact that you yourself possess a mass and are composed of matter and like sort of particles that have a mass, you will never observe not this true nothing which you speak of anyway. So you'll never be able to test whether or not the universe was preceded by nothing. So I was saying it's to zero.
Yeah, I don't know if that could be the case, but let's assume that in space there was a void that was what we could call nothing, and we could, because obviously there'd be no light emanating from it, so it'd be like a black hole, right?
You're saying prior to the universe?
No, in the universe. Who knows about prior?
But then that's something. Then you're talking about. Sorry, but then like the composition of the universe, be it space, time, whatever. Then there was always going to, unfortunately, there was always going to be something.
Yes, whatever something is. We don't know necessarily what that something is.
This antithesis nothing, so this antithesis of something nothing, is impossible to observe from a human perspective. Whether or not it did truly exist is untestable. It will always be untestable.
I suppose in theoretical physics, you might find a way to show that there was a version of as they have done, right? Nothing, which is the absence of space, time, energy, matter of any type, right? But inside that, let's call it the void, which is Lawrence Krauss's nothing, there is virtual particles.
Yeah.
But the theist will go, that's not really nothing. You see, that's not nothing. That's actually something. Well, by all definitions, that's nothing. There's nothing observable. There's nothing that we can test in there at all currently. So that would qualify as the closest thing to nothing. But no. Hey, if it has virtual particles, and it can exert an effect, or it has the potential to bring forth something, well, that's not nothing. Okay, well, then you're talking about a nothing that is like a unicorn. You can use the word, but why should we believe it exists in reality?
I'm going to jump off in a bit, so I'm just going to use these fast few minutes to troll, and you're going to help me, Rob. This is what what Ahmed's argument for slavery in Islam is. He's saying not only is there no such thing as slavery, like the word isn't used, the concept isn't spoken of, there's nothing to do with captivity and bondage in the Quran. That's just us, that's us being Orientalists and making the Arabs seem like savages. He's going further. He's going one further than to say that pre the Prophet, peace be upon him's arrival, or revelation, that there was no such thing as slavery in Arabia at all. And during the whole lifetime of the Prophet, there was no such thing as slavery, to the point that the Prophet himself didn't even free slaves. He was completely unburdened by the whole human trafficking ordeal. That had nothing to do with him. What say you on something as...
Yeah, I think I'm getting to the point with Ahmed where he's just redefining the entire Quran to mean whatever he wants it to mean. And he's speaking gibberish and the rest of us are speaking English, or we're taking the Arabic understanding. So.
It's historical revisionist. This is nonsense. It's like beyond nonsense.
Let him have a discussion with other Muslims, right? And we see how well he fares. I mean, for me, it's like you go and tell that to Hijab and other people and you come back and you speak to me, right? Go and speak to other people and then... I'll just listening, because at this point, yeah, it's. I mean, next thing he's going to say that Muhammad was like Jesus and he never did anything wrong, and we've got, it's all very well to say there's no evidence of something. Well, then you've got to prove that. If you're making a claim that there's no evidence, show me a book, show me something that says there's no evidence for this. Virtually every Muslim and the books themselves have translations that seem to suggest that's the case. But if he's coming along as the only guy in the world claiming, no, there was no such thing as slavery, owning one human being, one human being owning another, hey, he's entitled to have his belief. I mean, I'm just not going to take it particularly seriously. That's all. We did a whole month on slavery.
It seems, and this is the weird thing I've noticed. I mean, just now we had two Muslims of apparently very different ideas about Islam. I mean, a rational, non-metaphysical Islam. I mean, the guy literally said, "This is my version, is a rational version of Islam," which to me is an oxymoron. And then Hassan and his version of Islam, which he, by the way, he dips in and out of deism all the time. When Hassan talks about the existence of a God, he's talking about a deist God. He never talks about his Islamic God. This is why I don't discuss gods in that way with these kind of people. I only talk about their God. When they say, well, there is a God, I'm like, whose God, where and how? Give me your God and I will fight, and I will debunk your God. Don't just give me some deistic thing. The creator, the beginning, the whatever. This is all deistic arguments. They never actually talk about Allah. No. Are we talking about Allah? Because I can disprove Allah to you. I'm not going to go.
It's a two-step process, Banksy. It's a two-step process, right? Because if they say Allah is the God and He created the Quran, we're going to say, okay, why do you believe that? And you can't appeal to the Quran. That's circular reasoning. So you'd have to go, okay, something outside. I've got to give you reasons outside of the Quran to show you that Allah did this. And so now they're going to start appealing to the more deistic type arguments that anybody else that had a God will also do. So they've got two steps. One, to show there is an unembodied mind or something floating about out there. And number two, that is their specific one. They never get past the first step. But even if we were to grant that, and maybe we should do that for the interest of the conversation, right? We grant that, hey, maybe there is some sort of teleological mind floating about somewhere in reality. Why is it your specific one?
Well,
so grant them the first one, because they never get past there anyway, but grant them that, and then let's see step two, because the Christians will go, hey, this is what I've heard from them. And again, I think we can critique it, right? For the Christians, and particularly people like William Lane Craig, so we're talking supposedly, the highest level Christian apologist in the world, they're going, no, it's the resurrection of Jesus. That's what makes it Yahweh. That's the bridge between it being a deistic God and it being the Yahweh God of the Bible, is the resurrection of Jesus. So they think they've got this bridge. I want to know from the Muslims, what's their bridge between the deistic God and Allah? Because they don't have the resurrection of Jesus on that, which again, obviously we can critique, but the Christians think they've got the bridge from one to the other. What's the Muslim bridge?
True. But I mean, either way, I just noticed when Muslims talk about their God, they and the creator and the beginner, the unmoved mover, whatever you want to. These are all deistic arguments. Anyone, a Hindu can come and make that argument. Any religion can make that argument, the unmoved mover argument. But like you said, Rob, what makes it your particular God? What makes it Allah? What makes it Yahweh? What makes it Krishna? And yeah, I suppose this is the thing, because I don't really, the deistic thing is, anyone can accept the deistic thing, because there is no, I mean, there's no rational way I can truly argue against a deistic God. Because first of all,
it's also a much weaker claim, though, right? Because a deistic God, typically understood, is a God that created the universe and has no interaction with the universe. In other words, there's no way for us to know whether that God exists currently or has ceased to exist. It's like there's no difference between that God existing and it never having existed at all from a deistic point of view. They will just argue that, hey, here's a reason to think there must be some sort of mind. Has that mind ceased to exist? They can't answer that. So you're right, it's harder to debunk, but it's a weaker position to hold, because it's like almost, in a sense, unfalsifiable. Not quite. But the bigger thing, and most people aren't deists anyway, because it doesn't do anything, right?
Exactly.
The God hasn't communicated. So all it would do for you, all you could say is, hey, here's the most reasonable explanation for, let's say, the beginning of the universe. Or you could say maybe rationality. But you don't know that. You're just trying to make a claim, because you'd have to say that that a God is much more reasonable for bringing rationality into existence or the universe. But if you're a deist, this hasn't been communicated, so you're using reason as your only tool to get to that God. And other than that, it doesn't have any other benefits. You don't pray, you essentially live your life like an atheist. There might be a few intellectual arguments that you think way stronger in your favor if you're a deist, but other than that, it has no value, i.e. the thing that Hassan was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Now, actually, these are kind of tied together, at least in my brain. I don't know if you see the connection. Do you know Sarah Garvey, Rob?
Yeah.
You
Speaker's
know
Corner.
the individual. Now, he claims he's a pantheist. For me, I think that is his get out clause of actually saying he's an atheist, because again, pantheism is as frivolous as a deistic God. It's just the whole universe is connected somehow. The universe is God. Okay, fine. What does it do? Does it dictate your behavior in any shape or form? If it doesn't, then you might as well say to me, the golden dragon created the universe. But it doesn't really do anything else. So again,
I think pantheism is a step after deism. So a pantheist would obviously accept that is it though? Actually, I mean, it depends what they mean by a God, right?
Well, that's what I mean. I don't think it's a step after. I think it's just it's on the same plane. It's just a lateral move from a deistic God, quote unquote, using the term God, to the universe is the creator, or there's a energy that connects us all in the universe. So what?
Yeah,
okay,
presumably a pantheist will either think that there's some unembodied, or that the universe itself is a mind. So every particle, reduced down, has some sort of consciousness or awareness or whatever the case is, and we're all connected. And the part about all being connected at a reductionist level probably is true, in the sense that we're all made of the same matter and energies at the boson type level, as a star and everything else, just resonating in different frequencies and in different form. So like you say, so what's the argument for that? And they will point to this, or they might, potentially point to the collapse of the waveform, which I think is they're misunderstanding the observer effect. Because it isn't that particles make decisions. They are affected by measurement, and they're only affected in one of two ways. And if something is conscious, then presumably it can make decisions separate from something else around it.
Yeah, and also it's affected in more than just one way, or it can make movements in more than one way. Whilst you're talking about the double slit experiment thing, it's not. It's not the same thing. They
could argue that it's constrained by physics, right? They could say it's constrained by physics, and that a particle is conscious because it makes a decision as to whether the waveform collapses, i.e., is it a particle or is it a wave? And it's making that decision. I think that's a misinterpretation. It is being affected by measurement. It's not that the particle is saying, "Hey, I'll be this when you look at me or when you measure me." No, it's just an effect of measurement. And it happens consistently the same way. It would be interesting if we measure particles, and sometimes there were waves, and sometimes the waveform collapsed, and sometimes it didn't. Now we'd be going, oh, that's very strange. The fact that we're measuring it and it's doing different things at different times under the same circumstances, how could that be the case?
Yeah, that would at least give some indicator of something else going on, rather than just the fact that the measurement is what's causing the effects. But anyway, from my thing, I think the reason someone like Sarah Garvey says he's a pantheist and not an atheist, because I think he's using this as a debate tactic in order to give the theists, because the theists are always gunning for looking for that word atheist, because they have like a prescripted routine to go down that road. And when someone like Sarah says, I'm not an atheist, I'm a pantheist, it maybe jolts them, maybe throws them off their rhythm. I don't know, because that's the only advantage I've seen that it has for his position. Otherwise, who cares? I mean, I know the word atheist is somehow tainted, or people feel that they don't want to really use it. I don't have any problem with it. I just see it as for what it is. But maybe that's a debate tactic, that he's simply not saying he's an atheist.
Yeah, I'm not so clear on his how that whole thing works, because he also speaks to his ancestors, and I guess the question is, what do you mean by speaks to your ancestors? Are they speaking in your head, i.e., and how do you know that isn't just your thoughts? making it appear as if you're speaking to your ancestors. But he does sort of, like you say, from what I've heard at least, try and get out of the, hey, that's just my belief. I'm not expecting you to believe it. But that in and of itself, that's kind of a little bit of what Raj does occasionally as well. That still, though, doesn't get you off the hook, because immediately I'm going to ask, like I did with Hassan, do you care about what is true? Because what they, to my ear at least, what they're trying to do is say, hey, I just believe this. I can't give you any good reasons, but hey, I think it's rational. And if it's rational, then we can have a discussion about it. And if it's rational, you would have reasons. So you can't say, hey, it's just my personal belief and I don't want you to believe it. But then I'm going to ask, okay, do you care about what is true? I'll always ask that when I hear somebody trying to get out the back door with, hey, this is just my personal opinion. I don't want you to believe it. And then we have to go down the route of sort of explaining that if you're a rational person, there is some entailments that you weren't aware of, but you do actually expect other people to believe it if you've got good reasons. Otherwise, you're being irrational. So the fact that you don't go out there saying, hey, believe what I believe, doesn't mean that you don't expect people to be convinced if you have good reasons.
Yeah, there was actually something, although I don't want to discuss a conversation you guys were having with Hassan, because he's not here to kind of defend himself. So I don't want to say what I'm about to say. I don't want it to appear as if I'm attacking him whilst he's not here. My concept, though, when he was saying these are tangible benefits that he gets, like quantifiable benefits that he gets from his beliefs, my thoughts, first of all, was, what are those things? Because I didn't hear if he gave a list of those tangible benefits. He just simply claimed tangible benefits. The other thing is that, can those tangible benefits still be attained without you believing in this religion? Can you still get those benefits and not
I
have
would presume not.
the Islamic faith around it?
Yeah, I would presume no, you couldn't get them. And I think the tangible benefits, as I understood it, is some sort of moral benefit, i.e. that it either makes you feel good or has a beneficial effect on society, which is more of a moral claim.
Yeah, well,
like
this is the thing.
Even if that...
So he was insisting that his feel good, what you were saying, that is a feel good factor. That isn't the case. He was trying to say these are objective external benefits to simply an internal placebo effect. He was trying to insist that was his thing, and that you were constantly saying, oh no, it just makes you feel good, then fine. But that's purely subjective. But I think he was trying to insist, if I got his argument right, that it is beyond just him feeling good about himself. It was more than just a placebo to himself.
Yeah, I mean, I could even grant that that's the case. Like I said, I could even grant that, hey, we could show whatever benefit he's getting from believing is in fact objective. Let's say we could do that. That still doesn't mean that the belief, wherever the belief came from, is true.
Yes.
Because you could discover something, or we could have a false belief that in fact does help us tremendously and maybe even help society, but it doesn't mean that the belief is true just because it's shown to be the case from a moral point of view. That's why it's like a category error. When you appeal to morals, you're not necessarily appealing to what's true in that case, as far as I can tell at least. So because I'm looking for, okay, here's the reasons I think this is true, not, hey, this gives me a benefit. Because now we're getting onto the moral view on that. Or unless you could say, hey, it gives me this benefit, and here's the reasons why it's true. But then I'm going like, just don't worry about giving me the benefit, because that part isn't relevant to me, because I could do the same thing. So ignore that. Just give me the reasons why you think it's true, excluding your either objective or subjective benefits, because that doesn't help.
But okay, let me take a devil's advocate position here. Would it be reasonable if you know something isn't actually true, but you do realize that this untruth will create a moral and stable society and will have untold benefits to a society, even though you know this is an untrue? Would it still be moral, or would it still be reasonable to simply go along with it, to simply implement this thing, whatever idea, policy, even though you know it's untrue?
Yes, but then I think what you're doing is you're shifting the goalposts. You're no longer going, hey, I believe this is true, i.e. that it maps to reality. You're going, hey, let's accept this to be the case, even if we think it's untrue, because it gives us a benefit. So the goalposts have been shifted. We're now not appealing to what we think is true about the world, but rather what gives us a benefit. And if you said, hey, is that a rational thing to do? You could say, yes, it's rational in the sense of for our survival, But is it rational in sense of finding out what is true? No, it's not, in my view.
The whole argument was not based on what is true. Rob was just strawmanning him.
Well, no, he wasn't strawman. He was saying, look, if you care about truth, if you care about what is true and what is not,
it wasn't about truth. It wasn't about truth.
I know, no. But what I mean is, he's saying that if you claim to be a rational person, I know that you're saying the argument was about like faith.
It wasn't about truth. Rob just put it in there.
Okay. So it was about faith.
Exactly.
But what I understood from what Rob was saying was, look, fair enough. You could say that this is faith. We can accept this, that you can. But what's
that got to do? What's that got to do with truth? What's that got to do with truth?
No, nothing to do with truth. Okay, I'll separate from the truth part. But what I will say is that what he was linking to was that if you simply say that I believe this because it's my faith, anyone can do this about anything.
No. He said he's believing it because it's reasonable.
But this is the thing. This is the thing. If you want to be a reasonable person, then one of the caveats of being reasonable is caring about whether something is truthful or not.
Correct.
It had nothing to do with truth.
No. But are you understanding what I'm saying?
Of course, it has something to do with truth.
If you want to be reasonable, okay. Let me try to explain this. I own a club called the Reasonable Club. In order to be in this club, you have to tell the truth. And so you cannot be part of this club unless you are truthful or you say things that are to be true. And so that's how Rob is approaching this, is that if you are to be reasonable, you also have to be truthful. You have to say things that are true.
Yeah, he is truthful. He is truthful. He's telling you that he has a belief. He's not lying to you that he has a belief.
No. But everybody's got a belief. That's a trivial statement. That means
exactly.
Nothing.
So what's that got to? So how is he lying? How is he lying? So how is he lying?
Is that
how is he lying?
No, but the thing is,
nobody claimed he was lying. What we claimed is
so where did the truth come? So
you weren't paying attention, EB, as usual.
So hold on. So when you say truth, are you talking about the naturalistic world?
No. 3B.
That which corresponds with reality.
Yes.
That's
reality being the naturalistic world. Yes, the naturalistic world. Exactly.
Well, if you want to include the supernatural, then you have to demonstrate that the supernatural should be taken as seriously as the natural, which you've never done.
And what does it actually exist?
Who made the claim? Who made the claim that it should?
Well, this is the thing.
You guys make that claim.
These are the steps that we go through. Is that if you want to make a claim of faith and you want to also be reasonable at the same time, then you have to recognize to be reasonable is connected to being truthful. And if your faith outside of the truth, then you're not reasonable. So you can say,
but Banksy,
unreasonable faith. I have unreasonable faith.
Yeah, but Banksy, a belief is not a claim. A belief is not a claim.
No. I understand that, and I heard your argument on that as well. And you're right. You don't have faith. You don't believe. You're not making a claim that something's happened. You believe the claim that Muhammad made. That's the.
That's right. That's right.
You believe Muhammad.
That's right.
Muhammad said something. Right. Made a claim and you believe it, and that's fine.
That's right.
But you have faith in that.
So why atheists asking for evidence?
No.
Because you think that the claim is true. The reason
I'm not making the claim exactly. I can only give you reasons why it's true.
But you believe that.
Do you believe in things that you think are false? Do you believe in things that you think are false?
Yeah. No, I don't.
No. Right. So you believe in things that you think are true. And the question is, why do you believe they are true? That's what we are asking. Why do you believe
Muhammad is telling the truth?
Because I don't have any reasons to believe he's a liar.
No, you see, this is an error in your thinking.
No.
You believe
explain to me. You can't just say.
But no, it's not that Muhammad is a liar. Did he make claims that he cannot prove to be true? That's what
I don't know. Which claims are you talking about?
This is what I mean. Muhammad made
which claims are you talking?
Muhammad made claims. He has a book, and in that book has lots of claims about the estate, the universe, the
This is going into phase. This is going into stage 2. We haven't gone past whether it's reasonable to believe a God exists.
No.
What's your criteria for reason? What's your criteria for being reasonable?
Not being contradictory.
That's your only claim? Well, I believe that. Okay, cool. Then I
It's not a
believe the
claim. It's not a claim. Stop saying claim. It's not a claim. It's an explanation.
I believe that
It's
the
an
10th
explanation.
dimension is. I believe the 10th dimension is the ultimacy of reality. That's not contradictory. Why don't you believe me?
Because I'm a Muslim.
Why don't you believe what I've just said to you?
How do you
It's
know
not
that?
contradictory, so it's reasonable.
Is that hold on? So is that your definition of God?
I'm saying that it's the basis of reality. The 10th dimension is the basis of reality. It's reasonable because your criteria, as long as it's not contradictory. I've now given you a reasonable explanation of reality. Why don't you believe?
I'm talking about God. I'm talking about God. Are you talking about God?
You can label it whatever you want. I've just told you it's the 10th dimension.
I'm asking you what your label is. I'm asking what's your
I just
label.
told you, 10th dimension.
You're shifting.
Okay, so this 10th dimension, is it the creator of the universe?
No. We're not talking about God. He's talking about, you said to be reasonable is to not be contradictory. That is the that is the premise.
That's my definition. Yeah, that's my definition.
I'll try and give you the example of, I have a club, and my club of reasonableness means that you cannot be contradictory. And that's it. Nothing to do with God, nothing to do with deities. You just have to make sure that any claims you make are not contradictory. Rob's now made that claim. He can come into the club of reasonableness because that claim is not contradictory.
He's not making a claim, Banksy. He's not making a claim. He's just got to believe. He's just got to believe.
I'm making a claim
about the 10th dimension.
Yes, I'm making a claim.
Okay, so if you're making a claim, prove your claim. Okay, so if you're making a claim, prove your claim.
There you go. There you go. So it's not just
What? There you go. What? There you go. What are you talking about? There you go.
That is exactly what we're asking you.
No, because I'm not making a claim. I'm not making a claim. No, because I'm not making a claim.
Of course, you're making a claim. You are making a claim
No,
that
no.
Muhammad
No, I'm not.
existed and that Islam is true.
Yes, you
Yes,
make
you are.
No, I believe in Muhammad. I believe in Muhammad. That's not a claim.
Do you believe it's true? Do you believe Muhammad
Yes,
existed? And that there you go.
Yes, and that's still not a claim. That's still not a claim.
That entails a claim. It entails
Okay,
a claim.
define claim. Okay,
about
define
reality.
claim. Define
Something
claim.
that is the case. Something
Okay,
you
define
believe to
belief.
be the case.
Okay, define belief.
Look, the
It
fact
entails a claim.
the fact
Made
is,
a claim,
You don't
we've
even know
made-
the basic
everybody makes
definition of
claims.
belief.
no.
You don't even know the
Everybody
definition.
makes claims.
3B. It's okay. It's okay. We
won't
don't
get
have to
very
even
far, yeah.
discuss it with you.
Okay,
We can skip over
Banksy, it's very simple. Banksy, it's very simple. Banksy, it's very simple. Define claim and define belief.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. We don't have to then worry about your belief. We just skip over you and go straight to Muhammad.
But
You
Banksy,
believe
just
Muhammad
5
is
minutes
true.
ago, Banksy, just 5 minutes ago, you agreed with me. Now you're going back again.
No. It's not that I agree with you in that you believe Muhammad is telling the truth. Now I'm
No. I want you to either agree or disagree with me that a belief is not a claim.
No. A
The belief entails a claim.
a belief is you believe in a claim, but someone else.
So a belief is not making a claim.
No. You don't
A
make
belief
the
entails a claim.
You are entailing that.
Am I making a claim? I'm asking a direct question. Am I making a claim?
No. But 3B, you're right. You're not making a claim.
Thank you.
Muhammad
Thank you.
So what I will do in that case is I will skip over you and your belief and go to Muhammad. So now we're talking to Muhammad, but because Muhammad isn't here, since you believe in Muhammad to be true, then I have to speak to you through him. So you are talking.
No problem. No problem. But don't keep saying I'm making claims. Don't keep saying I'm making claims.
Entails a claim, and we can use that entirely fair.
It's not entailing anything. Stick to the definition of what a belief is. Case closed. Atheist exposed.
3B. Let me try to explain this. Since Muhammad isn't here, you believe in Muhammad, you are now the spokesman for Muhammad. So I can only talk to you because I can't talk to Muhammad. So you believe Muhammad's claims to be true. So now you have to tell me about Muhammad's claims, and then I will show you whether Muhammad is right or wrong, or he's being truthful or not. But I still have to only talk to you because I can't talk to Muhammad anymore. You understand?
How do you disprove a belief?
No. You believe Muhammad told the truth, and I am talking about Muhammad's claims. I'm not talking about your.
Hold on. So if Prophet Muhammad claims something, how do I disprove it if it's a belief?
Yes, because you believe it, so you have to now show me that he told the truth.
That's the contradiction of what a belief is.
No, it's not. You believe his claims to be true, so you have to now prove his claims to be true. You
How
believe
can
them.
I hold on? So wait, hold on. How can I prove it if Muhammad is not here?
But this is what I'm saying. You believe Muhammad. I don't believe Muhammad. I don't
Yeah.
believe Muhammad told the truth. But you
Yeah.
believe
So
Muhammad told the truth. So now,
yeah.
but I can't talk to Muhammad anymore. Muhammad's gone.
Yeah.
I only
Neither
have.
can I. Neither can I. Neither can I talk to Muhammad.
But you believe him. Why do you believe him when you didn't speak to him?
I just told you, belief is based on reasoning.
But reasoning is based on being truthful.
What reason?
In order to be reasonable, you have to accept the truth. You have to be truthful. So
Before you go to Muhammad, before you go to hold on. Before you go to Muhammad, there's God. Is it unreasonable to believe God exists?
No, I don't. I'm not talking about God because I don't. There's lots of gods.
No. Because now you're not going to the source. No. You're not going to the source. You're going to the messenger. You need to go to the source.
Because there's lots of gods. There's lots of gods. I'm talking about your
No.
God.
I'm not talking about lots of gods. No.
Krishna. Let's talk about Krishna. Do you know anything
I'm
about
saying. No. Wait. Hold on. I'm saying you don't believe in scripture, right?
I don't believe in your God. I don't believe.
Okay,
in
good.
your
No.
God.
So which God do you believe in?
I don't believe in anyone's God, but I don't believe in your God too. So
so wait, hold on. So put scripture to the side. Hold on. So put scripture to the side. Tell me why it's unreasonable to believe in God.
Because I don't care about who's God. You have to tell me God.
It's not about who's God.
No, there is.
It's a general question. It's a general question. Tell me. Okay, let me put it this way. Why is it unreasonable to believe in a creator of the universe?
3B. You see, this is what we discussed just earlier on.
You can't answer the question.
No, because we were talking about deistic gods and theistic gods. You see, you're talking about a deistic God. I don't care about a deistic God because a deistic God doesn't do miracles. A deistic God doesn't turn water into wine, doesn't tell women to wear hijabs, doesn't tell men to eat kosher meat, kosher food. It doesn't care about those things. A deistic God isn't what I'm interested in. I'm interested in your God because your God tells people to do things. And so I'm only interested in your God when it comes down to that level.
Yeah, I know. Banksy. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. That's the scripture. That's when you go to the scripture. That's stage 2. I'm talking about stage 1. I'm talking about stage 1.
I'll accept your stage 1.
No, it's very relevant. It's very relevant.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Here's my gift to you. I accept that there was a creator of the universe. Now what?
There was or there is?
There was, whatever. There is a creator of the universe. Okay, I will grant you that for this debate. But then what?
No. That's not how you have a sincere. That's not how you have a sincere discussion. That's not how you have a sincere.
I am for the sake of the debate. It's called common ground. I will give you the common ground of I will accept there is a creator of this universe for the purposes of this debate. Now, what is that creator? Who is that creator? What does that creator do? Now you have to define for me the next level. Is it your God? Is it the God of the Hindus? Is it God of the Sikhs?
I can only tell you my beliefs in God. I'm not a Hindu.
So now we're talking about Allah. We're not talking about Vishnu. We're not talking about Thor.
Okay.
About Loki. We're talking about Allah. Now that's your God. Now, who told you about that God?
My parents.
No, who told your parents about that God?
I'm assuming their parents.
Dude, this is absurd. Can we get to the root of who told all of the ancestors about that God, about Allah? Who was the progenitor of the idea of Allah and God and as a God?
The Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad.
Okay. Why do you believe what he said to be true?
Because I've read his works.
Okay. Those works, why do you believe that those works are true? What has proven to you that those pieces of work are not lies, they are absolutely truthful, and that they're not fabricated, they're not being deceitful? What has convinced you of these things?
The Quran.
Yes, what in the Quran?
Everything about the Quran.
Everything. Just everything. Just that's it. There's nothing specific. Can we get down to a specific?
No, the whole Quran is amazing.
The whole Quran is just amazing. That's it. That's your conclusion. So you have convinced yourself that the whole Quran is amazing, and that's it. That's all you need to know.
It blows away all the other religious books that we have today. It just blows them out the way.
How is it that then there are so many other religious books and there are so many followers of so many other religions? In fact, Christianity is far bigger than the Quran. There is.
Yeah, I mean, misguidance is a reality.
But the fact is that if you have the truth, you can show everyone that truth, right? And everyone.
How would you like me? Hold on. So how would you? Hold on. So how would you like me to show it to you?
Well, this is the thing. This is about objective truth. You see, if I have a blue car, I don't have to tell you I have a blue car and you just have to believe it. I can demonstrate it to you, and I can demonstrate it to 100 people, and they will all agree my car is blue. Now,
I know, but religion doesn't work that way. Religion doesn't work that way.
Religion doesn't work that. Why doesn't religion work that way?
Because religion is not a car.
Well, why? Why isn't it? Why isn't it like everything else in the world? If I tell you that I can fly, you will ask me to jump off a roof or to try to take off from the ground. If I tell you I saw a flying pig going past my window, what would your answer be to that? Would you just believe it because it's my belief?
I know, but I've never claimed to have seen God.
No. I claim I saw a flying pig. Would you now?
What's that got to do with God? What's that got to do with God?
I'm talking about faith. We're talking about belief, right? Would you?
That's not a belief. That's not a belief. If you've seen something, you know it to be true.
No, I'm making the claim that I saw a flying pig. Are you now going to have belief in that claim?
If I know you well, yeah, I'll believe you.
So that's it. You just simply believe me because I said so.
Yeah, I have no reason not to believe you. If I know you well and you're my friend, I'll believe you, yeah.
Okay. You know Muhammad then?
No, I trust him.
But you never met him?
I know, I never claimed to have.
So why would you just trust someone you never met in your life?
Because that's the whole point of trust.
No, it isn't.
You trust something.
Okay, what is the evidence for believing Muhammad?
Why would you trust something? Why would you trust something you have evidence? That doesn't make sense.
What do you mean? You only trust things I have evidence in. When I lock the door of my house, I trust that door works because I've tested it. I've put it through rigorous testing.
You don't.
That door lock is locked.
Exactly. You don't need to trust it. You don't need to trust it if you know it works. There's no need for trust there.
No. Of course it is. Trust is it's a downstream from testing, from experimentation, from knowledge. I trust something because I have knowledge of its previously of how it does.
You only trust something when you're not sure if something is going to if something is going to happen or not.
No, dude, you trust something because you've tested it. You don't trust it, but you can. That is known as blind trust or blind faith, where you believe in something that you haven't tested. Do you believe?
Yeah, it's not blind. Yeah, it's not. We have the Quran, so it's not blind.
No, it is blind because you've never spoken to Muhammad. You've never sat down and have a conversation with him. You don't know who that man is. You don't know really whether he's a liar or whether he's a truthful person.
I never claimed to. I never claimed to.
But why would you trust someone that you don't know?
Because he's the messenger of God.
Who said?
The Quran.
But who brought the Quran?
The Prophet.
So you realize the circular argument here.
Well, you're not attacking the argument. You're just saying it's circular. You're not attacking what I'm saying.
Dude, you didn't realize the path you just took. You didn't realize the circle that you just went round. You said I
was just answering your question.
You said you believe Muhammad because Muhammad told you that he's truthful in the Quran, who he himself brought.
No, I never said that.
Yes, that's what you just said.
No, I never said. I never. When did I say?
Let's start from the top. Why do you believe Muhammad?
Why do I believe Muhammad?
Why do you believe Muhammad is truthful a truthful person?
Because God says so.
Where did God say so?
In the Quran.
Who brought the Quran?
God.
No. Who brought the
Well,
Quran?
Who sent? God sent the Quran. It's His words. He sent it down.
Who?
Huh?
Who did God send the Quran through?
Through the angel Jibril.
And then?
And then it came to the Prophet.
And so who brought the Quran to you? And to the Sahaba?
The Prophet brought it to them.
So this man who you say is truthful is a man who brought a book who in the book says I'm truthful. You do realize
it doesn't say it doesn't say I'm truthful in the book. You're just making up stuff and then trying to laugh at it.
Okay, I'm trying to tell you, how do you know?
I said to you,
know?
What do you?
I'm trying to ask you. I'm asking you a simple question. How do you know Muhammad is a truthful person?
I never claimed to know. Why are you asking me? I never claimed to know.
Well, do you believe Muhammad is a truthful person?
Yeah, it's a belief. I'm not claiming to know. It's two different things.
Why do you believe it?
It makes sense to me.
Why?
I just told you why. It makes sense to me.
How did you come to the knowledge? How did you attain the knowledge that Muhammad is truthful?
The Quran.
Exactly. We're back on the same fucking merry-go-round. Who brought the Quran? Who brought the Quran?
So where else would I have got the information about the Prophet if it wasn't the Quran?
Dude, I'm trying to show you as simple.
I know. You're not understanding my question. Where else would I have got the information about the Prophet if it wasn't the Quran?
So don't you realize that this is a problem? This is a problem.
No, it's not a problem at all. It's not a problem at all. It's not.
Unfortunately,
because in your head, you want to ascertain how I know something, right?
Yes, but what I mean is
exactly. But I'm not claiming to know anything.
No. How do you ascertain that it is reasonable for you to believe that Muhammad is a truthful person? And you just gave me a circular argument. What you just said is called a circular argument.
No. You asked me for a reason, right?
Dude,
I'm not making an argument. It's not an argument.
It's not an argument. It's not.
Do you know the difference between an argument and a reason?
I'm not claiming that you're making an argument. You are going.
You just did.
No. Look, you're saying that you believe Muhammad is a truthful person, and the only way you know that he's a truthful person is written in the Quran, and that the Quran was given to you by Muhammad. So
no. The Quran came from God. It didn't come from Muhammad. It came from God.
But you believe that. But the only person that told you that was Muhammad. God didn't tell you that the Quran came from God. Muhammad told you that God gave him the Quran.
So what's your point?
So you're believing Muhammad. You're not believing God.
Again. Part of Islam, part of the testimony is to believe that he's a messenger.
Yes, but what I'm trying to tell you is God has never told you that he gave you the Quran.
I never claimed that he did.
No, but you're saying the book came from God. But
of course, initially.
So who told you? Who told you that God?
Do you know what a belief is?
Dude, you're completely off the page. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to.
You're saying to me, hold on. I'm telling you it's a belief, and then you're going on and saying God didn't tell you.
Not about a belief.
That's direct experience. There's a difference between a belief and direct experience. So what are you talking about? Did I claim to have direct experience with God?
You're saying that you believe that the book, the Quran, came from God.
So why do you keep saying you haven't had direct? God hasn't told you anything. Who's claiming that? Who's claiming that?
I'm trying to give you. Dude, you're going off the tangent. I'm trying to tell you that Muhammad is the person that's telling you that God gave you that.
I believe in the Prophet Muhammad. Yes, I believe in the Prophet Muhammad.
Exactly. And why do you believe he's a truthful person?
Yo,
I have no
this
reason.
is
I have
going
no
in
reason
circle,
to think he's a
man.
liar.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Banksy? What's up?
Hey, what's up, Mohammed? Hey, here's a Mohammed.
How are you, man? Yeah, man. It's been a while, man. I haven't talked to you. I haven't talked to you in a while, Banksy.
How's it going, man? How's it going? This is good.
I don't think you remember me, but Banksy, you got to be a little sincere, man.
What? Why am I being unsincere? At which point have I been unsincere?
He doesn't know the
Man,
difference between knowledge
you
and
know,
belief.
everyone has their own beliefs, right, Banksy?
Dude,
You know,
dude, I'm not saying he doesn't. He doesn't have his belief. I'm trying to let him know where he got those beliefs from and who he got them from, and does he trust the source? And he's just giving me a circular argument about he believes Muhammad because the Quran says Muhammad is truthful, and the Quran came from Muhammad, and he doesn't recognize
yeah,
that
but
circle. He doesn't recognize.
Yeah, but this is
If I
but this is
whatever,
but
you
this is
know, let him
but this
believe
is
in
the
what
thing.
he wants to
But
believe.
this is the thing.
Hold
But
up,
this is the thing.
3V.
But this is the thing. The Quran in the time of the Prophet Muhammad was challenged to the Arabs at that time to produce, even now, to produce something like it. The Prophet couldn't read and write. So why would I believe that he wrote it?
Who told you that the Prophet couldn't read and write?
It's in the text.
Yo,
It's in whose text? Which text?
yo, everyone, just relax, just calm down, man. Just take a
It's
chill
fine,
pill
it's
and
fine.
just
Look,
fuck.
I have to go out and do some
I
shopping.
see, I see
me
why
who told
Veli
me. I'm
like
telling you where the
tripped out on
information
this.
is.
That's fine. That's fine. 3B. Unfortunately, 3B. I think there's
Look, let me tell you guys something. You know, we're all human beings. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we all have our own beliefs. We can believe in whatever we want, right?
What
So we have to
Banksy
respect
wants to
that.
do, he wants me to go back in time and meet the Prophet.
no. Well, actually, that would be the best way. Wouldn't that be the best way to actually ascertain if it's a truthful person?
Unfortunately,
No, but-
we live in reality. You know, we don't live in a dream world.
I don't know.
No, but
dude.
honestly, the truth is, you know, we're all fucked up. You know, well, I'm not trying to be, but
Yeah, I know.
you know,
I know.
but truthfully, is we should be like taking care of one each other and be sincere to each other. But we're just
Look,
all fucked up.
Mohammed, I was trying to be absolutely sincere, and I am sincere. This is the questions I asked myself many years ago. These are the circular arguments.
But Banksy, but Banksy, the same arguments could be put to you. How do you know scientific claims are true?
Because we have evidence, because cars work, because televisions work. Because
No. I'm not talking about cars. I'm talking about stuff you've. Okay, hold on. Have you ever read something that you believed in that you don't have evidence for?
No, not really.
Oh, so you haven't read any scientific journal that you believe in?
No, I've read a lot of scientific journals that I believe in that there are evidence
Exactly. You know, but you don't have the evidence.
No, I there are evidence. There's plenty of evidence.
No. Don't say there are. Do you have the evidence?
I have some of the evidence. I have evidence, for example. I mean, what claim? I mean, as I said, science works literally.
No, yo, Banksy, I wasn't laughing at you. I wasn't even.
Banksy, again, you're proving my point. You're proving my point. You've read books. Hold on, you've read books that you don't have evidence for, and you believe it.
No, I have evidence, but depends on what books and what evidence. What are you talking about? How I've read engineering books and I have a car engine in front of me.
No, so I don't know what you believe in. No, don't tell me about stuff. No, don't tell me about stuff you've experienced. I want you to tell me why. I want you to tell me why you believe in something that you don't have evidence for.
Well, it all depends. You haven't even given me an example so that I can show you that.
No. I'm not the one that's supposed to give you the example because you just said, yes, you have read stuff that you believe in, which you don't have evidence for.
No, I didn't. I said I have read stuff that I believe that and have evidence for. I don't believe in.
So every scientific claim you've read, you have the evidence for it.
Not every scientific claim I've ever read. I just every one that I believe to be true. I can give you evidence for it. Yes.
Oh, so you can give me the evidence.
I can give you evidence for those.
In what form? In what form will this evidence be? Just the words on a paper?
It all depends on what it is that you want. Do you want medical? Are we talking about biology? Are we talking about thermonuclear physics? Are we talking about engineering? There is a lot of different sciences out there, dude. There is a lot of science. science are you talking about?
Okay.
And we can go down that road and show you the evidence for that thing.
I don't
grab
know. You tell me what you believe.
Hold
Tell
on,
me the
Banksy,
things
one
you
second.
believe in. Just
Freebie.
tell me the things you believe in. That's it.
Freebie, 1 second, bro. Banksy, can I ask you a question? I'm only on for like 30 seconds, yeah?
I don't really talk to you, James.
I know, but don't address me with the answer. Address anybody else you want, yeah? What do you feel about women's rights in Iran?
I'm sorry, I don't really talk to you.
Yo, James Jones. I heard you've been going to the gym lately.
I mean, anyone feel free to answer that. What do you
James
guys feel
Jones, I
about
heard you've been
women's
going to
rights
the gym lately.
Like, how do you?
Why? What are the? That's a very broad question. You need to break down what are the rights.
That's it. Sorry, I'll just hit the troll. Fuck you, Banksy.
That's why I don't talk to James Jones, because he's a dick. I mean, 3B, the conversation we're having right now, it is 100% product of science. If it wasn't for the scientific method, we would not have this conversation. It would be
No. I'm not. No. I'm not talking about stuff we can experience. Me and you can. I'm not talking about mobile phones. I'm not talking about cars. I'm not talking about aeroplanes.
Okay, but
I'm
3B,
talking about. I'm talking about the scientific. I'm talking about the scientific claims that you have not seen the evidence for that you believe in.
Well, again, you have to tell me which one.
Okay.
I don't believe in anything.
Okay. Have you taken the DNA evidence of your mother?
No. I mean, how do you mean the DNA evidence of my mother? Do I know that I had DNA?
Did you check the DNA of your mother?
No, I've never checked the DNA.
Okay. So, do you believe that the mother that you call mother is your biological mother? Do you believe that?
Yes, I have reasonable, because we have similarities in facial features.
Okay. Why do you believe that with no evidence?
No, I do have evidence. Its evidence is the facial features and the markers in our physiology. In my physiology, I have similarities to my mother. So I have.
She could be someone. She could be someone that looks like your biological mother.
No, I don't. I mean, as I said, it's all about levels of evidence. You see, it's like the evidence is like a set of steps. You go down one by one, and you get higher and higher and higher. Now, I have first couple of steps of evidence of my mother. I have pictures of my when I was a baby. I have pictures of my mother holding me in the cradle, and
that could have been a woman. That could have been a woman that adopted you. That could have been a woman that adopted you.
Actual attributes which are similar to my mother's. So I have reasonable, evidence to say that is my biological mother. Now,
so why is it when it comes to religion, you want us to go all the way back and bring you the person?
Again, 3B. As I said, steps. If I want to go, if I don't believe that this is my real mother, I will then go up to the next step, and I will take a DNA sample from my mother, and I'll take it to a DNA lab and have a DNA test done, because I've developed doubts whether this is my mother. But I will not take that step unless I have those doubts. When it comes to religion, I have doubts, and I've started with first step. Is this really true? Then that's
the second step. No. Going to religion. Going to religion and into scripture is the second step. As an atheist, you need to come to the conclusion whether a creator exists.
Well, that's what I mean. I started with the first step of, you see, the thing is, when it comes to religion, when it comes to Islam, I was raised in that environment. So I was indoctrinated into it. Then I started to look into the religion, and I realized, okay, this religion is unsatisfactory to me. I don't find it to be truthful, and so I went back. In fact, one step before the religion, and looked into the possibility of this deity, this God existing, even Allah. Because I was convinced Allah doesn't exist, but does a deistic God exist? Now, I am still not convinced that the universe requires a deistic God. So I still don't believe even there is a deistic God in this universe, because the evidence is not satisfactory to me.
But we're not talking about evidence. We're talking about reasons.
No,
we're talking about reasons.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. These reasons. I looked at the various different, scientists who look into physics and astronomy and so on and so forth, and those scientists and their work and their discoveries have given me reasonable pause to think that I don't think there is a necessity for
Yeah,
this.
if you never tested those discoveries, how do you know it's true?
Well, this is the thing. This is where my, if you like.
So this is where your beliefs come in. This is where your beliefs come in.
It's not a belief. It's not that I believe that there is no God. I just simply don't think that there is one, and I have no reason, and no one's giving me any greater evidence to believe that there is one. And even if
No. But if you're saying you don't believe there's a God, you need to first give us the reason why you don't believe there's a God.
Well, this is what I'm saying. When I looked at things like the books of Lawrence Krauss.
No. Bro, Banksy, forget scripture and books for now. Just use your plain reasoning.
Yeah, Maverick.
Yeah. So Banksy, put books and scripture to the side. Use your own reasoning. Why do you think? Shut up, Maverick, stop interrupting. Shut up, man. Stop interrupting. So using your own, reasoning.
Bro, we're on a panel.
Maverick,
we're all
shut up,
human
man.
beings. We're all brothers. We don't need to abuse each other. We're gonna disagree.
Yeah, Maverick,
but
stop
we don't
interrupting.
need to
Maverick,
abuse,
stop
you know what I mean?
interrupting. Maverick, stop interrupting. Banksy, put scripture. Maverick, keep quiet. Ahmed, keep quiet. Keep quiet, man. Keep quiet. Banksy, using your own reasoning, why do you believe God doesn't exist?
Well, this is the thing, 3B. My reasoning has derived from the things that I have learned. The reason I make certain decisions in life is because of my life's experiences and the books and the things that I've learned and seen. So my reason is combined. It's not a separate thing. It's not that I can separate my reasoning from everything that I know. So these things are entwined. They're like a tapestry. And so
yeah, but you don't believe in those things anymore. You don't believe in those things anymore.
No. The things that I believed in when I was a child, when it came to Islam, and the things that I've read. I'm not picking on anyone. I'm trying to just have an honest conversation. I'm just trying to be honest with you guys as much as I know how. I'm not trying to catch anyone out.
Banksy, you can't use those justifications if you don't believe in them anymore.
No. I'm not saying I can use them. I'm just saying that this is an accumulation of my knowledge of what I know about the world, and that has led me to
man.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me say something, man. 1 minute, please. Hey, Banksy, I see you keep going on God, but how could you come to that conclusion without rejecting the supposed scriptures that supposed God has sent?
I don't know what you're talking about. Where are you on this conversation? I mean, you're gonna have to explain this.
Okay, cool. In order for you to come that there could potentially be a deistic God, you would have to reject what people consider to be a scripture from that supposed God.
No,
you cannot
don't
just
have
assume
to
deism is a default.
I don't assume anything. I just don't
claim. No, but
look, I don't believe in a deistic God. I don't believe in a theistic God or a deistic God.
I know, but you keep listen. Let's deal with one point at a time, because you're making so many different positions. Let's just deal with each and every single position.
Okay, which position you want?
Deism is not finished, please. Is not a default position. Deism is a claim. The claim is that has not sent any scripture. In order for you to make, you would have to prove why the things that people say is scripture, as a matter of fact, is not. You would have to.
Okay, I don't make that claim.
Assume deism is an acceptable position.
Sure, I don't make that claim because I don't believe there's a deistic God.
Okay, cool. So I will never hear you talk about deism again, because you've been talking. You've been saying, these Muslims they talk about is a. Let me finish. You've been saying that these Muslims all they talk about, all they prove is the deistic God. That's a claim. You cannot claim that.
No, I can claim that they talk about a deistic God because they do talk about a deistic God, but I don't
See,
believe
that's you
that
just made the claim right there.
theistic. No, I'm not making a claim. They make those
You
claims.
did.
They are the ones who make the claims that there is a deistic God.
No, no,
I'm
no, no.
simply saying
They
that is what they're doing.
no.
Maverick, I'm not
claim,
saying there is a
or
deistic God.
we Banksy, we claim that there is a God. That's what we claim. We do not claim whether it's
Yes.
we don't claim a theistic claim or deist as of yet. Claim that a God is a necessity for this universe.
No. When you make
particular
no,
scripture that we
Maverick,
possess,
Maverick.
let me finish, Banksy. Banksy, civil man. And then we claim
You're
that this
breaking up
particular
bad.
scripture that we possess, huh? Hello.
You're breaking up. That's why I couldn't really hear you. Okay, it's good now.
Okay,
Go.
Can you hear me now? Okay, cool.
Yeah, go.
I was saying that what we do is we claim that there is a God. We claim that there is a creator. We claim that that is a necessity for this universe to exist. From there on, we need to prove whether it's a deistic God or whether it's a theistic God. You cannot just assume by default that because you proved a God and you do not go further and prove that it's a theistic God, by definition, the default position is a deistic God. You cannot assume that because both theism and
Maverick, hold
theism.
there.
Let me finish.
Maverick.
Let me
No.
just
But
finish.
stop there.
Let me
Because
finish.
if you put a pin in that one, put a pin in that, and then we'll go further down from that. When you say that there is a necessity for the creator of this universe, that is a deistic claim. That's a claim of deism.
No, it's not a deistic claim because a deist is a specific God that does not send any scriptures. To say that is a claim, Banksy. Come on, you know this, Banksy.
No, but when you say that there must be a necessity for the creator of the universe, that is a deistic claim. Then you come further down,
No,
River.
it's just a God.
Yeah, but that's God is a deistic
It's
God.
just a God. No.
Yeah, that's that's a deist.
God,
That's
Banksy.
no.
Banksy,
Do you understand what a
God,
deism is?
I do understand what deistic. I don't think you do because listen to Banksy. God does not equal deist or a theist. A God is simply a God.
No,
whether it's
no,
a
it
theist
doesn't.
or
A God
Banksy,
is.
can I finish, bro? Banksy, can I finish?
Go on.
Are you all right, mate?
No, because you're making your premise is false from the beginning.
Banksy, if you just be quiet for 1 minute, you're gonna have your chance to speak.
Sure.
All right?
Go.
As I was saying, whether that supposed God is a theistic God or a deistic God depends upon the acceptance of a scripture or the rejection of a scripture. That's what it depends on. So unless you can reject scripture, you cannot claim deism, and unless you can prove scripture, you cannot claim theism. A God doesn't equal neither of the two until you ascertain those 2 points. Over to you.
Okay, your very beginning premise is incorrect. You think that when you say that a God is just a God, and that there is no when you say there's a God, that is deism. You start with deism.
Does deism mean does not send scripture or not, Banksy?
No. Deism has nothing to do with scripture. Deism has to do with the
Of course
creator.
it does.
No, it doesn't. It has to do with
Google it, Banksy.
Dude, I'm literally looking at here's a definition of the dictionary definition.
Go ahead, read it. Read it, Banksy.
Noun: belief in existence of God on the evidence of reason and natural nature only, with rejection of scriptural revelation.
What was I saying to you all this time? You just read it. What was I saying to you all this time? Rejection of scripture equals deism.
Yeah,
you can't have deism without
God
rejection of scripture.
Belief in a God who created the world but has since remained indifference to it. So when you say God,
that's a claim.
When you say God,
hear what you just said. Hear what you just said, Banksy. Banksy, listen. You just said has since remained indifferent to his creation. That's a claim, Banksy. Do you understand?
No. That's
a claim.
What do you mean that's a claim? That's not a claim. That is the definition of a deistic God.
No, I understand that.
They're not claiming anything. They're saying that in
to,
order for the universe to have a creator, that you have to start with deism. You have to start with
no,
God
Banksy,
is initially theistic.
Oh my God, Banksy!
You're saying that
did
it
you not
has
just
to be
read? Did
indifference.
you, Banksy? Did you just read? Did not does not what's it called again? Has not since engaged with his creation. Did you read that yourself or not?
Yes. Has since
How can you
remained
prove that he has
indifferent
not engaged?
to it.
Okay, how can you prove? You just said it yourself. Now, what you need to do for you to say that is you need to prove that that God has not engaged with his creation. Until then, you cannot claim deism. Do you not understand?
But no, but that's what I don't claim anything. I don't even believe in that God.
Then don't speak of deism. Then,
No,
okay,
but
all right, you
Muslims
don't claim
and other
anything.
no, but religious people say that there has to be a creator.
No. Listen, no. No Muslim or Christian deism. You try to use deism as some sort of as some sort of a slap on theism. But at the end of the day, you need to prove deism. You cannot just you cannannot just by default assume that deism is the default position of a god.
Then. So you simply
it
claim
equals,
that there is a God
deism
created
deism equals Banks. There's only two of us and we're still talking over each other. It's pathetic. You speak. Go ahead. Let me know when I can speak.
He said, you're saying that when a Muslim says there is a creator of the universe, he's not talking about deism. He is talking about a creator, which later on then had interference and did things to its creation, gave scriptures, prophets, etc., etc. So when a Muslim or a Christian says there is a creator of the universe, they're not saying that this creator doesn't have any, is indifference to its creation. It is it does interact with its creation, and that's fine. But when you start off saying there is a creator of the universe, that still invokes, because what they try to do, they try to prove a indifference God. They try to prove that there is a God to begin with.
They have not proved. They have not. Banksy, can you at least not resort to lying? Can you at least do that?
Okay, fine.
No one has proved. No, listen, Banksy. No one, not a single individual, has claimed that that this is an indifferent God. No one has. However, what you can say is, okay, the arguments people make is for the possibility of a creator. However, they have not proved that that creator has indeed sent them scripture. That's an argument. But you cannot throw deism without you proving that the supposed scripture, you can reject it. You have to prove that you can reject scripture in order for you to even use the word deism.
Okay.
You cannot use deism without proving rejection.
I accept that premise. I accept that the only time you can say that a Muslim is arguing for deism is when they say that this God rejects any scripture and is indifferent to its creation. So that's the only time that they're
That is
arguing
literally the
for
definition of deism.
Okay, then. So they're not arguing deism. They're just saying there is an initial creator. And if you can accept that there is a creator, then they will then come downstream and say, okay, now that creator gave me the Quran, or that creator gave
There you go.
Fine.
There you go. That's what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, but that's just as fine for me. It doesn't matter because I reject all of them anyway.
No,
so
I understand that it's fine for
whether they come down. And in fact, I prefer it. But it is Muslims that start with that sort of creator and an indifference type of arguments quite often, where they kind of give you this intangible You have to accept that there is a creator of the universe, and then they may or may not go downstream to whether it's Allah or Jesus or whatever.
When it comes to the downstreaming, okay, Banksy, when it comes to the downstreaming, when they go into the scripture and say, look, we believe that God has sent this scripture, that is your playfield. That is what
Sorry, dude, you're
supposed
broke up.
to go. It's
No,
not the case.
Go back.
They go in
Maverick, you broke up.
into the scripture. Hello, can you hear me?
Maverick, I missed a big chunk of what you said. Downstreaming. Start from downstreaming.
Hear me now.
Maverick, I can hear you now. Start from downstreaming. So when it comes to downstreaming, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. When it comes down to them proving that their particular scripture has indeed come from their God, that is where you're supposed to go. You're wrong because of this and that and that. Doesn't make sense. That's where you can do anything you want when they go into that. But until then, you cannot just dismiss it and say it's deism.
No, fine, fair enough. You actually, if you're specifically saying the only time you can talk about that you can claim that a Muslim or a Christian is talking about deism is when they are saying that there is a God.
There's too many people on the there's too many people on the panel that I can't hear you when too many people comes. So we'll talk again later.
Okay, but I accept your premise. Sorry, guys, I have to jump because I've got to actually go shopping now. Thank you for everyone. Although I do like Black Telect, you have a very kooky take on your religion, but it is only your religion. You know that you're not actually following Islam; you're just following Black Telect's version.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
You're just following the Black Telect, the Islam of Black Telect. There is no other version of that.
We'll see. We'll see. I hear what you're saying, though. But at least you admitted that Ahmed was correct on what he was saying, because
Yeah. I mean, based on the dictionary definition, I think I was using deism in a wrong place, where they were just simply proposing there is a creator of the universe, and then they will come downstream to which particular creator that they're talking about, which is fine, because I want Muslims to talk about Allah. I don't want Muslims to talk about Yahweh, Vishnu, Krishna, Thor. I want them to talk about their God, because I'm only interested in their God. But the thing is, they never do. They always stay at that top level of, well, there's a creator of the universe, and they just want you to accept that level, not that creator is Allah or that creator is Jesus. So for me, I think it's a better position if the Muslims and the Christians and so on and so forth actually talk about their particular God rather than just a God, Well,
this is, I mean, if you look at it, though, you start off with the basic position of a source. I like to use the word source because as soon as you say creator, you've biased it in some way. So if you've got a deist, they will talk about a source. So those people that don't believe in the deism type of thing has a creator. The source governs all of them. Do you get me? So now you're getting down to, well, we're not deists. We believe this supreme being has interaction with its creation and it is a creator, etc. And then we have other attributes and so on, which narrow it down to not being like the one of the Jews, the Christians, Hindus, etc. So it's sort of like, I mean, I think Ahmed would be one that can do that pretty easily, to be honest. Yeah, that's not difficult, really. So
how do you mean Ahmed could do what?
He could narrow it down, meaning he could use the Quran to clearly show that.
It's Allah that
we're talking about Allah, not the Christian God, not the Jewish God or Hindu God. Do you know what I'm saying? There might be similarities, but obviously Allah cannot become his own son and all of that kind of stuff.
Well, this is actually, God, I don't have time. I've got to go. I don't want to get in this, but one thing you said a long time ago was that God can't create another God. God can't create another one of itself.
Allah, yeah.
And I did post in text, human beings are capable of cloning other human beings, and yet you're saying your God can't actually clone itself, which is begging, really. It's kind of telling.
No, because you can't be the first and the original and unique. And you yourself, because we can clone other human beings, but what human beings can't do is recreate that exact person, because that exact person was born a specific day, they had specific parents, and so on.
No, you don't realize. You realize what cloning is? Cloning is an identical copy of that other human being. They don't have a parents. They don't have two genes.
But this is what I'm saying. So
one genetics.
No, but that's my point. When you're talking about Allah creating another Allah, that's where the comparison, your comparison of cloning human beings is not a comparison. By you saying, well, human beings can clone other human beings.
I mean, that's just, I'm just saying that there's the capabilities that human beings have. You seem to think that Allah doesn't have, which is of actually creating another identical person. But actually, in nature, mitosis has been a thing for decades, for forever, for millennia.
No, but that's what I'm saying. If someone's beyond that because they don't need to, you would never need to. This is my point. If a human being, the reason why human beings get to do these things or meiosis or whatever happens is because there's part of necessity. So meiosis would help the thing regenerate and populate.
Well,
What's
it's
the word?
bacteria.
Reproduce.
Bacteria just
Yeah.
simply clones itself. It just simply duplicates. It splits apart effectively. And actually, worms, I think flatworms do it as well. They don't have reproductive systems. They simply duplicate.
The flatworms are awesome. Like, I read about them a few years ago. I always wanted to catch them. Do you know what I mean?
You know, literally, there are creatures on this planet that split themselves apart and create another one of
They
themselves.
were created by. Imagine. Sorry, they were created by Allah. This is what I'm saying to you. Allah's beyond that.
Able to do that. Is he
Huh?
unable or is he unwilling?
It's beyond him. So
Why is
how
it
can I
beyond?
put it? It's like, for instance, if we said to you, I'm not trying to be offensive when I say this, but if I said to you to marry a donkey or a goat, you are capable of doing it, but you wouldn't do it because that's not your nature. Do you see what I'm saying?
You're saying
So I'm saying
he's unwilling, not on.
No, but I'm saying in relation to number one, the unwillingness or whatever is out of his thing, but also by very definition of who he is. If you're the source, you're the original, and so on, then how can you have two originals? It doesn't exist. You can't have two uniques.
No, but you don't have two uniques. You see, I think you personally, I think you guys think of God very differently. Muslims have a very narrow band of God. I don't actually. If I would think about God, I wouldn't think of God in that narrow sort of sense. I think it's probably part of the anthropomorphic nature of what you've created your God to be. I think Christians think of it like this. I don't see God as an entity like human beings, of course, and I see it as more like a field of energy, a ball of energy, if you like. If you want to, somehow have a mental concept, imagine a ball of gas. Now, just like a human being, I can cut off my toenail, I can cut off my toe. I haven't created a whole of myself, but I have created part of myself. I've actually, and in fact, if you clone another human being from my cell, I can donate a cell from my body, clone another human being. It's not me, but it is part of me. It is an extension of me. And so that's how I see Christians and their Trinity and their God, is that God didn't create another God. God simply gave a piece of itself, just like it had done to create everything. Because I don't believe, if there is a God, that God actually created the creation that we know from if in this concept of absolute nothing, from thin air. He didn't bring it out of magic. What it did was it created everything from the only thing it had, which was itself. So
I understand that argument.
From God. And it's part of God, and it is an extension of God. And so for God to simply send another slightly more special part of itself. So God created the universe, let's say, from toenails, but it actually gave its little finger to bring down Jesus. So it is still the same element as all the rest, but it is a slightly special portion of God. So he gave a kidney to mankind, if you will. And so Jesus is just a kidney of God rather than the whole of God, or not even, as I said, but of course, this is I'm trying to anthropomorphize it in order to get people's imagination going, but it is simply a facet of God. It's not the whole God, and it isn't a demigod. It isn't external from God. It's all part of the same globule.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I mean, I've gone into this very in so much depth before. Obviously, I converted to Islam, and while I've converted, obviously, you may be aware that what you're saying, there are Sufis and others that believe that. There are some that believe that God is manifested in them, and there's all kinds of different interpretations in regards to theology. But I'm saying a lot of it is generally speculation, isn't it? So you can say the whole lot is speculation. I mean, the very concept of God existing in himself is human speculation. But at the very least, it's consistent with logic, reason, and rationality that there is a source. And I think logically we can deduce also that whatever the source is, it's very complex. And humans, can go round in circles trying to come up with in-depth explanations.
I don't know about the complex part. I think that on to God. I don't think necessarily.
No, the
God
source. Let's deal with the source, because I notice when you like hear the word Allah and God, your head becomes a bit all over the place.
Sure. I mean, the source of everything. I don't think it has to be complex in any shape or form. I think actually, as we found with evolution, is that things actually emerge. Complex things seem to emerge from simple things, and in fact, the simplest life forms tend to be the most robust and the most powerful. So there's a plethora of life on this planet, multi-celled life, that have come and gone through the the eons. Extinctions happen all the time. Bacteria has been around from day one. They haven't gone anywhere, and they haven't really had to change that much, although they do evolve. So the simpler lives seem to hang around a hell of a lot more than the complex ones. So I don't see God necessarily, or at least the source, necessarily having to be complex. In fact, I think it's just simple energy, if anything. But again, I don't really believe there's a anthropomorphic or intelligent source. I just think that it's simple energy, and it's probably waves if you go with string and M theory.
No, but you see that doesn't even contradict some other people's beliefs in regards to Allah. Except the problem is when you say energy, what do you mean? Because a lot of people misunderstand energy when they talk about it. So what you say?
Well, I mean, how would you put it? Energy manifests itself in so many ways: heat, electricity. I mean, it's really. I guess I don't really have a singular concept of energy. I only know energy by its effects, which is
no. But I'm saying you mentioned in regards to the source being an energy, whatever waves or whatever. So, can you explain that in relation to a source?
This is the problem. I mean, as I said, the way we see energy, we see it in its effects. It as a heat, electricity, what else? I don't know. Radio waves. These are all forms of energy.
No. Listen. I'm saying you're talking about the source, right? You're demanding when we talk about God. We you've given us a big breakdown, if you like, on God and took part of himself and his toenails and all of that. Now, when I'm talking about energy as a source, you're running to electricity. I'm
saying those are the effects of the energy.
No, we understand that. I'm talking about the source, source of the universe being energy. Right.
Well, I mean, this universe, if we take the Big Bang model, then it is the whole of the universe, incredibly condensed at the time of the Big Bang, and then since then we've had the big expansion, if you will, and so that energy that was stored, tremendous amount of energy that was stored in that initial singularity, is just expanding across this universe as we know it. Anything beyond that, I simply don't know. I mean, everything else I just have to make up from whatever movies I've watched in regards to just science fiction. I mean, it's all fiction at that point. It's just my fictional manifestations or ideas. They're not anything rooted in any type of evidence. I could just give you all sorts of things. I don't know. The Tinkerbell made it all at this point, because I honestly don't know. The only thing I can tell you is to the point of singularity. That's it. That's energy. That is the core. The only source of energy and the single point of energy that I can scientifically.
Let me get this right. You've heard from people it's energy, whether scientists or whatever, and then you're sort of repeating that without you even understanding how that even works.
Well, it's not that I've heard it. It's the fact that the Big Bang model is the
big up NJF Killer. Not sure who you are. What are you, Sunni Muslim, Shia Muslim? Because I think Veli asked me if Muslim. Yeah. What I'm saying is you've heard about the models that are there.
Well, it's the most proven and working model that all scientists work off. Is that the Big Bang model is how this universe came to be.
And it makes sense. But I'm saying, have you not read about people that say, well, that is basically what religious texts are saying, but in a more metaphoric sense? Have you not come across that?
No, not really. I mean, I don't.
Really?
I don't know. I mean, it all depends on which ones. I mean, I've seen some Buddhist stuff, but not really anything from any other religion. But then I haven't really looked into the Sufis and stuff in Islam, because I don't really look into Islam that much, or even the, I don't know, are there metaphorical, sort of philosophical versions of
I
Christianity?
understand. I mean, from your perspective, I've seen more, you're more dealing with the practicality and what people say and manifest that affects people's lives. So I understand it probably isn't an inquiry you would make for you to know what Islam's really saying or the variations. But I do think when it comes to debating theology, I think if anyone's going to debate theology hard in a real way of coming against it, I think they need to know some of the different ways that people approach the same thing.
Okay. So how have they, from your experiences, your things, how have they defined this energy?
Not necessarily energy in that sense, like the source. So, for instance, they relate the Big Bang to Allah saying "Kun, fayakun, be and it is," and from there that projection or progression. So you've heard of the emanation concept, yeah?
No, sorry.
Okay, so there's an emanation concept from it's ancient Egypt, Greece, all of these areas. So there's basically they draw concentric circles to say, well, the center is God, and the next one is a stage out, next stage, all the way down. And they use like the model of things like the 7 heavens down to the 4 elements. Do you get what I'm saying? All of that, and they give their symbolic explanation of how the one God emanated light, which manifested into the realm we're living in today. Do you get what I'm saying? So they do have these theories, and if you look in history, this is actually where modern science got it from. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
modern science got what, the Big Bang model?
Well, their sort of start to science, if you like,
from the emanation model.
From that type of concept of God being the original source, and everything sort of comes from there. Do you know what I mean? Because what I'm saying is, you wouldn't get that from the Trinitarian God. Just think about it. You would never get the idea, the science today, from the concept of God having a son. That really, makes him like a human being. If you go along with the concept, let's say that that Muslims have, you can kind of work. People have started to say he was energy.
Yeah, but why couldn't God manifest itself as a human being?
Why what?
Why couldn't God manifest itself as a human being?
No, even if you say God has manifested itself as a human being, I'm saying why an individual human being, and why that individual only to that people? That would be the problem. There'd be so many problems with that kind of thing.
But why not?
Because I'm saying it doesn't make sense.
Why?
Because the source, the person themselves, is not aware of it. Like, how can the God who manifests himself on earth not be aware of that? Well, like, for instance, here's an example. Here's an example. In Krishna's story, Krishna makes it very clear that he is the manifestation of God, right? According to their story. Jesus is making God a clear distinction between him and God's better and all of this stuff. So it clearly doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Well, look, okay, I'll give you that, because I think that Jesus being God is a later creation of the Christian faith than the original story. I think it's something that came about later on. Just like the devil, by the way. You do know that the devil is a creation of Christianity. There was no devil in the Old Testament. There is no devil in Judaism. Judaism, in fact, doesn't even have a heaven or hell set up. So these are not the creation of Judaism. These are creations of the heaven and hell concept, the devil, all of that, Lucifer, Satan. That's all from Christianity upwards. It's downstream from Christianity. None of that is. In fact, if you even look at ancient religions like the Greeks, they had Hades, but that wasn't hell. Hades wasn't hell. Hades was where the dead went, but it wasn't hell. It wasn't a punishment.
So what about in ancient Egypt?
Person went. Same with Egyptians. They didn't have a heaven and hell. They had the underworld. But
and what happened?
Well, I mean, the dead would have to. I mean, there was this thing where they had to buy themselves into. I guess that there was an afterlife type of a scenario, but again, it wasn't. There was no devil, there was no angels, there was none of those sort of things going on, and the bargaining. I mean, I guess they had like, as I say, you could buy yourself into heaven, which was a weird concept, and this is why all the pharaohs buried themselves with their treasures, and in fact some of their servants. But either way, they had, they didn't this as we know heaven and hell, and then from Christianity down to Islam, this is a Christian creation. This is not ancient religions creation. They had other sort of maybe similar concepts, but the very one that we follow, or the ones that we all recognize, are Christian in essence. But as far as the Son of God thing is concerned, I do agree with you that the Christians do have a sort of, they're trying to put a round, a square block in a round circle, in a round hole, or trying to squeeze Jesus into into being a deity. I think that is just their exaggeration of hero worship, personally, but I still don't have a problem if they ignore most of the time when Jesus was talking to God and praying to God and asking God not to kill him. If you just kind of brush over that and pretend that didn't happen, God coming to earth as a human being, I can get that. I get that concept. I get that, the reasons why a deity would do that, the reasons why the deity would try to give this particular human being as an example of behavior, because I think that, first and foremost, I think if there is truly a creator of the universe, its form and shape and concept would be unfathomable. This is why God never came as in any shape. God presented itself as a burning bush to Moses. God presented itself. God only spoke through Gabriel to Jesus, because I think God is unfathomable to us as a human being, and our brains will probably explode if we try to.
That's what the religions actually say, and that's more or less what Allah means itself. The word Allah, because it comes from the root word, or the contraction of the word al-ilah, and ilah meaning small g, if you like, which comes from alaha, which means the unknowable, to wonder, to be astonished. So essentially that's what Allah means anyway.
So I mean, in that sense, God recognized the fact that it is unfathomable to us. So in order for us to be able to have any kind of association, because God didn't care about having a relationship with Moses. God just simply dictated to Moses what the laws are to be and what his people should do. So God came as a burning bush because God wasn't interested in a relationship. God came to God gave a second-hand message to Muhammad. God didn't even give Muhammad the credit that he gave to Moses to come as a burning bush. God just told Gabriel, "Oh yeah, go tell this guy this stuff," and Gabriel just like paid the message.
In the Hebrew tradition, the burning bush was an angel, or an angel was in the burning bush. So you'll sometimes see that in imagery, that the Jews will draw an imagery of an angel there.
Yeah, but the thing is, God spoke to Moses. God literally said, "I am." So God actually felt, or Yahweh felt.
But here's the problem. You're missing out the fact that when the prophet went up in the Isra, it's essentially saying that, as some Sufis are saying, that he became one with Allah. That's the bit you're missing, because it says two bows length. Like, this is why it was asked the question, did you see your Lord? And in this time, any conversation was supposed to be one-on-one. Do you get what I'm saying? But I hear in general the revelation, with Moses was supposed to be one-on-one all the time. But I hear what you're saying.
And it seems that with Muhammad it was through angels, or an angel, but with Jesus, this is the difference between both of these three characters. With Jesus, I feel that if we were to accept, and by the way, I am accepting a whole load of shit that I don't believe in. I just want to make that caveat very well clear, that all of this crap that I'm talking, I don't believe any of it. But I'm just simply going off the fact that if I were to take the Christian position, my thoughts are on this, is that at that stage of human evolution, the deity Yahweh felt that it is the right time for it to have a actual relationship with these human beings, with these creations that are
But that's
of it.
the problem. If you look at this is what they say, but when you actually read the text, that's not the case at all. He didn't have much of a relationship, especially he didn't have much of a relationship with non-Jews. In fact, his own Jews, he was calling the scribes and Sadducees and Pharisees, he was calling them vipers and snakes and all kind of stuff. So we can't even present some special relationship with mankind. You can say he came to his own people with an intention of saving them from these things, but
Exactly. So he came with an intention to have that physical connection to human beings. So it had to manifest itself in a way that human beings.
But that's not what the person himself is saying, though. That's the problem.
I know. And as I said, I told you. What are you messing? What are you fucking with the fantasy for? I just told you have to brush right over the other shit. you have to ignore all that other stuff that Jesus was like doing, like asking God, please don't let him do this to me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to fucking go through this, God.
Yes.
Yeah,
there you go.
All of those conversations that God was having. I mean, it's like, I mean, they can't even deny it. I mean, it's fucking, they made like 12 movies about Jesus and the Passion of the Christ. There's a whole moment where he's actually going to God, look, I'm kind of shit scared here. I really don't want to do this. I know you kind of want me to be crucified, but I kind of don't want to. It's gonna hurt like hell.
I think a lot of people stopped believing in Jesus being God when they saw that movie.
Well, the thing is, when you have those, when you have those, and that's the official canonized story. So you can't really just, but Christians kind of do brush over that. Those who want to really believe Jesus is God. So if you are to completely ignore all that and totally buy wholesale into the whole Jesus is God thing, you're from my understanding, your philosophical root is God wanted to have an interpersonal, it wanted to know what it is to be human, not just to create human, but to be human. And so it went through all the levels of being human, being developing inside a human body.
But he didn't know really, because he didn't get married. You think about it.
No, but marriage isn't an essential part of
being. Hold on. Listen. Well, having relations with a woman is almost like, I mean, I'm glad in Islam it's half your religion, but it's part of life. Like it literally, boy, if you don't have
that's not God in the sense that it wants to live a full, complete human life. It knows that it is going to get crucified because it knows it has to give
but then it doesn't make sense, because if this God wants to come down and experience human life, it must get married to experience all the goods and bads of a woman, right? You know what I mean? It just
the thing is, impregnating Mary in order to actually be born as a human being. First of all, this does not involve sexual intercourse. This is God can simply
So when he's born, he's got the genitalia of a male, right? And if we're coming from that angle, that he allegedly wants to experience the world as a human experiences it and all that, then one of the main things that we're going to find in life, if you look at men particularly the amount of stuff we do that centers around getting nookie, brothers, it's like a major part of life.
Again, Jesus come here with that intent. Jesus did not even have possibly
what did he come here for?
Say, because you're seeing that he's identical to a man, and I'm saying no,
but I'm just saying if he came here to experience, like for instance, why would you come all the way here to just give a message that anyone else can do, and then dying on the cross? There's loads of people that have died on the cross anyway, so it was a waste of time.
I think you're missing a lot of the stuff in there.
No, but think about it. The sons of God. Hold on. The sons of God. It says saw the daughters of men and took them to wives. All of them that chose. That even they was like, wow, like these gal got some booties. They got some chests. They got.
Which one are you talking about? Who's sons of God?
I'm saying in the Old Testament, it says, and the sons of God saw the daughters of men. And that they were attractive and took them to wife all those that they chose, and born unto these women were giants. Right now, the rest of that story,
that's like demigods. gods. You're talking about demigods. You're talking about Prometheus and Hercules and
no, but I'm saying even if, but this is what my point is that even them want, you know, to feel to get the female thing.
That's clearly that descends from the Greeks and Roman and even Egyptian philosophies. Demigods had sex with earthling women. God, Zeus himself used to come and impregnate women all the time because
this is where it comes from. Think about it. Isn't it interesting how the Romans were ruling? The Hebrews never knew about the concept of God coming to earth. But then all of a sudden, when the Romans have got control of the Judaic religion and scriptures and so on, all of a sudden, Jesus becomes something other than what he himself is saying.
The thing is, in order for Christians, you see, this is the problem that Christians face. In order for Christians to be consistent with their monotheism, they have to say that God became man, because if they say Jesus is God, because even from the Muslim perspective, you still have to accept, if you believe that God impregnated Mary and Mary was, you know, a virgin when she had Jesus, then that means God impregnated Mary, not Joseph. And if that's the case, then Jesus is a demigod. You have to accept.
No, because here's the bit you have to look at, is that the Christians have made it a big thing, like the kun fire kun, the be and you are, but everything, the cockroach, the ant, the flipping, everything exists because of that same word. However, he came about differently, but the source is the same. So it's the same.
What was the male DNA that was given to Jesus, to Mary's egg, in order to impregnate her?
Well, Mary's got a father, isn't she? So she's
no. What fertilized the egg within Mary in order for Mary? Which is what? God just zapping her with his finger. I mean,
it's special words, man. Come on, bro. It's powerful words.
Look, if Joseph has not contributed to Jesus's DNA code, then the only other male DNA that could have been given to Mary was directly from God. Thus,
but it may not be DNA based. This is what I'm saying. What you have to remember is, if you check the DNA of Sunnis, they don't have human DNA, but it looks human, right? They have DNAs of cockroach and everything else. So you have to remember, sometimes DNA does not manifest in what it really is. So he might have only Mary's DNA, but he himself is a male. That's what I'm saying. So, you know, DNA could be non-gender. It could be.
No, the thing is, God can't go outside of biology, and if God goes outside of biology, which he clearly did in the case of Mary, and you guys, even as Muslims, have to accept this. You accept that Jesus was born a miraculous birth and Mary was a virgin, all that. So you accept all of those premises, and if you accept that, then that means God directly impregnated Mary, meaning that Jesus is a demigod at the very least.
No, because you're not getting the point. When anyone gets pregnant, it's still said that Allah said kun fayakun. That's the bit you're missing.
What is this kun fayakun? What does that mean?
Be and it is. So it's saying that
says to everything that's created, you are it. You are created, right?
The souls, for instance, come from God as well. He's the one that places them in there. So you could say that about everything. That's what I'm saying. So trust me, it becomes pretty deep. It does become on and on.
How did Jesus?
Oh, come on, guys, come on.
You know what, Banksy? I you know what? I've done so much debating with Christians, so that would just give me a headache. But since we've got the Rajanator and my brother Ezra Adair on the show.
Hey, Banksy, have you become Christian? I've just been hearing you be like.
Yeah, no,
I'm
still manic for the Christian position. Or I'm playing devil's advocate for the Christian position. Look, it was just me and Isa. Just playing.
Big up, my brother.
Where's my big up, man? Where's my big up? Oh my God, Ezra just like. Blank me, man. Blank me. I'll big up Ezra as well, man.
Yo, listen, Raj, you can't keep away from the G block.
Yeah, I know. I'm actually feeling very. What it is, yeah, I have to look. I'm gonna be honest. It's the only place where I actually feel like I'm less hated by the Sunni Muslims, yeah, because they really hate you guys, yeah. So you got Isa on there, yeah. Then you have Ultra and you lot, yeah. You make me look like a saint. So to Isa, you've got to change that title instead of the Sunni rat, yeah. To my Sunni brothers, the sisters in the chat, I'm here to save you guys from the big bad.
No. What you have to remember is, Raj, Sunnis enslave black people. Yeah?
No, I'm here to protect them. They're very weak and fragile. They can't take criticism. They cower with a little seat goes up to them. They're like, oh, that seat's bullying us.
You're actually right. You're actually right, bro. They are very.
I wanted to ask you something still. Yeah. Like, through your research through the years, yeah, have you ever seen a quote where Malcolm X claims that he's a Sunni himself?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen that. But he says orthodox. But my whole point is not really that he was a Sunni in and of himself. I'm saying if you don't know anything really and you don't think the differences are that big, yeah. So when you jump into this,
is that me breaking up on you?
You're actually researching. Do you now make the distinction yourself? Do you get me? So, for instance, if somebody says this is how Muslims pray, and you start praying, you and yourself do not know you're praying a Sunni way or a Shia way. You're just praying. Do you get what I'm saying? Because no one's told you yet this is a Sunni way to pray and the Shia way to pray. You just think I'm a Muslim, and when I went to Mecca, I mean, if you go to Mecca and people are all doing it, you're not really going to bloody argue, are you? Who are you? You just joined it. But I'm going to deal with Shaka on that too. But bro,
guys, I'm out of here. Big up everyone.
Take care, man. Stay calm, Banks. Yeah. Stay calm.
Non-Banks is good. Man, but anyway, I said like there's pictures of him going to different countries, yeah, like Sudan and that, I think, yeah, where he's meeting different black leaders of Islam too. So on his pilgrimage, he didn't just go to Mecca. You know what I'm saying? People make it out like he just went to Mecca.
He traveled over several countries in Africa. But what I'm saying is they were mainly political talks. Like you don't have the whole masses. Like there's nothing of him giving big speeches or having debates. His was mainly black politics, bro. That was generally, black nationalism and black politics. Those when he went to these places. Do you get me? So it wasn't.
But when I think about Malcolm X, I always think that the Sunni Muslims kind of embrace him as his. I don't know why, but I've always assumed he was a Sunni Muslim. Is he? I don't know what he is, I just assumed he was.
No. You know what? I've got to deal with this with Shakira as well.
Like this is what the dude like they call the NOI Kafirs, yeah. But then they'll quickly accept Muhammad Ali. You know what I'm saying? They'll never call him a Kafir. Mm. It's just crazy, fam. You know what I'm saying?
No, but Muhammad Ali converted to Orthodox Islam, so to speak, didn't he? So that's why I say that. But what does my head in is that Malcolm X was, you could say, if you wanted to look at after he left, you've got more on what he said about black nationalism than you have about his version of Islam. Do you get me? Like you have hardly anything. Do you see what I'm saying? He left them. I can't see any quotes.
You're still learning, that's why.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying, how can you then use him? Like bare people can go to him for black nationalism or pro-blackness and look at Malcolm's words, even when he was in the Nation of Islam and even till he left. But then you can't find his teachings when he left in relation to his opinion of that fatwa or that verse in the Quran or this or that. Do you see what I'm saying? You ain't got that. So yeah, bro. Shakira's gonna get that work, bro. So yeah, Shakira's.
So what are you debating on now?
No, it's basically I'm basically saying Pan-Afro-Coonism is what we're seeing today. What was it? Let me see. I can't remember.
Oh, that word though. You're gonna have to stop using that word because then people start thinking they can use it. I didn't realize how.
No, this is black versus. This is black.
Okay, fair enough, man. But I didn't realize how. I've never used the word, obviously, but I've heard it. But it's only until yesterday when I researched it that I realized how offensive it is. I didn't realize it had such a long history and all that kind of stuff. I didn't even really know what it meant, to be honest. I thought it meant sellout. But it's
we made it mean sellout.
You get me? But it's a racial. It's a racial version of the word sellout.
Yeah, no, it's a caricature of a sellout, kind of like a dumb person, like a black person or something like that, and it's like a bad. It's like a derogatory caricature.
Ezra, I want to ask you a question here. I haven't been watching this guy. I don't even know whether to call him your guy or whatever. Yeah, but Coon Spec. I haven't seen his videos and things. But has he made a video? Yeah, going into detail about how these finger batty sodomites have that as their culture.
God.
Nah.
Okay.
I won't keep up as much as I used to, but I ain't seen none of that stuff. Like,
Well,
I'll never mention stuff.
But not slave master. You get what I'm saying?
I have seen one thing.
Exactly.
He hasn't banned out Sir Faz. If I said what he said,
That's
yeah,
what I'm saying,
I'll be cool. Like, he'll be doing like months of shows about calling me a racist. That guy's a goddamn hypocrite, man. Stay like at the end of the day, Sir Faz is not black. He was told that word.
I said it's right. Pork back thing. It would have went, man. It would have went ham, bro. Get me, like.
Yeah.
And
Can you imagine what he would have done with me? Asian guy saying that word, yeah, and tightening it. He would have went freaking.
Raj, let me make my position clear, Raj. Yeah, my position's this year. If black people are doing things in this country, and white racists or white people end up hating us for what we're doing, then that's something. But if Asian Sunnis and other people do something and they don't like them for their thing, then don't bring us in on that. Don't pretend like because Sunnis can go and have their little crazy thing that they're doing with them youths or whatever else they're doing, that because those people that don't like them, they also must hate us as well because amongst them are racists. Do you get me? So
Yeah,
I don't like.
Issa, me and you are in a very similar situation. Yeah, like I'm not Muslim and I'm not Pakistani and I'm not Bengali and I'm not Indian Muslim. I'm a Sikh Punjabi. My community, yeah, although a lot of them don't like me. Sorry about that, guys. I know a lot of them don't like me. I'm not part of that other community, so you can't call me a sellout. I'm not selling out anyone. They're not my community. When they say
it to you,
when I say they're not part of my community and I'm against this, I'm against that, I'm not going against my community because they're not my community.
No, Raj. Their allegation allegedly is this, yeah, that the racists, because they're saying Tommy Robinson the racist, right? So they're saying because you align yourself with him, Tommy Robinson's group are against your Sikhs as well.
I personally don't. All right, first of all, I'm not aligned with Tommy Robinson or anyone anymore. I'm going independent, but I still don't believe him himself. I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm independent. I'm not saying the group. Yeah, like there weren't people within the group that probably hated me as much as I hated anybody else. But I think Tommy Robinson and the core kind of group didn't. Yeah, and that's the people that I knew on a personal level, and I personally will still stick to my guns that he wasn't racist. He wasn't against the Sikhs or anything. Do I think he said some stupid things? Yeah, damn right. I mean, some of the stuff is like, some of it was racist in its kind of language. I don't believe he was a racist because I've heard people say racist stuff and they're not necessarily racist themselves. So I'm independent now. So what can you do, man? I'm just going to do my own thing. But you know what it's like. Look, the Shias get a hard time because I think you've got the worst of all because you're actually within the community. And you're also abused by them more than anyone else. That's why I say the biggest Islamophobes are Sunni Muslims. I'm sorry, man. The biggest Islamophobes are Sunni Muslims. They will keep on tearing apart the Shias and other communities within their group. Yeah.
No, I hear that. I mean, my whole point is this, yeah, that when I've been telling black people that Sunnism is anti-black and they're sneaky and lying, you know, Coon Spec has convinced all of these black people that no, Issa's trying to bring you into a Sunni Shia thing. And I'm saying, no, it's an anti-black thing that they've got. And I'm black. Do you see what I mean? And they're realizing now that Coon Spec was lying to them. Do you get what I'm saying? Because Coon Spec will lie for them and twist for them. And, you know what I mean?
The funny thing is about it is like, the thing is there in the text, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? Like, but because they're so selective with it, yeah, like, they just brush it off. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
The hadith.
Yeah,
Bro, I mean, not even just the hadith. What you have to remember is what are these people's views on Libya and the history of their slavery of us? Like, I'm saying what should be happening is when Pakistani Sunnis come on to talk about this thing, when they're talking about EDL and Tommy Robinson, tell us about Sunni Pakistani anti-black racism or anti-dark skinism in Pakistan now, like in your community. Don't tell me about this man with us. You could do that in your own place, but when you come with us, I want to know what you lot are saying about us. Don't tell me about them. We know about them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Like, come on, man. Like, we understand the way. Yeah, like them. You get it. Like you can't. You're preaching to the choir when you come and tell us about the West, innit? But what I'm saying is, tell us about what's going on over there. Get me? Exact same things going on over there. Yeah. That's probably.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do one thing here. I knew that I was gonna
up on that book, like talk about the West. So my thing.
Well, no. You give him some credit, man. Like he said something that is like really important. You know, under Islamic slave trade, they feed you, they give you socks, and they let you sit on a chair. I mean, they even let you watch TV. That is an amazing form of slavery.
What's this?
Islamic slavery that allows people.
Hey,
Ezra, watch this here.
Give thanks for the chapati. Give me.
I like chapati, bro. I like chapati. But here, what you say? No, trust me, I love, bruv. Some of my brethren when I was younger, we went to their yard, bruv. Their mum could cook for blind, but they come up with one bowl with chicken curry, the next one with lamb curry, and another salad and some yogurt, chapati, bruv. Trust me, bruv.
Hey, Isa, can I ask you a question? There's an allegation that you're.
That's how you tell Muslim ready. You got your food, did it?
The way to Islam is my belly.
Isa, there's an allegation. Look, I'm going to say something like.
You got you, bro. They got you.
There's an allegation. Oh, so there's an allegation that the reason why you're so anti-Sunni is because you got rejected by a woman. Obviously, every time you're anti something, like they say, I got rejected by a Pakistani woman. They'll say that. But it's always that. Like if someone's kind of criticizing Sunni Islam, it's always that we got rejected by a woman. That's why we're doing it. Is there any truth to that?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, no, it came from Sumaya, the retarded so-called Somali.
No, don't say that about Sumaya, man. Come on, man.
No, she's disgusting, bruv. She's a terrorist, bruv. She was bigging up the ISIS midget and what's his name, Omar. Yeah, she was bigging him up, bruv. I'm telling you. And she done a show. She deleted it, but she done a show. And in it, she was saying, well, if black means to come with this history and this and that, then I'm not black then. She deleted it, bruv, trust me. The thing she was saying.
When was that?
I don't know, it's a couple of months ago, right? But then she said something in the chat like yesterday or the other day about the same thing, about blacks this and something to do with Veli. I think the day when they done something on Veli's channel, they done a whole show on his channel. Like she came up in here, I think, and made a comment like that. Sumaya's nasty. But then she made up a thing saying, what was it? In fact, Coonspec done a whole show. This is a slander again. And I don't really care, bro. He's an idiot. You know what I mean? But he done a show saying that, I don't like Sunnis and I converted to Shia or something like that because a Sunni Somali girl rejected me. And he said, well, whoever she is, get in touch and this stuff. And to be honest, I found it quite funny. Do you know what I mean? Because like that's a childish little retard thing. And
can you see how him saying that? Even I'm questioning you now. Like this is the problem with the guy. He'll chuck stuff out there.
But are you seriously thinking that though?
No, I don't know. Look, Isa, you're a bit of a nutcase. I don't know what you get.
With all my research,
I don't know what you do in your spare time. You might be like, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. So I meet you up like you're in real life, and you're even more crazy in real life. So I don't know what you're getting up to. So
listen.
I don't know.
Right, let me make something very clear to you.
I don't know.
When it comes to women, that's a great weakness for most black men, and I can speak from Africa.
Most men.
There's very rare, right? I don't know many Afro-Caribbean men where like a woman becomes the major problem. Like we always see it as well. There's more. You know when they say plenty fish in the sea? We sort of like have nets anyway. Like even in the Caribbean, we go with nets to catch fish. Like with us in general, we normally use nets to catch women. Like we generally have a backup somewhere. It's just I'm not trying to be rude, but unfortunately,
there's nothing wrong with that, man.
I'm just saying. So there ain't gonna be no woman to make me change my religion, fam. That's
I agree. I can't imagine you doing that. But
and I'm not gonna, bruv, trust me. Think about it like this, Just think of the logic. If there was a woman who was a Sunni who rejected me, why would I hate all Sunnis? I'll just get another Sunni, right? Or I get a Shia. Like, do you know what I mean? What does that have to do with Abu Bakr and Umar and Uthman? Like, do you know what I mean? If anything, then I'd hate Somalis, innit?
No, but they do this all the time. They've done it with Uncle Asif. You know Uncle Asif, the part they said that his daughter's ran off with a Pakistani guy.
Oh, I see what you mean. So it's a pattern.
So they done it with me as well. They said the reason why I'm so thingy is because my cousin who was groomed, but wasn't groomed, but she ran off with a Pakistani guy. So even sometimes they say to me, like when they say, "Oh, I've got jilted by a Pakistani woman." So it's always the same thing. They make it into a female thing because a lot of men are weak, though. You know that.
Brother, no. We might be weak to the temptation, but man's not gonna go mad on the world because of a woman.
What Tan did? Because of the Tan, he's lost his goddamn mind.
Why?
You know what's happening?
He's Chinese, brother. I'm black, brother. You can't talk about the Chinese man. You know what I mean? Them man has spread all kind of coronavirus around
like
the
how
world.
you saying, Isa, when you're saying, what I'm saying, you're an intelligent black man, yeah. I see you as an intelligent black man, yeah. And you were saying, like, basically, God can't come to earth and all of these things, yeah? And I'm saying, like, fam, like, do you honestly believe, that the creator of the universe, the Almighty, Most High, doesn't have the power or the ability to come to earth if he so pleases? Do you believe that?
I would say this is the problem with the question. I mean, you have to remember when I'm talking, I think you missed how we started that conversation and how we got onto that, which was relating to creation itself, right? The concepts of God. So when you're asking me that question, there's another angle. So in relation to your question, do I think Allah can come to earth? I would say, I mean, the problem is I can't answer that question without going into my concept that I don't talk about.
Forget what we've learned now.
I can give you this. Let me see. How would I put it? You see, essentially the Quran is kind of saying that because when it says that Allah breathed his spirit into man, some people understand that to mean that is God in man. So when Isa says, "You are gods, all of you children of the Most High God," it's essentially saying that. And therefore, in that sense, that certain other people like prophets would therefore be more walking God, if you like. So for instance, there's a hadith in Sunni books. It says there be those who do not.
No, but Isa, 1 second. Let's go bit by bit. So if Allah breathed his spirit into man, that means his spirit was unearthing it.
Yeah.
Or
not past tense is, yeah. So he's still doing it now.
No, but I think what he's trying to say is
basically,
is
Allah's spirit Allah? 1 sec. Is Allah's spirit Allah then? Or is it something else?
That's the question. I mean, Salafis say that Allah created these spirits, so they're possession, not him. I would say it's extremely deep, and you need super minds to go into it.
Yeah, but one minute. So,
1 second, man, please.
Man, come on.
Go on.
Let me just say it's a quick thing. So when it comes to this situation, I'm not Christian, obviously. If I believe Jesus was God, I would be Christian. But could God be anything and do anything? Yes. If he wanted to become a man, he could do it. If you truly believe God is, that God is the creator, he could do. It'd be easy for him to become a man. It'd be like just nothing to him.
You get that, But all I'm asking is, he says, like, I'm not asking about what is learned. I'm asking about the conscience. That spirit that the Most High put in him. What does that spirit say? Do you believe, that the Most High can come to earth? Forget the books. Forget the Bible. Like your own mind, what does your own mind say, fam? Like, that's all I want to know. And the second question is, if not, how come Isa is called the spirit and the word of Allah? It's not just called the Kalam, it's called the spirit of Allah too. You get me? So,
all right, I mean, that goes, that's easy to explain, because how it works is, because other prophets, like you could say the same about Prophet Muhammad and so on. The reason why they've got these kalam or these titles, if you like, is because of their specific job. So in saying that, you could say, well, Isa's not called Kalim Allah, where Musa is, and he spoke directly to Allah. So why isn't Isa called that? They're saying he's the word of Allah, meaning the word manifest, but everything else is the word manifest as well. Do you get me? But there's something specific to do with the job.
How come nobody else is called, in the Quran? How come nobody else is given the title of the word of Allah? Like specifically Isa, yeah, it's called the Word and the Spirit of Allah. Like you either believe it or you don't. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
no, I hear what you're
don't
saying.
philosophize.
No, I totally get what you're saying. But my point is, it's within the paradigm of that. It's not like it's like it doesn't mean anything beyond. Well, he's the word of, because you could say the same about others. The reason why he's got that title is because number one, his unique way of being created. Number one, and number two is because of the word which he used and his wiping, where he done his miracles. It's not saying, or it's not linked to him being the God itself. Do you see what I mean? I think you're linking it to the fact God is the word, and then go on.
Doesn't the Quran say that he's closer than your jugular vein? Yeah. So like, how is that possible? How is that possible?
Bro, listen, you're trying to get me to talk about things which I don't even talk about with certain brethren that I know, bro. Like, this is a joke. You're funny still. You're funny. No, I hear what you're saying. It's deep, though. It's deep. See, the problem is, no, but this is the thing, Ezra, if I say certain things to you, I know what you're like. You'll bring that back up and say, yeah, but you said this the other day, and Ray says when I'm talking to some Sunni or something, you get me? It's not
Read the truth, man. Just let out the truth. Don't worry about this and that.
Let the truth. Listen to this, man. You know? I mean, let me see. So your point is, can Allah come to? Oh boy.
Yeah, go holler the scholars. Go holler the scholars car right now. That's sounding mad. Allah's close to the vein, but it can't come to earth. Like,
yeah, I heard it all the time at Speakers Corner. Ezra, 1 minute. Ezra, stop this now, man. Let the Sikh talk, man. Is this some kind of anti-Sikh stuff? Some kind of anti-Sikh stuff going on. No. I heard this all the time at Speakers Corner. Oh God, how did God come to earth? I'm like, if you know God can create the universe and all these planets and everything around you, this is nothing for him to do if he wanted to. No, I'm not saying I believe he did. If he wanted to, well, I mean, why is it such a difficult thing to fathom? I don't get it. You hear it all the time. How did he come to earth? He had to go toilet. He had to do this, and he's testing himself. Then wasn't he?
Right. For me, this makes sense. Like he sent how much prophets before that? Yeah. Like for a little bit. You get me? Went back to go and worshipping idols and Allahs and Buddhas and all these other things. You get me? Yeah. So it keeps reoccurring theme through the comes. We listen for a bit, then we go off again. Another prophet comes, we listen, go off again. The Most High sent He's in flesh, to come and show men as a man. You get me? You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. So Ezra, what is Lady Speed? Did she? No, I hear what you're saying, Ezra. But the problem with that is when the Messiah is saying, by the finger of God, I do these works, I can of my own self do nothing. Yeah, God in himself never says that. He never says, I can't do anything without Jesus. Or I can't do anything without the Holy Spirit. You know what I'm saying? So
you know what it is? What you have to understand, he's bound by. So obviously he has limitations because he's an actual human. You know what I'm saying, fam? So think about Rob said. I mean, Bob, you get me? He's not gonna come to earth and become a blood clot atheist, fam. You get me? He's gonna show them as a man how to worship. The more say the only, they'll say. He's gonna come and correct the
No, but this is the misnomer. You not saying God. No, but this is my point. But then you lot are saying when he raising the dead to life, all of a sudden the reason he could do it is because he's God. Then when he's got limitation and contradictions, then you're saying, well, he's just a man. That's what I'm saying. So I mean, there's bare problems.
No, I'm saying the word of God. No, but you know what it is? I'm saying the word of God is the thing that that's the bit that's the movement and it. That's what comes to earth, and you know what I'm saying. So it's basically, you know how you say Allah has all these attributes, 99 attributes or whatever. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, the most look at it as a trinity and seeing 3 different gods. Look at it as one God, 3 different attributes. One of them is word that can come to earth, that can do it. You get me? Because it's the word. Yeah. That's what creates things. Yeah. Then there's the Spirit, which he puts on people, to profess his words and that, you know what I'm saying, bro? So Just look at it as one God with 3 different attributes, yeah, and 3 different
No, but I'm
manifestations.
saying, what was the purpose? Like, there's nothing. For instance, there's nothing special like that. He changed. Like, he didn't come and do nothing big. That's so out there. Like, wow. Like, you know what I mean?
No, what he did do something out there. That's why the Israelites, what you have to understand is every single prophet came and spoke about the Messiah to come. Every one of them, bro, yeah, has got a prophecy about him to come. So I'm saying Israelites from ancient days, every single empire coming right the way down, every single prophet, yeah, all the people at all the different times were aware of this Messiah to come. This is why, yeah, when he was born, yeah, there was singing. Like it says in that verse that Muslims like to talk about, yeah, and it says, oh, they will be singing a new song in Kedar, you get me? Because the Israelites have heard the news of this Messiah that they've been hearing about in their scriptures, and he's born now. So, yes,
I'll be honest, yeah.
happy.
Let me explain something to you. I told a Muslim Hebrew Israelite this year, and he sort of like, when he heard it, he weren't happy, brother. And basically, yeah, because he's more from the Sunni line, but he's not a proper Sunni, right? But he's definitely identified pure, proper with a Hebrew Israelite in his lineage from Nigeria, right? And this has happened to several other brothers. I mentioned this too, right? So they're all black, right? And they're Hebrew Israelite Muslims and Sunnified. They're not like, they don't really argue on behalf of Sunnis. They just know that I ban out Sunnism, right? So when I said to them, bro, that one of the reasons why Sunnis promote the Sahaba was to push out the role of Bani Israel when they converted to Islam. In other words, they remember when the Quran says, Ya Bani Israel, remember my favor on you, Dada. Brother, it's not talking to space or thin air. It's not talking to pagan Arabs or Christians. You get me? Or even Yahud.
I believe, that Queen Muhammad. Yeah, the one that you guys are talking about, the black one, the Shia one, you're talking about, follow the alphabet, follow the bloodline, follow my family. One second, sir. I'm saying, like, there's one that's talking about follow my bloodline, my family, the Ahlul Bayt, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's dealing with a bloodline. And then there's one is just on some next thing, you know what I'm saying? So the earliest part in his revelation, what's going on? He's going back to the Arabia, and what is he teaching? Oh, children of Israel, this, oh, children of Israel, that. It's all about the children of Israel at the start. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and then I believe that one gets killed, you get me? And then later, a new Muhammad arises. This is the one that conquered Medina. And
conspiracy theories, bro. You make me laugh. I hear what you're saying. You have to remember, though, I've really studied the Quran. And the thing is, the problem I have right now is I can't even say a lot of the things like you would I tell you, it's like this, yeah. The children of Israel still have a major role to play in this story. You get me? So, and because I know that, yeah, I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? Me just chilling. Because boy, when I see my brothers in America, although some of them are wayward, I'm like, boy, I see Wagwan. You get me? I'm saying the Quran is talking about all of these different things. And when I look at the Quran and the Torah and the Injil as a collective and what they're saying, I'm like, wow, like these lot really have these things in place. Do you know what I mean? So it's, and this is, see, for me, yeah, I don't really like to deal with faith in that sense. But when the evidence of these connective things are undeniable, then there's nothing else to do. Like you know, like let me see, if you see a man, I don't know, lift 600 kg, and then somebody says, let me see you lift 400 kg, because you've seen him, Ezra, with your own eyes lift 3 times 600 kg. Then when you hear he's going to lift 400, there's no doubt in your mind he can lift a 400 or 300. So it's kind of like that. When I see the Most High in these various situations, even in my own life, obviously we know that when we look at certain situations, it's like, boy, the Most High interfered there. He got involved. You get me? It's like, yeah. And then some other times we're getting licks because of the disrespect. You know what I mean? So, boy, or we got warnings.
So is it that all 3 of us are theists then, isn't it? Because where's all the atheists that were they shook? Where are they? How are they really? They're running scared, man.
What's Chemo saying about me running? He's always one trick pony, no Sunni cussing, he's cooked. Council of Nice is why don't go run yourself a bath, bro? But you know what I mean? You stink, bro. Even in the chat, you stink.
What did you call toilet brush the other day?
What do you say, Raj?
Yeah, Mohib. I call Mohib toilet brush. We call him toilet brush. What did you call him the other day?
What, the
Half
unevolved,
monkey
the missing
creature?
link from evolution, the hairy little monkey or something?
No, you said
He's not-
half evolved creature monkey or something like that. And I agree with you. He does look like he's the lost link. A little.
No, but bruv, you don't get it. They're sneaky. They come up into our people's community, bruv, and pretend they support. All they support is whatever supports them. So they're always using us for their agenda, bruv, and that's it. Because notice how they don't care. It's these people.
In that sense, I think like the Sikhs are the same in that sense, fam. Yeah,
No, I'm putting them all together, bruv. It's not like I'm putting. Listen, I'm putting them all together. But what my point is, in general, to be honest, yeah, I don't see the Sikhs making that link. Because, for instance, Sikhism is more of a cultural Indian thing.
No,
Listen, let me finish. Let me finish. Raj, let me finish. Come back to me in a minute, man. Let me finish and then come back. Hold on. Because I'm saying, whenever somebody is, let's say, a Pakistani Sunni, he knows when he's in England, there's going to be Nigerians in his masjid, there's going to be Caribbeans in there, there's going to be whites. You get me? But when you go to the Gurdwara, it's not. You're not generally going to have the head man, the imam of your Gurdwara, or the big man being of different color than you lot. You get me?
Yeah, I would say this year that with the I agree that Sikhism, although we do have converts, black, white, or all of this kind of stuff. What it is that we don't have this fixation on kind of like we have these like when I see with them Sunni Muslims, they're always going up Bilal and they're trying to convert black people. Like for us, we don't care, anyone's welcome. But I do see a concerted effort to try and get black converts from the Sunni Muslim side. And once they go over, unfortunately, what happens is like it's same with the Punjabi. So I'll give you an example. I'm a Punjabi, like big arts, yeah. Now we can have a link here on the Punjabi thing. But what I realize is that when Muslims become religious, they lose all of their cultural background. So if you're Jamaican, you're not Jamaican no more. You're just a Muslim. For me, if someone's a Punjabi, they're not Punjabi, they're just a Muslim. And this is the thing that I see with black people as well. When
in Sunniism, bro, in Sunniism.
Yeah, in Sunni, I don't know about Shias, but I do know that you see a lot of black people at Speaker's Corner who are from Jamaica, from there.
It's sold out, bro.
They don't have nothing apart from their own. Apart from Islam, like if you try and ask them about their previous kind of like their people, like where they're from, they're like, oh no, we're Muslim. That's all we are. We don't believe in we don't believe in nothing else.
Ezra, remember this thing, yeah? Remember this thing. You know how your brethren Coonspec always talking about the slavery of Sunnis, right? The Sunni slavery.
It's still my bedroom. It's still my bedroom, but I'm free from it. When it comes to ideology and race talk and all of that, I'm free. You get me?
From who? From who?
Hold on, Rajanator. Wait.
No, who's he free from? Who's he free from?
Coonspec.
Yeah, hallelujah.
Raj, let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying, Ezra, what I'm saying is that if you look at what he's talking about in regards to their slavery and, just somehow ignoring the 1,200 years of their thing and the Zandra Rebellion and the rest of it that's going on right now, he says about, but some of them slaves, them black slaves, they became military leaders and they become prime minister and president and leaders, right? He's seeing himself, because you look at those leaders, bruv, they always fought the agenda of those people, even against blacks. So he represents a freed slave, bruv. He's one of them. He's talking about. Yeah. He feels he's free. He's the free slave.
It's no different from a slave in the West, that was given land, to flipping, those lands, those slaves that were given land by freedom and land and just their own reign. You get me? That's no different to them, man. I just see it as the exact same thing in the West. You know what I'm saying? The slave masters in the West had their favorite slaves too. You get me? You know what I'm saying?
Brother, listen to what I'm saying. In the ideal world, yes, you can be free and so on and so forth. But I'm saying when you have a particular devotion to enslaving black people in your culture, when one is freed and he goes through the ranks, does he not remember his people, them that are still being treated the lowest of low because of their complexion? Do you get my point? Now, when he becomes a leader, it's like Barack Obama, bro. You become the president of the United States. What happened, bro? What changed? What did he change for black people over there, bro? Yeah, do you know what
No,
I
but
mean?
I said something similar. What I said to a sellout spec was that he said, "Oh, you free the slaves, yeah." And I know, look, I know Shias have a similar concept. I was like, okay, so you free the slaves' kids. Yeah, say someone was enslaved and then their children were freed. The mother or father are still a slave, but they would have still been a slave.
No, but
I don't
That's
get
not
the
what was
concept. Just because
happening.
you free,
That's not what was happening. Most of the time,
yeah, I know.
the slaves were getting breeded. Yeah, most of the time, slaves were getting breeded by their slave master. Yeah, and the men were getting castrated. So, guess what? Now you're creating more Arabs, and
but they're breeding the
you're
women.
declining the black. Yeah.
Yeah, but they did that in India as well. You do know that. Like when they went into India, they used to enslave the females and use them as concubines. That happened in India. There was loads of Islamic conquests within India. So yeah, it's not. Oh, anyway, I'm off anyway. Oh, well done, everyone, realizing now that sellout spec is the ultimate sellout, bigger sellout than anybody.
Raj, before you go, tell us what's going on now in India.
This is what I'm saying, Raj.
One minute, everyone. I'm trying to listen to what Ezra's saying. What did
Raj,
Ezra say?
this is what I'm saying, yeah. You see, even when you say it, yeah, I'm saying when we're discussing black issues, yeah. Well, I mean, you know what it is, yeah, because he has also used, like, he will use Sikhs against blacks. He will use all kind of people against blacks. I really, if it wasn't him, yeah, I would really not allow you, for me anyway, to be cussing another black man. But I'm saying,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No. I'm saying calling him that in the sense of a coon or whatever else. But
No, I wouldn't call him that though. I wouldn't call him that.
Hold on. Listen, what you said, sellout. So I'm saying
He's a sellout. He calls me a sellout. He's a sellout.
Hold on, wait, Raj, one sec. What I'm saying is that I said this yesterday. I don't know if Ezra heard it. I was saying to what's his name, Shakara, that it's Coon Spec who trained these lot to know how to say house and the rest of it.
I agree.
So if you train these people, bro, it's like chickens coming home to roost, isn't it?
So they're trying to say. So one minute, Esau. They were trying to say that you are propagating the thing, but I remember he used to call you at first, and he was calling Callum a bit, and then so this wording of coon and sellout and house this has come from him. I didn't really even hear about these words until I started watching kind of Raspix, and he was constantly calling Sarah first, then it was Callum, and then it was Black Van Man, then it's you, then it's other people. So Asian people are now thinking, oh, they can start saying the same words. But when it comes to the word sellout, I will say the word sellout because he calls me a sellout. Yeah, so I'll use it against him as well. What was you saying, Ezra? What was you saying, Ezra, before I go?
You are?
Ezra wanted to ask you a question. I'm going to be going. So what was the question?
I was asking, like, what's your opinion of what's happening now in India, like where the Muslims are not allowed, or whatever?
Yeah. It's a disgrace, man. I'm not for India. I think India is very oppressive of its minorities, including. I mean, I'm not talking about Hindus per se, but a party called a BJP. It's basically like the BNP of India. And it's actually in power, and so that party is
Raj.
Oh, Born Rich, come on, man.
Cool. Hey, no, salute to the panel. I do have to say this. Hold on, Raj. I do have to say this because a lot of black men on this panel, and I have to say this, bro. It's crazy to me that y'all are gonna dead serious let Raj call another black man a sellout, a coon. Like,
I didn't call him that word. I
know, but listen. Now I want to ask you, Issa, like, how far will you let Raj go? Just because you're upset at Raspek, how far?
No. Number one,
would you let him call him a nigga? Would you let Raj
wait.
Oh, you're straw manning now. You're straw manning.
Hold on, Raj. Let me deal with that. Number one. Hold on. You heard me say to Raj here, if it specifically wasn't him, Coon Spec, then it would be a different story. No matter if I like the person or not. But I said, because this group of people, I call them cyber mercenaries or Sunni monkey cyber mercenaries that come against black people on behalf of Coon Spec, right? So my point is, when Raj calls him a sellout, I'm saying sellout is a general word, whatever color. Coon is specifically ours in relation to selling out to black people. Do you get me? So to me, I don't see Coon Spec having any allegiance to anything but money or fame. Do you understand? So I'm free from him, just like other brothers are free from him. But
before I go, let me just say one piece here. So Born Rich, Now, this look, I'm sorry, this guy has been going to my community, calling me a sellout, for like 2 years straight. I'm a bounty bar, and you're telling me that he can say it to me and go to my community, actually go to my temple, speak to my Sikh community, and call me a sellout to them, and I can't call him a sellout back. You're mad if that's what you think. That's
No, I'm not gonna say.
I'll call him sellout all day. I won't call him anything else because I believe the other words are racially derogatory.
So
the word sellout, is for everyone. I would never use the other word.
Let me answer that, Raj.
Though.
Let me answer that, Raj. All right, now let's replace that word sellout. Now, okay, let's just take America, right? You know how in America, people just say the word nigga. Like you can be an Asian person, a white person, Arab person, and black people are still gonna call you a nigga. So what if he went to your community saying, "Man, Raj, this nigga is crazy." Y'all know Raj, that nigga is crazy. So he just keeps saying that nigga, this nigga. Like, now would that give you permission to call him a nigga? Just because he's go to your community call you?
Hold on. First of all,
we don't. No. We got the word coon. Yeah, we don't need to be using the N word on this thing. I'm sick of flipping hearing it, bro.
All right, so let me answer that. Just because a black person says it, I wouldn't say it, and I wouldn't expect anyone else to say it. It's not for me to say it or not say it. Yeah.
Why sellout then, Raj? What? I never hear Sikhs or Asian people or Pakistani people use the word sellout.
No, they do. Over here, they do.
Are you serious?
Hold on. Here's an example. In the government, a black woman called an Indian woman a coconut, and the black woman got sacked. She had to get out.
Have you not seen the videos that he puts up of me with my face with a coconut behind me with a bounty bar? So a bounty bar is black on the outside and white inside. He's done that of me on his live streams here with my face on it, and he calls me coconut all the time, and he calls me a sellout. So I don't care what people say. I will say it to him. I won't say nothing racially. But if you think I'm not going to call him a sellout because you're not going to get upset, you're crazy. He's a sellout. He's the number one sellout. He's the biggest sellout since Uncle Ruckus. I'm sorry, man.
That's
the problem, bro.
He's the biggest sellout since Uncle Ruckus. I don't care what.
So my question.
Is that racist though? Uncle Ruckus now.
Yeah, because you're now bringing it into a black thing. You get me?
All right. So, this is the problem here. This is the problem. He's running to my business so deeply, like he's met up with my community in real life, talking shit about me. And now, I'm gonna have some kind of parameters or sort. I won't say that though if it is a racially.
No, but I'm saying, bro, you've got enough ammo on him not being integral.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. So I didn't realize that.
I understand, Raj. I don't expect you to even understand that. So it's good that we're here to correct you. All I'm saying,
I'll just call him sellout. That's it. He's a sellout.
Right. So I'm saying you can deal with him being where. I think it was Zubaydah was dissing him, saying you claim to be here to try and stop beef, but you're the major cause of beef.
Yeah, that's true.
So, let's just
Anyway,
let's get back to black. Let's get back to the black top.
Yeah, Easter. So I love what Raj just did there because it goes back. Hold on, Ezra. Please let me ask Easter this because what Raj just did, it shows you that when you open the door for people, they don't know the limitations. So if you're gonna let him say sellout, just like I just previously said, if you're gonna let him say sellout, then he don't know not to call him a coon or not to call him a nigga, or he's gonna call him whatever you call him, Issa. So I'm just saying, do we really want to open that door?
Hold on, Paul Rich. Number one, I call him Coonspec, and he's not calling him Coonspec. Number one. Number two, it's your boy Coonspec is the one who has opened the door for all of them, made them food, washing their feet and wiping their batty for them, bruv. So please don't tell me about that. That's Coonspec who done that, not me. I never let anyone come in there. Remember, I spoke to Raj and just corrected Raj, saying don't use the term Uncle Ruckus because now you're coming into the black side. In other words, you can say a man's a sellout and that has literally nothing to do with the thing. You can call someone a sellout and it's nothing to do with race. You get me? You could be saying he's selling out the cause that he's on. So a man's talking about trying to spread peace and stop gang violence, but he's demonstrating how to end up into violence by causing beef online. When he's talking about they're going to do this thing.
The term sellout, you can't really say that the term sellout is racially motivated, get me? But yeah, from the time you start saying coon and Uncle Tom
Right, that's
and
what I'm saying. It's
Clark,
limited.
all these
That's
things.
our
Yeah.
thing.
That's racially motivated, no? You get me? You can't do that.
No, but
You know what I'm
Raj,
saying?
but
That's the
check it, Ezra. Yeah, Raj just accepted the correction, bro. Yeah. So
yeah.
for me, that's between him and him. I don't, you know what I mean. But what it is, I'm saying,
Listen,
despite my issue with Coonspec,
I've never felt a racist vibe
yeah.
from him. So he's a weird guy, you get me? But I've never felt a racist vibe from him still. You know what I'm saying? Like, Raj is the
Hear what the
only
man
one,
says.
to be honest, yeah. Raj is the only Asian, and he came on Hangouts and told man, yeah, Asians have a racism in their culture towards black people. All Asians came on and said that. You get me? So,
Bro, he admitted he
has
said
to
he's
get
got
respect.
he called it nigrophobia, bro. You get me? Like, you know, this is the thing. He literally said, yeah, he's not a nice guy. He's weird. He's this, right? So, and I'm saying for the man to be corrected, yeah, despite the emotion he's got against Coonspec, for him to be allowed, I just said to him, bro, don't say Uncle Ruckus. And he said, okay. And I said, look, that becomes the black thing. And he's accepted that correction. Do you get me? So what can I say? The man's been getting bun fire from Coonspec all the time, and he's still going to respect boundaries. So I'm like, all right. And then Bornrich needs to understand, you don't hear me. I've got bare things to say about different black people, but I'm not really going to come online and deal with them. We used to have chats in the back on Hangouts to deal with a lot of these issues.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But are we really going to ignore one individual that has set up a platform where put your ones about Nanifa, put your ones about Lady Divine, put your ones about all these black. What's that about, bro? You got all monkeys and little cockroach in your friggin', and you're getting them to this. How does that work, fam? And then flipping, what's it with him? Shakara want to stick it? Nah, bun that, bro.
I don't see him as a clean-hearted guy. I don't see him as, you get me? I don't think he's doing anything maliciously.
I think he might be sincere. I don't know. He might be.
Say again.
But anyway, let's get back to our thing. But no, forget it, man. Let's talk about it. Let me deal with your Hebrew Israelite confusion. Yeah.
Shalom, bros.
Shalom.
Yeah, shalom, bro. Shalom, Shalom.
This always happens, isn't it? Yeah, shalom, my brother Al. Big up my brother Al still.
Yeah. Cool.
Hold on, I just need to explain something for yesterday. Rich Porter says, then Raspet jumps on the Easter jumps off. What happened yesterday? I was saying I had to go in it. But because I made the diss, if you like, against Shakara, in it, that would have looked really bad if I said, well, man looks like you've been cooning unintentionally, and then I just jump off. That's not going to look good, innit? So that's how I got entangled in there. But the thing was, just as I was jumping off,
Who did you say was cooning? Shakara?
Huh?
Who did you say was cooning? Shakara?
Yeah, Shakara. I said he was cooning and I think selling out. Yeah.
Oh,
So I was
fucking
giving
hell,
him, but there was a list. It's stuck on the Coonspec thing, right? Because I called him Coonspec. But I was going to list other things. But it remained on just quick. And I was like flipping on. And then James Jones, bruv, he just really messed it up, bruv. I think at the end of it,
that guy's an idiot, fam. He's not even black. Like, seriously, Isa, 1 second. Why do people let him come and mash up black conversations when he's not even black? Like, it's mad.
What is he, bro? What is
Guy
he?
ain't black, man. I don't know. I'm telling you, he's not black. Like, get me? They can't fool me. First day I told Shahid he's not black. Yeah. I'm telling James Jones the same goddamn thing.
Hold on.
He ain't
Let
black.
me get this. No. You can't put Shahid. Are you mad? How can you put Shahid and James Jones in the same team, bro? You can't.
Bro, James, it's the same thing. He sounds black. Look at that brother Abdul from America. Everyone down is black, but the guy is white with ginger hair. Like,
you can't do that, bro.
fuck
You
that.
can't do that.
Fuck that.
You can't talk on a man. Oh, Rich Porter says, listen, Rich Porter, now you got to jump on with us. Let me explain something to you, Rich Porter, my brother. When Coonspec is making his show specifically about me, labeling me and slandering me, I don't even go in the comments, bro. When Coonspec was getting mashed up for 3 days to show you it's not personal, it's all about pro-blackness, bro. I never went in the comments. I could have gone up there and said, how many shows have you done about me? Pure lies and garbage. Because it's not personal. So when they were gunning him, I was like, no, that's not a black thing. Do you get what I'm saying? That's between him and the little cockroaches and dogs that he trained. You get me? So I'm saying, if there's going to be a black thing where I'm coming at him for the black thing, then it's got to be a proper panel, because then all the Sunni monkeys are going to come back and all of that. Do you know what I mean? But I'm saying that's not happening. So therefore, there's no need for me and him to talk. And a place like this, yeah, is where there's no sort of rules in it. I don't really. This is why I don't want to talk. What's that little monkey called? Carnito, that dirty little cat.
Yeah,
Kebab.
you ran. Issa, you ran.
What
You
the
ran,
fuck?
Issa. Stop that shit. You ran, bro.
Ran from who?
You ran from Prospect yesterday.
Are you mad, bro? Have you
He
not
jumped
seen me?
on,
Have
you
you not
jumped
seen me in
on.
them debate, bro?
Yeah, you got your track shoes on, buddy.
Okay, well, if you won't believe that, buddy, then that's up to you. I don't mind. You see what I'm saying, boy Rich? But boy Rich, I'm in your club. I'm gonna shut your club down, boy Rich, and you gonna pour. You gonna pour with intellect, pour intellect,
Yeah,
and
you
you ain't got a club. Your club is shut down. The
Issa,
window.
you know you got to deal with that man. You got to deal with that man one day, man.
No, bro. No. Listen, I tried to. I gave him so much rope, bro. But when I listen, I spoke to him, yeah, online on several occasions, and I've never seen a man shapeshift so much, and he keeps doing it to you lot. You get what I'm saying? Last night, imagine Melanated is explaining what going on with Surfaz and all of these other people, and he's still cooling for these people. It will get vexed, Born Rich. That's what I'm saying. Like, for instance, I can accept a bag of Sunnis calling me all kind of name, but when a black man who clearly is black, you can see it's not like what's his name, James Jones, who we don't know is black or not. We know he's black. We know he's doing Coonspec is doing good work in the arena. So it's a hard thing for me to like come out of him for any, you know what I mean? So I'm saying I can't resolve the issue, but he keeps talking about me. He keeps sending Sunni monkeys to tell me a bag of rubbish. And it's like, this thing can't be resolved. So I don't want to be arguing with him, because I know he's doing good works in the community. So it's kind of a conflict inside of me where I'm pro-black 100%. He's pro-black 50% or something. And then his other 50%, he don't know where he is. Do you get me? And I'm like, until somebody else helps his head to know where he is and turns him and said, listen, this is the direction you got to be on all the time. Yeah. Then me and him can't work because we're just going to end up arguing, bro. And he pretends he can refute me in regards to Sunni issues, bro. If Sunni scholars can't refute me, how the hell are you going to do it? Do you get what I'm saying? Veli, you have witnessed the troublemaking liar in the back chat. Please bring his whatever on this goddamn platform.
Yeah, let him on. Let him on.
Rich Porter says, Issa, do you like Black Van? Big up Black Van, man, all day, every day. Inshallah, we're going to convert him to pro-blackness. I have a dream. And I have a vision. The Black man will be wearing all black like a Black Panther with his fist in the air, punching the sky, saying Black Power, etc. I have hope in Black Van Man, Rich Porter. Somehow you have, you want to doubt. At least the guy is in the discussion. You get me? So I don't know much about the guy, but at least he's there talking. And when that white guy came to beat him up, bro, what did Black Van Man do? Black Van Man was ready to put him in a pub full of white people where the white boy come to move away his things. He says, oh my God, don't ever talk on Raspec. I'll talk on Raspec, Coonspec all day, every day, bruv. Coonspec is leading these dirty enslavers against us. Rich Porter, what you got to say about that? Every time I talk about Sunnis, Rich Porter said, "Oh, not Sunnis again. The Sunnis are still enslaving black people." Rich Porter, where's your talk on them? Where's your brethren Coonspec talking on them? All right,
Yeah,
you got
man,
one
like,
black
end of the day, like,
hold on.
the fire now
And he
come to get me everybody free.
Yeah, I hear you, Ezra. I
Yo,
hear you,
yo.
Ezra. Ezra, why you don't?
I got born.
What's going on with Ezra? What's going on with the Saturday Shabbat, my brother? Why you don't believe that? Why you don't follow that?
Yeah, nah, big up. No, that for me, I just don't believe. Yeah, the Sabbath is every Friday to Saturday. Like it don't work like that.
The Bible says. What does the Bible say, Ezra?
The Bible says in Genesis 1:18 that the Most High made two great lights to control days, seasons, and times. So the Shabbat is a day. You get me? So if you want to know what day it is, yeah, you have to go by those great lights. There's another verse that says, so basically the Sabbath, for me, the Sabbath, every full moon, yeah, and then every 7 days after that. So, because to know the seventh day, you've got to know the first, innit? Yeah. So the new moon is the first day of the month. That's the first. then yeah, that's a Sabbath on its own. And then 7 days later, Sabbath until the new moon comes again. So like, yeah, basically, the new moon is a Sabbath.
Ezra, you're taking this thing for granted. Like, do you not know this is a big thing? Like, you really need to do a show on this. Like, do you not get it? Like, everyone else is believing.
Yeah,
you need to break it down.
He remixing. Ezra's remixing right now, man.
Yeah, man. So it's like, I'm gonna mention 2 verses that will prove what I'm saying. Yeah. So there's a verse in Amos where Amos says basically, when will the new moon be done so that we can sell corn? So that shows you that the new moon is the Sabbath itself. And then there's another verse that says, the gates of the kingdom, the gates of the city shall be open 6 days, but they shall be closed on the new moon and the Sabbath. So that's just cut and dry. You get me? If it's open 6 days a week, but it's Sabbath, that shows you that the new moon is a Sabbath, and then every 7 days after is the Sabbath. You get me? It's like,
no, but it says it's closed on the new moon and the Sabbath.
Moses, come on. My Israelite brothers, my Israelite brothers, come on. Do we really believe, that these Romans have gave us the exact same Saturday that Moses had in the wilderness? We've been calendars, the Gregorian, the Roman, the this, the that. We've had like 8-day calendars and stuff. So, like, can you put your faith in these Romans that they've gave us that actual 7th day of the week? Like, nah, we can't still.
Not in rules, but in ancient terms, because I mean, because I mean, because when you look at the Sabbath, that comes in Exodus 19, on one of the first few words that God spoke to us when Moses came back down, and I mean, I go by that. I mean, I wouldn't say that's got like Roman influence in it. I mean, that's for us only, because like God says, speak to the children of Israel. So I mean.
So Issa. Okay. My only point is, like
my bad, bro. I'm always interfering when the witness is talking, bro. I'm sorry, witness, but I have to go. Issa. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Assalamu, brother. Big up, fam. Blessing.
So all I'm saying is, like that Saturday that we have the 7th day of the week according to our calendar. According to the calendar that we have now, you know what I'm saying? That like the calendar before that, the 7th day could be what we call Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? Like we've had too many different calendars. That's why the most doesn't change the other thing. Say again.
I'm saying it doesn't change the fact it's once a month, because I'm saying the issue here is it being once a month.
It's
for me.
Because I'm saying even Ezra, did you know that the Romans had different calendars? A week was 9 days. Did you know that?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
They had all kind of different calendars, bro. They were like working out. One ruler would have this many days in a week, another one had 10 days, all kind of madness. But I think, to be honest, they did get it right with the 7 days, because in ancient Egypt you had 7 days, in Ethiopia you had 7 days, all these other things. You get what I'm saying? So, but I don't know. I've asked the question myself. It's interesting you say that. But hold on, Ezra. Do you not agree that we can work it out based on the movement of the planets?
Yeah, but that's like not the movement of the planets. It's the moon and the sun. The word for moon is the same word for month. So when you're saying the new month, it's the Kadesh. You get me? So like the Kadesh means moon and
the first day then? What day would you say is the first day? When the new moon comes in, then, because that would have to be Sunday, wouldn't it? Not Moon Day.
No, say like the new moon comes in at different days. So like, say the new moon comes in on a Tuesday. Yeah, that's the Sabbath. Yeah, we're supposed to blow the horn and announce the new moon. Yeah, we're supposed to like that's That's a day itself. It's a
Let me
Sabbath
get-
itself.
hold on. So your thing is not running by the sun at all. Then your calendar you're talking about, the sun's not part of it.
Yeah, no, it says like the two great lights are determine time, days, and seasons. You get me? So basically, you use the sun and the moon to determine the sun determines the time, obviously. You get me? The time of the day. Yeah, and then the moon determines this, like
the days of the week and the month.
The days of the week, and you know what I'm saying. And then like use them both to determine the season.
Let me just say this, my brother. In Islam, in ancient Egypt, in Islam, and in Ethiopia, right? I don't know if they still got it now. You had two different calendars, one by the sun and one by the moon. You get what I'm saying? So they would try and make them sync. So sometimes you'd have 165 days and all kind of different things. Because they say the Ethiopians say there's 13 months in a certain year. Do you know about that? By the moon, they're saying it's 13 months. Right? But anyway, so my point is, if you were to just go by months using the moon, I'm thinking like, and then you done the Sabbath based upon that. So that would mean the Sabbath on one day is Tuesday. The Sabbath on another day might be Thursday. The Sabbath on another day might fall on what we call Saturday. Is that what you were saying?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So moon falls on, that's the Sabbath. Yeah, we're supposed to be blowing the trumpets. Yeah. Moon. And then, like it says, we close for 6 days. Yeah, and then they open again on the Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? It's but yeah, man. Like not a lot of people. Huh? Say that again.
Where did you hear this? Where did you hear this from?
A long time ago, like I was studying like with the same people. Like for me, like I was given some great advice, and believe it or not, this was a GMS brother who told me this, and like
you said GMS.
Time ago, I was GMS, You know what it is? These guys are like a fringe GMS. They had the teachings, but there wasn't under anyone. You know what I'm saying? And so like these guys, they told me straight, like learn from everyone, and let the Spirit guide you in it. So like I've never just had one camp, like you know what I'm saying? I've learned from all of them, but I'm just saying like this.
May I ask?
Come on, how can I guarantee that this is the same year that Mo's talking about? Like you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like we have to put our trust in the goddamn devil. Nah. God ain't gonna leave us with having to put trust in the calendar.
Ezra, think about it, If you're living in the desert anyway, you're gonna be going by the sun and the moon anyway. So regardless of what anyone's calendar is,
did they have a Roman calendar in the wilderness?
So
exactly. So think about it. Like, wherever we're supposed to know when the Sabbath is. You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless, we should never have to rely on the next man's calendar. Yeah, the most I told us already. The two great lights determine days and seasons. So that's Rome and the calendar.
Do you lot want to hear something funny out there? Do you lot in the chat want to hear something funny? Watch this question to Ezra. Ezra, why don't you become Muslim?
What is it?
Ezra. Oh, hello?
You're still there. I just wanted to confirm with you. You didn't. So you didn't run away. Good afternoon, Lisa. You didn't run. You had to leave. Is that what you're saying? You had to leave.
Do you remember? Maybe you missed what happened. What happened was I was about to leave, and I said I just want to say Shakara. What did I say? Shakara. I think he turned up. He was like there while I was talking to James. And I said, I have to go. But what I was going to say to Shakara is we need to tell Shakara to stop cooling and selling out. Yeah, it was kind of tongue-in-cheek joking, innit? You know what I mean? But I said something like that, and I goes, I have to go. And he's like, nah, well, you can't say that, and then you have to go and read it. And I said, well, all right, fair enough. I said that, innit? Because I wanted to talk about it more. So I said, all right, I'll just get into it now, and then I'll leave. But then it started to spin out of control, and James Jones just kept on interrupting and messing it up. So then when Coonspec come on now, by that time I already was saying I'm leaving. Then I see him jump on, and I was like, should I stay? And I think basically my phone's getting texts in it. People are already vexed that I'm nearly an hour late. Do you know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? People are like, right, you're ready for you now. Wait, you know what I mean? I'm saying, I'm coming. Right, give me 5 minutes, give me 10 more minutes, and I'm still bloody here. You get what I'm saying? So it went an hour late. So I was like, bun that. Because there's nothing Coonspec is going to say to me which is going to change anything that I've said. So it makes no difference, innit? I've already heard what he got to say. I've heard him shapeshift for Melanated, for Nynefa, for Lady Divine. Every time you complain about his slave masters, he's got the same kind of talk. So it doesn't matter if I say it. It don't make a difference who says it. It don't matter if Jedi say it. It don't make a difference who says it. He's always got the same caping for them to be vegan. Do you get me? And the thing is, you know what I mean? That's it, bro.
So you've basically reached the stage where you're not interested in talking to him, but you will talk about him when he's not.
No. I would talk. No. I don't mind talking to him, but I would only like on a platform of where there's something beneficial. Because I'm saying that I think is learning that he can't. He likes to, for instance, if I say something, he say, yeah, but the Quran says, and I'm saying, how can you pretend that because somebody told you something, you're gonna come to me with what the Quran says? That doesn't make sense. So what my point is, if there's something where we can build, or there's something someone can learn something, yeah. Other than that, no. But remember this witness. He's the one that put out the principle that because him and others are public speakers, etc., therefore we are subject to criticism. We don't. The person doesn't have to talk to us. They are entitled to criticize us and say what they want once we're out there. We're entitled to take comments on what they say as well. Do you get what I'm saying? But my point is, the issue with him, my point was the issue was more with Shakara than Coonspec, but they settled on Coonspec. Do you get what I'm saying? It was like he became the main thing. Although he was major in my evidence, I was quoting that issue, but then I wanted to move on with other issues because my point was Shakara's personal behavior in regards to what I said with cooning and caping in that way. I wasn't calling him a coon as such, but I was saying if he was to reflect on his behavior, right, in context, you might think, you know what, that actually is against Pan-Africanism. It actually is against pro-blackness. That's basically
I don't disagree with any of that part you were saying. The only part I came to was the part about Raspek, because I did find it odd because I've seen you in the park for years where you're surrounded by people who don't like you and you're still in there battling against them. So that's why I was surprised when he came on that you jumped off. But then you explained it. You had your text. So I'm going to take your word for it. A lot of people will probably say I shouldn't, that I'm being naive.
No, if you go back to the thing, that's what I said to Shakara. Shakara will say, you can't leave and say about me. And then I'm saying I have to go. And then, like, every time I'm doing it, something I go on. But I'm saying, if you look at the thing with Raspek, I mean, the last conversation we had wasn't too bad. Yeah, he came on and it was really weird. But I'm saying one of the things I don't like doing, the reason I'm conflicted is because I firmly believe he does good in the black community. Do you see what I mean? So I'm not trying to have big arguments with him.
I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to get your official story for why you came off and you explained it. So yeah, I'll take it up what you said. It's up to other people how they want to interpret it. But me, I was only surprised because I've seen you surrounded by enemies and you're still fighting the good fight. That's why I was surprised when you left, but you've explained it.
I do it on here, bro. It's what it is, yeah. Even with a lot of for instance, Carnito, the other day when we're cussing each other, James Jones when he started his thing, I don't like the argument thing. To me, it's a waste of time. It's like I see time as something like almost like wealth in a sense, where once you've spent that, you can't get it back. Do you get me? So I'm saying when I calculate the time, because I see my time as very precious. So if I've spent time cussing and no one's benefiting apart from people laughing at me, dissing and him dissing me and so on, I'm saying, well, I'm not here to make people laugh. I'm not comedic in that sense of dissing. I might gun people and say funny things in also teaching. Do you get me? But if it's
sorry, I just because I have to leave, I just wanted to say thanks for your explanation. So I guess in the future we can all look forward to see you and debating him about his.
You know what? I actually thought about it. Yeah, someone said, "Why don't you debate Coonspec?" I think they put it in the thing, and I was like, I said, "No, he ain't up to it." But I thought, you know what? It's not even whether he's up to it or not. It's the fact that he might think so and other people might think so. And I thought, you know what? Maybe I should put him on there, and then really give him what he really want here, and let people know who are who. So I'm thinking maybe I'll get him and Shakara to tag team and team up against the Black Select because they both claim to be Pan-Africans, and I'll show you lot what really going. So
well,
yeah.
I look forward to it, and if he agrees to debating with you, I guess we'll all wait and watch this space and see what happens. But thanks anyway. Okay.
And I'll get money out of it for nowadays. You know what I mean? I'll set up somebody set me up a GoFundMe, and I deal with these people. You know what? I'm gonna say, Veli, I want you to block Rich Porter, please, because Rich Porter just getting. Somebody hide his comments or delete them or some kind of thing.
I can't even see those comments.
Rich Porter, you know, he's my brother, you know. Rich Porter just taking a bit. Like, what's wrong? You don't see Rich Porter for nothing, yeah? I'm gonna just turn up and just
for fire, man. Get me? But if it's God bless, that's his family. Get me? And Rich Porter finds God is gonna be a beast.
Huh? You don't believe in no God at all?
No, I don't know what is. I think he's on some Shakara Juju man thing. I don't know what is on some chemic thing. I don't know.
Don't do that, Ezra. Don't do that. Don't do that, Juju man. Them brothers good, man. Them brothers, they don't have to believe in your God. Your God ain't did. Your God ain't did nothing for us, Ezra. We still been suffering for 500 years over here, bro. Your God ain't done nothing for us.
This is what happens when we're disobedient, innit? Like, just like your children, if your children's disobedient, what are you gonna do? Discipline that, innit? Standard.
So we're cursed. Why are we cursed? Huh? Why is everybody else living a good life and we have to be the cursed ones though, Ezra? Why? Why us?
We're chosen to be the light to the other nations.
Yeah, but I don't want
to go and follow the other nations. Let me answer that. I'm saying we're chosen to be the holy people, separate, to be a light to these Gentiles. Yeah. But what are we doing? We're going and following them and their madness. Yeah. That's why we're being.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I need. I don't know if I want to be chosen if my people are gonna be enslaved and we got to deal with all this bullshit that we're dealing with. Don't choose me.
The covenant. Yeah, so it's too late. You can't choose it. There's no choosing in and out of this thing. You get me? This is why black people are going through what we're going through. You get me? Like, not everybody was bad guys. Not everybody's done bad stuff. No, we're going through it. People all together because our ancestors accepted the covenant. Yeah, got the blood sprinkled on them, and then we want to come and mess up now and not follow it. So guess what? The curse is still applying it. It is what it is.
Part of the curse is born rich. This is the problem. Born rich club or born poor with no club, shutdown club, whatever you are, right?
Yeah. Come on, Issa. Talk to me, Issa.
But you have to remember, my brother, is this year. There's a big investment in relation to archaeology, history, and all of that to make sure that we do not know who we are. When you look at all of these people that gather together, the Saudis, obviously the Americans, the British, Germans, French, all of these people are all discussed. That despite their differences, one of the things Chinese, everybody, what they got in common is never prevent these people from uniting and knowing who they are. That's them. That's their one main thing. They could differ and bomb each other to pieces, but one thing they agree on is don't let these people unite, bro. That's about it, bro. Crazy people, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you, Issa, but I don't really want y'all's God, bro. If I'm gonna be cursed, if I have to be cursed, or if I have to be the next race or the next person.
No. No. That's what I'm saying. You come to Allah
to this, like, because you don't want it, then that's like the whole thing changes now. No, I don't want it like that.
Hold on, Born Rich. You have to remember, right? In the paradigm of voodoo, what happened to their gods then? Was it not because they disobeyed their gods that their God mashing them up, or left them to get mashed up? What happened to their gods?
Why? According to voodoo, why are black people called mash up right now? Explain. Yeah, go on. If you got all these voodoo powers, why are we so mash up?
I'm saying they do on each other. It's like because this man done this or to get money. Bro, they judge you. Oh, blood. The amount of foolishness they do it for. This woman, a bun candle on that woman because she had to keep she man and okay, bro, they're crazy. This blood. It's a mad thing.
So when will the curse be lifted?
Get me? All
When
these
will
voodoo
the
powers
curse
you got,
be
and
lifted?
you got get Bumbuckle. What up to them? All this
That's how
voodoo power you got, yeah, and huh?
we were selling slaves. Wow, blood. Yeah, man. Rich Porter's about to get his Wi-Fi, keep his Wi-Fi going, bro. That's what Rich Porter. You know what? Let me get Rich Porter been budding me for the whole bloody chat. If you look in there, he probably put at least 20 messages directed at me. Yeah. So let me get a Rich Porter, my brother. What was it you saying? We got no friends, yeah? Why haven't we got friends, brother?
Oh, yeah,
Anyway,
we're
big up.
friends, man. Yo, voodoo us some friends, man. Get me? Go and dig up the graveyard, bury goat head.
I'm all right.
Get
Let
us
me tell you why we don't. Let me tell you why we.
The religious man was selling slaves. I agree with you. I
Hold
think it
on,
was
hold
all
on.
in it. I think the Hebrew Israelites was selling. I think the Voodoo was selling. I think by then all of them was in on this thing. They didn't care, blood. You get me? Because black people we're still selling each other out for thing. A lot of us still similar to that, bro. You get what I'm saying? I find the same type of people that were there then are here now. They're still ready to side with monkeys and let them tell us what religion or ideology we should follow. This is why I don't really have that bigger issue with my black Hebrew Israelite brothers, because despite the fact we have differences on interpretation of the scripture, they're going back from a perspective of blackness. They're looking through pure black glasses. Simple as that, bro. No, to come to me and tell me, some Peckerwood in Jerusalem or somewhere else told you something. Oh, look, he said we're on it. What list is this?
You're the typical Israelite. Yeah. 1 second, Ethan, 1 second. You're the typical Israelite that the Bible speaks of. Yeah. Yes.
Sorry,
yeah.
say that again.
And ignorant. Get me? Stubborn and rebellious. That's it. You get me? You're the typical Israelite. Like, we go, like the Bible. We're gonna go through, work the field, go on the slave ships, yeah, build the big house, all of this stuff. It clearly tells us what's gonna happen if we don't follow. But you still want to go follow Allah, bomba clap, man. You get me? This is why black people never gonna learn. Like we ain't got no sense, man. The thing clearly tells us how to get out of this situation and how we got into it. But we don't want to listen. Stubborn and rebellious nation. Simple as that.
Hey, ladies,
Even the ox knows it.
Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
Even the ox knows it. Get me? The Hindus, they're everything. But
the Arabs, our people rather don't follow the Arabs than really get into what we about.
Hold on. Born rich. Listen what I'm saying to you, bro. What you have to remember is this. There is no history like the history of the Black Arabs being jet black like they were. But we have them records. When the Black Arabs went to Egypt, this man said, yo, get him away from me. He's too black. He was scared of him. The ruler was scared of whoever it was, the prime minister or the vizier. You get me? When they went to Persia, they were no black. You get me? So you can't even escape that. So when he said the black Tilek is telling you he's following a black thing, it's that in history and has been. The difference is the majority became mulatto and they're now the face of it, but the ideology remains pro-black. Now let me read out Lady Divine's comment. She says, Mr. Lee, this suffering coming like it can done to us. I agree. I mean, Ezra, Hebrew Israelite, my brother, and any other Hebrew Israelite, can you please let us know what's going on? Like, when is this thing supposed to happen, supposed to finish? Like, flipping out, like, I mean, when we used to get beat with a belt and whatnot, you know what I mean? You kind of got an idea it's going to be, well, it was really bad, so it's 10 or 6 lashes. It wasn't that bad, so maybe it's 3. You get what I'm saying? Like, when is the Most High of the Bible really going to deal with this? Like, what's going on? Ezra, any other?
I'm going to read something for you. I'm going to read something for you. Still,
ready? Read. Make you say it properly, bro. Don't say it with the...
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it's happening now.
Listen. Here's the answer to your question. Here's the answer. They're very important. Isa, 1 second, brother.
Wait, can I get an answer? Yes, sir. Oh, go ahead. I want to speak after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just read this verse. Yeah, this is the answer to what you was asking. Yeah, 2 Chronicles 7 and 14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear them from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. You know what I mean? So
You know what?
Not worship
Yeah, yeah. No,
and Buddha
I
and these things. Yeah.
You're gonna see. I hear exactly what you're saying, my brother. I hear what you're saying, and I understand how it works. That's the key thing. I actually understand how it works and what those verses mean. So yeah, I hear you, my brother. It's just
I'm coming with a verse, Issa. Yeah, I'm coming with it. I'm coming with it. You don't continue chatting. I'm coming with a verse. I'll
go and bracket the place. I have to go anyway, brothers. But yeah, I might just leave my my space on there. But what do you think? I mean, at the end of the day, you have to remember, that the Sunni pagan speaking Catholic, Matty Finger Sodomite, Sunni, has enslaved us for 1,200 years. But you don't hear Hebrew Israelites in America talking about enslaved the Sunni pagan, stinking Matty Finger Sodomite. So what's that about? Ayo, what's that about? Explain that.
Hold on. You said. Go ahead. My bad.
Say that again, Issa. So
Yeah. So what I said was this. Yeah. In America, you got Hebrew Israelites saying to white people, "You going in slavery. You going in slavery," but you don't hear them majorly focusing on the stinking Sunni dogs, the stinking
Yeah,
Sunni.
they do. Let's have them over there. Israelites, yo, you're mad. They get it just as bad. Yeah, I mean.
No, but they don't.
Like,
I'm saying they don't
always
focus.
say
Like,
to them, I like it. Go ahead.
no, but they don't focus. I didn't hear what you said, but I'm saying they don't focus on them. I'm saying they done it to. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, brother Isa, you know what it is? You've got that confused because do you know how much Israelite, but truth, through Nation of Islam, through being Muslims themselves. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna send you a video of some ex-Muslim Israelites, and from an Israelite perspective, you know what I mean? And you're gonna learn some stuff, bro.
I get some jokes, bro. I get some real jokes out of that, bro. I really want to see that.
Yeah.
Where's Schiffer? Yeah, where's Schiffer?
These men are well thing.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, where's me Schiffer to come mix up the thing? Bring Schiffer, bro. He's shape shifter. That's what he is. He's shape shifter. Schiffer always a shape shift when he up in another place, bro. Seriously. Man, I just come up on the scene and start chatting. When he first come up in there, start judging everybody, talking about he gonna lick down William. He gonna lick down Shakara and do this and that. Then he calmed down a bit. And then he want to judge me, tell me about my ego and whatever else it was. You get me? Yeah. Big up Schiffer still, man. He put some fire upon some of the devils, but we need to really let people like Carnito and the other stinking Catholics. They need to know their place. You know what I mean? Yeah. So he's the dirty what's his name? Carnito, Anstar, whoever these people are, bro, that show that they're anti-black, that they love it when black people aren't getting on or got disputes, bro. You know what I mean? So big up Shapeshifter, and yeah, people need to we need. You know what? Again, Ezra, when you lot talk to Shapeshifter, explain to him. Oh, he's gone. Oh, his battery died. All right. Whoever speaks to Shifter, forget that. Whoever speaks to him, let him know he needs to study more before he talks on these subjects. You get what I'm saying? Because he said in ancient Egypt they wrote in cuneiform and this was in cuneiform, and he was getting it all mixed up, bro. Yeah, so it come like he learned 2 pieces of information and that's it.
I've never spoken to Schiffer before.
You never spoke to him?
No.
Okay, no, he's all right, but unfortunately he's got a lot of things not working. You get me?
I've got that verse for you. That I was going to search.
Go on, my brother.
Deuteronomy 30 verse 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations whither the Lord thy God has scattered thee. Yeah, I mean there's more in it, but that's one.
Oh, I see. No, I hear what you're saying. Why didn't you?
Yeah, and how to match that with real life? I mean, how can I say? the chanting
I
that.
totally understand it. I just want to do a Rich Porter again. Sorry. Can we block Rich Porter and delete his comment? Rich Porter says, "Yo, Issa Black Select, why didn't you jump on Raspet show last night? He did a whole show on you." Yeah, bruv, I was definitely in company then. I don't think he done a whole show on me. I could hear bits and pieces of it, but yeah, I don't go on Coon Specs channel, bruv. Run that, bruv. Yeah, I don't I don't want to come out there with the Sunni coronavirus, bruv. You know what I mean? You can't go on that panel, bruv. You get all messed up, bruv. You get me? Why do you think I wear my mask? I have to, listen. You lot don't understand. When I'm not on camera in the park, I don't wear the mask. It's only when Sunnis come around me, bruv. Man, I have to wear the mask. I got my Dettol spray, anti-bac spray, all kind of different things to protect me from the Sunni nasty germs, bruv. You want me to go up at a place where they gather? Nah, bruv. Come on now. We don't want to catch no germs, bruv. You know what I'm saying? Coronavirus come from Sunnis that are being nasty. You get what I'm saying? You can't trust them, bruv. So yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, Issa. You still ran yesterday.
No. The guy was saying I should have come on the show. Brother, if I've got commitments in it, I mean, at the end of the day, as far as he didn't come to talk to me though, did he? I don't know what I don't know because remember there's different people talking about him. But my point was, because I was listening and afterwards, the conversation went, it was me a little bit, and then it went somewhere else, and they was talking to him about surf fires and all kind of things. So I don't think he came there to specifically talk to me, but we've already spoke too many times. So you know what I mean. So again, the Rich Porter says, don't try it, the Black Select with this Black Power thing. I'm on it. Big up Shaka. Oh my gosh, big up Shaka. Nah, bro. I see Rich Porter now. All right. Rich Porter, go and watch the debates I've had with Shakira. I was merciful to Shakira. But the next debate me and Shakira is having, oh my head. Unfortunately, towards Pan-Africanists in debate, unfortunately, has been put aside, and there's another name of Allah that has to be used. So the Rahman and Rahim, the mercy, the compassionate, the merciful for these subjects. Unfortunately, Pan-Africanists have failed to defend black people from, the coonery. They have too much coonery up in there. They've been infected with it. So what can we do? Shia, the marathon man, Issa, according to James. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, my point was Shakira was the one I'm saying was cooning. Unfortunately, and he was selling out in a sense. I guess the word selling out might be a wrong word, but the point was he was acting out of the interests of black people as a Pan-Africanist. You get me? So I can hopefully when Nanifa comes on at some point, whenever, I can discuss it with her. You know what I'm saying? Because she will understand more. But Shakira did a nasty deed yesterday when he lied on E to the Black Select. Hear what she says, Issa, you're exactly the same in the park as you on the panel. It's too much jokes, brother. Yeah, I have to be consistent. You get me, Ezra? I think Rich Porter, what? You burning candles, yeah? There's electric light now, Rich Porter, yeah? You know what I'm saying? Big up Rich Porter, bro. We got electricity now. You don't need to burn candle upon people, all them things that you lot do. You get me? He says, annoying. Thank you very much. James Jones, slave who? The Sunni Iraq. That's what it says. I'm saying the Hebrew Israelites, they talk about enslaving white people, yeah, for what they did. But I'm saying, hold on a minute. Didn't the Sunni pagan stinking Kafirat enslave us 1,200 years and continuing? So how come they don't want to slave? Now I understand they might be afraid to catch the Sunni coronavirus or the Sunni batty finger sodomite virus by enslaving them. But we can spray them or whatever, you know what I mean? We can wash them, do something. Oh, so Rich Porter says,
a question.
Are you funny, bro? Your voodoo didn't help you in them comic books come and broke you up, though, did it? Yeah, go on, my brother. Al, what's happening?
Was that a question to me, or was you reading from the chat?
I'm just letting Rich Porter know that his burning candles only gives him light to see. he ain't burning no magical spiritual power. He just burning wax and burning out his pocket because he probably buys some expensive candles from that juju shop in Brixton. You get what I'm saying?
I didn't know there was that type of shop in Brixton.
It did. Yeah. Sunni coronavirus, bro. Don't trust him. Don't trust him, man.
What was what's it? I thought it earlier because Ezra was chatting something about something Israel. I can't remember, but what was I think trying to think what I'm trying to think. I remember you two saying about how can I say Ezra talks about can God become a man of God or something like that.
Yeah. So Banksy was on, and we were talking. He was talking with Mohammed Maverick, wasn't it, Ahmed, about the concept of God, the Most High God. Then it kind of switched to me and him talking about Most High God, and we went into the Trinity and God becoming a man. Then Ezra came on, and he was making the point to me about God come a man and all these different things, and I was trying to be evasive because that conversation becomes complex. In other words, I would have to go into certain verses of the Quran to really deal with that. You know what I mean? So it says, Sun said James Jones still crying because Coonspec exposed him last night. What did I miss? Did Coonspec expose James? Why did he? I mean, what's wrong with? I mean, don't get me wrong. James Jones is a cop. Simple as that. His PC, he's got a pepper spray, his little stick, and his handcuffs. So yeah, James Jones, he goes free gym. I don't think the police, James Jones, the police have to pay to use their gym. I'm sure you get it for free. That's why he always going gym. His excuse is going gym. He's going police station gym, and he makes little notes at the same time. You get what I'm saying? So there you go. Yeah. But I mean, aren't him and Coonspec brethren? Your God is only in one book. This guy's an idiot. No, my Allah is in nature, Rich Porter. Simple as that, bro. This ain't, by the way, race or color here. Real guy. Bro, I'm asking, by the way, your faith, you can't answer. What's that? You can't give dawah. Who's this? Is that to me? Real guy. I don't even see his. Who's that to? I don't know who's ever like who's that? It's talking to someone else. Exactly, Kim. I didn't say I'm Asian ever. He says his gym's free. Exactly. So the police gym is free. Okay, we got that. Nature. Rich, you buried any goat head? So yeah, Ezra Adair asks, Rich Porter, have you buried any goat head lately? In fact, yeah, tell us, Rich Porter, what exactly do you bury the goat head for? Like, you know what I mean? Is that the Baphomet or these other, magical symbols? Yeah. Too many words lightly thrown, come back like a brick. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying there, Billy the Queer, whatever your name is. Remember, Allah is outside of the earth. Rich Porter, you didn't hear he said the Black Tilak say Allah's outside the earth. That's just what you got from your Sunnis. If you notice, Rich Porter is afraid to say Sunni Muslims and Shia Muslims because he is under the spell of Coonspec. It's Coonspec. They've got black people shook to say Sunni Muslims and Shia Muslims for intellectual debate because they think you'll get involved in the Sunni Shia beef because Coonspec said so. When Sunnis themselves don't mind you call them Sunnis, and Shias themselves don't mind you call them Shia. Oh, you poor black people up there. How are you afraid to speak the truth scientifically and accurately? So Grustalove says, Grustalove the TV, which is my brother Beef, he says, the Black Tilak, which Quran recitation do you read? I read the Quranic recitation according to the accurate grammar, which would mean some of it would be Warsh and some would be Hafs. But basically, it's not that beefy. It's not that complex, to be honest. There isn't that many big differences in the recitation. But if you follow the grammar, it's brilliant. He says Sunnis and Shias don't mean anything to you. Well, Rich Porter, if Sunnis and Shias don't mean anything to you, then black people don't mean anything to you. Because goddamn Sunnis are enslaving black people today. So I suggest if you're interested in black liberation, get your head out the clouds and get them freaking candles from burning fumes up your nostrils and in your eyes so you can't see the truth, goddamn. Burn some of the Hebrew incense of myrrh, cinnamon. Ezra Adair might be able to hook you up with a mass dosage of the Hebrew Israelite herb, what do you call it, incense, and fix you up, bro. No, Muslim's not a Muslim. A Muslim is a Muslim, exactly. But the Sunni pagan infidel, Kafirat, Batty Finger, Sodomite is a masquerading as a Muslim. Simple as that. Which one do you read, Black Tilak? Bruv, I just told you. I don't think you understand what that means, Beefy. What Mr. Lee, what he says, the Black Telect, what do you think about Sufism? Sufism it came about because Shias were trying to hold the spiritual teachings under the rulership of the Sunni oppressors. So they had to pretend to be Sunnis to survive, otherwise they'd be killed. That's why Sufis teach that Imam Ali is the most knowledgeable and best after the Prophet spiritually, but to avoid the political backlash, they say Abu Bakr was best for politics. That's how that happened. So yeah, obviously, I agree with a lot of Sufism because it's actually Shiism in disguise. He said, why did your God allow people to call upon his name and enslave black people? Because humans have free will. Allah is there to answer your prayers in sometimes, but it also is intertwined with free will. So that's from Kane Brown. It's not my God, the Most High God. It's kind of like saying when you use electricity or anything you use, gas, whatever you're using, simple as that. So we have Issa pen name is the Persian eagle. The Persian eagle. No. Issa, come with the truth, James. James Jones, come with the truth. The Persian eagle. That's quite funny. We have no friends. No, Rich Port, you can't even spell your own words that you say. It's friends. It's not friends, bro. We say friends. You say friends. Big up Rich Port. You know my motto. Yeah, but that's the point. Our friends are black. Like, what's that got? You got Sunni pagan, Eastern Muslim surname is Shabazz. I love this. Isa, I'm gonna go with that. Isa Shabazz. You don't call me Isa Shabazz. I like that. The tribe of Shabazz, according to Elijah Muhammad the Great. That's true, but you need to say hi to your lady first instead of throwing insults, even though I like it. Yeah. In fact, James Jones has been cyber flirting with Cotton Socks C for a little while. I think he said if she weren't so pretty, he would have said something the other day. I saw that comment. I thought it was funny. But yeah, I mean, Cotton Socks, are you willing to date a police officer? I mean, obviously there's going to be some benefits that come along with that. But just remember, when you go against him, he could get his white police friends to come and plant evidence and drugs in your, and get you arrested. So you've got to watch out when you date a police officer like James Jones. You got to be careful. Two-edged sword. Two-edged sword. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, let's see. Because none of you two mentioned before the Prophet said Muslim Shibu. Oh, you mean Ibn Masud and Ka'ab and so on, Beefy? Yeah. No, you have to remember, Imam Ali compiled the Quran by himself, my brother. And the recitations, what you're talking about there, the four that the Prophet should take from, again, that's in Sunni books. Beefy, do me a favor, please. Please don't ask me regarding what you read in the Sunni pagan Kafir books. Yeah, they mean, a lot of their hadith are garbage. There are some hadith that we authenticate, but a lot of them's rubbish, bro. Isa, so your God wants to get us after freedom. Let's have a look. Where is he saying that? So do you read the same book as the Sunnis, or do you have a different Quran? These guys. Why are the Shias persecuted and why are Ali cursed by the leaders of Islam? So that's common sense. Isa, why are the Shias persecuted and why was Imam Ali cursed by the leaders of Islam? So the Shias are persecuted because there is a fake Islam called Sunniism, or a fake religion ideology of conquest that is hiding under the banner. So because it's fake and it's a fraudulent ideology, obviously it's scared if the truth is there and people get to compare the two side by side, then Sunnism is going to clearly be seen as to be anti-Quranic. Hence why the Sunnis love it when blacks come against Isa, the Black Telect, and I speak the truth and say Aisha, according to the Quran, is an enemy of Allah. And then he says, why was Imam Ali cursed? Imam Ali was cursed. It was institutionalized by Muawiyah, Lahnatullah, and this dirty kafir, for something like 60 or 70 years. So how could he be a forthrightly guided caliph under the Sunni religion? Yeah, so how many people are coming to the wedding of, what's his name? James Jones and Cotton Socks. In fact, you know what? Cotton Socks, Bun James Jones, East of the Black Telect is here. You know what I mean? When I come back to the park, when the sun's there, probably June or something, yeah, come see me. Leave James Jones at the police station. Because, you know what I mean, he might be trying to date you and accidentally pepper spray you or taser you or something. You can't trust James Jones, goddamn. Rich Porter says, Isa, so your God wants us to kiss his for freedom? No, Rich Porter, not. Ooh. Allah wants you to organize yourself, get intelligent like the Black Telect, and start to unite your people and speak the truth. Kissing her back. So, cops to the ops, Mr. James Jones. Answer that question, which one's that? No. I'm supposed to go, I'll put some chicken on. What's wrong with you, lot, man? Eat.
I'm gonna go as well. But yeah, you know what, Issa, check your hangouts, innit? I messaged you some stuff about that because I remember you talking about Isaac and Ishmael, that and who the covenant is for and everything. And I gave you and I sent you some biblical texts on covering that topic and everything. Yes, that's in your hangouts. But when you're ready, innit, I ain't forced you in it, but it's there, innit?
Yeah, I haven't looked at it for a while, but blessings for that. Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
cool. Anyway,
I'm out, Issa. Yeah.
All right, bless him, my brother. Yeah, so I got to hold down Veli's channel. Veli, make sure you give me a spanner, a flipping, all kind of wrench, screwdriver, a flipping battery charger, a flipping trolley jack for your channel, bro. I don't just want a spanner. I want the control of the whole goddamn thing, bro. Give me the whole toolbox. So when people come up in the comments, I could flipping delete their stuff, put them in the back chat when they're on here, running them out. You get what I'm saying? Mute them up. Give me the whole toolbox. Goddamn, I'm holding your channel down. So let's see now. Up a Notch TV. What's his name again? Israel. God of Jacob says, Issa, come home and leave that lice head religion. Yeah, the Sunnis have lice. Batty finger Sunni sodomites have lice heads. I agree with you. But, bruv, you like coon speck. So what about coon speck? Maybe. Anyway, yeah. Right. So cotton socks. James Jones said leave his woman alone. Cotton says, what's that there, baby? Yeah, you look gorgeous right there. Yeah. I mean, if you notice James Jones, he said he was 6'3", which would mean that we have to be real, and he's 5'3", probably shorter than Cotton Socks, or the same height. So, you know, maybe James Jones wants you to take him to the park, put him on the swings and push him. Who knows? You know what I mean? Yeah, short man syndrome, James Jones. Maybe that's why he comes at Issa the Black Tilek, because I'm tall, dark, and handsome. So yeah, Cotton Socks, big up sis, get her the Black Tilek, just to make James Jones jealous, and go on his head again and start screaming at me. You know, let's give him a real reason to scream at me. God damn it. Issa, how many times do you Shia pray a day? 5 times a day, Sticky G. 5 times. Sometimes we unite the prayers into 3 points. Talking about chemo oil, it's fake. There's God's Lego. Where's God's Lego? And he's going to throw us away when he throws out. Issa was actually sounding pleasant, but here it comes. Do you read the same Quran? Yes, I do. Pam was talking about Hebrew. Content over everything. Yeah, only a few minority are Shia. Assalamu alaikum. James Jones has got game. The only game James effing Jones got is flipping arresting black people. Get out of it, little blood snake. Is there any other sect apart from the Sunnis that oppose you? To be honest, Mr. Lee, that's a good point. Not really. I haven't really heard no one else. Yeah, it's mainly the Sunnis that come against me. But I mean, the reason why I come against them is because they come against me. So, I mean, everyone else would, but you know what I mean? It's obviously the Sunnis that are more intimidated because me being a Sunni, I know what's in their books, innit? I know their stuff better than they do. So, yeah. Yeah, Cotton Socks, yeah, delete that comment where you got that thing on your head like you're married to James Jones. Like, I pronounce you divorced before you're married. Forget that foolishness. You're not marrying James Jones. You know what I'm saying? We can't even have James Jones having a fit sister like that. You're crazy, blood. You know what I'm saying? And apparently he's from, where's he from again? What they say? He's Malaysian or where's he from? Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, something like that. Yeah. So yeah, don't trust it, bro. Oh, what does he say? Sorry, Mr. Lee, did I misread your comment? What did I misread? Is there any other sects apart from Sunnis that oppose? That I oppose. Sorry, that I oppose. Yeah. Have I got dyslexia? Mr. Lee. No, what it is, Mr. Lee, I'm hungry as hell. My chicken's on. I can smell it. And that's why I misread the comment. The I oppose. So yeah. Well, to be honest, all of the others come under the band of Sunnism. So I don't even Quranists. They're Sunni Protestants. You get what I'm saying? They're people that were disgruntled because Sunnism was made up of hadith, and they said, no.
Yo, Issa, I want. Assalamu alaikum, brother. I'm outside, bro, and I only have 5%. You know, I just wanted to bring up. Last time I was on, I mean, we were on here, me, you, and I think it was Dan and some other guy, and they were like, "Oh, Isa is not a good what's it called? Kind of, you know, he's for you." And I was thinking, I was like, "Yo, everything that Isa says is what my mom taught me all my life." You get what I mean? Like, my mom's been teaching me all this stuff, and I don't get why these guys are saying, because either, you get what I mean? So it's fucked up. Like, I don't get it.
No, I hear that. I hear that. But it's jealousy, bro. It's just normal. What else are they gonna say? But Sticky G, Isa in Surah Al Isra, only 3 prayers are mentioned. So where do you get 5 from if you don't follow Bukhari, Isra, Miraj? Yeah, Sticky G, please wake up. Bukhari, we have our own hadith, number 1. Number 2, it was a tradition that people were following. The imams were praying 5 times a day. Number 3, the Quran does refer to the 5 prayers. So yeah, you're just talking about 1 surah or 2 surahs, whatever. Yes, let me deal with so British Ahmadiyya says, Isa, do you consider Ahmadiyya as Muslim? To be honest, I consider even certain Sunnis Muslim. So yes, I consider Ahmadiyya as Muslim. I don't really like to go around judging people whether you're Muslim or not. I generally deal with the monkeys that come against me. So obviously the Sunni pagans thinking Kafirat, Fingerbati, Sodomites, they're the ones that come against me openly and in every way, sneaky, etc.
That's
yeah. Hello? Oh, flip. Is my thing bad? Can you hear me, Mohammed?
I hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Ahmadiyya's, I mean, I generally don't like judging. Isa a Sunni. No. Catch any, flipping, I'm breaking up. What am I supposed to be running from? Wait, Rich Porter. Anyway, you mind signing a prenup? Yeah, Cotton Socks. Make sure your contract with this guy is at least 5 pages long, not just prenup. But prenup for what? James Jones ain't got nothing. What the hell prenup about James Jones after a bloody prenup? He got a laptop, friggin', he got one of them Arabian sofa beds, a big sponge or something. You're wrapped in the cloak. No, we don't do wudus like the Sunnis. We do wudu according to the Quran. The Quran says to wipe your feet, not wash your feet. The Sunnis don't follow it. Don't get me wrong, your feet are supposed to be clean anyway, but yeah. Veli, James Jones is trying to flirt with Cotton Socks. Apparently James Jones is, what the hell was he again? Thailand, Malaysian or something. Yeah, so, you know what I mean? He's trying to get onto the sisters, pretending he black. He wanted them. He probably going to use melanotan and darken himself. He'd probably get an afro wig. You know what these guys are like, bro. You can't trust people like James Jones. You're going to use tanning lotion or fake tan or something and try and get one of the sisters. No, we can't trust James Jones with that kind of thing. Yeah, Rich Porter, what question am I supposed to be running from? Yeah. Well, maybe you forgot to write it. Beefy, what am I running from, bro? Come on now. What hadith do I follow? Al-Kafi is the main book. So look up Al-Kafi, brother Beefy. Yes. Cotton Socks won't get married. Lady Divine. Anyway, let me not flirt on there, blood, before these lot start playing it back and okay, Ether. Flirting with that. Is there non-profit non-imams? Non-imams involved. Common sense. I don't believe that other than the imams are infallible, but the term infallible means perfect. I don't believe anyone other than Allah is perfect, by the way. Common sense. But I do say they don't have any sins. Definitely. Or they don't sin. Quran is the main book. Yeah, definitely common sense. Quran is the main book. It's a supreme wisdom science book. which inshallah people will be seeing soon. Isa, what did you say? I have white privilege. See what I mean? James Jones says he's got white privilege. Obviously, if he's not white, he has white privilege because he's police. He's a cop. So obviously, he got the privilege from his backing. Yes. In fact, yeah. You know what? Cotton Socks become Shia, and you see what happened. Easy too. What was that deleted? How do you know Sunni is false? Natty Dread. I was a Sunni. I know. I studied that thing I smashed them to pieces, man. Easy work. Why do you think that fat Sunni coon, Isa the Toe Coon, big up Easy too. If you look at Isa the Toe Coon, he says, he said he didn't promise to debate me. It's he's debating me and a monkey, one of his dirty cockroach pulls him away out of the debate. He said, I'll come back another time. Now he's chatting rubbish. You get me? No, Natty Dread, it's not Natty to Dread, it's not inner issues. The Sunnis are anti-black. They're enslaving our people. You have to stop thinking it's Sunni versus you. It's never that. How long were you a Sunni before realizing that it wasn't for black people? Jay Boogie. Let me see. I was slightly Sunni before I converted because I was praying and hanging with them before. I would say about a year. Do you know what I mean? But it's interesting. I didn't fully, because there was no internet and there were no Shias around. It was like an intellectual thing, but I was still majorly Sunni in a lot of things I was doing and a lot of beliefs behind the main beliefs. So it was kind of took me a while still to detach myself or divorce myself from the Sunni pagan religion. Yeah, so I just want to say all to eBay and Amazon, if James Jones tries to order Melanotan, it's for the purposes of pretending he's black to get one of our black sisters cotton socks. So don't give it to him and report it back to us. Or if James Jones is trying to get fake tan and an afro wig, even some, what's that stuff, that Botox to get bigger lips, don't trust James Jones and don't sell him none of that stuff because it's for a nefarious purpose. What else is there? Isa, what do you think of Ahl al-Kitab? What, people of the book? Yeah, they are what they are, man. Isa, why did Imam Ali not do anything about the guy who didn't let the Prophet in? Oh, Imam Ali, about Umar bin Khattab. Because that would have caused a hell of a lot more problems. The Prophet already told him to be patient. So because the Prophet's the central figure there, if you cause beef in there, you cause more beef, and the Prophet hasn't even died yet. Do you get me? So he would have been blamed. Imam Ali would have been blamed as being the one that caused more problems. Yeah, big up my brother, Black Van Man. Yeah, man. Keep doing good work. I'm gonna give you some herbs, my blood Black Van Man, to blackenize the mind, so to speak. And where are we? So there's the dot or something like that. He says the cotton socks, mine's bigger than James. Oh my god, this is funny. Yeah, Walter, do you want to take over, bro? I'll go, man.
Nobody cares to ask any Christian questions, so
yeah, ask Walter question. Black plus police is white. Is that one of the equations in the Quran? What do you see? James Jones is slowly admitting he's police. He says black plus police equals white. Is that one of the equations in the Quran? What do you think about the Circle 7 Quran? What you mean the Aquarian Gospel that our brother took? Aquarian Gospel under the word Quran. Wouldn't let you sniff me go. Oh man.
They love you. They love you, Isa. They never stop asking you questions.
Because they know Isa the Black Telek is pro-black all the time, every day, all day, every day, every week, all the time. You get me? So yeah. Did the Sunnis poison the Prophet? Oh boy, Raindrop, come on in and give a lecture, Raindrop. While I got to go and eat my chicken, man. I don't mind being stereotypical in regards to that. I do eat maybe too much chicken. I need to sort that out, to be honest.
Raindrop, I'm pretty sure he sees the question.
Let me say that, Natty to Dread, I don't follow like sheep, bro. Trust me. I do not. There's no scholars. Like, I've studied this for myself, bro. You get me? I was actually gonna leave Islam. Even when I converted to Shia, I was like, hold on, you know what I mean? And then that's when I really saw what the Quran is saying. And all this information started to come together for me to know what I know. And I was like, okay, because I was looking into Kemet. I would have come to the Kemet thing. I would have been on that still. Natty to dread. It's not because it's Sunnis that are enslaving you, bro. You can't prove it's Sunni versus Shia. That's rubbish. Go to flipping, what you call that place? Libya, and tell them about you're a black Sunni and see they'll put you in a cage the same way, bro. Easy, you read the book the Sunnis read. No, it's our book, bro. Bilal was freed. What do you say he wasn't? Common sense, I don't get into that at the moment, but we will do that inshallah later. What is this correct? Not the Prophet print. I'm gonna be on it. Yeah, James, I gotta go, man. Yeah, James, come on. Water, start. Burn out James Jones and no, actually, James, you're a punk. I'm not waiting for you at all because every time I'm talking good subject to people, you keep cutting in like somebody shapeshifter, bro. Does voodoo, Mr. Lee asked, does voodoo have a part in Islam? No, because voodoo comes from another tradition, although I would say voodoo began as the Islam of that culture. So, yeah, but I'll be honest, it's contaminated. So, Hebrews, I am a Hebrew. I'm a Hebrew Israelite and a Hebrew Ishmaelite. We mixed. If you check the history, there was hardly a place where the Hebrews were not intertwined and intermixing with the Ishmaelites. So, yeah, Isa the Black is down with that. Yeah. Have more time. Where is that? Yeah, exactly. Not it, Red. Go over there and tell him about you know what I mean. You don't care about it. Yeah, block Rich Porter. Everybody, block Rich Porter. And Veli. I want a whole toolbox, not just a spanner. I want to work this thing properly. Anyone get disrespectful, I put them in the back chat or I kick them off for a week or something like that. And so I can delete specifically Rich Porter's comments and block him from the comments. Bring it to the people there and blessings. He used to read the same Quran as the Sunnis. No, Rich Porter, the Sunnis read the same Quran as me. Get it right, bro. Yeah, biggest people have to go. I really have to go. Big up, Salam Alaikum, peace and love to the panel. Oh, shapeshifter. Shapeshifter. Blessings. Okay.
Oh, he left. Yeah, real guy. The basic Christianity is Christ is the truth, and with him is comes peace and forgiveness. So that's basically the dawah. Walter, how can you read the? Well, I mean, the Hebrew Israelites. I mean, again, even though they may get what they believe is their beliefs from the Old Testament, a lot of what they say is wrong. Way final. Not too much happening on the chat. To drop dead. Soon, we're all gonna drop dead one day. That's for sure. Thanks for your blessing. What kind of a Christian? The Christian that believes that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. Came, help us, lead us to the next level of humanity. Big up NGF. Shut up, Walter. We were missing. Walter, they read the same book as you to get their beliefs, and they believe in. Well, so did the Latter-day Saints. So did a lot of people read the New Testament and came up with their new beliefs. Remember, Hebrew Israelites were only started, about 100 years ago, and you can actually go check that. It's a fact, and there's people who preach upon that. So obviously they're going against the core tenets that was preached close to 2,000 years ago. So they're wrong. That's it. You know, that's like if Up Not TV wanted to start his own religion. You know, he started his own religion, get a few people following, and next thing he goes 100, and next thing you know, he has 200, and boom, he has a religion. Doesn't mean he's right. Well, some of their beliefs are in the Bible. There are certain things that they they want to follow the Hebrew traditions of the olden times, which is more, you know, of that time. But there's a certain point where they say, God's still in. God is supposed to stay in Israel. They're not supposed to move out from Israel. They're supposed to be stuck. Well, that's one sect I know of. I think Ezra's talking about. Maybe he's the same thing. But anyway, it's just total confusion. Well, not only do I believe in Christ because of a book, but it's also in a philosophy that hasn't been, that's above humanity. I mean, what Christ preached, to the words that he was said, I mean, it's past humanity. A lot of people think, what Christ preaches is easy to love oneself, to love thy neighbor, to forgive the forgiveness of sins. But as we could see, it's really not a philosophy. It's a philosophy that only could be applied by God, and those who follow practically 100% Christianity become godlike because they, for their brother, their sinner, anyone, because obviously, if you're truly a Christian, obviously Christ still exists, the apostles still exist in another realm. So therefore, anything that happens here on earth can be forgiven, can be healed, can be cured. Therefore, most people on this earth, are here for a stage that God could basically, heal them, save them. Been preached by anybody else but Christ. Well, maybe I probably know what it is, but I can't define it for you. What are you getting at? Nobody's on the panel but me, Walter. Hopefully Villa shows up. I mean, you could say, Natty, you could say if you want it's made up. That's up to you. I believe it's truth. I mean, I believe there was a man whose name was Christ. He also, had apostles, and he also preached, and with a lot of things, he proved himself with miracles and a lot of wonders. So as the apostles, and that's what we believe. And I believe that he also works in my life. So there it is. It's pretty simple, straightforward.
Big up, big
Yeah.
up.
Hello, my people. What's going on?
Hi, Somali guy.
Yeah,
Hi,
it's your boy
Walter.
Khalid. What's going on? Lady D, what's popping?
Saved by Lady Divine
No,
and the
I just
Somali
come
guy.
to help out
Yeah.
Walter. It looks like
Thank
he's
you.
struggling.
I know, man. We couldn't let the stream die. I was just clocked on right now. I was just finishing work. I just jumped off the bus, and I saw no one on the stream. So I thought, you know what?
I can't be cursing out people all day. It's not me.
Yeah, man. You get me? No. Why do you think white people are cursing each other all day? What is it? What's the main reason?
White
Is
people
it
are
different
cursing each other.
opinions? I said, why is people? Why?
Oh,
Why
wow.
people?
White people cursing.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said.
Come on,
I don't know,
amigo. Tutto bene, man. Tutto bene. ¿Qué pasa?
Tutto bene. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa, español?
Mi amigo. Tutto bene.
Yeah, tutto bene.
Tutto bene. Yeah, man. So why is everyone heated? What's going on? What's with the heat? I mean, everyone's on the
No one
clock.
cheated. I think you know when Esau comes and he starts his madness, yeah, and he gets the chat jumping. That is what was going on, but he ducked out before I could catch him, man.
People.
A real guy.
People
I
love
like
the
to say,
pastor.
I like to real guy. I like to say, I mean to what real guy just wrote there. So we said people like the pastor, people like entertainment. Let's entertain the place, man. I'm hearing Muslims are banned from this block. What's going on?
Never. That is not the case. What's going on there?
No, I believe.
Spice it up, man. I'm gonna spice it up.
I believe Villa is channels.
Nah, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. There might be a fatwa on me on Sunday, innit?
Pretty sure if he walks into Esther Faz's channel, he's gonna get bitten left, right, and center.
Jeez. A couple of boys.
He's got to wear those sunglasses because the Hornets go for the eyes.
Anyway, like I'm saying, my people, I have to bounce. I just try to keep the the stream live. Yeah. I'm gonna come back. Lady Divine Water. I'm gonna come back, man. I just gotta do so. I'm gonna do it. James Jones. You know what James Jones does? I gotta go. But I really gotta go. But I gotta really run. So I'll chat you guys later, innit?
All right.
Bless up, my people.
Bless up. Well, Lady Divine, you started, or you could continue, no?
I mean, I just come to help you out. It looked like you was like you didn't know what to do.
How? Well, I mean, I'm answering a few questions as best I could do. I'm really not here to preach anything.
Okay.
It's usually
but they were asking you a lot of questions in the chat. Did you see the questions?
I've seen a few questions, but I mean, it's not to spend 2 hours preaching about the quick,
Uh-huh.
Like I said, we hear it's like, what are the standards for accepting a new book into the Bible? I don't know. I'm not the. Really? Seriously? Do I look like the Pope? Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what the standards. The standard is found. Let's say the book has to be found. Let's say maybe 50 years before Christ, 50 to 100 years. That would probably be a good book to hold. And it's talking about Christianity and Christ. It's pretty much that would be the standard. And it's from an apostle, of course. Quick answer, Lady Divine, and then you gotta stop. People still hear me? You still hear me? Hello?
Sorry, I was getting a drink.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
fine.
let me look at the chat and see what they're saying. So, oh shit, they got questions for you. They're asking, Walter, is Jesus coming back? If so, when and why? And why was the reason not applicable in the first time round? Oh.
Well, the way it goes and the way Christ said it was that it's at the end, like when it's all over, when basically humanity is at its end. At that point, when he comes around, it's basically heaven on earth.
Hold on, are you sure that's what he said?
Well, yeah, I mean, he said that at the time of the hour, nobody knows. And then when you look at Revelation, the trumpets were going to go, and he'll be coming from the sky, and basically everybody will see him, so they can't deny him. So it's a whole comes back. So I think at that moment in time, once you know God exists, there's no more excuses anymore. You can't say, "Oh, I didn't know, I did not." There it is. It's basically.
But hold on. You're going 1,000 miles. I've got to slow you down a bit. How do we first know that God exists? What examples do you have to prove that God exists?
Well, as Christians, we have obviously Christ, who's. Are you going to be long? Maybe just a minute.
Get ready, chat. He's going to explain to us how he knows for a fact God exists. So let's wait for it.
Like we said, for us Christianity, God is in Christ. Christ is in God. So there's this, 100% for us. There's no That's it. What else am I supposed to explain? I mean, if I'm in the universe and how, who knows? The regular person doesn't know nothing about that. For us to know that God exists is because it came from the man himself. Here I am. You know, Muhammad saying it don't make it true, but God himself saying it makes it true. Pretty simple.
Oh God, hold on. So God exists because he said he exists, and that's all the evidence we've got.
Well, I mean, you see, like when you read the stories in the New Testament, healing of the blind, resurrection of the dead. He did die. He did rise from the dead. He did things that only so a God could do.
No. He didn't die. That was Jesus. That wasn't God. Like God.
Well, that is God, the Son, the Father, the Son, the Spirit are three in one.
Oh, here we go with this Trinity thing now.
There you go.
Here we go. All right. So you basically are part of this Holy Trinity thing, yeah? So you deal with the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah, we believe.
One.
Well, we believe that the Father, the Son introduced the Father because only the Son has known the Father, and the Son has also introduced the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, because in his death he gave, which is the Holy Spirit. So it all intertwined with the Son. Because Christ said when he was on earth, no one has seen the Father but me. So therefore, the Father is only seen through the Son, and we only see the Father. We only see the Father through the Son and the Holy Spirit. You understand?
Well, this is where I struggle with this thing here, because Christ himself, his whole existence to me, that story there just doesn't make up. It doesn't make 1 ounce of sense. Like, who's his father? Why has no children? Who did he have any legacy?
Father is his father. Why are you bringing God to man? God.
I'm entity
outside of man.
You're coming from, because I don't bring God to no man. I don't know what you're talking about.
But you're asking why didn't he have children?
Yeah, I'm talking about Jesus.
Why did he do
this?
this?
Listen to what I said. I said Jesus. His whole existence to me is a mystery. I never said nothing about God.
His mystery was prophesied in the Old Testament. It's going to happen because it was prophesied. I mean, you have an example of the Jewish people that still believe that there's a Messiah coming, who don't believe that's a proof in a Messiah in 2,000 years ago being waited for. However, some Jewish people did not accept that Messiah, which was Christ, but a lot of them did, which created Christianity. You understand? And this was all prophesied in the Old Testament.
Okay, so Walter, look at the chat and look at the questions they're asking. I don't think you're following my verbal way. So look at the questions. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Who's the mother? And where is she?
There is no
Why
mother.
Is she not a part of that Trinity? Why is there not man, woman, and child?
What the hell? Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, no mother. The Father, it's a sensitive word. Father, Son. You guys are bringing this down like to normal human. Where's the mother? Where's the? It's not how it works. It's a different type of relationship. Joseph was an earthly being that was fathering, who was taking care of Christ in his human form, but he was not the real father of, let's say, of Christ. And Mary wasn't his real mother, but there was the Spirit was in her, meaning that the Spirit of Christ went into Mary so that she would, he would become human through her. But in no effect was it like it's like two men a man and a woman making out type of thing. It was all spiritual.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to be funny or disrespectful, but to me, all I'm hearing is a whole load of abracadabra. I'm hearing a whole load of magic.
But it is abracadabra. That's the way it works. It's abracadabra. I mean, someone dies and goes in. If you believe in the resurrection of life, it's abracadabra to you. Yes? If I told you that when you die, you'll become a spirit, is that abracadabra? Do you believe that's abracadabra?
Hold on, say that
You would
again.
believe
Yeah,
it's
I'm saying
abracadabra, no?
if I know science and I know that it takes a man and a woman to lay down and conceive and make a child, and then I'm hearing all of a sudden some mystery Holy Spirit went inside of a woman and gave her a child and implanted a child inside of her magically. To me, that's abracadabra.
Exactly. The same way that if when you die and you become a living spirit, is that become abracadabra too? Because if I tell you there's a resurrection after life, do you believe that is possible? Do you believe that's possible? If you say no, then that's a part of an abracadabra too for you, wouldn't it be?
I don't know. I can't work with your version of events. Now,
Yeah,
Brother Al, I know
yeah,
I
but you
spoke
take
to you.
one, you take one event outside of humanity and call it abracadabra, but you don't look at the other events that are going to happen after life that could be just as abracadabra. So
To
obviously
me, it's
God
all
is above
abracadabra and hocus pocus, if I'm
God.
being honest.
Well, exactly. For you, it's all that because it's spiritual. It's being done through the spiritual realm, which man, we're just men. God things are godly things. Human things are human things. So, with the resurrection, what happened when miracles and all this stuff, godly things, and those things are very hard to understand. I mean, if I could tell you how Christ could make a blind man see, then I'd be God, wouldn't I? How did he feed multitudes with just one fish and a couple of loaves of bread? How did he?
All right,
How
one
did he
second,
walk on
Walter,
water?
one second, because you're waffling now. 1 second. I've spoken to you before, and I've heard your accounts on how you believe this, how Jesus came
It's
about,
abracadabra.
whatever. And stop it. You're waffling. You're not listening. You need your ears to listen and your mouth
Yes.
to speak. Well, 1 second, 1 second. So my thing is this. Can you explain to him your version? Because his version, I'm just hearing hocus pocus. Explain to him your version of events,
Okay, afternoon divine. Let's go straight to the Bible. If we can go to
There's a
John
person hocus in the chat.
1:45. Say that again.
Oh, somebody said.
I can hear you.
Hello?
Go on.
Yeah. Let's go to in the New Testament, John chapter 1, verse 45.
All right, hold on. Give me a sec.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, afternoon. Well, yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, I'm here. I haven't got my Bible, but I've got the app on my phone.
Yeah, you can go on the internet. Yeah, anything. Yeah.
Yeah, John what?
John chapter 1, verse 45.
Oh, 1. Okay. That's where I went wrong.
You can't quote one verse.
No, I got many. I got many. Yo, I ain't got one verse. I got many. Yo, I'm getting started, my G.
Yeah.
No, you can't quote one verse out of context and say from that one verse you're gonna create a whole story out of it.
Walter, I just said I got many. I said I got many. I didn't say I got one. I said I got many.
Quote the first verse of John. What does the first verse of John say?
Oh my God.
And it explains in itself what it is.
So, this is the problem we're having. When you've got a Christian that understands the Bible completely different from a Hebrew, this is where the confusion comes in, because we're hearing completely two outcomes.
No, but he doesn't want to read. He doesn't want to start at the premise of what John wrote in the first line of the Bible of the Testament. He goes straight to 45 and he takes it out of its context.
No, it's about my first answer was I said let's go straight to John this and that. Remember, I didn't say spiritual.
Yes, I did notice.
I didn't say any of the stuff that Walter said. I went straight to the Bible.
We'll go straight to the Bible, but I'm pretty.
Okay, so let me read this. I'll tell you what I see, yeah? So it says, Philip findeth Nathanael and saith unto him, we have found him who Moses in the law and the prophets wrote, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph.
Thank you. All
Not
this
the
stuff.
son of the Holy Spirit, not the son of a magic abracadabra, son of Joseph.
There it is. Mary and Joseph had set to create Christ. It's there. Is that's remember the band. Remember that the first time we spoke, it was like for 5 hours. Remember, I was all going through you are what your father is and everything, and all of that. And I mean, I'm so glad that you actually kind of rejected what Walter was saying. I mean, no harm to
But
Walter.
this is my thing. If it doesn't make sense to me, then it's nonsense. Like, you can't feed me shit and then tell me it's fucking steak. It's just not going to work with me. I'm not that gullible.
Yeah. And he's talking about the Trinity. You know, in the Bible, the Trinity is not even there.
But where did the whole Trinity thing come from?
Oh, you know what it was, where it come from, the Bible. What it was, when how can I say, when that example after that around 200 AD type of thing, and I think after 1492 something like that, the Italians and the Greeks, they started to read the Bible basically, and because they misinterpreted what was in it. And because they misinterpreted what was in it, they start to create all these different ideas and all this stuff. When really the Bible wasn't even for them anyway. You know what I'm trying to say? So it was all just a misunderstanding. Because what it is in the New Testament, it does say the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, but that's not a Trinity. That's three separate things. Is that you can say that example in the Bible. In the Old Testament, it will talk about the 12 tribes and everything, but the 12 tribes, although there is that, actually, no, I shouldn't use the 12 tribes as an example, but it's that, how can I say, it's that people just start to misinterpret that what was in the New Testament, basically, yeah, and that's what basically happened, yeah.
So would I be wrong, or would it be rude, or I guess ignorant of me to say that maybe Christians are not actually reading the Bible the way the Bible was intended because it wasn't actually written for Christians?
It's not rude. That's the honest truth. You got it correct. Yeah, you got it correct.
No, because I'm just struggling to find out when I'm hearing their stories. If I ask them a simple question like about Jesus, for instance, like Jesus coming onto the earth and his whole existence, and I say, well, if I'm listening going by their stories, all I'm hearing is abracadabra and hocus pocus and I don't know, some form of Harry Potter business going on. And then they're telling me that I'm not understanding spirituality, I'm not understanding that. But I'm like, but hold on, if I speak to a Hebrew or a different kind of Christian, they're not going to give me the same answers you're giving me. So is it me not comprehending, or is it you not understanding? Which one is it?
It's them, that's the issue, it's them. You got it right, Divine Belief. You're right, don't worry. Notice again how I went straight to the Bible. I didn't say all of this spirituality and out of context. I remember, I go straight to the Bible. I don't do all this out of context stuff, and I just go straight to the Bible.
Okay, my brother, I hear that. So okay, so can we deal with Moses? Because I realized that nobody really speaks on Moses. Normally when they speak on the Bible, they go straight to Jesus and whatever, but Moses did a lot from according to
Moses done a lot.
Yeah, he done a lot. He came with the 10 Commandments. We heard about the burning bush. We've heard about the parting of the seas. We've heard about him delivering people out of the Mount Sinai story. All of that. How come no one ever speaks on Moses, but they always quick to run to Jesus?
Well, Christians, what it is, there's an overemphasis on Christ. Because remember, they believe they believe Christ was God, and Christ wasn't God. And again, it's just a misinterpretation. What it is, us as Israelites, we rate Moses highly. We put him up there with Christ as well. How can I say? Like example, how how us as Israelites, how we go about the law is that how could I say? Is that how could I say? Is that Moses gave it to us? Is that we honor primarily we honor God, and secondary we honor Moses because the law was given unto Moses and he explained it and everything. But yeah, it's a good question. Why don't people speak about Moses? I mean, that's a good question. I actually don't know. Myself personally, I'll say I honor Moses a lot because, he done a lot. I'm trying to say, even Christ used to talk about Moses as well. So, yeah.
Okay, so just to make sure that I'm covering everyone in the chat as well. I won't say the rude part because that was unnecessary, but they're saying basically Moses wasn't real. So, what would you say to that, Brother Al?
The way I'd answer that is I'll say to Adam's other people for them to know that Moses is real or real or not. I'm not interested in proving to Adam's other people that Moses existed. I only want to prove to Moses existed to Israelites because how could I say the history of Moses only applies to the Israelites. So it's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I mean, if they're not Israel, then it's up there. What they say doesn't matter because again, the history of Moses only applies to the Israelites.
Okay. Gosler TV wants to know what is the Hebrew word for Bible, if there is one.
Ketub.
Kettle.
Ketub. Ketub.
Ketub. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me just look at the chat. I'll make sure I cover everyone's questions. Anybody got any good questions I can ask? What is the Hebrew word for Bible? He sounds.
I got another verse for you in the Divine as well. If you want, it's up to you. But it is Deuteronomy.
Sure, I've got no issues with doing it. Go on.
Okay, Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 31.
You can give me any verse you want, but you see, if it comes to this First Corinthians, that ultra funky likes to throw at me, I will take that entire Corinthians book and slap him upside of his head.
Oh, you know that part that applied to women at the time is like example, that only applied to
he's trying to implement that on me today. That's the
Oh, okay.
that ultra funky. So hey, all right, so Deuteronomy, I can't even pronounce the bloody word. Anyway, go on.
I've got problems with pronouncing Deuteronomy and Deuteronomy as well. Don't worry.
I can't pronounce it, man. Sorry.
I got to read it properly. I say Deuteronomy, but I'm with you. I got problems with pronouncing Deuteronomy as well. But yeah.
Yeah.
Chapter
Okay.
4, verse 31.
4:31. Okay. Let's go. So. Let's go. Oh, I went past. Here we go. Okay, so it says, "For Jehovah thy God is a merciful God. He will not fail thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of the fathers."
See again. See
unto him. Oh.
Yeah. See that's so. Is again that means so? What Jesus knows that he had to have an Israelite father to be an Israelite himself.
Yeah, but hear what it says though. Listen to the word. This is where I will have an argument for that though, Brother Al. But I'll do it respectfully. Obviously, I'm chatting my brother, innit? So it says, "For Jehovah thy father is a merciful God. He will not fail thee, nor destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he sware unto them." Yeah. So when he said, who is he speaking? Who's speaking and why and who they speaking to? Sorry.
God was speaking to the Israelites when he first released us from Egypt.
All right, so this is where I have a problem with that, because if you guys keep drilling in my head 24/7, I'm an Israelite and I need to accept my Israelite self. Okay, cool, no problems with that. But then I would argue that with that argument and this verse, I would say that we have been forgotten, and this God is not a merciful God to us Israelites. We're still in separation. 400 years of this bullshit. I'm not trying to do not even one more day, much less another how many more years. I can't do it. I'm sorry. And I blame you guys then. You lot fucked it all up for the rest of us. What would you say to that, bro?
I'll say be patient. I'll say be patient because it's like as time going on, we're getting our identity right now. Is that the fake Jews they can't run. There's nowhere on earth where they can run and say that they're Israelites because Deuteronomy 28 verse 60 doesn't match them. You know what I'm trying to say? And it's that the Hebrew that they speak is not real. What else is that? How can I say is that? I can say myself, I'm subscribed to a lot of different Hebrew YouTube channels, and it's that.
Yeah, so I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. So here on chapter 45, the guy's asking a question. Okay, he's asking the question to Nathaniel, one to the other. How does he know he's the son of God yet? People talking, one to talk. He said the son of Joseph. That's how they see him. But now, if we continue down 3 verses, now if we continue 3 verses down, here is what it says.
Okay, 1 second,
Okay, 'cause now,
brother and Walter, 1 second. I've got to do one thing for Veli. We've got a Miss Capo on the
No, it's Baba Dule with some of my girls' phone. Come on,
Yo, Baba Dule, yo.
Baba Tunde, I don't know who you are, but
Big up Baba Dule, my dude.
Yeah, don't know. Obviously, I'm listening to you lot. I think that Joseph is not the father as well, but let Walter continue, innit?
Okay, so and then let me finish this because you you guys are one verse wonders. You never continue reading a chapter in itself.
Because we don't have to
listen, watch this. This is the way it goes. Listen. Philip found Nathanael and said to him, we have found him whom Moses in the law and also the prophets wrote, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. Okay, so he thinks it's the son of Joseph. Now you move on. And Nathanael said to him, can any good thing come out of Nazareth? Philip said to him, come and see. Jesus saw Nathanael coming in him and said to him, behold, an Israelite indeed in whom is no guile. Nathanael said to him, how do you know me? James answered and said to him, before Philip called, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you. Nathanael answered him, Rabbi, you are the Son of God. You are the King of Israel. So why would he call him the Son of God if Joseph is his son?
Because here it is, all Israelites are God's children, and God called them his son out of favoritism.
Specifically, did Jesus deny it? Did Jesus deny it? Now let's go back to verse 1, John verse 1:1. Here we go. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. You see John chapter 1, verse 1, what it says there?
Yeah, and
now the story begins.
Flesh through Isaac, then Jacob.
No, you cannot go to verse 35 when verse 1 is already introducing to you who Christ is. It's a story. And it starts at the beginning. And we're talking about how man, you're talking about a verse where man sees another man. They are not introduced yet to God the Son. They are learning about Christ. How are they going to know, this is the Son of God? Unless he hasn't even started his miracles yet. He hasn't even started his mission. He hasn't even rose from the dead.
No, but
they call him that.
Yeah, they would have learned that Christ was called the Son of God maybe afterwards. I'm not disputing that.
But you're saying that he's the son of Joseph just because they saw him. Just because they saw him as the son of Joseph, it doesn't literally mean he's the son of Joseph.
Yes, it does, because to be
no, it doesn't, because you see what I'm saying. For when I tell you about Nathanael, you say it's not literal. But when I talk about Joseph, you say, it is literal.
I'm an Israelite. You have to for your father, for you to be Israelite, yeah, that has to be Israelite, Walter.
But listen to it's explained to you in other chapters how Christ came into existence. You don't want to listen to that.
Can we hear from Baba
I'll listen, Walter. Read it. I'll listen, Walter.
1 second, brothers. 1 second.
You know, if I showed the Immaculate Conception of Mary, would you believe?
Conception. Mary Joseph had sex. 1 second, please. We've got Ultra in the back, please, Veli. We've got people in the back.
He
And
reads
can
the
we
New
hear from
Testament. They
Mother
read what they want to read.
No,
Walter?
no, no, Walter. It's nothing where I read what I want to read.
For one
Listen,
second,
I read the Bible and listen properly.
Did the Holy Spirit come to Mary? Yes or no?
I'm gonna answer
I've got
that.
a verse, man. Let me just
Did the Holy Spirit come to Mary when she was before she was with child?
verse, Walter.
I'm gonna answer.
Walter, let me read this verse. This should answer. This should help the
Again with the one verse wonders.
It's not a one.
I'm gonna
verse.
answer. I'm gonna
helping
let
you
Baba
out.
Dube
If
go.
anything, I don't even believe in the New Testament. But anyway, let me read the verse. This is about.
If you don't even believe in Christ, how would you even
I
know?
can read something and know a narrative, mate. I don't have to.
Okay,
believe
you
in
tell
it
me.
to
You
know
read
the
it. Let me see
narrative.
what you're gonna come out of this.
All right, straight.
I'm obviously you're
Listen,
either an
let's
atheist
get
or
straight to
Islam.
the crux of it. Yeah, it says, "How would this be?" The Mary asks. Actually, let me go just a bit more. He said, "The Lord," and then he said, "Look, how would this be?" Mary asked the angel, "Since I am a virgin." This is considering how she's gonna have a youth. That's gonna be this person, isn't it? You're gonna call him Jesus or not?
You know, virgin in Old English means single. That doesn't mean nothing.
Okay, continue. Yes. Yeah, okay, yes.
Let me
Continue.
read the whole
Let him
thing.
continue.
You will conceive and give birth to a son, and you are to call him Jesus. He will be great and will be called the Son of the Most High. The Lord God will give him the throne of his father David, and he will reign over Jacob.
It's all there. I don't know what more you want.
And then Mary says to him, "How would this be, since I am a virgin?" So this is meaning she ain't had sex yet. Yeah. Then
Yes.
This is what the angel says.
No, single. The word virgin doesn't mean nothing.
Actually, let me not add
Continue. Obviously, he doesn't want to believe it.
No, Walter. Go to the word what virgin
Let
means.
him read the verse.
The verse. It says, "The angel answered, the Holy Spirit will come on you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. So the Holy One to be born will be called the Son of God. Even Elizabeth, your relative, is going to have a child in her old age, and she who was said to be unable to conceive in her 6th month, for the word from God will never fail.
Oh wait, didn't you read? Wait, did you just skip over the Holy Spirit will come on? Come
The Holy Spirit is the commandment. Joseph had the commandment on him because he was doing the commandments.
I mean, that just blows by your head. That whole
Spirit
it's like you don't even see it. She
Sorry,
said she's not with a man. She didn't say that. Oh, you're gonna sleep with your husband, and I'm gonna give you a kid.
God's the son of David. Joseph was of David.
But listen to it. And so what? To everybody else.
That's what I said. That's why I said he quoted the son of David.
We have
Joseph
the
is a son of
spiritual.
David.
You listen. You have the spiritual thing, and you have the man thing. They don't know that what happened with the Immaculate Conception.
No, there's no such thing as a.
This was all written after the fact. What we're saying here at the beginning of time, the people that assumed he was obviously the son of Mary and Joseph. Hello.
1 second, Raheem's in
No,
the back.
they knew he was the
Raheem's
son
in
of
the back.
Joseph.
I'm gonna get off
Guys,
the panel right now
that's
because
only
I can't
normal
get a
that people of that day would assume that Joseph is the father and Mary is the mother. It's only normal. They don't know anything about
assumption. It's the truth. To be an Israelite, Walter, your dad has to be an Israelite.
Yeah, but remember, Jesus.
Are you telling me that God is not an Israelite?
Jesus is a miracle. He's different.
Exactly.
You have to consider
is a miracle child.
So if he's I don't believe in it. You can see the narrative. The angel, obviously, this had the spirit said it's going to overshadow it and come onto the. So that you have to put that into
exactly. And these
guys don't get it. He didn't do that.
You know what the funny thing is? I'm listening to man argue about something that's not even real. I get that.
Or is it irrelevant?
Ultra, if you believe it's not real, then why would you even care what we're talking about?
Because you're on the G block.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
You're on the G block.
All by myself.
Listen.
You're on the G block.
You're all by yourself.
No one doesn't want no smoke right now.
But
they're not
you don't
going to
believe
let
it. We
you
know
speak.
that. Ultra, I know you since I know it's not real to you.
You know how?
I mean, how many times you gonna tell me it's not real?
You already know how I talk to you. So
like you guys are arguing over shit you can't prove. This is madness.
Okay, what do you want us to argue about, Ultra?
Worm food.
No, guys,
I want to argue about worm food.
Guys, let's all stop. We're gonna all stop. Ultra thinks we're arguing for nothing. We're all stopping now. Continue on.
Perfect. Yeah.
It's
right.
your
the
floor.
problem is
Walter
is not going to move off his square. Lady Divine, Io, Miss Capo, none of you guys are going to move off your square. You're arguing over.
Ultra, you came in here. We're talking about nut stuff. Okay, you continue. You tell us something to talk about. Me?
Okay, let's talk about
you want to attack me? Let's go.
No, let's talk about worm food.
Hey, calm down, Walter, man.
Okay, let's talk about worm food.
Yeah, let's
Listen,
because you
Walter,
like worm
Nothing
food. So let's
exists.
talk
Nothing
about it.
exists. Nothing
Jesus,
exists except
Jesus was
nothing.
born
Because when we
from
all die, we're going to be worm
overshadowing.
food according to Ultra.
Can I just say,
The
this is
spirit
what
came on
happens when
Samaria and
people have their
overshadowed them.
own interpretation of what
Yeah,
they read, and this
that's
is when
what we
the
need to be
arguments come
It's
discussing.
from.
not our own interpretation. It's 2,000 years of interpretation. The Hebrew Israelites are only 100 years old.
No,
But hold
we,
on,
we,
this is the
we,
power of the
we're,
Most
we're
High.
a biology from
You are
Abraham.
talking
Therefore,
about
Let
a
me respond
people,
to you,
an
Walter.
idea, a
Walter,
philosophy
can I
that was
respond
only
to you
started
or not?
100 years ago.
Walter,
no,
we
we're
don't
not.
care.
We're
We
not
Lady
don't care
Divine,
what
Walter,
Rome
we come
Rome
from
you are
came
Abraham.
talking
from, bro,
about a
and put
philosophy
their
that was only
scriptures and
started
flags.
100
No,
years
we're
ago.
not a
Stop playing.
philosophy. We're
Learn
a
about it.
theology from Abraham.
Come back and we talk. Yes, sir.
Come and tell
Yes,
us
sir.
about what
Yes,
Rome
sir.
came and made up, bro.
Thank
What are you talking about? This
I'm
is
just
why there's so much
understanding how he's going to
confusion.
say that and not allow anyone to respond.
They even
Walter, when
call the
someone speaks,
real
you have to allow them to
Hebrew is
respond.
fakes. They call them all fakes.
No,
Walter,
no. Here, Walter,
Walter,
we're not.
you're a fake.
Here, Walter, we're not going to let white people tell us what race we are. No,
There
them
you
days
go.
are
You see,
done.
it's a question of white people, this people, that.
No,
We
It's a
never
question of
Walter,
mentioned race,
creating
we're not
races,
going through those days
hate,
where
and
white
that's
people are
it.
going to tell us,
That's not
oh,
real religion.
that we're African
Walter,
and they're
you
the
read
real
the
Jews.
I
book.
No,
can't
them
hear you.
days
You're
are
screaming in the
done.
back
Obviously,
from
ain't
But they
read
somewhere. I
the
don't
can't
Old
have
hear you.
any
Testament.
Your mic is
biological
terrible.
proof.
You obviously have not read the Old Testament, mate. It's all
I
about
have
race.
read the
It's all
Old
about white
Testament.
and
I
this
read the
color.
Old Testament, and it has
You're
nothing to do with
listen. It
color.
does have to do with
Yes,
color
it
because if
does.
you're
It's
white,
talking
you're not
about
allowed in the
one
There
temple.
race.
you go.
Listen. If you're white,
Bingo.
you're
There
not
you go.
allowed
You
in the
so
temple.
so
Do you
what you're
understand
saying?
English?
Listen,
Do you understand English? It's not what
I
I wrote.
understand
I didn't
England.
write that. Go and speak to
You're
Moses.
going to give
I
me
didn't
3
write that, mate.
verses in a whole Old Testament and say it's
No, we can give
about
you
what? The
many.
You
color of
can't tell
skin?
me it's not about
Are you
race. And when you read
serious?
the scriptures, it is about race.
It's
Stop
about
fucking lying.
it's
Stop lying,
about
man. That's why your Roman
religion. It's not
ancestors had
about
to go
race.
over there
It's about
Yes, it is.
religion.
It's about one race called the Israelites only.
What are you
Exodus
talking
19.
about,
Go
man?
read it and you'll see.
Put down the book if you don't like it. Put down the book. Why did the Romans pick it up for? Put it down and go believe in
The
Paul.
the color of skin. It's about religion.
What are you talking about?
No,
It's about a relationship between God and his
no.
people.
Walter, may I interrupt?
Yes, his people who are Israelites.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Raheem.
And
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
and
yeah.
you
Yeah, man,
Raheem, they're
can hear
not
you.
going to
Yeah,
let
can
you
hear you.
all of
speak.
them
They're
are
not
No,
going to let you
I'll let
speak,
Raheem
brother.
speak. I'll let Raheem speak. I'll let Raheem speak.
Let him speak.
Yeah, so religion is what has come from the book. The book is not
Okay,
religion
first of
itself.
all, now I'm going to be
Hold
talking
on,
to an
Walter, shut up,
atheist now.
man. I'm not an atheist.
Wait, let Raheem speak because everyone's talking.
So listen, the whole thing with the Bible.
Oh, big up Raheem, by the way. Welcome
Big up, brother.
to the G.
Oh, my signal. Can you guys? Sorry, he's not friendly. Sorry.
Oh,
So my dog is friendly.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, mine ain't. He eats people. So yeah. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, listen, free Walter's dog.
He's cool, man. What was I gonna say? Yeah. So the Bible itself is not religion. The Bible is about the story of one man's genetic line through history. That is
Thank you, Raheem.
literally what the story is. If you look at it as a matter of fact, the matter of fact is that it has nothing to do with us all following people. It's literally about tracing. It's like having a family tree, basically, effectively. We've then built a culture around it and called it religion, called it Christianity, etc., etc.
No, you first before Christianity.
Hold on,
Before Christianity was Israel. Why did you get all the way to Christianity so fast?
I said etc., etc. That encompasses Judaism and everything else.
That's pretty big, Judaism. That's pretty big.
It doesn't matter. It's still the fact is that it's the story of one man's geneticism.
There's 6,000 years of history there that you just went etc., etc.
Yeah, etc., etc. for the whole book. As I said, it's one man's story.
And you lot ain't mentioned until the Romans get involved.
It's nothing to do with that. The fact is that people
that is what it has to do with it.
Well, yes and
about?
no.
Is a guy coming here saying that it's not about race when the thing says clearly in Leviticus.
Well, we need the etc., etc. to prove that Christ is the Messiah. Without the etc., etc., we can't show that Christ is the Messiah.
Temple or the camp. I don't care what you're talking about. The scripture says if your skin is white, you're not allowed in the temple or the camp. So
I
how
don't know
could
about
a bunch of
but it
people
definitely does
in the
mention
camp
about race.
be from Kazakhstan or Khazarian or whatever they are, Ashkenazi? How could they be in the temple of the camp if that's their law? So that just shows that it's not them. So we don't have to come here begging it, acting like we're begging to be something. It don't matter if we're not them. They're not them.
Listen,
So
so what you're saying, okay, so what you're saying, listen, right, so what you're saying is that 2,000 years ago before Messiah, 2,000 years ago, before all of Jerusalem was black people.
Yes, we still are.
Yes, majority.
We still are.
You would have some,
and the Romans were all black people.
Albinos.
The Romans are white.
The Romans were white. Okay.
Yeah.
So all of Jerusalem was. So when Jesus was talking to the centurion, when Jesus was talking to the people from Rome, he was talking to white people.
I believe they were white.
We were talking to Romans.
I don't believe that. There we go again.
All the other nations got involved. So that's a whole other story. But in the Old Testament, it's strictly them lot. When have you ever seen a
Listen, you're going to the Old Testament, and then when you get to Jerusalem, post Christ, and you don't believe it. That's pretty easy to do.
The Romans and the Greeks are from Japheth. When have you ever seen an Israelite?
What are we talking, Jaffa, Tafa, Tifa? We're talking about the Messiah. We're not talking about colors of skin and people.
Answer my question. Israelites always set with Hamas, always set with the Canaanites, they always set with those type of people.
Nothing to answer your question. Your question is null and void. It means nothing.
When have you ever seen an Israelite sleep with a Japheth, a descendant of Japheth? When? Never. So there wouldn't be no European or no blood in them till that point, until Romans came and invaded, bro. So I don't care what you're talking about.
Listen, there was a Roman Empire that existed at the time of Christ. Do you remember that? Do you know that?
I wasn't talking about Christ. I know after Christ, that's when it got fucked up and you lot come and took over.
No. Christ is there in Jerusalem. There's a whole Roman Empire in existence. Do you know that?
You can't talk about Christ.
Now, what you're saying is that all of Jerusalem was of African descent. They're all
not African, Israelite, black.
Black people.
They're not African. Africans come from Ham.
African is from Afri, North Africa. You can't.
And when we go to Israel today, there's not one hint
They're no more. We're in the Americas. That was our punishment. God said,
still Palestine. There's still Palestine. There's still everybody else.
Biblical name.
No, they're not the real Jews, Walter.
Who's a Shemite and who's a Hamite? Who's Japheth? Go by the biblical.
The Jews were already, they were banished all over the world. So you're telling me that the apostles, Paul, Peter, John, Thomas, that went to Ethiopia, they were all black guys.
No, yes, the Israelites are black.
They were Israelites.
Yes, the Israelites are black. They were black.
So you see, that doesn't make sense, because when you look down at it, there could have been black. Listen,
interpretation of the Bible.
There could have been black people. Listen, there could have been black people that were part of Israel.
No, black people are Israel,
but not all of Jerusalem.
Yes, all of Jerusalem.
Hold on one second.
You know, there was black people in Rome. There was black people in Israel.
You're from the land. We're talking about the lineage. Your bloodline. About your land, where you're from, bro.
Like, you guys are Hebrew Israelites. You're always trying to make it
you go by your interpretation because you're white. That's the problem with white people.
I don't care about. I'm talking about Jews. I'm talking about Christianity. I'm saying that Judaism was a mixture of all cultures.
I can hear you, Raheem.
Let Raheem chat it. Go ahead, Raheem. Go ahead, Raheem.
Listen, you guys are getting two things mixed up. You're talking about, Walter's trying to justify his opinion using the landmass of Israel and Jerusalem compared to the people of Israel. They're two different things. According to Scripture, you have the landmass, which is named after it, but you have the Israelites, which are the seed of Jacob.
Thank you. Me and Raheem been beefing for about 2 weeks.
I really don't even know what that means.
In Jesus' time.
Well, then you haven't.
What does that mean?
You clearly haven't been reading the Bible if you don't understand the difference between
the key here is they were Jewish. They were Israelites.
No, they were not.
Hebrews.
They were
This is the key.
They were Israelites, not Hebrew.
They were
Israelites.
Hebrews. They were Israelites.
They weren't Jewish. They were Israelites. That's it.
Thank you.
Jews are from Judaism.
You're mixing several different things.
You don't realize that the Jews, meaning Judaism, the Jews from Judah,
Right.
It's like just over a period of time. Names change, but it's the same people.
No.
No, it's not. No, they're not the same people.
Judah is a completely separate tribe to those that everyone talks about. There's 12 tribes. Remember, you're confusing one set of people with another set of people with another set of
listen to me. So
then
all those people, when Rome finally went, when Christianity started and Rome went, the Jews started the Jewish culture started the war with Rome, and they destroyed the temple. And these Jewish people that didn't accept Christ the Messiah were scattered all the world. They were all went to America.
No, they went to Africa in 70 AD. They stayed there from 70 AD.
70 AD. They all went to one place.
No, they went throughout Europe as well.
But one place.
They went through Europe as well.
And then, so all the Jews scattered around the world that today are all wrong. Like Germany, before Israel was created, before Israel was created, they were just fake. They were just fake Jews following the Torah for no reason because they wanted to be prosecuted all their lives.
That's right, Walter.
You got to be kidding me, guys. So you're telling me that all these Jews for the last 1,200 years were being crucified, being killed everywhere they went. These guys with that look like white to you. Just did it on purpose.
No, you're seeing now you're mixing history. So 1 second.
That's incredible. The Jews in Germany were hated. The Jews in Russia were hated. The Jews are all over the world are hated, but they love to call themselves Jews. They just fake themselves to Jews.
The reason why they hate it because they're greedy.
It doesn't make sense.
Hey, you guys know how
the reason why they hate it because they're greedy. They purposely go in countries to root
the reason they're hating.
That's why they hate it.
Yo, Walter. 1 second.
They made a mistake. We all made a
1
mistake.
second, man.
Following the Torah, practicing the Passover, the masses. They were just faking it.
Walter. Shush, 1 second, man. Listen, again, you're mixing several different things up. So Jews, yes, if you want to encompass and include the Israelites under the banner of Jews, then just to make it simpler, yes, Jews have been persecuted for a long time. However, what you're starting to do is you're starting to make it mix in the Kazakhs who came in and took over the landmass of Israel.
I don't care if they were the Kazakhs that moved in. What does that even matter? Again, you're changing it to a color issue.
Walter, you're a bit trigger happy. You got to let him complete his sentence before you start.
Exactly. Listen now, man. So
it doesn't matter what you guys say. It doesn't make sense.
You get the Kazakhs. Hey, sorry, Kobe, come here. Listen, man. Listen, Walter, don't interrupt me. So then what you have is you have a history taken over at a certain point via completely separate people with a separate history.
Why?
And then
why?
Because he did it the same reason why
would they want to do that? Why would
my God,
stupid?
Let me finish and I'll answer your question. The Kazakhs, like the Romans,
people are killing them. I'm going to take over this religion.
Man. Listen. Are you going to listen or not? Yeah? The Kazakhs came in as a militant people. Yeah? So what happened is that I can hear myself. Hold on, sorry. Yeah, so what happened
They duped the Jews.
Hold on. Can you hear me, Walter?
Well, that's what they did. But they had to have duped the Jews. The real
we
Jews.
Can all hear you, Raheem, but I don't know what's going on.
What's going on with this guy? He keeps speaking.
I don't know. This time, that's why I spoke to
No, but you see, the Kazakhs came in and they
just don't want to believe.
The real guys.
What your feelings,
the real guys. I don't care about the fake guys.
No one said they duped the real guys.
Hold on. Listen. The reason why you don't do it because you're white. You really white supremacy. Go ahead, Ricky. Go ahead.
Yeah, listen. It's nothing to do with duping anyone. What they did is they came in
and
adopted. They adopted the way of life and consecrated the landmass of Israel.
What way of life?
Listen, the Jewish way of life, that religion.
Why? The Jews are running.
A warring people. They were a warring people.
The
so
Jews
they
were
used
running.
the religion.
They were running.
Shut up and listen. Listen.
You listen.
Oh, my Lord.
You listen. It's like the Jews are running and the other country decides they're going to be Jews now. How does that make sense?
No, we're the original people. Go ahead, Raheem.
Walter,
You're a minority. You're like 1%
shut
going
up.
all over the world.
Walter,
And
if
the
you shut
1%
up,
is going to
you'll
take over
learn
the
something.
199%.
You'll learn something. Hey, oh my God.
It don't make
Walter,
sense. You're
Walter,
talking
Walter,
gibberish. It don't. The
Walter,
math doesn't
are you
work.
smoking
This guy
crack?
now, man. I ain't
You
got
ain't,
no
you
time
ain't
for all this
listening, man.
cordial shit, bro. Fuck this guy, bro. Listen, you see in the Leviticus,
Fucking
yeah,
hell.
it says if you got white skin, you're not allowed in the temple. Simple as that. You can't be no Ashkan and no Khazar being in the temple or the camp. It's done. It's an oxymoron. Yeah, you got duped. You're the one who fell for it, not us. Yeah, and if you're in your fucking
Yeah,
feelings,
sure.
fuck
As
off
you
and
wish.
try it
All we got to
yourself.
do. The Israelites are at war with the Romans. They get scattered. They get beaten. Most of them are killed. A lot of them become Christian. They are wherever they go. They change. Everybody changes to be like them and get rid of them. So they're being hunted down.
No one said that they were gotten rid of.
But we're going to
This
be
is
like
the problem.
you.
You keep speaking and
Want
you're
to
not
be a
learning.
Jew and be
So
hunted
you
down by
seem
the
ignorant.
Romans.
No. You seem like an ignorant person because you won't shut up. Keep speaking over people when they're trying to educate you on history. Like factual fucking history. You keep talking. You won't learn that way.
Choppy. I don't hear anything.
This guy already said he don't care, bro.
Yeah, because he's a fucking agent of chaos. That's why.
Fuck him. I like Walter. Oh, it's
Nah,
the
man.
bubble's burst, mate. Speak, I
Ignorant,
know.
man.
Well, that's
We're the
what
real Jews, Walter. Those
you
people,
lot went over into
they're not the
Africa
real Jews.
and you
They're
took
white
over the
Russians who stole
Egyptians
our
after the
identity in
Israelites
800
done when you were
AD
controlling
by a
the world.
king called King Bulan in Khazar in southern Russia.
You're from Japheth, Ashkan. That's a son of Japheth, mate. You lot claim European. You lot already say that the Indo-Europeans are from Japheth. Now you want to be from two fathers. How could you be from two fathers? Pick one, bro. The fuck? You lot want to say we're Hamites and the Canaan curse. You get cursed. And now
That's
you come
what
back
I
and
do
you find
with
out everyone
you,
from
because
Canaan is black.
that's what I
You
said.
find out everyone from Canaan's black now, and all those landmass had black people, and you lot want to, oh no, we're from Shem, we're
Do you
from
know?
Ham.
Do you know what's
No,
funny?
we're from
What
Japheth.
you man are arguing?
Can't have two
You
fathers.
have to remember,
Stop
all
begging.
religions are wrong.
It don't matter if you
Like,
want to say, "Oh, we're not Israelites." Someone who's from Shem or who's from Ham is Israelite, innit? And they're gonna be dark skinned and not gonna be no white people. So even if we're not the Israelites, there's still gonna be a black race of people. And the Jews or these fake Jewish people did take their identity, and they beef with the Germans because the Germans are saying that we're Aryan, we're Indo-European. Why are you lot trying to say you're from some African thing, which is saying that white people can't even come in the temple or in the camp, and you lot want to beg that? So we're gonna burn, we're gonna kill you, innit? That's why they beef. They split up. You lot sold out their race. The Europeans sold out their own race and said that they want to be some African thing and be with the Egyptians and be with the Israelites. Why you want to be that? And we're saying that we're Indo-Aryan and we're this white power, this blonde hair thing, and we're doing this, and you want to go do that. So they fuck. That's why they started beefing. Don't ask no
Very
dumb
choppy. I
questions.
can't hear anybody.
Mug.
Anybody hear me? Joe?
Yeah, you can't hear
Yeah,
nothing.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, that.
The reason why Jews stole our identity because there was a king called King Bulan in Russia. He wanted a religion for his people, so they stole our identity for their for the religion that they wanted. Ryan Gunn.
Mm-hmm. That's how you have to burn them up.
Bloody
No
hell!
mercy.
I've never had such a stupid conversation where nobody else can get a word in, nobody else can actually make a point and complete it without the I don't understand the irrational behavior. I don't get it.
It's pure emotional argument. That's all it is. Well, to be honest, it came from one person, from what I can see.
It was blatantly, and nobody else could get to speak, and it's just a joke.
I think about this Divine. Me and Raheem been going at it for 2 weeks. Me and Raheem was agreeing on things. Listen, that's how you know this guy don't know what he's talking about. This water guy. Think about it. Me and Raheem been going at it for 2 weeks. We both unite on some truth. That's proof that this water guy is. Wait, so I don't know this water guy, innit?
Look, we need to be on game, we need to stay on code, and you need to know when people of agent of confusion is coming through to come and try and fuck us up, like know what's going on, innit?
That's for real, because I was jumping on to shout you lot, talk to Ayo and that about the Jesus and I know we would have dealt with it cordially and calm. But my man just come to hijack the thing, fam.
I mean, you know, when it comes to, I don't wish any harm on the guy. I just want to go to the Bible and just show him that what we're talking about. You know what I'm trying to say, and to show him that we are the real Israelites, and showing that there's been a major identity theft. You know what I'm trying to say. But it's like he's there saying, "Oh, your interpretation." No, it's not my interpretation. It's the interpretation. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I hear you, fam. But yeah, though. I still think Joseph ain't the father, though, man. Not to go and start up again, but yeah, I'm adamant on that one. I've heard that scripture before. When they say the people recognize him as the son of Joseph, but it is true. They would recognize him as that. How would they know what really happened and what the angel told Mary? So they're just gonna think, yeah, he's the son of Joseph. That's the house he grew up in with them lot. So that must be his son, you know what I mean? And you know, if it's not the son, they're gonna be on you. But
But even that, it doesn't mean if the Bible is true. There is written passage in the Bible which has Jesus' lineage all the way up to Abraham. Yeah.
Yeah.
How
The first
can
page,
exactly of like Matthew, I think it is.
The first,
And if the Bible is two different lineages,
If the Bible is true, how can you turn around and say, "Oh, well, there's no traceable lineage. He's immaculate conception. The father is X, Y, and Z." No, you have the truth. You have the genetic thing in front of you. It just doesn't suit the agenda.
No,
That's
it just
what that
comes
is.
down to being a contradiction, because one thing's telling you that it's an overshadow and the angels, the spirits come onto her, and the other thing saying that he's from the sons of this, and then remember there's two different lineages in Matthew and in Luke, so it's just confusion, fam. But a lot of the time is that I'm wondering, when are people going to just stop bringing up other verses to deal with this verse when it's this verbatim? What does overshadow mean? That's what the crux of the matter is. Overshadow and come onto. He said that the Spirit's going to come onto Mary and it's going to overshadow her. And then and I'm just guessing, because the next thing it says, I'm guessing because of that, she becomes pregnant. So I'm wondering, if you eliminate those two factors, the coming onto and the overshadowing, would Jesus even have been born? Because did Joseph sleep with her? Because as you said, she says she's a virgin. But you were saying that virgin thing means something else. So I think we should start with that first.
Well, you know what, Brother Tunde, I made me read a passage one day. What was that passage, so I can read it to him so I can get his understanding?
All right. Let me get the rest for you.
Was it the one that we read today, or was it the one that we read about a month ago?
Yeah, the one when they're saying that basically it proved that Mary wasn't an actual virgin as we perceive.
Yeah. I'll get that verse.
Oh yeah, get that verse, because I still got the verse that I read that talks about what the angel said to Mary and whatnot. Yeah, the Holy Spirit will come on you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. So what is the power of the Most High overshadowing? What does that do? What does that detail?
I don't know, and I think this is where we need to come together and figure it out. It's the only way we're going to do it. And if we got an agent of confusion on the panel while we're trying to do it, it's just not going to ever go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Matthew 1:21. Yeah, Matthew 1:21. Yeah. Yeah. To answer your question, do they? That was more like it was mentioning that Joseph and Mary getting together and that conceiving Christ.
Hey, what'd you say?
To answer and the question you were saying, what you were saying, it was talking about that Mary and Joseph conceiving.
Yeah, I've got the verse. You want me to read it, Brother Ard, and then you both can discuss it afterwards?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what Brother Ard's presenting. So it says Matthew 1:21, and it says this: "And she shall bring forth a son,
and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for it is he that shall save his people from their sins. Now all this is come to pass, and it might be fruitful, which was spoken to the Lord by... Oh shit, sorry, let me start again. And she shall bring forth a son, thou shalt call his name Jesus, for it is he that shall save his people from sin. Now all this has come to pass, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, Behold, the virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which is being interpreted God with us. And Joseph arose from his sleep and did as the angel of the Lord commanded him, and took unto him his wife, and knew her not till she had brought forth a child, and he called his name Jesus. So I don't know what that means.
Yeah, me neither, man. Still ain't showing who's the dad, innit? Like, because you just said before you read that script, Ayo was like, that it's Joseph sleeping with Mary. That's what the angel meant. But when it says the Most High shall overshadow you, you trying to say Joseph is the one overshadowing Mary as the Most High? Like, I wouldn't say that. I mean, because if Joseph's doing it, that means it would have said, yeah, Joseph is going to enter you and give you a child or whatnot. But instead it said the Most High is going to come onto you and overpower you and overshadow you. I mean, not overshadow you. So I would be guessing that it's the Most High doing something to Mary to make the youth be born, innit? If I'm adding 1 + 1 and that.
The way I
Just
answer that,
verbatim.
I can answer that with Matthew 1:18. Should I read it, or you want to read it, Divine?
You lot are gonna be drawing for bare
Sorry, but
scriptures, man.
what was that?
I wanted to answer Dule was something, and it's the answer is on the same page, but verse 18, and I'll say, do you want to read it or should I read it?
It's up to you. I don't mind, you know. I'm here to learn, innit? So
Okay, I'll read this one. This is the same page, but downwards that to 18. And it says, now the birth of Jesus Christ was on the wise when his mother espoused to Joseph. Before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. And that when it says before they came together, it's talking about the second term or before, meaning that in front. So when you go to court in front of the judge, Mary and Joseph being in front of each other doing you know what, then she's found with a child. Meaning basically she got pregnant. That means she got pregnant.
okay, so let me I'll tell you what I see. So it says, and I'll repeat what you just said. So it basically says, now the birth of Jesus Christ was on the wise when his mother Mary had been betrothed to Joseph. Before they became together, she was found with child of the Holy Spirit, though.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the good word.
I'm confused.
I'll explain what the Holy Spirit.
Imagine, Divine. Look what it says next. That's where it says next. It said, because Joseph was her husband faithful to the law, and yet did not want to expose her to public disgrace, he had in mind to divorce her quietly. You understand? He's going to divorce her and all them things because you think, bro, how's she pregnant? That man ain't chopped it yet. That's how I'm getting it. That's how I'm hearing. Why would you want to divorce her if he got her pregnant? Because of what happened, because she's got the Holy Spirit. Because she's got the Holy Spirit, he's saying, yo, I might have to divorce you quietly, you know. I don't want you to get in public disgrace. But it's a big sin in Israel, them terms. So that's what I'm getting from that.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? 1 second, brother R, because we've got shifters on the panel as well, and there's a brother, I think Malik, but I can't hear them. I don't think. Can you guys try your mics? No,
Mic check.
I'll come back. I can't hear him.
Mic check.
I can hear some mad noise coming through Malik's mic.
Okay.
I don't know what you're
I think that was me.
around there, brother, but it sounds
Hello?
So what's popping, people?
What's good?
Yo,
Oh,
big up.
I was starting this shit, and that's to me.
Discussing. One sec.
They are. I'm just spending some time with my son today still.
Okay, cool.
So what's going on? I'm hearing all of this Bible talk going on right now.
Water came through, and he was basically saying that us as Israelites, something that he was basically trying to say that the fake Jews are the real Jews. That you know that the fake Jews are in Israel right now, and everything. And yeah, I was basically saying no, they're the fake Jews. We're the real Jews, and things of that nature. Then do that cool. Then there now we're discussing that how Joseph is the biological father of Christ and everything. Yeah.
Well, what I would say is this.
Here comes the agent of confusion, guys.
As you could see, you guys pulled up 3 verses, and all of them was pregnant before being with the man. How much more do you need? I'm saying, me out for a couple of minutes. That gives you the scriptures you need. Guys, learn something.
Mary and Joseph being to each other and having sex.
Hello?
Is everyone there? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, big.
I thought everyone cut off for a second there.
He's probably gonna trigger you because he's not gonna allow you to complete a whole sentence.
That was the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit just came on everyone, and everyone got silent.
But he's gonna attempt to talk over me while I'm
Not
speaking.
gonna lie, it's looking like Mary's got the spirits you still. I don't know if Joseph is the daddy, bro. Someone else might have to jump on and bring a next scripture or something.
You guys are reading in black and white, yet you still don't get it.
Say that again, Walter.
I don't know about. All I know is
it constantly
I don't know
the verse
what this
that
guy's talking
Joseph
about. All I know
was
is the
not
Bible
with
says,
Mary before she conceived.
Beware those who call them say are not.
But yet you guys will not understand.
Anyway, if you want to talk over people, I'm not even going to
by your cult leader.
Brother, if you got your hand on your dick while you're talking, take your hand off your balls and stop talking over people, innit? Because it's not going to work with me, innit? I'm just going to cut you off right there, innit? And just say, hold it down, innit? Like, you're a big man, innit? Then don't be on the panel, innit? But like I was saying, beware those who call themselves Jews, for they are not. I don't call myself a Jew, I call myself an Israelite. Anyway, if you want to talk over people, take my suggestion. Take your hand off your dick, grow some real balls, like grow a bit of hair on your chest.
Plasma ball.
Like grow a bit of hair on your face and shit. Like stop shaving your face and looking like a baby boy, and act like a man, innit? So like I was saying, innit, like the Bible specifically
says.
I'm
gonna supercharge myself in the pyramid.
Right, Schiffer, here's his problem, and this is why he's so emotionally. I don't know what's wrong with him. He doesn't want to accept that there's black people in the Bible, or that the Hebrew or the Israelites were black. That's his main problem.
Now, do you know what it is? He's probably Jewish, or his dad's Jewish, or someone's Jewish. He's upset in it because he's learning the truth, innit? Now, when you hear the truth,
Portuguese Jewish.
This is what it is. The truth will set you free, And you see, some people, the truth won't set them free. The truth will encase them in their lies. So, because the truth is encasing him in his lies right now, he's upset. He wants to talk over people. He's scratching his balls while he's talking, probably playing with his dick and stuff, and doing weird stuff.
That's what you could do at homilies. Show me scripture. Show me scripture.
Listen. I don't need to show you that.
You guys. I gave you scripture. You're all but, and then you start at homilies on me. Come on.
It's scripture.
Jewish. The word. You know what, Schiffer? You know what that word means? Jew.
You wish.
You wish. What did you get that
wish.
From?
That's right. You wish.
You wish you were a Jew.
Now, it's not what I wish to be a Jew.
That doesn't even make sense. Where do you get this stuff from?
Well, I'm not a
No,
Jew. I'm
because
an Israelite. I don't know about this Jewish shit.
because
The
you
Hebrew
believe in
Israelites,
white
the Hebrew
supremacy.
Israelites
That's
are
why.
Jewish.
No, we're
I'm
born
not a
Jews,
Hebrew.
not
I'm not a
Jewish.
Hebrew Israelite. Let's get this straight first and foremost.
Oh, so now I got to work
I'm
with
like,
a
Hebrew is
different
not the
cult.
language.
Okay.
Hebrew is not the language of thing is a cult. Yeah, your Ashkenazi cult cannot work against me. Like, I will debunk you all day. I will debunk you all day. You need to take yourself back to the Hebrew mountains and take your Hebrew with you. Yeah, because your thing is stolen from us. It's stolen out of Egypt. We know the truth. You will never be able to hide it no more. Because you got people like Shifa out there who will debunk you and show the world the truth. Like the Bible specifically says, beware those who call themselves Jews, for they are not.
Right.
Specific.
Yes.
Specific.
The Mr. One Verse Wonder, taking things out of context.
One verse wonder, I'll tell you what,
it's not out of context, it's the truth. It's the
not out of
interpretation.
Come on, that's the Bible, B. You wanted scripture.
Yeah, the same way Ayil took a verse where it says, look, the son of Joseph, and he thinks, hey, that's how it works in his mind. One verse wonder.
I'll be honest with
So,
you.
to be an Israelite, your dad has to be an Israelite. Jesus was an Israelite.
That's right. He wasn't a Jew. He was an Israelite. Let's get it correct. Your people tried to put all this Jew business in there. Jubilee. We don't do with your Ashkenazi bullshit, man. You need to take that.
I'm not a Jew, so I can't.
Well, I don't know what the hell you're
I'm not a
talking
Hebrew
about.
Israelite. I'm a
You're not a
nobody.
Jew, so why are you defending it so hard? Why are you defending it so hard?
According to guys, I don't even exist.
You don't exist. You're right. Until you make yourself exist in this world, and we actually recognize you as someone who means something. But the point I'm trying to make is, you asked for scripture. It specifically says in the Bible, "Beware those who call themselves Jews, for they are not." Specific. So you wanted scripture,
I am
but scripture ain't good enough.
So I don't care.
Well, what are you then? Well, what are you then? Can't hear ya.
Whatever he
is he gone?
Again, I am a Christian. It is you guys who you guys who are fighting. It is you guys who are fighting with Jews to try to see who's the real Jew. I've already passed that.
No, we're not trying to find nothing.
No,
I'm already
Israelites.
past that. I am a Christian. I am past trying to steal people. I accept the Messiah already.
Because you already stole it. You already stole it, and you.
I don't need to steal anybody or anything.
Our identity that they stole
time
it.
of Moses.
Your plan worked.
Genius plan. 1 second, Walter. It's not going to kill you. So keep quiet for 1
You
second.
guys want to live 7,000 years ago.
Shifa, you see when you said about the Jew thing, is that actually in the Bible? Like
That's specifically. He's a Christian, isn't it? But he don't believe his own Bible.
But this
when
is what
it tells
point
him.
out. That's my point.
All
My
right.
point to Walter is this: you can't claim to be a Christian and follow the Bible, Walter. If that's in your book, then you have to adhere to what's
the
in
Bible.
Your book.
Does not say anything about Jewish.
All right. Well, I'm gonna pull up.
Christianity is the Christianity.
I'm gonna pull up the part of the Bible where it's in, and then you can go and refer back to your Bible because I know you're confused right now. So you put on your man voice for a second. Like, let's not do this man boy thing. Let's do this grown man thing. Yeah, I'm gonna find it for you. All right. Just give me 1 second. I'm looking right now.
I'm gonna go steal identity.
I'm gonna find it for you right now. Don't worry.
So Walter, if you
I'm going on mute for a second while I find it for you.
Yeah, please give chapter and verse.
Walter, if he finds it and presents it for you, would you accept it, considering it's in your book?
Well, I'm gonna go read the Bible, the chapter in its full context, and see what it's actually about. Not just one line he pulls out and says this is what it means.
No, I'm
There's
not
a
asking you
whole,
what you're
there's a
going
whole
to do. I'm
story to
asking
it.
if you
You
can
should read
prove it to be
Leviticus as well.
correct, would you accept it?
You know,
Because it's in your
like I mean, look
book.
at this guy. He wants me to read
You
Leviticus.
don't have to keep the law
It's like
deep because Jesus died for
I
your
mean, they
sins.
don't even know what they don't even know what Christianity is about.
What do you mean I
They're
don't know
telling me
what
that
Christianity
to
is
read
about?
Leviticus.
Of course I know what
How
Christianity
could
is
you know
about.
what? How could you know what Christianity is about if you were talking about Leviticus?
Because you stole from the Jews. You stole from the real Jews, the
What does
Israelites.
that even mean? How does that even play here?
What do you mean, how does it play here? Leviticus is in the
Guys.
book that you stole from. The Romans took
But
this
what does it have to
scriptures
do
and they
with
made up a
Christianity?
religion based on the Torah. So of course the Leviticus matters. It's in the Old Testament. Your
So
Bible
so
has
the
the Old
so the
Testament
new
in it. Does
so
your
the
Bible have
New
the Old
Testament
Testament?
is null and void.
Does your
So
Bible have
the
the
New
Old
Testament.
Testament in it? Does your Bible
So
have the
the
Old
New
Testament?
Testament is null and void.
Shut
Are you
up.
saying the New Testament is
Of
null
course
and
it's null
void?
and void. Of course it's null and void. It's made by Romans.
Oh
What's
my
Romans got to do with Israel?
God! So the Gospel of Mark, John, all of the void.
Yes, the Gospel of Mark, John, all of them. Romans. What's that got
How
to do
is
with
that
man?
even possible?
What's
Who
that
am
got
I
to do with
talking
man?
to? These are joke people. Anyways, I'm out of here. This is a joke. The whole scriptures, the whole New Testament is a garbage. This is guy serious.
Water, don't leave.
What's that? Are you kidding me? Of course I'm serious. You sound like I'm joking.
That's what I was thinking, Malik. I wanted him to stay. Wait.
I Walter, I know Walter's still listening. Yeah, he's jumped off, but I know he's still listening. So I'm just gonna
Let
give
him
him the
come back.
scripture. I'm gonna give him the scripture. Even if he comes back, I'll give it to him again. So Revelation 3:9. Yeah, specifics. Behold, I will call those of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews and are not, but lie. I will make them come and bow down at your feet and make them know that I have loved you. Revelation 3:9.
That is what I can say.
Agreed.
So where's he going? Where is he going with this? He knew what was coming anyway. You know he knew this, but he was just chatting shit, trying to wind people up in it because he's upset in it. Someone hurt his feelings, but it is what it is.
Shalom, everyone. Big up, everyone.
Shalom.
Thank you for coming to the rescue. I was going to lose my nut, Torah.
No, but where's the truth? What you lot are talking though? Like, I'll be honest. Like, a lot of the New Testament is a bit contradictory to the original. So a lot of Hebrew of the Old Testament.
Yeah, but there's a reason for that, Torah, because people are starting to realize that Christianity is actually a paganism. Yeah, and a lot of these so-called religions, these religions, they're actually paganism. And then they want to act like they're not paganism because what it is they want to claim our heritage. This thing is about heritage. It's about tribal rights. And that's what it's really about. And they know it's the truth, innit? So what they need to do is they need to write themselves into the book, you know, to make themselves feel better about what they're doing and how they're living. But writing yourself into the book don't make you part of it. You have to do with the original book eventually, because, you know, that's what God is dealing with, isn't it? That's what the Most High is dealing with. So it's like a bond them.
Yeah, because I think it was around in the 5th or 10th century. I think the Khazarians themselves converted into Judaism.
That's right.
That's what I said in water. Even Raheem brought it up as well. He's bringing up something like that, but that's what you were trying to say.
Because the Khazarians were well known for being some type of like warriors or savages, sort of thing like that. And somehow or the other, in the 10th or 11th, around that time, they fully converted into Judaism. I don't know what turned them to do that, but for some reason they did. But as you can see, all in places like Russia, Eastern Europe, they still give homage to the original black icons.
Yeah.
Brothers, can I just quickly say, because I'm looking at Walter in the chat and he said, continue to read the verse
He says, continue the verse 1, verse 1. Then he goes and writes, please read the book. These men are ignorant. Then he says, they are cult leader wannabe. So I don't know what he was trying to say. Like, there's more to the verse than that. I don't know.
Now, you know what is undefined? This is what Adam's other people start doing because they're starting to realize that we're finding out our identity. They start referring to insults and things that don't match to the Bible. That it's again, we're going straight to the Bible and everything. And this guy's saying one hit wonder, out of context, we're ignorant, our interpretation. No, we're going to the interpretation. You know what I'm trying to say?
I hear you, bro. But bro, quickly, Belly said that you're echoing, bros. I don't know if you put headphones or something in.
I think that's me. I got to turn it down. Yeah.
So Walter, I guess the conclusion that they're coming up with is saying that you're just trying to write yourself into a history that I guess you don't belong to. I don't know how you feel about that, but oh well.
Yeah, because I think the Septuagint itself was written in Greece somewhere, or either the Orthodox Church was using the Septuagint, and I think that was formulated in Europe around probably the 9th century. And there was big conflict what was going on about people writing Bibles and all these types of things. So a lot of people got executed for interpreting the Bible into their language, and I only think it's the 1611 King James version, which is very the same as the Torah and what they call the Greek Septuagint.
But do you really think that though, Turok, that the King James is accurate? You don't think that there's any flaws in it?
I'll be honest, there is one flaw in it, but this is where the story now gets a bit weird, because in the King James Bible, it talks about corn.
Mm-hmm.
And some people say, no, it's an error, mistake. They're supposed to talk about wheat. And if you look at the time period of when they've written this Bible and the type of products that start coming into Europe, because it's around the 15th century, they start getting new products like potato, tomato, corn, and all these types of things when they reach the New World, what they call America.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the sailors like Columbus had Hebrew interpreters. And all these types of things. So you have to think they sailed over to the Americas in the late 1400s. So if you look at the Bible again, I think there's a passage from Israel what tells you about how the Israelites got to America, or the northern country, it calls it in the Bible. There's no other country in this planet now that's called the northern country, North America.
Yeah.
And so Columbus and his people must have had Hebrew interpreters, and when they got to America, the Hebrew interpreters, they said themselves that the people who they found in the Americas, the Arawaks, the Cherokees, all the different tribes, they said these people are like the lost tribes of Israel. And on the third or second voyage, Columbus said he's coming to reclaim Zion. What is Zion? Zion is referred into the Bible as the promised land.
Yeah. That's like Peru. I heard that Peru's got to do with that Jerusalem, and because of the castle type setup fortress thing they got there, they were saying that's like the King David's temple. And yeah, I've seen some of those things where it says like America was like an Israel as well.
Because in Mexico you can find all the Nephilim, like all these giant skulls, and all of the skulls' head they're bust out. And in the Bible, it talks about how people were busting out these Nephilim skulls. And you can still see to this day, like the big skulls, and they've got like literally like a stone or something went right through it.
So what is that then? Is that a Pangea thing, America breaking off from Africa, so they're getting the times mixed up, or is it they were actually just in America and it weren't in Israel? Israel just a desolate desert place, and Canaan and all.
Weird. Because a lot of people saying they keep calling America the New World, but they say originally America was the Old World. When you check it now, America's got the oldest pyramids, all the south to north, and some of the oldest ones as well. When you look at our pyramid designs compared to like other pyramids, you can see that we've got that probably the best technology of building pyramids.
Yeah.
One second, Torok, can you turn up your volume a bit, please? They're saying in the chat you sound a bit low,
Oh, sorry.
and they're picking you
Yeah,
up
like,
as well, Torok.
no, I mean, yeah, like because what was I gonna say? Yeah, if you look in like say places like the Amazon, like because of the terrain of the place is very fertile. That's why the jungle's taken over a lot of these pyramids. And when people are going through the jungle now and unearthing things, they thought it was mountains, but they find out no, these things are pyramids or what they call them, mounds. And there's even something else, but there's a lot of talk about the Americas being the original old world. And
Yeah,
I think
I've heard that. I've heard that theory.
I think it's after the flood something happened, and I think biblical Memphis or Egypt was in Memphis.
Yeah, and even the Grand Canyons are supposed to be some major thing from back in the day to do the old world and that.
Yeah, because the Dutch companies they're very well at building bridges and dams, and like America was just like one big waterway, so the waterways were our way of traveling and for sort of things like that. And when like the people came there, like for the gold rush and all these things, they started blowing up all different places, and a lot of the rivers and things like that they made into dams. So like it lost our sort of way of traveling around the Americas and certain things like that. And other places like say California was just originally an island.
Yeah.
But after when they started doing the gold rush and all these things and blowing up things, somehow the landmass of the West Coast expanded into the sea. But it cut it off at different rivers and all these types of things. That's why California is at such a low sea level. But even there's mystery and history to California, the island itself, and the goddess or the woman matriarch of that island called
Yeah, it's supposed to be some black woman, isn't it?
Yeah, Queen California or Queen Calipuna.
Yeah, I heard of that. That's like the same as like even in the Old Testament, like King Solomon, some of the stuff the fleets are bringing back for him, the exotic stuff, were like peacocks and certain apes and certain like of the travels they were doing, like the animals that they were getting would have to be some of them from Americas. Like I'd have to get a list, but I know for sure that they could, you know what I mean? It's not foreign. It's foreign.
I think the second or the third most oldest 10 Commandments is actually found in Mexico as well.
Yeah, I've seen. They got a lot of Phoenician and Canaanite languages like in America, found in America as well.
Yeah, but realistically, when you look at how certain things has hit the Americas, you can see that America is actually quite close to India. If you know what I mean. Like most of the ancient history is on the Pacific coastline, then the Atlantic coastline.
Yeah.
And I think there's certain stuff in Brazil, don't get me wrong as well, but like you can see like the most of the old is on like Peru, Colombia, Central America, going all the way up to Mexico and probably up to the coldest parts of Alaska.
Yo, Torok, can I just read the rest of this scripture for Walter? Because I know he's out there listening, isn't it? I want to just read the rest of this scripture for Walter. But before I read the scripture, I want
He's
Walter
spazzing
to
out in the chat, Shafar. He's
I know
spazzing
he's
out,
spazzing.
literally.
I want Walter to understand something. Yeah, I'm not here, yeah, to cause confusion or to just lie on people or to just make things up. What I want Walter to do is, yeah, look up in the British Museum, yeah, they've got stone tablets from King Hezekiah, yeah, where he drew pictures of what he was calling Israelites, yeah, not Jews, Israelites, yeah, specific Israelite. Yeah, knotty haired, dark skinned people. Yeah, now I'm gonna read the scripture for you, like just real quick. Like, I don't know where he wants me to go from. Yeah, so I'm gonna start from Revelation 8, and then we'll go through to Revelation 9, and then we'll continue into 10 and see if there's something there that changes anything. So, Revelation 8. I know thy works. Behold, I have set before thee an open door, and no man can shut it. For thou hast little strength, and hast kept my word, and hast not denied my name. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews, and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee, because thou hast kept my word of my patience. I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world, to try them that dwell upon earth. Behold, I come quickly, and hold that fast which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. And I've gone all the way to Revelation 11 now, yeah? So I don't know if Walter, if you're out there, my brother, like, I don't know
Oh,
if you're
he's out there. He's begging you to read
delusional.
it. He's out there.
Like, Walter, I don't know if you want me to read some more for you, but all you're going to find is that I'm telling you 100% truth. Like, you need to stop spazzing out. You need to stop crying. Like, be a big boy now. Pull out the Pampers, you know, like,
And you know
grab hold
what?
of them pull-ups.
And you know what? We can break it. We can break that scripture right down. Because if you look at
Come on.
if you look at these so-called Zionists, they use the Star of Molech. The Star of Molech is what they deal with as Baphomet. This is why they have things like stag parties, stag do's, and this is why they emphasize the ram, the male entity, like how Africa would use like a male lion and India would use like a male tiger. These are these people's pagan sort of symbologies of themselves. So you see how Russia is symbolized as the bear, and America symbolized as the eagle, and Italy is I think described as the wolves, and all these types of things. So there's very detailed analysis when they're giving out these types of prophecies, and a lot of people fit these prophecies. You know what I mean? This is the Bible. This is not us picking at people or being horrible or being discriminative. This is the Bible speaking that.
Exactly, Tor. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, I'm trying to say, it's like people think that we're misinterpreting things. When no, it's the Bible. We're talking about what the Bible is saying.
Because their 5 pentagram star is the Star of Molech, Baphomet, the synagogue of Satan, Hollywood, Zion, Nis. Want the promised land. These are what these people are doing in America. They want the promised land, Zion East. They call Zion the promised land. Where is the promised land? America. Holywood, Gospel Oak, all these types of things what they used to make their magician magic with, and all these types of things. You know what I mean? This is the Bible speaking.
Sorry, I went to go and actually read some of the revelations that Schiffer was speaking on, and wow, I'm seeing
But
about the
Stuart,
Alpha
what do you
and the
think about
Omega.
the
I'm seeing about the
Immaculate
Jews.
Conception thing? Then that's what we was talking about before you jumped on.
Oh,
About
okay. You can
whether
go back to
is
that.
Jesus born from Spirit or Joseph. Which one, even if you don't believe, but the narrative reading it, if you read it, what do you think?
This is the part where the Israelites we refute, and even I think that the Muslims refute as well. So you can also see it's the conception of Nimrod, and also the conception of Krishna, because you have to understand a lot of these quote unquote white people we see today, they're Aryan, Indo-European people. So they've got the culture of paganism, Baal, Petra, Zoroaster, and all them type of things. And Ethiopia's part of that because Nimrod is a son of Cush. You know what I mean? You dig?
Yeah, I heard that.
Let me just quickly respond to EIE. I can see your chat, EIE. I'm going to do it right
With the
now.
Jesus thing, it's like I just think with the Israelites, it's like if you don't think Jesus died for your sins, why did your ancestors then go through slavery and what Moses said is going to happen? Then if Jesus came and died for your sins, are you trying to say that he died for no reason or something? Then because that's basically what it is. Like, so that's what I'd say to them.
And it's funny how Zeus, Nimrod, and Krishna, they all got the same birthday. Can you imagine what their party's like?
Well, cuz, you know what it is, yeah? To make it even worse, you see these man like Walter, yeah, that's talking this Christianity talk now, yeah? These men are reading Bibles, yeah? which specific, this is the thing, when we get into specific language, this is where they look stupid. It specifically says, make no graven image before my name. Now, these Christians call Jesus God, and they make graven images of him, yeah? And then make crosses and hang them around their neck, them dotted crosses, yeah? The same dotted crosses where them up on them English flag, and the rest of them flag around Europe. So what I'm going to say is this, like, Walter, like, seriously, you need to really look at what you're doing and really take heed of what man's saying, because if that book specifically says no graven images, it's like a brother said on it the other day. I think it was Captain Rambo said, well, if Jesus died by a gun, would you hang a gun around your neck? Think about what you're doing. This is paganism. It's not, they're calling it Christianity, but was Jesus a Christian? No, he weren't no Christian. So where did get Christianity from? Did Jesus say, become Christians after I die? No, he didn't say nothing like that. So where them get that from? You know, but these people know, they're very crafty, very smart. They know if you change the words in that book has got it's a book that is from the Most High, innit? So there are powers connected to the words, innit? And if you change the words, then bad things will befall you. So what they've done is they haven't changed the words. They've said it's a translation. And then what they've done is they've changed the name. But they know what it means when they're reading it. It's just that they know other people will be confused. As long as other people will be confused, they're happy with that. So they're happy with you being confused.
They did more than change the translation, fam. They've added to it. Even Jesus himself. You see, like, I've had the argument. I'm at the point now with, I don't believe in the New Testament, but I believe there was someone that was based on this character who maybe might have been hanged and might have been suffered, just like the Maccabees all got. Like, if you know about the Maccabees, all those people at that time, they were like martyrs. They were all dying for a cause, dying for Israel. You know what I mean? So he might have been one of them that they chose to make
right,
some king.
my brother, can I give you a bit of critique on that, yeah? Let me give you a little bit of critique on that, what you just said now, yeah? As far as I'm concerned, Jesus, whether it was hanging, whether he was pinned to a cross, this guy never died. They took him down off of the cross and carried his body into the tomb. Yeah. Now, if these people are Israelites, when you look at their culture, yeah, they're not allowed to handle the dead on Passover. This happened during Passover. So they could not have carried him if he was dead. They would have had to leave him there until Passover done and then carry him into the tomb. So we know that that part, to an extent, must be a lie. Secondly, to that fact, yeah, what I'm going to say to you is it's not that they added to the book, it's that they specifically took certain books out. Now, taking books out of the book, yeah, is not adding to the book. So they're being crafty.
All right, then. What about Jesus saying that no man can get to God without going through me? When you just said that the commandment is don't make engraven images, but the first commandment is don't put no one before me. But Jesus is saying that you can't get to God without going through me. So he's putting himself before God. Would a righteous man really say that, or are they lying and making this?
Well, when you say this, yeah, when you say Jesus is putting himself. All right, you see, when you say Jesus is putting himself before God, yeah, that's down to interpretation as well, because it's all in how we interpret. Now, if we listen, if Jesus says, for instance, same way Moses says, Moses could have said the same thing. You can't go to the Father.
Moses would never say something like that.
He wouldn't say that. No, Moses didn't say that. I'm gonna agree with you on that. I'm gonna say Moses didn't say that,
if
because
a man said that around Moses, yeah, Moses would have to stone him and bust his head, fam.
I hear where you're coming from, yeah. I hear where you're coming from. But hear what I'm gonna say. If Moses thought that person was the savior of mankind, yeah, it will be a different story. And I'm gonna say this to you now, my brother, yeah. When Jesus says no one can go to the Father but through me, the reason he's saying no one can go to the Father but through me is because what Jesus has come to do is to fulfill the law. So certain things that are there, you see, like before Jesus, yeah, there was a statute that says you must love your neighbor like you love yourself, or something similar to that, yeah.
But what's the first law? What's the first law? Do you know what the first law is?
I'll deal with that next year, but hear what I'm going to say to you, yeah?
Is don't put no one before me. I am the Lord.
I've got you. No, I've got you, my brother.
Now
I've got
Jesus is coming to you, telling you that you have to go through him to get to God.
Now listen to what I'm going to say to you.
Yeah? The smart Israelites going to think, nah, I can't go for this, because God said don't put no one before him. The dumb one maybe might think, yeah, I'm going to have to go through Jesus and pray to Jesus, or say Jesus' name or whatever with Jesus to get to God. And God's going to be looking at you.
No, but it's not about praying to Jesus' name, though. Jesus never said to pray to his name, and this is
No,
where a
I'm
lot
not
of people
saying.
get
I'm adding
confused.
stuff. I'm adding what people do with that. A person,
Yeah,
some
that's
person can
wrong.
take that message and say, "Oh, that means I need to go to Jesus if I want to get to
No,
God.
no, no,
So
no,
that
no,
means I
no.
need
You
to."
don't pray to
What,
Jesus, my
yeah, I
brother.
understand.
Let me just give you. Let me explain what it is. It's something called affirmation. When you affirm something, yeah, and you make something. For instance, yeah, say like for instance now, yeah, we grew up in the same house, yeah, and mum said to clean up the house, yeah. Now we might have different ideas of what clean is. Now I'm saying for us to have the house clean, we best make sure every shelf is dust, every sofa is lift up, hoovered underneath. Everything has to be lift up and cleaned underneath. Now the other person in the house may say, "No, we just need to clean around things." Now when mum or the dad gets back now, yeah, and they say, "Listen, when I say clean, you need to make sure you lifted everything up." Now we got the affirmation. And that's what Jesus come to do, to bring that affirmation. Because like I said, when you deal with the statute, yeah, when you deal with love your neighbor like you love yourself as a statute, it's not strong enough for some people,
Let
because
me
they're
give
going to
you a
say, well,
scenario.
they're
Let me give
going
you a
to say,
scenario. That's a good scenario. That's a good scenario. But
but
let me give you a
here I'm
scenario.
gonna,
We're
let
in
me
the
just
camp
finish. Let me
here.
just
We're
finish
in the
real quick.
camp.
I'll be real quick. Let me, brother, let me just
Cool.
finish real quick, yeah.
Go
Now,
on, go
what the
on,
reason
go
I
on.
say it's the affirmation, yeah, is because you have to understand something. When you deal with something as a statute, it's a lot different to deal with something as a commandment.
Yeah.
But I'm done at that point, so you can jump in.
Cool. So let me give you the scenario here. This is we're in the camp now. Moses and them. We're with Moses and them in the camp settled. Say for instance, Moses got to be in the promised land, because he didn't even get to experience it going. He stayed from outside. But if he never died then and he lived on and we stayed in the camp, say hypothetically, and Moses is like, yeah, a couple years gone, we're all chilling, good, worshiping God, and then one day I decide to pop up and say, yo, I'm born from this family, yeah, whatnot. You need to go through me to get to God. You understand? I am the light. I am the Alpha. I am the Omega. Listen to the words I'm saying, yeah? I am the Alpha. I am the Omega. Remember, this has already been written. Actually, no, I'm lying. This had been before, because the prophets didn't write that, what God said. Because God says that later in Hosea and them
Yeah,
passages.
brother, that
But say
didn't come
Moses
until
already knows that this is God anyway,
Revelations.
because he
Yeah.
told that to Abraham. So when I'm coming to you saying, I'm the Alpha, I'm the Omega, you need to go through me to get to God or whatever. I'm coming to you saying that, what are you going to do? And you obey the law. So this is before we've got any contamination, any other influence of people, nations giving us fuckery. We're not in no captivity. We're just living righteous. And you know the law is, if a man comes to you and tells you anything other than what the law is, you just have to stone him, even if it's your brother. So I'm you don't even know me. I'm the first time I'm chatting to you, fam. And I'm coming to you telling you, yo, I am the Alpha and the Omega. You need to go through me to get to God. What are you going to tell me? How are you going to interpret that?
All right, I'm going to tell you
You're
how I'm
gonna
going to
stone, man. You're
interpret
gonna
that
pick
now,
up
yeah?
the biggest river stone, fam.
No,
And
sir.
all
No,
the
sir.
man them,
I'm going to tell you.
all
I'm
the
going to
man
tell you
them.
how I would interpret it, because I know how you would interpret it. But you have to understand
Yeah, I
what
would have
Jesus was
bust that
dealing with
head.
in Jesus's time. Yeah, he was dealing with people called the Pharisees, who were also Israelites. Yeah, he was dealing with people in his own tribe that was thinking in the same lines of you. You know, this man's talking some wild talk. Now I get where you're coming
Yeah.
from, but let me show you something. You see, from they know the real scripture, they know the full scripture. You know. They know that Jesus
What's
was
the script? What's
prophesied.
the scripture say? What's the
Well,
prophecy
here I'm
say?
going to say to you, Jesus was prophesied to come. Yeah. And also, if you know the scripture properly, you're going to know that Jesus
Yeah,
was
I know the Torah.
Jesus specifically says, I was there in the beginning with the Father. He don't say I am the Father, though. He says I was there with the Father in the beginning.
Yeah, they say that he's the Word, right?
Well, they say he's the Word. So what is God then?
But in the Old Testament, it says that spirit, the wisdom is the Word, and wisdom is a female. It's a female spirit. He calls it her. So now they've
All
come
right.
and put a man and a whatever going on, man, this Son and Holy Spirit and stuff. But before it was God and the wisdom and the woman, the wisdom. You know what I mean? And
All
the
right.
Israelites used to say that's the goddess of the earth, and they used to sin. So God said, "Don't do that. Just worship me." You know what I mean? But we all know what the deal is, isn't it? It's God and it's the wisdom thing, and the wisdom is the female thing. So now we're coming with some new thing in the New Testament. That's why it's called New Testament, because it's some whole new thing. I mean, and it's not what the Moses and them was on or what the prophets are on. It's going against the whole creed, and it gets worse when Paul starts. We're not even talking about Paul. We're just talking about Jesus and what Jesus said with what they're claiming. He said, "Remember, I don't believe this person was Holy Israelite that's righteous would say such things." I mean, but I understand how the Romans work and how they're deceptive and how you can see it in their blood with the British, how they roll. I mean, because it's the same thing, same empire. And they would come and take your religion and they would splice it and control your people to mock you. And that's what
Well,
they
my
did in
brother,
Maccabees. That's what they said they're going to do in Maccabees. And they
you
took
see, as
Maccabees out the
far as
Bible, so people don't know that.
yeah, but this is the thing, Maccabee. These are all the books. Some of the books they took out. That's why you need your Apocrypha as part of your Bible. Then you'll have them books in it. But I'm gonna say this to you, my brother. As far as the law is concerned, Jesus would even agree with you on the law, yeah. Or Yeshua would agree, whatever your name you want to call him by. He would agree with you on the law, and it was because of his knowledge of the law and the way he used it, and because of the prophecy, and because the person who's of the prophecy, the Messiah, you know, was there with the Father in the beginning, you know. This is why they couldn't stone him. This is why when he said certain things, you know, it frightened them. They didn't know how to deal with
but
him.
he had to run away, innit? He had to run away a couple times.
Brothers,
Well,
I
when you
don't
say
mean
run
to
away,
be
Obviously, the
rude.
Romans got
Hold on, brothers, I don't mean
yeah,
to
he
be
had
rude
to
or nothing.
disappear.
But
Like, it says that like verbatim in the scripture. Like when he was saying certain things, the people got onto him, so he got away, he disappeared.
Brother
I
Tunde,
don't know
can you
how he
hear
did it.
me?
If he did it as some trick or something, but he got out of there. But that's not the
God.
point. With Jesus
Hold on,
now,
can they hear me?
he's
Brother
coming with
Tunde?
Yeah.
saying I'm the Alpha, I'm the Omega.
I don't think he can hear me. That's what it
Basically,
is.
he's making a lot of claims, isn't it? And those things are blasphemy.
I could hear you. He's just trying to
And now
finish a point.
with the whole king, the Messiah thing, it's like the Maccabees that they took out of the Bible, those are messiahs. They were the ones that were saving Israel. They were killing the Romans, killing the Greeks, dying for them. They were martyrs. They were actually doing stuff. What was Jesus doing for Israel, fam? He just going
Yeah, but
around
my brother, you see
preaching.
what you
Then
just said
he
there,
died.
yeah?
He got hanged. A lot of
You see
people
what?
died. People died worse than Jesus. The children
Yeah, but my
got
brother,
their
you see
tongue
what you
cut
just
out.
said there,
They
yeah?
had to get forced to eat pork. They got all those things that's in Maccabees. People suffered. Jesus is not the only one, the dying servant. If you want to say he's the
Yeah, but my
servant that has
brother,
to die in
you see
prophecy,
what you're
he's
saying,
the
yeah?
only one that
I'm not,
happened to. That happened before him.
my brother, what you're saying, yeah? I'm not gonna make you wrong in one sense and saying these people weren't doing things for the Israelites and for their tribe. But what I'm gonna say to you is, when you're dealing with people like that, you're dealing with a similar thing to Muhammad now, where these people were warlords, innit? Now you see Jesus was something else, you know. Jesus was the word personified, you know, and Jesus was something where, you know, it was like he was protected. It was like he had a radio in his head. He knew when shit was going to go down. This guy said to one of his disciples, he said, before the cock crows and when the third time the cock crows, you're going to deny my name 3 times today. Before the cock crows, you're
What's
going to
that? What's
deny
that
my name 3
disciple's
times
name?
today.
What's that disciple's name?
Is that John? No, it's Paul. It's Paul.
Nah, Judas, isn't it? The one. You know when people
No,
say
no,
you're
no, no,
Judas.
not Judas. That's not Judas. That's Paul. Paul is the
You're
one he
talking
said,
about. The one that's gonna deny him. I think it's Peter.
deny him 3 times before the cock crows. And this is what I mean in the sense of when they deal with Muhammad as a prophet, yeah, Muhammad don't make prophecy like that, where it's so specific, on time, bang, it's gonna happen today, before the cock crows. Yeah, you're gonna deny my name 3 times. This is why they couldn't deal with him. This guy was too specific. He's creating miracles. He's healing people. He's doing things that no earthly man is supposed to be able to do. So they didn't know how to deal with it. And this is what I'm saying to you, like,
but
you
remember,
have to
the
be
prophets
careful.
can do that. The prophets can do stuff like that.
Which
In the
one?
Old Testament.
Which one?
Elijah can do shit like that. Elijah brought someone back to life. This whole big deal about Lazarus bringing some. Elijah did that as well to a child. He brought a child back to life.
All right, Elijah brought a child back to life. How many miracles did Elijah perform in comparison to Jesus? And are you telling me that Elijah's miracles amount to what Jesus did?
Lady Divine has something to say.
Yeah,
Well, they were all
Elijah's
prophets anyway. You
still
can't
alive
say
right
because
now.
one
So
did a lot of
Elijah's
prophecies, that
miracle is
means they are not
the most
prophets.
impressive.
Lady Divine, you
Elijah's
wanted to
miracle
say
is the most
something.
impressive because he's still alive right now. He went
All right,
up
let Lady Divine say something
into
quickly,
space.
and then we'll continue. Go on.
I think I
No,
can't
it
hear
wasn't
Lady
even.
Divine, so I'm gonna leave the thing and try to join it back just so I can hear.
I knew he
Yeah,
probably couldn't hear me. It wasn't even I wanted to say anything. It's just that the chat is asking for you brothers to be able to help them come to understanding. They wanted to know if you could break down some verses. Chemo, you know, your Israelite brother, he wanted to you brothers to break down some verses for him.
Well, as far as breaking down verses, yeah, I would advise everyone to read their Bible themselves and break down your verses for yourself, because at the end of the day, it's not for you to listen to another man's interpretation. And as far as I'm concerned, like when we're talking about the Most High, yeah, and when we're talking about the Messiah, yeah, Like, I don't worship Jesus as a God, but I would say he is the key prophet. He is the key. Don't get me wrong. That don't mean that other prophets, they're not worthwhile. They haven't done significant work, but everyone is significant to their time, you know? Now, putting things in perspective, I would say, you know, if we look at this book properly and we start to understand what it's about and understand the people it's about, that means that prophecy is continuing to this day, because the Most High loved Israel. He loved his people. They were the keepers of the faith. They were the keepers. So to this day, they are the keepers. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I ain't trying to do a Deontay Wilder impression, but it's true what he's saying when he says to this day, when you refer to the Israelites. You know, if he was referring to Israelites with that statement, it would make sense. But the fact of the matter is, you know, God doesn't change. You look all through the Bible, Yahweh don't change.
I hear you, Shifa. I don't know what to say. Brother Malik, I know you're there, and yeah, I haven't heard you speak much.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say. Me personally, I always agree with every faith. The only thing I don't agree with is when people's trying to have 20 gods and calling Jesus the Son of God and whatnot. But everybody
Well,
have
when you
their
say,
own
my
belief.
brother, you see, when you say Son of God, yeah, we
Yeah.
are the sons of man. We are the son of man. You got to understand what this is. This is why I'm trying to put this into people's heads so they understand what's going on, yeah? So you look around this world, you're going to see some strange things going on, yeah? You're going to see people being born, growing tails. You're going to see people born with 4 nipples. You're going to see people born looking like Wolfman, looking like Michael J. Fox, Teen Wolf in his prime, yeah? Now, what I'm going to say to you is you don't find those type of things in the dark skin genetics. You don't find it, because we are, yeah? When the Most High talks, he says, I am specific. I am, yeah?
Yeah,
And this
the
is why,
the most High said, "I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first
that's
and the
right.
last."
That's
So
right.
how is
And we
someone
are,
else
we
to
are,
come and say that?
listen, when Jesus said he is the Son of the Most High, yeah?
All right.
He said, when they questioned him about it in the temple, read the scripture, yeah? They said, how can you say you're the Son of the Most High? He said, well, according to your scripture, we are all sons of the Most High. Do you think they could deny that?
Well, does the Son mean literal or it's
Well, think
metaphorical?
about it like this. When you say, does the Son mean literal? Yes.
Yes.
Because let me show you something. Even if it's your
How can it be
listen,
literal?
let me finish.
Okay.
Even if
Go,
it's your
go.
great granddad from 10,000 years ago, you're still his son.
Nah,
So are we
we're like the
talking about God having children?
We're the great
Listen,
grandsons.
man was
Say that.
made in the Most High's image.
Do you
Man,
know?
the sons of
Cool.
man were
Do
made
you
in the
know
Most
Malik?
High's image.
Do you know what that means in that
Made.
scripture?
Made, was it born or made?
It's basically
When you say
saying, yeah,
born
that
is
the
made
Son of
same
God,
way.
the
Born
Son
or
of
made,
God.
it don't make no difference.
When you say
The Son
born,
of
I was
God, yeah.
born by my
If you're
mother
the
and
Son
my
of God,
father. Go ahead,
bro.
Tunde.
If you're the Son of God, yeah, that means you're an angel, and that's the first reference to Son of God. So let's be chronologically in it. The first
What
reference to
angels
Son
the
of God
son?
is
Angels,
angel.
listen. Angels
Yeah,
are sons
listen.
and daughters.
The first Son of God is the angel. The first begotten Son of God is freaking Israel. Adam is his first creation, so that's the Son of God. But the first begotten is Israel. So we're all
Okay,
sons of God by Israel because the Israelites are the sons. Because when Jesus says that, he's talking to Israelites. When David said
that's
that
right.
he's talking to Israelites, he said, "Yeah, we're
That's
all
right.
sons of God." That's what he meant. But he doesn't mean
That's
like we're
right.
like the sons of God, like the angels. He didn't mean like that. He meant like we're
Well, my brother,
begotten.
when you say we're not the sons of
There's a
God like the
difference.
angels, remember the angels have different attributes to what man has. Now, when you're
Exactly.
dealing with angels, you're dealing with something spiritual. Yeah, you're dealing with
Supernatural.
something
Yeah.
that can. Hear what I'm going to say to you. Let me finish, my brother. Yeah, you're dealing with something that is similar to what a demon is, because a demon can possess people, can't it?
Yeah.
So an
Like
angel can
Satan.
possess a person.
Like when the sons of God come to assembly to God, Satan comes as well because he's a son of God as well. So he's got
All
the power
right.
to do that kind of shit. Yeah, I
All
understand
right.
that thing.
But the angels were upset because man was given higher status than even the angels.
I don't know about
Yeah.
that. I think that's ain't that some Muslim thing or something?
No,
I
that's
don't
not.
know about
That's
the
not Muslim.
Torah.
That's
That's not
read
Torah.
the.
That's what the
Listen,
that's
open
what
your
the
Bible.
Quran
That's
says.
not what
The
Torah
Quran
says.
says when God made man, He told the angels to submit to
Yeah.
Exactly,
his
and it says that in the
creation.
Bible too. It
Nah,
says
it
that in
don't
the
say that.
Bible
It
too,
don't
my
say that
brother.
in the
No,
Bible.
no,
It
I've
does
never
say that.
seen it in the Bible. You could put
You
it
need
up
to
and
read the
read it so
Bible
we can
more
hear it.
thoroughly. You need to. I'm
It
gonna
doesn't say
find
that.
it for you guys.
Find it,
But
It
you
might
find
see
it.
say
right
that in
now,
Book of Enoch. It might say that in Book of Enoch. I don't know, but I'm not really be certain about
I
that. But
think
it
you
don't,
guys,
definitely don't say it in the Torah.
you guys need to
It
read the
definitely don't say
Bible
it in the
again
Torah, fam.
more
Yeah,
thoroughly.
just
Yeah, because
find it.
I'm
I've read the
telling you,
Torah, fam.
I'm not
Facts
asking
about
you.
it, fam.
Why did the
It's just
devil
not in
become
there.
angry? Why did the devil become
Satan is
jealous?
angry, fam. Satan has to do his job. He works for God, fam. God will
No, but
assemble
jealous.
them. He will tell
The
them,
devil was
have you seen
jealous
this
of man.
person? Look at Job. Look
Fam,
at Job and
listen.
say, have you
The
seen this
angels,
person?
certain angels were jealous of man. That's
No,
why
why
they
would they be
fell.
jealous of man? They slept with their women. That's true.
Fam,
You can
you're
say that
saying
as
how
well,
could they
but
be
they're not
jealous?
jealous of men.
Exactly.
Why
Of
would
course,
they be
they're
jealous
jealous
of
of
man? They
man.
look down.
Why
They
would they
look
want to
down on
sleep with?
men, fam.
Listen, if you're
They
an
look down on
angel,
men
why would you want an earthly woman? Why
because
wouldn't
the
you want a
women look good
heavenly
to
one?
them. The women look good
My
to them,
brother,
so they sleep with them.
what you're saying don't
It's
make no sense though,
option. It's an
because
option. What do
if
you mean? Why not?
my
It's like
brother,
me.
if you're an
I'm a
angel,
black you.
why would
Listen,
you
I'm a
want
black
an
you.
earthly
I'm a
woman?
black
You
you.
would want a
I'm a black you.
heavenly
Listen,
one. My
listen.
brother,
I'm a black you.
angels are like demons. Angels
Listen,
possess people. The
listen,
only way an
sister,
angel can sleep with another human is to possess another human.
listen. I'm a
The
black
only
man.
I
way an
believe you.
angel
Why
I
can
would I
sleep
believe
with
you,
say? Why
another
would I
Shifa.
like a
human.
white woman? It's like saying why would I like a white woman? They're different from
That
me.
I
Why would
don't
you
know.
say
No,
that?
no, it's not the same,
If
cuz.
it looks
It's
cool
not
to
the
me,
same,
it's the
cuz.
same.
Because
It's
a
the
white
same.
woman is a mortal being. A
It
white woman
don't
is a
matter.
mortal earthly being.
They wanted to sleep with them. They're not
My
jealous of
brother,
them.
what I'm trying
Sunday,
to say to you,
They didn't
can
want to
you
start
help
dressing like
explain
women
to
and
us
stuff like that. They
how
wanted to stop
angels
them.
could sleep with humans?
I'm going to
Would you say
explain it to
Malik?
you
Would you
now.
say Malik?
I can explain it. Can he explain it?
What do you
No,
mean?
no,
What
no.
do you
You
mean?
did, Shifa, already. Let him kind of explain to us how angels in the realm of the angels could sleep with human beings if they don't possess the human beings in the realm of the human.
Who said that? Who said that?
I said that.
No, the Torah don't say that. The Torah says that angel can basically be in a fleshly form, in a form of a man. So whatever form it can come down as and interact with people, it can fuck the gal in that form, and it's gonna
My
have a
brother,
genital or whatnot. You know what I mean? I don't
my
believe in
brother,
New Testament where it says they ain't got no genitals and all that stuff. I
my brother,
believe in
let me
the
say
Torah where it
something.
says that they
This
slept
is where
with
you become
mankind and
confused, you
made the
know.
giants and stuff.
I see where you
But
become confused now. It's down to
how?
interpretation. Now, here what I'm going to say to you now, yeah? You need to understand
Okay.
what an angel is. An angel is like the devil, yeah? Now, the devil can only take form on this planet by possessing another being. You need to
Nah, I don't
understand
believe
that.
that. I
Now,
don't
my
believe
brother,
that. I
you
don't
need
believe
to,
that.
you
As
don't
a New
believe it, my
Testament
brother. But
stuff.
my brother, listen, let me finish here. You don't believe it,
In
but
Job, it
let
don't
me
say
finish,
that.
please. Please, I'm going to give you the floor to speak here. I'm just going to say this one sentence. You don't listen. You don't believe it, but you know it's the truth. Because when the devil comes upon this planet, when he talks to Eve, let me show you something. Let me finish because it's not a disrespecting. We're being respectful to each other,
I
innit?
don't
So let
believe
me
that
just finish.
Satan. I
Let me
don't
just
believe
finish this
Satan
one
is the
sentence.
serpent,
My
fam.
brother, I don't care what you believe. It's not about what you believe or what I believe. It's about us listening to each other.
Let's
It's
go
not about,
verbatim.
it's
Then.
not about, listen, it's not about what I believe versus what you believe. It's about us listening to each other because I might be able to show you something that's significant. Yeah. And you might be able to show me something significant. So it's about respect, innit?
Cool.
So hear what I'm saying to you now. Yeah. When the devil talks to Eve in the rotted garden, he comes as a serpent. He don't come as a man. When all these demons come upon this planet, yeah, when you watch things like Exorcist, they cannot come in no angelic form. They come in the form of a man or some other species because they have to possess something to interact with us. That's all I'm going to say. I've got
Yeah,
nothing more to say.
right. I could understand that. Let Sunday.
I've heard that interpretation before, like with the Christian and they even saying exorcist, like that's what pastors do. They take people's spirits out and stuff and all that. I've heard that interpretation before, but I go verbatim with the Torah, with the scriptures, the Tanakh, and what it says, and the books they took out before the New Testament, and it it says Satan is doing his own thing. He's walking on the earth back and forth doing his own thing. That's what, when God said, what you been doing? That's what he's been doing. And if you're talking about the serpent is its own entity. The serpent it gets cursed and it has to crawl in its belly and all that type of shit and eat the dust of the earth, and it's going to attack people's feet and people are going to crush its head. because that's what the curse was for it to snakes up to this day. Up to this day, if you're in Africa, them areas, if you see a snake, you're gonna crush it, you're gonna kill it, innit? And it's gonna try to bite your leg because if it's on your foot, that's the curse. What the curse was, and basically, it's a serpent. It's an actual serpent that could talk. I believe these animals could interact with Adam and Eve. Talk. These animals, whether it's telepathy or whatever, they could talk and do this thing. I believe in that. And then God cut it off. 'Cause in the next in books that they took out of the Bible, it tells you the time where it confused the languages and that in Bible and all that.
Do you know what?
made
I
animals
understand. I understand how you've established your way of looking at things now. Yeah. So I'm not here to change the way you look at things or the way you believe things. I'm just here to give you a different critique. Now, what I'm gonna say to you is this, my brother. Yeah, the Bible specifically says this: beware those who call themselves Jews, for they are not. It calls them the synagogue of Satan. These are the people who are dealing with your Tanakh. Now, the same way you talk about the Christians altering the book and read it, I know the Christians took books out of the book. Yeah, they took the female and separated her from the book and tried to give man dominion, complete dominion over the female, and act like the woman was beneath us. I know that's what the Christians done. Do you know what the Jewish man done? Do you know what these men done with their so-called Torah? These people are still blowing ram's horns to this day. Yeah, to this day. Yeah, these people, yeah, who are talking about their book comes from the Pentateuch. Yeah, the first 4 books or whatever you want to call it is the Pentateuch. That's what they say it comes from. Yeah, but hold on, there's a book that comes before that Pentateuch called the Pentateuch. You know these are demons you're dealing with, my brother. I'm sorry. And you need to come back home. You need to come back home. Forget Dead Sea Scrolls for a second. Let me just finish my sentence. You need to come back home because my brother, let me finish, please. My brother, I'm going to finish on this sentence here. We all know that all of these books are coming out of what we know as today as modern day Egypt. We know all of them scriptures, everything we're talking about comes out of there. But those are the same people who will tell you Egypt is a cult. My brother, let me finish. Let me finish, please. Those are the same people that will tell you Egypt is a cult. They'll just tell you Moses came out of Egypt, but they can't find their Moses, but we can find Tutmos. They'll tell you Joseph. But hold on, we can't find Joseph. We can't find Joseph in no Technicolor dream cult until we get to what's the guy's name again? I'm gonna tell you his name, Imhotep. Until we get to Imhotep, we can't find the Technicolor dream cult.
Yeah, but that's those individuals, isn't it? Same as
yeah, but my brother,
Abraham
this is what you're saying. You're saying, but that's the. You notice I didn't say but not once. And this is the problem that you're going to have. This is the problem that when people are dealing with these religious books, yeah, this is the problem they're going to have. Until you start doing your history and understanding your heritage and your lineage, and you start associating yourself with where you actually come from. So some of these Hebrew Israelites, they say, no, Egypt is this, Egypt is that. But they don't realize the rotted thing come out of Egypt. And they need to stop defiling their own selves.
Israelites, the most numerous tribe from Israel is mixed with Egypt. Ephraim and Manasseh, they're both mixed with Egypt. So if anyone's talking about, oh, they're Israelite, you're most likely going to have descent of Egyptian. It's all about Egypt, Assyria, and Israel. The First Nations, Black Nations.
Yeah, but my cuz,
Sumerians call themselves.
can you not understand what I'm? Do you know what? I'm dropping jewels for you. Yeah, I'm dropping jewels for you because I'm hoping you're going to pick up on what I'm saying.
If Jesus was around in Moses' time, he would have stoned him, fam. Because you can't come.
All right, my brother, I'm hearing all that talk here. I'm hearing all that talk, but it makes no difference. It makes no difference because he wasn't around in Moses' time. So ifs and buts don't make no difference. And secondly to that, the reason I'm critiquing you in a particular way is because you sound like a learned man. So you know about your Septuagint. Now these Jewishes that talk about their Tanakh is not coming from the Septuagint. It comes from the Pentateuch. Hold on. There's another Pentateuch. It can't be the Pentateuch. They're lying to you, my brother. It comes out of the Septuagint. And then before the Septuagint, everything comes out. Let me finish. Everything comes out of Egypt. Every Ras Clark thing. And until you start to recognize that, what you're going to realize is you will be bound in this confusion. You'll be bound to this confusion. I'm not bound to the confusion. The confusion doesn't take hold of me. I got you, but I know you know about it, which is why I'm trying to give you the critique so you understand. These issues, what they did was they tried to make like they was the first book.
The Jewish took books out of the Old Testament. I know about that.
I know about
Yeah, but my
Joshua,
brother,
Jubilee,
listen, they're
all them
trying
books.
to
I know
make like they are the first book. They're not the first book. The first books come out of Egypt. You can go back to Samaria and Egypt, and you'll find
no.
everything they're talking about right there, written on the walls, written in stone. Book of the Dead, book of what is it? The Amenetra. Yeah, book of
But
nature, book of
what's
life.
Egypt got to do with Jesus, fam? What's that got to do
Let me
with
show you
Jesus
something.
saying that
Jesus was
he's God?
prophesied from there. That's where he was prophesied. He was prophesied there. Yeah, in Kemet.
Prophesied to do what? To die. To die.
He was prophesied to come upon this planet as the savior. Yes.
And how? Who did he save?
Who did he save? He come to save us all from our sins and stop thinking that
How?
we're better than what we're thinking that we're better than what we are. So stop thinking that we're big. Stop thinking that just because we've learned something, that's the be all and end all. We need to learn more. To stop thinking that we can become vain and that's gonna save us. Vanity won't save us, my brother. What we need to do
So
is
what
we
is
need to
Jesus
do the whole
doing to
history.
save man?
What was he doing to save man? He was my brother. He came to clear up the knowledge. He came to clear up certain issues. You know, he came to affirm the commandment, his commandments. Yeah, which weren't
All he did
affirmed
was
as
confused,
commandment.
man. That's we're arguing right now. All he did was confused, man. We're arguing about is the Alpha and Omega and don't go before him. And we're all saying, oh, I'm
Right, and then Tunde, you said something about the
confusion,
first commandment. I want us to
man
go
came
back
to
to the
bring
first
confusion,
commandment.
bro.
I wouldn't say
First
Jesus brought
commandment is
confusion.
go.
Jesus brought affirmation.
The first one.
Yeshua brought affirmation. That's not confusion. That's affirmation. That's something to make things clearer for you, so you know what you can and can't do.
Don't put no one before God. He said, don't put no
My
one before
brother,
God.
let
And
me
how
show you
Jesus
something.
come to
He
do
came
it?
to bring
That's
affirmation, so you
confusion.
know what you can and can't do. So all of these Israelites that's out there in the street heckling white people saying, you're the devil, you're the devil. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I don't.
You're not allowed. I'm not
Shifa, do
saying
you
you do it.
worship
I'm
Jesus?
not saying you do that. I'm just saying the ones that are out in the street doing that, they're not allowed to do that. The ones that are
Shifa,
bashing other people's religions, the ones that are cursing other people and telling them things to wind them up and heck people, it specifically says you're not allowed.
Shifa, do you worship Jesus?
No, I worship the Most High only.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, fam. But so can you understand how certain man might get confused by them type of bars? A man's telling them, yeah, you can't do this, and they might think, ah, cool, I need to gem it with Jesus. And when you're gemming it with someone, who knows? You go from giving them someone some flowers or some food to next minute you're bowing down to them, praying to them. You know the levels of gemming it with someone because they're telling you, yeah, you need to do this, get with me to go to God, or I am this and I'm. You understand? You can understand how that's confusion, bro. Certain man might interpret it as, yeah, it's not that. But a next weak-minded person might think, you know what, bro, my life's fucked up right now, you know, I need to go fucking bow down to Jesus, bro, or go kiss a cross or some shit like that. And that's how a lot of our people are still stuck in that, because from slavery.
Yeah, but my brother, if you do not go through Jesus, yeah, then you don't take love your neighbor like you love yourself as a commandment. You're still taking it as a statute. And that's let me finish,
Why do we have to go through
let me finish.
Okay.
In your Tanakh, that is only a statute. So if you're not going to take Jesus as a commandment and take it that Jesus can give you command, then realistically, what you're going to do is you're going to be going to the Most High as with a statute, which isn't good enough anymore. It's not good enough.
Nah, it's not. You know why? You know it's not, because we learned our lesson. We've gone through the slavery. We've gone through the fuckery, fam. So we learned that we should do our thing, how you should do it, if you believe in God. If not, you just don't
I got
believe
you,
in
but
God.
that don't
And
mean
that's
we're
just
all
how
going
it
to
is,
be
you know what I mean?
saved. The slavery won't save you, my brother.
Only God
It
can
won't
save
save you, my brother.
Scripture. That's what it says in the scripture. Only
No,
God
it
can
doesn't
save
say
you.
that,
How
cuz
is
it says
Yes, it does say
only
that.
a specific amount of people will be saved. And it says it says some of the Gentiles, yeah, some of these Edomites, some of these Gentiles are going to be saved too, because they're going to take the
Yeah, I believe
affirmation.
that too. But it says
Yeah,
only
but
God can
listen, my
save you.
brother, they're taking the affirmation. If you're not going to take the affirmation, then what you're doing is you're walking away from your from being saved. You have to take the
How?
affirmation. You ain't got a choice.
How? It's
Because
like
Jesus
telling me put someone
is
before
the
God
Messiah,
means you're not
cuz.
gonna be saved. Nah, bruv. I had enough messiahs, fam. Big up all the messiahs, all the men that died for this, including the
I
messiahs
hear
in
you,
the
but Jesus
in
is not a
Big
Messiah.
up all the
None of the
Messiahs. Big up all
Messiahs.
the Messiahs.
the messiahs like Nat Turner,
There's only
the
one,
messiahs
cuz.
like
There's only
Joe
one.
Vogel, the messiahs like them man that were killing for us and saving our people, bro. And
No,
all
those are
them
called
Harriet Tubman and
prophets.
them lot. Those
No,
are the
those are called
messiahs, fam.
prophets.
You
You
understand?
can call them
No,
martyrs and you can
what
call them
prophet?
prophets.
No,
You
I don't
can't
want to
call
hear.
them
They're not giving
messiahs,
man no
cuz.
speech. They're saving man. They're not giving man no speech, bro, or no prophecy. They're saving man. That's what a messiah is, fam. You come to
I
save a
hear
man,
you,
them.
but then
Save
that's
the
your
people, them,
opinion,
the
cuz.
children.
Yeah, but now we're dealing with your opinion. We're not dealing with the book no more. We're not dealing with the book no more. We're dealing with your opinion. So, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'm going to let you give your critique to the people, because at the end of the day, people do need to hear other critiques as well. But ultimately, now we're not dealing with the book no more. We're dealing with your opinion. So I'm going to let you share your opinion.
I'm dealing with
your verbatim may be different to another man's verbatim, because we can read that book and interpret it
read it
different.
out to you. That's what I'm trying to go to it right now. Look, I'm going to only God.
Yeah, I know you can read it, but it's about interpretation, my brother. Like I said earlier, it's about interpretation. One man may say, my brother, one man may say, listen, to clean the house, all we have to do is clean around things. Another man may say, nah, we need to lift up all the sofas. And what Jesus is doing is, Jesus is saying, we need to lift up all of the sofas. So we can't have statute no more. We have to have commandment. And that's what you're not dealing with.
Where do these commandments come from?
I deal with all the commandments, fam. I deal with all the.
Me too. I deal with all the commandments.
We're in a position where we ain't got no.
My brother, there's only 10 commandments and Jesus is free. That makes 13.
It's the time of judges. It's the time of judges where we're just living like making up our own laws and doing that. Everyone's got their own camp and their own beliefs. We're living in a time of like that. It's similar to that.
Yeah, but my brother, those ain't commandments. They're statutes. This is what I'm trying to show you.
We still have the laws of Moses, and the first.
Let's start from the first commandment.
Is don't put no one before God, fam. That's the first law.
Right.
Because Jesus' commandment is not in the 10 commandments. That's what I'm going to say to you, yeah?
So the other commandments are void.
No, the other commandments still stand. Jesus has added to the commandments by affirming certain statutes as commandment, as well as, you know, making sure we understand that, you know, certain things are not good enough anymore as just statute, because statute wasn't good enough for man. Man thought they could get around statute and they would just deal with the commandments.
And
so that's why he had to come with the affirmation.
That's what happens. That's what happens every time. We'll get the captivity or we'll get punished. Simple as that. And the ones who are righteous, they'll sustain until judgment day, fam. That's where it is.
Well, my brother, do you know what I love about you?
Before God.
I love about you. The thing I love about you is you're trying to preach the good word. And that's all that matters. You're trying to do the right thing. That's all that really matters, you know. And as long as you do keep Jesus's commandments, then you're cool as far as I'm concerned. So, like, I got love for you, man. Like, keep doing what you're doing.
Gave Jesus the commandments.
Let me show you something. All commandment comes from God, yeah? All commandment comes from the Most High. Jesus came to affirm the commandments. He came with affirmation. So the Most High had given it to us as statute previously. He'd given it to us as statute, but Jesus came to confirm and affirm that certain things that were given as statute's not good enough. You need to take this as commandment. Like my brother said, verbatim.
Hold on, if there was no Jesus or Muhammad, won't we go back to history and go back to the first commandment that binds everyone together?
My brother, when we deal with Jesus, we don't need to deal with Muhammad. Yeah, if you know Yeshua, why do you need Muhammad? You can't go to the Father but through Yeshua. So why are you gonna go to Muhammad? Don't make no sense.
Yeah, but you don't need to go through neither. You just need to follow the law, fam.
Exactly. Just follow the
law. That's who you need to be listening to, fam. I mean,
and I get that as well. So I'm gonna listen. We can agree on that much. As long as you keep those laws and you keep those free statutes that Jesus gave us as commandment, not as statute. Sorry, you keep those commandments as commandment and not as statute. You're cool, because Jesus came with the affirmation, and him as a prophet coming with affirmation. You have to follow. Same way you have to follow the rest of the prophets and what they said.
Was Moses a prophet?
Of course he was.
But I just asked you a question. I said, let's say there was no Jesus and there was no Muhammad. Are we going back to the history to search for something that would bind everyone together?
I can't deal with that question because it's an if, and I don't deal with ifs and buts. I only deal with what is. Yeah, ifs and buts don't exist. They don't exist, my brother.
All right, cool.
Listen, I'm jumping off. You man keep doing what you're doing though, because this is very intellectual conversation, and I'm so proud of you guys, man. Like, for coming on here and having the you know, the courage to even have these conversations, because I've heard so much crap being talked on here in the last few days. Like, I hear man talking all this bullshit about Islam, this, Islam, that. We don't care. No one cares, innit? Leave the Muslims alone. Let them do their thing, innit? Like, why are we going to be religion bashing all the time and putting people down? We're not here to put each other down. We're here to critique each other and to learn and to get better. to cure the illness, not to add to it. You know that. So my brothers, love you, man. I'm jumping off. Can't get in the barber shop.
Hey, Shifa.
Yeah,
Shifa, you gotta tell me what energy drink you be taking so I can get more energy like you.
my brother, it's water me I drink, you know. It's pure water me I drink.
Pure water.
Pure water me I drink.
Yo, me I drink a whole gallon of water, me I get no energy, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, give
The
me a
people in
second.
the
I'm
chat,
on the phone.
the people in the chat, yeah, they want man to cover fucking Isaiah 53, fam. Search that for me, babe.
Yeah, big up my sister Lady Divine as well, because I said big up my brothers, big up Empress Becca as well, big up all the sisters, because you
big
see
up
certain
Shifa,
times
fam.
we got a lot to learn from our sisters, you know, in humility and how we deal with each other. You know, we got a lot to learn from our sisters, because they can argue, cuss, and then still see each other tomorrow and be cool. With the man, then we need to learn some of this humility from the sisters. I'm telling you.
Big
Bless
up
up,
my
Shifa.
brothers. Big up Empress.
Don't know. Beer love. I'm out.
Cool, Shifa. Hello.
Cool, yeah, cool. These
Oh,
are
okay.
what meant to the Isaiah 53, yeah. Let me see the comments, car. Cool. I'm seeing Isaiah 53, yeah, and it's talking about this person who's suffering, in it, for our pain and whatnot. He's despised, he's not liked. Yeah, he's grew up tender, whatnot. Yeah. Cool. So, cool. This is exactly what I was saying with Jesus now. Jesus could have been a youth, that hombre that was growing up in Israel and actually did die as a servant. Just like the Maccabees, not for the youths, the mortars, the kids them. Instead of eat pork and instead of bow to the Romans, they'd rather die and get their ears torn off and their heads scalped and all kind of shit tortured before they died. So these people who are these like the servant can go to any one of them. You understand? So just because someone is getting the criteria, ticking the box of they died, they suffered a punishing death for, like an Israelite was doing when the Romans were on them. Cool, you fit that scripture. That's it, fam. What else? Because the Messiah had more things to do. There's a big list of shit you got to tick off. Just because you tick a couple off doesn't make you fit that criteria, fam. That's what I'm saying. So if the man didn't want to keep putting Isaiah 53, I'll allow that one. I'll accept that. But whoever this Jesus person is, I have to say that they're either lying about what he's saying, or it's just a Roman invention that they're using to mock the Jews, and they use it to take over and whatnot. And yeah, exactly. Just like it says in Maccabees. You understand? But a Maccabee could have been the same, but he was pierced for his transgression, he was crushed for his iniquities. Yeah, they was getting pierced, they was getting crushed, they were getting burned. I mean, what else does it say? He was
Yo, what
oppressed,
happened to Shifa?
afflicted.
He
Didn't
coming
open his
back or is
mouth.
he gone?
Yes, they didn't open their mouth. They just stood there.
Nah, he left.
Stood with
He
him.
said bye for the day.
Yeah,
Oh,
son.
all right.
By oppression, judgment. He was punished. Yeah, bro. He was cut off. Yet the Lord will crush him, man, because he suffered for his sins. He will prolong his days. Yeah, he suffered. So he's gonna be rewarded. Cool. So whoever this person is that died is gonna be rewarded. Cool, fam.
Now you're saying Jesus never existed?
I'm not saying he didn't exist. I'm saying either this person, they exaggerated him and made his story some big deal to try and make a god for themselves and fit themselves into the thing, the Romans
Yeah,
and
but
the
bro,
Greeks.
why do you think they
That's what I think
exaggerated
it is.
this guy's
Or
story?
it's just a straight invention of the Romans.
Yeah, but
Think about it now. When you look at the biblical description of the time when Christ or Yahushua was born, you can tell that it was either spring or the end of winter. Where this 25th of December has come in now is where they adopted their own gods. Zeus, Nimrod, and Krishna.
Yeah. I heard that.
But yeah, Yahushua was born in the springtime or the start of spring.
Yeah.
So you see, they're already lying on your boy. They're already using your boy's name and lying on him, and they did that. Like for instance, the Judas Iscariot story, the person that sold out Judas for the silver and that. The real Judas, before that name was used and defamed, and like right now, if I say, "Oh, you're a Judas," everyone's gonna know. Yeah, I mean, you're a snake, you're a betrayer, or whatever. So that name is defamed. But before that, that name Judas told, wait, that was Maccabee Judah, the king, like not the king, but the high priest, like the leader. He was the leader of the thing. Killed enough Romans, enough Greeks for us, for the Israelites, and was fighting for them. And they look how the Romans use that name in their storyline now to defame it and make him a traitor and make him this and sell out the Messiah. Do you see what I'm saying? So I see how the Romans take the piss. So it makes me even have a certain hatred to it. So I've got a bias. So I'm just like, I'm against the New Testament. I just think it's the Romans, bro. I can see it all over them. I can see the mistake. They say that Jesus is the
Romans
only
twisted
begotten.
a lot of things, though, to be fair. I mean, just like what Torek was saying, a whole Christmas thing. The only reason that came into play was because the Romans didn't want to give up certain celebrations. So that's why now we have Roman Catholics. Do you get what I'm saying? It was all intertwined.
Because take for instance, even
Yeah, I could believe that.
take for instance the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. They celebrate their Christmas on the 10th of January. For what reason, I don't know. But also they go by a 13-month calendar. That could be also the additional why they do these type of things as well.
Exactly.
Yo, Miss Capo, can I ask you?
Because they're Ethiopian and because they're black. That's still
Yo,
don't
can you not
convince
hear
me,
me,
man. It's
or
still
is it like?
that's some pagan stuff.
Yeah, we could
Wait, I
hear
have
you.
to
I
come
hear
back
you.
because I
Look
can't
how
hear
they do with
everybody.
the cross. They kiss the cross
Yo,
and
Miss
they
Capo, can you hear me?
cross and they smoke out. They
Yeah,
do
that's
too much stuff.
disgusting.
Yeah, that's
Idol.
Baba. I don't sure. Baba, can you hear the day done?
Yo, can you hear me,
No, I
bro?
can't. You know.
Yeah,
I'm
Oh,
speaking.
that's why I had to come back in as well.
Okay.
I can't even hear family.
So why?
Alright, let me try reconnect.
Yeah, if not
You
both
can
of
see
y'all,
the thing moving, but
Yeah, so like there's so much misconception as well. Like the Ethiopians go by something what we call like the Enoch calendar, and also the Mayans go by that same calendar. And right about now is actually 2012. We're in, if we were going by the Enoch calendar, but we go by the
yeah.
Gregorian calendar, which changed about a couple of years, not say a couple of years ago, but a couple hundreds.
Yeah. Short thing, right?
And also where he's talking about other nations, you have to think about it now. Rome, Greece, Egypt, these were like the New Yorks. These was like the Londons. So just how you have West Indian people integrating with other people, have their friends of different nations, and they'll say, yeah, other nations will cling on to you, and if they want to go in your righteous path, then don't subjugate them in a sense. But he didn't die for the whole world like that.
Yo, Miss Capo, can you hear me?
Speaking of the
Yo, I can hear
Miss
you, fam.
Capo, can you? Yeah.
Yo,
Okay.
it's Baba. Yo, my name's Baba. I'm just on my girl's.
just call
Oh, okay, Baba. Okay, I'm just using your name in it. That's that I read. I wanted to ask you, what are you saying, like Jesus as a historical figure? Yeah. Obviously, you said you believe he existed, didn't it?
Yeah.
All right. So, do you believe he was like nothing special, just a normal man like everyone else?
I believe he might have been a prophet. I believe he had to be someone significant for the Romans to use him and to take the piss with him. You know what I mean? So I think
Okay.
he must have been righteous. I don't think they'll do that with some wicked person or some average Joe or something. Unless they're just making up a character. You understand? But if it's based on a real
Yeah.
person, because it's a theory, I believe in the theory. I don't know concrete if there was a person. That's why I don't disrespect it or nothing, or this person or not, because he could be like how I look at the Maccabees, the people that were dying for us and martyrs, and they weren't disobeying the law. That's why they just look like they're just giving up themselves. It looks like it's a weak thing, but they just didn't want to eat the pork or do nothing, so they just rather die for him. You know what I mean? So, and it's like some type of samurai kamikaze shit. You know what I mean? And I respect the honest stuff. So if Jesus was someone like that who died for his cause or whatnot, then I don't want to defame the name. So I don't take the piss out of that. But yeah.
All right,
But
cool.
if it's
Yeah.
not, then it's just a creation story. Yeah.
Well, that sounds legit.
Yeah.
See, the
So
whole
what are
Christmas
you?
thing's not even about Yahushua. You know that. It's about Nimrod, which is a Roman god. So
And
even that's
Krishna,
like an ultimate lie.
and also Krishna.
Yeah, and Krishna, yeah.
So what is the connection between these people and
Basically,
the?
it's the Roman Catholics, isn't it? Basically, they didn't want to give up certain celebrations, but they wanted to take on certain aspects of obviously the other faith, innit? So
The
to
Indo,
combine it
the,
together, they come up with I suppose, a agreement that okay, we'll keep certain of your stuff and whatever. Like there's basically editing it. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, but ultimately Christmas is not about Yahushua, it's about Nimrod and the other guy.
Right. I think they put everything together on a Sunday to make, I wouldn't say peace, but I could say peace or agenda.
yeah, because even in Spanish, Saturday is called Sabado. So they even know that it's a Sabbath day, but I forgot what they call Sunday, but
Because Sunday that's you're worshipping the sun god, you're not worshipping the Most High.
Nah, not the
It's
most
That's
high.
interesting, you know.
He's all fuckery.
because yeah, I think it all happened mostly like around the 10th sort of century. They started pushing these type of values,
What?
these type of new concepts.
Mm.
Or after the Council of Nicaea and all these things. But you have to understand the history and the migration of these types of people. Majority of these people with these types of concepts are like Indo-Europeans. And when these Indo-Europeans finally took over like places like Europe and Greece, people like Alexander, when he started doing his own sort of researching and conquering, he got to understand that a lot of these pagan gods what people are worshipping back and forth from Asia to Egypt is basically the home of their gods are in Egypt. So it all goes back to like the this Egyptian pantheon sort of thing. And if you understand the Egyptian culture or the migration of their empire through what we call the Silk Road from Asia to North Africa, and you hear in the I think it's the Hindu text, I think it's called the Navanas or something like that, and it talks about the Nagas with their like the Ethiopians and the Egyptians going back and forth from India to Egypt and these types of things, the early BC times.
Did you say the Nagas in the Hindu texts?
Yeah, the Nagas, and this is also where you might have a sort of a next sort of terminology of Negas in Ethiopia and things like that. And if we do like the DNA genealogy now, most of those types of people in those regions from North Africa, they share DNA markers with people all the way from, say, into India.
Yo, when you were checking out Nagas and Hindu texts and that, did you come across anything about serpent gods and things like that? As far as I'm aware, that like, the Nagas are the serpent gods, isn't it? So maybe I'm talking about something else, but might not be Hinduism.
Even in the Egyptian Coptic text, they talk about the Negus and the gas and all these types of things. So you can tell it's the Ethiopian, sort of like, I haven't even gone into the word to be honest, which I should have, but you can tell of the empire because Nimrod was a son out of Cush and certain things. And if you look back into history, they had a lot of Zoroastrians. This is where you get started the Baal, the god called Baal and all these different types of god, Esther and all these types of things. If you look at what they call Muhammad's father, his father worshipped 3 deities of 3 different women. I forgot the name, Uzzah and all these different type of moon gods and certain things. And you have to understand the culture, what these people were living at that time, if you know what I mean. And Egypt, Ethiopia, the Middle East, Persia, India, these were like the places that were kicking, like the biggest economies, the most types of things that was going on.
Do you know around what time period the Zoroastrianism happened and like when it came about and that?
Zoroastrian, it's very old to be honest. So some of it even might be before even the concept of Judaism and certain things like that.
Yeah, because some people say that there were Jewish prophets there as well. Like the actual Zoroaster was a Jewish prophet, and then like obviously the message changed after some time. But I was just seeing if you know anything about that.
It's sort of like a Persian type of culture, but it's also quite prominent in like the southern areas, like of India and those type of regions. But you can see where the most prominent of it was like in places like Iraq, with I forgot what they call them people, like places like Petra, which got conquered, and sort of they've moved all the icons and all these types of things to a different place, like in Saudi Arabia and all these things now.
Yeah, and whether
Well, like Iraq
whether
and that Babylon
Zoroastrian,
sides and that.
you see Cyrus, yeah, King Cyrus, he was from Persia and he did Zoroastrian, and God basically chose him to be like a Messiah for Israelite. If that's what you're talking about, I don't know about no prophet for the Israelites, but there was a so-called Messiah for the Israelites. That was, he would have been basically doing that Zoroastrian because he's from Persia, the king of Persia. So I
Yeah,
think he
because
meant
even I
that.
think Muhammad's father, he worshipped in that sort of cult, and I think his mother was an Abrahamic worshipper. So I think
Yeah,
so you can
cause
tell the people and the mindset what's going on around. And there were certain cultures that were dominating others as they grew along the time. Certain people don't do these type of cultures anymore. Yeah, but I think they even quote of the practice in the Bible. They call the people the fire worshippers. Then afterwards you have the revelation of people worshipping stick and stone, which could be the cross, and which could be the stone Kaaba in modern day today. And even there's still a big following in Zoroastrian culture and things like that. I think one of the temples are in somewhere in West London or Central London somewhere, and it's been around for a good, I think, nearly 100 years. But it's mostly like a Middle Eastern, like Iraqi, Iranian type of culture, where it is sort of prominent still in South India, some places.
this has sticks and stones with the worship of the cross and the Kaaba. What if you make a cross out of metal?
This is also where I think they get the symbolic meaning of the torch, when they get this torch where they move from certain places, but it's like an eternal burning something, like a fire burning somewhere, and that Zoroastrian sort of, maybe in the olden days, but it was mostly based on something called fire worshipping or fire worshippers.
What was that? The original root of the actual tradition, or was that something that came in later?
No, sorry, that's how they describe those people in the Bible.
Oh yeah. What it speaks about Zoroastrianism in the Bible. What is it? Is it like is there a lot of text that speaks about it, or is it like a one only found in one specific place?
Well, take for instance, some of it's entwined as well. It's very weird. You have to understand sometimes it's the culture of that area and that landmass, if you know what I mean, like the Middle East, Africa, and parts of Europe and Asia. So if you look at the word, what they call a cherub. A cherub is basically, you were seeing the Zoroastrian thing. It's like a being with wings, and it's got like a lion or an ox face. And they talk about these same types of angelic beings in the Bible called cherubims. But the only way we get the word cherubim is through the Phoenician language, where they actually describe that same sort of angel or some type of extraterrestrial being.
Yeah, they speak of that in the Sumerians as well. They got
Yeah,
similar
I
beings.
heard something about that as well.
Even with these lines, it's from Zoroaster, it's from this. It's just they all believe in the same similar shit, innit? Moses would have knew about all of that stuff. Persian, Babylonian, Sumerian, Egyptian, because he grew up in Kemet and he was schooled, he was wise as well. So he would have known about all those stuff and that shit.
Yeah.
So whatever he interpreted as, that's what we just go with, innit? Yeah.
Sorry, bro. What did you call it? You said it's a what? Cherub.
Cherubim, yeah.
Cherubim. All right, cool. Yeah, I heard somewhere about that same thing, but they called it like Merkaba or something.
Some people call them cherub, what they call it, cherubs, or caribs. But in the Phoenician text, where you see like the actual eagle head with the wings and like strong body and all these things, what is descriptive in the Bible with angels with like a lion head and wings.
Yeah, I've seen those.
It's from that from that terminology we've got that word.
So what, you think these English got the word chariot from that kind of word or something?
No, in the Bible with cherub or cherubim. The cherubs or caribs or cherub or cherubis.
No, I was just noticing the like it kind of sounds like chariot. Might have been the root word. I'm just saying, could have been. Don't know though.
No, they got like a different. No, it's that's more of like an English word, but like there'll be like a Jewish sort of word.
Yeah,
for, like,
that's what I'm saying. But because what I was saying, English came after. Whoever used the cherubim word must have come before the English, and like, you know what I mean?
No, but but that's how you describe these people in the text as well, cherubs or caribs, or the
Oh,
cherubim.
they described as that themselves.
Yeah, but the Phoenicians and the Zoroastrians, they've got like a picture of these types of angelic beings, and in the
Yeah,
Bible,
like
where
I
it
see
talks
that Zoroastrian thing that like there's this thing Zoroastrians hold on their neck like a pendant and that. That's exactly what you're talking about. It's literally a person with like wings. You know what I mean? Like, that's a depiction of it anyway.
And I think that the Phoenician culture, they talk about something called like a god called Enki, and like the Anunnaki and all these
Enki
types
and
of
Enlil.
Yeah, this we get. I think maybe the Emerald tablets, maybe.
Yeah, bro. If you can share anything about Enki and Enlil, and Anunnaki, like I'm all ears, bro. I'm really interested to hear what anyone got to say about that.
To be honest, Jupiter's the master of this sort of section. I have to be honest, like, but what I've got to understand is like a lot of different cultures sort of go by the same how can I say symbology of this person, what they call Enki.
Yeah.
Like the Aboriginal Australians, they've got like a big sort of deity or a god where they talk about with long arms, and the same thing with the Incas and the Mayans.
Yeah.
Their one is called like Quetzalcoatl or something like that. And I think even in the Benin Kingdom, where Hector's from, they've got the same sort of references to these types of light beings coming down to Earth, and some say they're reptiles. And even in the Taino and Arawak and Carib and American cultures, we have not say a great respect for lizards, but a lot of our islands are called like little iguanas, and this is where you get also the name iguanas and certain things where we have like a deep symbology, respect for these people. And even there's something called the Nazca lines, where it looks like an eagle, what you see on the dollar bill, or like a diplomat sign, where it's like an eagle, but it also goes back to that Phoenician sign. But the only way you can see this if you're flying upwards. It looks like literally like a crop circle, these Nazca lines in Peru. So there might be some sort of connection. But I also looked into the Mongolian creation story, and in their creation story, they also talk about like chariots flying up and certain things like that, and somebody coming down from a spaceship setting up creation.
Yeah, so you think these are representations of like intergalactic spaceships, if you will?
I just look at each and every culture and try to see where is very similar, and certain things like that, and if there's any kind of connections. So like if you look at certain other type of people's creation story, they will talk about a flood, and like certain what do you call them? like them geologists or whatever, they said, oh yeah, the Grand Canyon, they must have been flooded at a certain time, or water must have been high around that certain time and things like that. So it's different people talks about different things in a sense like that. But we can also go into science to see if these things correlate as well with around the time with a lot of people's stories.
Yeah, that's mad. Still, if what does anyone else think that these were like spaceships that came to Earth, or like were you lot's thoughts on that? Because obviously these pictures exist, innit? There are pictures and depictions from thousands of years ago of people, humans, like not a picture of a bird, not a picture of like anything like that. Human face, wings under the human, and like obviously it's kind of showing that these lot are going up into the sky, innit? So it's not like it's like land.
I don't know if you've ever seen a program called Stargate.
I think, oh yeah, that's a really old show, innit?
Yeah, like
And they walk into this like big circle, like it looks like a water mirror kind of thing. They walk in and they end up some next place.
Yeah,
that what you're talking
but
about?
if you look at if you look at the background of their story, it's sort of based on that these same Sumerians, Egyptians, some of them Incas and the Mayans. But it shows you like at one point in time these people could probably travel, if you understand that, things like the Bermuda Triangle and that Pacific area. So there's a lot of things was kind of crazy, especially with these Nazca lines, because the only way you could see these Nazca lines to see like what's actually happened, or if somebody's actually gone out their way to do something, is if you're hovering over it. That's the only way you can see it. And it literally looks like an airport or a runway, these Nazca lines.
Yeah, what is it still visible to this day, or like is where is that?
In Peru, it's called Nazca lines. Like
How do you spell that? NAZ.
I think it's Naz or NA. Yeah, I think it's Naz, NAZ or NAS. And like there's all different depictions of different things. There's like a monkey. There's like an eagle. There's all different depictions. But
Yeah, I know about in Babylon, on the Babylon Gate. Yeah, there's like depictions of bare different animals, but they're not like animals that we see in it. It's like an animal with a flipping this animal's head with this animal's body and that animal's legs, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are all actual engraving into the Babylon main gate. Say again?
Yeah, like it's weird because like a lot of these things are still talked about in the Bible. Like but they said these people, they said God for some reason placed them to the east. So like when Columbus and these people came and they saw my people called the Caribs or the Kalinagos, they call us Cherubis, because they thought we were like the lost tribe of Israel and certain things like that. And there's even like you know, like they put little hidden clues in, how can I say, films. There's like a Disney film called The Road to El Dorado and all these types of things. And it talks about how the Spanish tried to get the Peru, the gold from Montezuma or Montezuma from Peru, which was like an Asian Incan king, not really Asian, like in the 15th, 16th century and certain thing. And Disney done like their own little remake of it, but they've added certain things because of the mindset the people were in at that time.
Yeah, that sounds crazy, bro. I don't really watch movies like that, but I have seen this movie that called Prometheus. Have you seen that?
I think yeah.
Yeah, so that was like proper interesting. Like there was some weird shit in that movie, but bro, that was like it kind of encapsulated that story in whoever the director's method was that he wanted to portray it, innit? But that's what I'm saying. It gives you some certain hint. It's hinting at something, innit?
Yeah, because if you look around, say what the 40s, I say from the 30s up to the 60s, you have this big phenomenon of flying saucers now. And if you understand what Hitler and certain people were trying to do, and probably people who done it even before them, who went probably secret underground. Hitler tried to go to India because I think there's something called the Nirvanas or the Nirmanas, and basically this book is like an instruction pamphlet to for you to go out into space, or like aerospace travel.
Wait, hold up, bro. Where can I find this?
I think it's like Hitler went to India, or the Nazis went to India to find some sort of book or some sort of artifact where it talks about it's called the Nirmanas, and I think maybe certain things might be in places like Babylon as well in Afghanistan, but it's called the Nirvanas or the Nirmanas, and it talks about how
Yeah.
to, like, the Asian book for like space travel basically, or space travel.
What was it talking about? Physical space travel, or was it talking about, I don't know what they call enlightenment, astral projection, or whatever?
Literally goes into so much description. I think this is how I think there's even Asian artifacts where even depict astronauts and certain things. So like this Nirvana book, it gives you like the exact instructions how what you need as a bodysuit and certain things like that.
Oh yeah, like it goes that deep. Yo, I'm gonna need to check that out, man. Yeah, you're giving me a lot of topics to research, bro.
Too much. But also it's kind of
No, I love it. I love it.
because some people might say even Asia or around India could be in the Garden of Eden. And if you look at the Hindu texts now, and even the ancient Egyptians, it's talking about gene splicing. And one of the stories is like they took an elephant head and put it on a human body.
Oh, that's where the Ganesh thing comes from.
And that is an
Okay.
old type of culture or religion or something. You know what I mean? Very
What
old.
is that like before? Is that pre-Jesus or and pre
Yeah, it's like
pyramids and that?
3,000 years older than the sort of Christianity or Judaism what we have.
Right, yeah, that's 3,000 years. That's a long time.
And
Like
there's
obviously you lot know it's been 2,000 years since Jesus, so like you could only imagine, innit? Like 5,000 years ago.
and there's like there's a book or a story called Mahabharata. It's like a Hindu. I'm not sure if I said it's right. It's called Mahabharata, and it's showing you that these sort of Indian gods or these angelic beings on chariots in the sky. But in modern day, you just have people trying to show you like, oh, they're horses on a chariot like the Romans in the sky. But this
Yeah.
Mahabharata thing is going a bit.
What
probably
do you
too
think?
far.
Do you think these are scientific documents?
Wow. Well, some people say that the Bible and some of these things were like talking about specific historical events, what might have happened.
Also, it's
And
like
like
historical history documents, basically.
take for instance like the Book of Enoch, which was some people took out of the Bible. I think there's about 5 different books what they left out of the natural compiled Bible. And if you look at Mexico and certain regions, especially India as well, you will see like there's Nephilims, like bodies that are like, God knows, like 15 foot long and all these types
What
of
you say,
things.
Nephilims?
Yeah, Nephilims, what we call giants.
What you saying? There's what you say? There's what bones and that?
Yeah, giant skull, giant bodies, what they found, some in India, some in parts of Mexico and things like that.
Yeah, that's mad, bro. Do you
And then
think
it's all
humans were just big, or do you think they were actually like humans this size, and then there was giants like?
Some people say humans could have been a bit bigger because of the oxygen levels. So some people were saying there could have been even things like giant spiders and all these types of things. So there could be a
Bro, have you
possibility.
seen these rock engravings? Yeah, not engravings. It's like literally flipping castles built inside rocks or temples built inside rocks. And like them days, obviously, you'd need like a giant to make such a structure. And you see the doors are humongous. If I can find it, I'll probably share that as well.
There's a one, I think it's St. George's Church in Ethiopia. It's like carved into a mountain, and you have to climb up the mountain to go to church.
Yeah, in the Quran it says something about people called Ad that that were giants, and they had structures. The people of Ad, they had some structures that they used to make, and they were like humongous people, and Like when you write the people of Ad on Google, just AD, that's what Ad, yeah. So you find these humongous structures that I don't remember exactly where you find them, but if you Google that, you'll find the images, and you'll probably, I think it's in Jordan, something like that.
Oh, yeah, because I think that area used to be what they call Petra.
Yeah, Petra, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, so some people say there's like a next sort of building race called Tartarians, but not too sure about that one. But
Tartarians. Yeah, you know what? When in the Quran it speaks about Ad, it speaks about another people called Thamud. So like they might have some relationship or something, but I think their stories are different. Like one of them, there was something to do with disrespecting some sort of animal that some sort of animal that was like a blessed animal or something. And then the other people, they just like, well, according to the story anyway, they just thought they were too big and that, and like, because they were big people, they were basically saying, "Yo, like, no one could touch us and that," and then they got basically touched by the element, you know what I mean, and got wiped. Yeah. So,
there's even
you
passages
know anything
like
about that, please?
I'm not
Yeah,
too
sorry.
sure about that one, but in the book of Enoch, it talks about I think it was 30 or 12, or I can't remember the number of angels. I think it may be 300 of them actually, but they made a pact basically to come down to earth and mix with the women and certain things like that. But in the Levitical text now, and also I'm not too sure what passage in the Quran, it talks about an fallen angel called Azazel. And some people,
Yeah, Azazel.
what they do in certain cultures in the Middle East or in Africa around that area, they have like a goat wandering, and they leave that goat out as a sacrifice for Azazel. And all these types of, it's written in the Levitical laws as well in the Old Testament, and I think it's also in other little cultures around that area. So even the book
Yo,
of
what?
Enoch,
See, when you say Azazel, yeah. What did you say? What text is that found in, that name?
well, it talks about him. It talks about Azazel as one of the fallen angels in the book of Enoch. There was
Okay.
about 10. There was about a certain amount of them. What is
Wait,
well
one
named?
of the fallen angels.
Yeah, it's like there was loads of them, but it was like 30 of
Oh,
them or 300 that made up certain pack. But there were certain ones that had hierarchies, like Azazel. I think there was one called Raphael. There was certain ones that had certain talents, but they taught the world and certain
yeah.
things. Then they think these are the people that came down and gave mankind knowledge and all these types of things, how to war with each other, how to make weapons. One taught one had to make makeup and all these different types of things what we never really used to do.
Yeah, that's actually mad because like from what I've heard, like El is supposedly the name of God. So when you say Azazel and Raphael, obviously there's some connection there that maybe if someone knows, they can come on the panel and clarify. But I thought it was just Lucifer who was fallen angel.
Raphael was against Azazel.
Oh, Raphael was against Azazel.
Yeah, and God commanded Raphael to imprison Azazel.
Okay.
Oh, so what was Raphael like an angel of God, or was he like? Oh, so these were supposedly all angels and some fell.
Yeah, I can't remember. Like he was at the start of the story, or in just at the start of it. It talks about there's about
Michael,
30
Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel appealed to God to judge the inhabitants of the world and the fallen angels. Uriel
those are
is
the archangels, right?
They are archangels, yeah. Whereas Azazel, there is Ramiel, Kakabel, Jamel, Ramiel, Daniel, Shez something. I can't remember. I can't pronounce these names, but there's like at least I think at least 20 names here that were fallen angels called the Nephilim.
and made a covenant
Okay.
to do certain things.
Sorry, Dark Magician. What are you reading?
Description of the Book of Enoch from the content of the Book of Watchers. So,
So all these names
the
are
Book of
actually
Enoch,
in the Book of Enoch, yeah?
yeah, the Book of Enoch is in sections. I'll just get the sections.
Oh, so it's not one. So it's not one book, one text. It's like different texts compiled.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
an
in.
8 hour, 3 hour long.
It's the Book of Watchers. That's 1 to 36. The Book of Parables, 37 to 71. Astronomical Book, 72 to 82. Book of Dreams, 83 to 90, and the Epistle of Enoch, 91 to 108. So you have 108 chapters.
Sorry, bro. Can you just read the one after you read Parables, please?
The Book of Dream
No,
Visions.
Before Dreams and after Parables. Did you
No,
say something?
it's what the Book of Watchers, the Book of Parables, the Astronomical Book, the Book of Dreams,
Astronomical.
the Book of Dream Visions, and the Epistle.
Thank you, bro. Astronomical. Has anyone read these books?
I've began to read Enoch many years ago, but it's all fire and brimstone stuff.
So some of it is like a revelation as well, because he goes up into heaven and he sees like probably the future. He talks about iron birds in the sky. He makes all different types of but it's biblical.
But what we know
Talks
is
about-
that because of the Dead Sea Scrolls, when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, we know that this book, even though it didn't make it into the final canon of what we know today to be the Bible via the Council of Nicaea, we do know that these books that were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls were known to early Christians.
Wow.
So we know that. So there's a reason why these books didn't make it. They were rejected by the Council of Nicaea.
Did these books come like during these early Christian, like as in Jesus'
yeah.
time?
So they weren't written down originally. They were oral traditions.
What, before Jesus or during? Like, when did they come?
So as far as I understand it, the historical consensus is that these traditions began somewhere between 1 AD to 2 AD. 33 to 32 AD. So we know that Jesus died around about the time he was 30 to 33. So within 1 or 2 years of the time when Jesus was supposed to have lived and died, these traditions started to begin, and they began orally. Apart from Paul, who we know actually wrote his own letters. Paul is the only gospel that we know we can attribute to Paul, and Paul was a real person. The rest of them, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they weren't real people. They didn't actually write the gospels.
What about the?
Well, you say they weren't real people.
Yeah, they were names that were given later. So these were oral traditions, and when they were written down by the later Greeks and put into composition, yeah. So the way that these books are written, so no one's disputing that they're not, fantastic books and written very, very well. But the people that we're talking about, most of the disciples wouldn't have been able to read and write. So they didn't write these books. These were late. The names, the original oral traditions did not have names attached to them. They talked about people, but later on, they when they were written down, we know that they didn't even have names to them. Then they were given authorship later on. So there's a transition.
What about the Book of Lilith?
I think that's one that didn't make it. It's with Jude, the Book of Jude as well.
Because
wait, what is that Book of Lilith?
I think Lilith. I'm not too sure. I might have got it wrong. But I think she was a woman that was made before Eve.
Oh, interesting. And these are biblical scriptures, or?
Yeah, there's biblical scriptures that didn't make it into the final canon. So
I think
go on.
I think
Sorry.
I think somehow I'm not too sure if the story is right, but they said they made Lilith exactly the same way how they made Adam, and when they made Eve, God took the rib out of Adam because for some reason Lilith was more of an independent, and I think she didn't want to deal with Adam or something like that. Kind of deep,
Yeah,
or
so
like run away or something.
there's the book of the Apocalypse of Peter, the Epistle of Barnabas, the Infancy of Gospel of James, the Shepherd of Hermes, Clement, the Gospel of Thomas, the Diadache, I don't know how to pronounce that, the Lost Epistle of Corinthians, the Gospel of Thomas, we already said that one, didn't we? Third letter to Corinthians, and the book of the Lost Gospel of Q, which I've heard historians talk about, but I don't really have much knowledge of that.
Sorry, the Lost Gospel of
Q. Yeah,
Q.
they call it Q, the Lost Gospel. They call it Q. That's the name that they give to it. It's the original sayings of Jesus.
Was that like CUE or letter Q or
The
how?
letter Q. The letter Q.
Oh, okay.
So this is the name that theologians and historians give to this gospel that didn't make it, and it was apparently the sayings via Matthew, Mark, and Luke. It didn't make it into the final book, the final canon of the New and Old Testament, or what we know today to be the Bible. So there's various different Bibles around the world, right? So you've got the King James Bible, you've got the New Translation, and depending on whether you're Catholic or Protestant, you'll have certain books that will be in there and certain books that won't.
Right. But they weren't all taken out and in like.
But these particular
one
ones
point,
that
right?
we're talking about, these particular ones, they didn't make any of them. Because they don't have a tradition of coming from from the Council of Nicaea. It was decided what would make the canon and what wouldn't, and over time other sects have basically they adopt some books and they don't. But so for instance, the difference between the King James Bible and a Catholic Bible.
King James Bible and the Catholic Bible.
Yeah, King James Bible is a Protestant Bible.
Yeah. So what? So the Catholics and the Protestants have actual completely different Bibles.
Pretty much. Yeah.
What causes the division or change, and what's so different about the Bible?
Catholics have certain traditions like Mass, and what the Protestants can conceive to be idolism, and so they have a different interpretation of the Bible, and their Bible has developed over time. So you have the Book of Prayer that goes hand in hand with the British Church of England Protestant King James Bible. Instead of they don't go to Mass, they don't do that sort of thing, and so you're aware of the Reformation in England. Are you aware of that story?
What at the time of when the King James version was reformed?
So that was the culmination. That was what happened. That's over years of. So how this is the basis of it. Okay. So England was a Catholic state. Yeah, it was a Catholic country, beholden to the Pope in Rome, right? And this was the time of King Henry VIII. And King Henry VIII was a committed Catholic, okay? And he even wrote a paper, I I can't remember what it's called. It has a Latin name, but basically when he wrote it, the Pope called him the defender of the faith. So at that time when he wrote that paper, because what a lot of people don't realize is King Henry VIII was very well educated man. He's like very well educated, and he could write his own stuff, and he was very well read. He wrote this paper in defense of Catholicism because at the time Martin Luther and the Lutherans were in mainstream on the continent, and they were arguing against Catholicism. They were saying that these people are adulterers. They have strayed from the true faith, and the church is basically taking too much money, and all these other accusations, right? So he wrote a defense of the Catholic faith. But what happened with Henry is that he wanted to divorce his wife, Catherine of Aragon, because he'd been with Catherine of Aragon for over 15 years and she'd not given him a son. She'd only given him a daughter. She'd had many stillborn children. Now, he read a passage in Leviticus where it says, if you uncover your brother's wife's nakedness, you will die childless. And he was convinced that it was because. So how it worked out was Catherine of Aragon came to England to marry King Henry's brother Arthur, but Arthur died of the sweat. And so for political reasons, the Pope gave a dispensation allowing for Henry to marry Catherine of Aragon. And everything was fine for about 16 years, but she didn't give him a son. And if you know how England came to be what it is today, the War of the Roses was the House of York and the House of Lancaster were fighting for years. When the Tudors took power, they brought the two roses, the red rose and the white rose, and brought them together. And that ended 100 years War of Roses, right? And brought England back together. And what the Tudor dynasty was about was to maintain that control. And in order to maintain that control, you need to have a male heir. And Henry was absolutely, obsessed with having a male heir. Now, he'd had a male heir via a mistress, but that child cannot inherit. So he knows he can have male children. Now, this is all, back then, it's very, superstitious. People had superstitious thoughts. They didn't even know, and they still don't know to this day, why people died of the sweat. Is
You see,
anyone
when
still?
you say the sweat, yeah, what is that? Some kind of disease called the sweat?
Yeah. So as far as I know, until this day, they still don't know exactly what it is. I think they have a scientific name for it, but they don't know. But from how people would just get this sweat and they would get a really bad fever, and within a few days they would die. And it was happening, springing up quite a lot in Tudor sort of households and places like that. And obviously it's kind of like that, but I don't know. I've looked into it before, but as far as I understand, they don't know even to this day, because they can't do a prognosis on someone. They can't do a blood test to see what it is that they might have died of. And yeah, so, but they called it the sweat.
What
So
century was
that was King Henry. So that was,
16, 17.
yeah. I always get my years mixed up.
Because I think you see why France loved the
It was
garlic.
1500s.
Yeah, because this is the reason why France loved the onion and the garlic so much, because it holds like them anti.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
they probably didn't know that. But
King
a lot
King
of
Henry's bishop, the Cardinal Wolsey, he used to walk around with an orange. Yeah, because he thought it would, not only for the smell, but he thought it would ward off the sweat and other diseases and stuff like that.
it could have, but
I've heard that if you eat onions from, like, see, if you go to a country you've never been to, obviously you get your vaccinations, innit? But I heard if you eat onions from the land that you're in, like onions hold the antibodies or whatever of
Yeah, I think
the
onions are
diseases of
extremely
that
good for
land.
the blood. Extremely good for the blood. But
The-
that's
What
you
I'm
know,
saying, the diseases that are present in that land, onions usually hold the antibodies needed for those diseases.
I don't know about that. But what I was trying to the point I was trying to make earlier is that so this is why the Reformation happened, and it's why it's so interesting. It's because Henry was so besotted with having a son, and he couldn't have it from his wife, and he couldn't divorce his wife because of Catholic law. He wanted to put forward a spiritual argument that via Leviticus, his wife had actually consummated the marriage with her brother, and therefore their marriage was never lawful in the first place. And he set up all councils to get this done, and then in the end, the Pope excommunicated him for it because he went ahead and married Anne Boleyn. Have you heard of Anne Boleyn?
I think so.
Yeah, Anne Boleyn was his second wife, but she didn't give him a son. She gave him a daughter, Elizabeth, who we know today to be Elizabeth I, right? So when Henry died, Henry went on a rampage. Henry allowed Cromwell, his chancellor, to set up an act called the Dissolution of the Monasteries, in which he went round. So he was convinced by these Protestants, chiefly Cromwell, who was telling him that the church had all his wealth and we should take it back. So he went around the country destroying monasteries and taking all the wealth back and putting it back into Henry's coffers. Now, a lot of people seem to have labour under misapprehension that Henry was a Protestant. He wasn't. He was still a Catholic until his dying day, except that what that did is because of the chain of events that he set in motion, that set the chain of events in motion that the country would become Anglican, Protestant. And then Elizabeth, who eventually took over the throne from Henry, from her sister Mary, she created what they called the golden age of Britannia. And, she went around the world pillaging and stuff like that. But, she was a committed Protestant, as was her mother, Anne Boleyn. And, and then after the end of the Tudor dynasty was James I, who created the King James Bible, which cemented with James I. What happened was that the Glorious Revolution, they tried to bring forward a Catholic, another with Charles II, a Catholic monarchy. When they got rid of Charles II, with the Glorious Revolution, they made it with the Bill of Rights in 1668, I believe it was. They made it clear that no popish prince will ever ascend to the throne of England. And that basically forevermore made England a Catholic, a Protestant Anglican nation. And that's why England today is Protestant and not Catholic. So thank you for letting me give you the history lesson. But
no, thank you for the history lesson, man.
Cool.
Much appreciated.
People feel like we can see the connections and the dots connecting more.
Yeah, exactly. And so from my point of view, it's really interesting because without England or the Great Britain becoming largely Protestant, you wouldn't have had the Industrial Revolution, because you've got to think of the mind. Like, so how people were under the Catholic sense was that you gave your riches to the church for absolution in the hereafter, whereas the Protestant way was different. They encouraged you to have personal wealth. And so for the first time, with the coming forward of democracy into England, there also came through the beginnings of what was called the middle class. So lower people were able to buy up land and to set up trade, and that created a whole different wealth class. But also from a spiritual point of view, people were able to allow themselves to have wealth instead of to just be giving all their wealth to the church because they should do what Jesus done. And without that, you wouldn't have had rise of the Industrial Revolution. Because another great thing about Henry is, do you know about trusts and equity? Have you heard of what a trust is? Do you know what a trust is when you leave something in trust for someone?
As far as I know, trust is like
So a trust is equity. It's where you can split the difference between what is legally owned and what is equitably owned. And it is entirely, well, some people say that it actually came from Islamic culture, but there is an argument for that. But the trust device and how it was developed is entirely unique to the Isle of England. Henry VIII tried to put forward an act to stop people from setting up trusts, but that didn't work out. People were continuing to make trusts, and what that's allowed people to do is to set up unincorporated trusts that are not regulated by any other law that the government can control, and to tax-free to take control of their own wealth, and also to pass that wealth on to their family via hereditary. Because how it used to be before under the feudal system, if you died without a son, that inheritance would go straight to the king, straight to the crown, or what they call today bona vacantia. Now, with the trust device, you could split the legal ownership into equity, and you could leave all of your wealth to somebody else. And the church, the crown, or the government, as it is today, could not touch that. So it was a great way of usurping power. And without the trust device, well, yeah, the Magna Carta is different, though. The Magna Carta is different. But without that trust device, the Magna Carta came before, way before Henry. Without the trust device and without the Industrial Revolution, we wouldn't have the society that anything like the society that we have today. And that's interesting to me. Probably not to you, but it is to me.
Yeah, that's mad though.
That's what happens when you really study history. You start to connect the dots, and you start to see, you know, there's no conspiracy to it. It's just that when you look back, you can see how things happened, how the domino effect happened.
Yo, Veli, if you're there, Shifa is backstage. All kings and Shifa said, all kings, queens, and Christian people who wear crosses and do rituals are pagans with no exception. The fallen angel Azazel taught men about jewelry and precious metals. So if you wear jewelry, you worship demons. Oh, that is mad. Yeah, Veli, Shifa's in the back. If you could put him on. Yeah, big up Shifa, man. Shifa, you know, I actually jumped on to chat to you, but as soon as I jumped on, you went off. Actually, I'll ask you when you do come on, innit? I was going to ask you about Moses and Jesus, because obviously you said that Jesus, like you have to get to the Most High through Jesus. And I was going to ask you, obviously, before Jesus, there was only Moses. And wouldn't that have to mean you have to get to the Most High through Moses?
Jesus has been often referred to as the new Moses.
Yeah. So it just makes me think, what was Moses, the new what? Like Moses was basically the new Abraham, if you will. Yeah.
But this is what makes me think, right? This is why I think like the newer Jews, or like the newer Jews. That's why I think they go by the birth of the mother, because I think Mary. Big up Shifa.
Hey, Shif.
There you are. You know, I was just trying to say something in the back chat room, but I was just saying, yeah, when you look at all these people, yeah, that's filling their purses with money out of other people's pocket that they sweat and gave their blood, sweat, and tears for. You get me? Like they got people giving money to collection plate, then walking around with big, massive crosses, big, hefty pieces of jewelry and them thing there. These are real pagan. All of these men that's wearing crosses, you know what they're doing. All these men will read, they don't even yeah. But what it is, want to excuse, they want to do. That's what it is. You know, so I just wanted to. So they done had a question for me. So if you got any questions, my brother, I'm here to answer you.
Yeah, because I think it's in Leviticus. They talk about leaving a goat in the desert for Azazel. Yeah.
You understand? But the thing is, that when you deal with the Christians, yeah, a lot of the time they don't want to deal with these things. Same way when you deal with the Muslims, a lot of the time they don't want to deal with these things. They just want your money because this is the truth. And I ain't got time for religion no more. You understand? None of them. You understand? But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and try to slander them. I'm just going to let them answer for what their deeds are, because, you know, it's clearly stated in the book. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to go to heaven. So why do they want so much riches? Why aren't they treating their neighbor like they treat themselves? Why aren't they making sure everyone's eating? Why are they going to have people starving and they're walking around with big hefty pieces of gold around their neck?
What, Shifa, would you say that's the same story as what the Quran talks about, the angels that came down and like taught men black magic and things like that?
Come on, all of that.
Yo, still. Yeah, what I wanted to ask you, Shifa, yeah, is you said that Jesus is the way to get, like, how did you put it?
He's the truth, the light, and the way. The only way to go to the Father is through me. That's what Jesus' words, yeah? Or Isa's words in your Quran. I'm the truth, the light, and the way. The only way to get to the Father is through me. So why would we need Muhammad? It doesn't make sense. Why would I need anyone but Jesus?
Why would I need Jesus? That's what you said, yeah. And my question was, if Moses was the way to get to the Most High, why would you need Jesus then?
But that's an if and a but again, my brother. And like I said to the last person who asked that question, I don't do it ifs and buts.
Why would I need to get to the Most High? Let the Most High come to me.
Well, that's your opinion. So, you know, we know that your anti-theism, whatever, that's what you do. So
yeah, I've explained that many times, right? Yeah. When I say anti-theist, I'm not against a theist. I'm against theocracy.
Yeah, no, we get that. But you're gonna have to deal with that, innit? Like that's the question. You're gonna have to ask.
No, but I think even you would agree.
I'll answer it for you if you like.
You don't want biblical law to be law, do you?
I'll answer that question.
Me personally, I think as far as the commandments are concerned, that's the law, you know. And Jesus came to affirm the commandments.
The commandments don't go far enough.
But that's the thing. He came to affirm the commandments that Moses gave, innit? And Moses came to affirm the commandments that Abraham gave, innit?
Yeah, but then when you put it in perspective now, yeah, Moses never gave love your neighbor as you love yourself as a commandment. So, you know, Jesus has added to that what Moses came with. And then if we want to put Moses in perspective, Moses, yeah, he's the law bringer. But remember, the Most High is speaking to Moses, not through Moses. Yeah, because Moses had a spokesperson also. Yeah, I think it might have been Aaron, something like that.
His brother Aaron.
That's right. So Moses never had the spirit on him the way Jesus did. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So it's a complete different way of dealing with things. Like, so we can't.
Well, you know why he had the spokesperson though, Shifa?
Why?
Like Moses never used to speak. Like, see, when Moses was a youth, yeah, what the pharaoh or king or whatever of the time was doing is that he was killing all the youths because some guy told him a prophecy that there's gonna be a kid from this tribe that's gonna come and is gonna kill you or take over or whatever.
I know. Yeah, we know.
So at one point, they found Moses, and then obviously, as far as why I think this happened. The history I've read is that they tested the kid to see if this is actually like a special kid or any just dumb baby, yeah? So they gave him a coal and a grape and to see which he puts in his mouth, and then he put the coal in his mouth. So ever since he was a youth, the way he spoke, he had like a kind of speech impediment in it.
But even still though, my brother, even saying that now, yeah,
it makes no difference to the scripture, you know, because
No,
Moses
not about the
is
script. I was just clarifying about the whole thing, why he needed his brother to speak for him, innit?
Yeah, but you see what you said before about, well, what if Moses was this, what if, but he isn't. So we need to deal with what is. And this is a lot of this is some of the confusion that I'm here to debunk, you know, like that. And when people are walking around with big hefty chains around their neck, talking about drip and all of this foolishness, you see it in every rap video, but then you realize, say, the Pope in the church is dripping more than any of these fools. Why is that? Let's get it correct.
Yeah, and he's dripping with knowledge in the library of his, mate. I'd love to get in that library, man.
Yeah, that
I'll
as
tell you
well.
what my problem
I'm talking about them big golden crosses. Yeah, they got so much money and so much wealth and riches, but they'll tell you it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to go to heaven. But these men are walking around with all of this wealth. Yeah, they've never starved a day in their life. They've never known a hard day's work. Yeah. So that's all I got to say. I ain't got nothing more to say about these people.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I'll tell you what my problem is that, like, see this whole situation. Like, obviously, it's clear I'm interested in Islam, innit? And I'm trying to, like, after Islam, there was other people who came and said they're prophets as well. Like, so you see when you get to Jesus, yeah, you're saying he came to affirm what came before, but the Muslims would say that Muhammad came to affirm what came before. But other people would say that their prophets came to affirm what came before as well. You know what I mean? So how, huh?
Jesus said he came to fulfill the law, not to break it, not to destroy it.
Yeah.
Matthew 5:17.
That's right.
Yeah, so I'm saying he came to affirm it, right?
Different to what Muhammad's doing. You can't do an
You're
affirmation with
cutting out.
Muhammad the way you affirm. And the reason why is because
Say that again.
the reason
Say
you
that
can't
again,
do with
Shippo.
affirmation the way that Muhammad can't do with the affirmation that Jesus deals with, because them man they come with their own commandments. Muhammad ain't got no commandment.
Yeah, but if he came to affirm something, how is he bringing something new into something that he's just affirming?
Yeah, but if you're just affirming something here, you ain't performed no miracles, you ain't brought nothing new to the table, then really all you are is a regurgitator.
So was Moses a regurgitator of Abraham, let's say? Yo, Shifa, would you say Moses was a regurgitator?
No, because like Moses came with commandments because he spoke to the Most High, innit, on the mountain. But then in the same respect, like I've said previous times on this channel, you know, we can find them same commandments in Egypt. Mayat, you know, like that. We can find it in the confessions of Mayat. So, you know, maybe Moses was a regurgitator to an extent then, you know.
So would you say there might have been a prophet or prophets in Egypt as well?
Well, clearly
at the time.
That's obvious. That's painfully obvious. Everything comes out of Egypt, my brother. I've been telling you, man, this all day. Everything comes out of Egypt. Nothing don't come out of Iran, Iraq, none of them places there that these men are talking about. Everything comes out of Egypt. Every last thing they talk about, every last commandment, every last scripture.
Oh, Jerusalem's
everything.
not in
And if
Egypt.
it ain't coming out of Egypt, it's coming from close by. What's that?
What about before
Jerusalem's not in
Egypt?
Jerusalem's not in Egypt, but Jerusalem, it wasn't even a place. It wasn't even a place on the map. These people were nomadic people. Israelites were nomadic people, so there was no Jerusalem.
So
That was created
Jesus
by
was born
the
in Jerusalem.
Khazarians. And let
What
me show
was
you
happening
something. I
before
don't know about
Egypt? Like the place of the skulls.
find an ancient
is
map for me, and then we
supposedly
can confirm
where
it.
it's the place. They call it the place of the skulls. That was where apparently Jesus
That's the
was.
significance.
Sorry,
where
Dark
he was-
Magician, what are you talking about?
So yeah, like if you're talking about all prophecy comes out of Egypt, Jerusalem
Oh,
is
you're
not in
cutting out.
Egypt. Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
either way, you know you're a history man. Yeah, I can hear you now. But
Yeah. Sorry.
you know you're a history man. Innit? You're asking silly questions now, because if you know history, you should know that there weren't no place called Jerusalem.
I don't know that. That's not what I know. That what I know that
Well, you should know that. That's easy. That's theory 101. That's basics.
No, not at all. So Jesus was apparently born in Jerusalem. Yeah, Bethlehem, in the same
according to the Bible, but we know
same area, and
we
he
know,
was
we know the Bible's consequences.
he was crucified in the place of skulls, which is in the same peninsula.
In Bethlehem in Ethiopia as well.
And like I said earlier, no cross, man. This is what pagans do. They make graven images and
no, but he was killed, right? But he was killed.
No, he was not.
No, but he was killed, right? You accept that?
Wait, Shifa, do you think Jesus is still alive, or he died, or
killed? How could they carry his body and then?
Well, you have an issue there because if he didn't die for our sins, if he didn't die for our sins and he wasn't resurrected, you can't be a Christian.
I don't think Shifa is a Christian though.
Right, okay, fair enough.
Yo, Shifa, do you believe Jesus died, or do you believe he, like the Muslims believe?
Well, I mean, I understand that even if you're a Hebrew Israelite, yeah, that you still believe in the Gospels.
Yeah.
So if you believe in the Gospels, you believe that the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they tell of Jesus's coming to death, basically. They don't talk about Jesus's full life.
Yeah,
I'm not dealing with it.
No, but we have to be realistic at this. Hello? Can you hear me?
I'm not dealing with your ghost spells right now. I'm just going to say to you that realistically, deal with your history, innit? There was no place called Jerusalem. Deal with that. Find it.
Yeah, but Shifa, what I was asking you,
a lot of the
believe
places.
Jesus died. Yo, Shifa. Who's like? Where's that sound coming from? There's some loud
Man just
sound.
said you can find some. Can't find Jerusalem. Same way. All right. And you can find all of the mountains in Kenya when they're what they're talking about in the Bible, but you can't find Moses. You can find Moses. Yeah, I was saying, a man just said, "Hey, you still." A man just said to me, "You can find Salam in Kenya, but you can't find Jerusalem." Yeah, a man just said to me, "You can find all of the mountains around it that they're talking about in the Bible, but you can't find this Moses. You can't find this Joseph guy with the Technicolor Dreamcoat. You can only find Imhotep." So, like I said, everything.
Oh yeah, Joseph.
These man wanted to whitewash paganism.
Yeah, Joseph.
The fact of the matter is, they're paganism. Not paganism.
Chef, I'm glad you bring up that point.
That's right.
I'm glad you point with the multicolored coat, because if you look at the Native American Indians, there's certain ones that actually wear like the rainbow colors and certain things like that. And this goes back to what we were talking about.
All right.
Someone was on a panel last time and he said that
but these
Imhotep
pagans,
is
they
Joseph.
want to whitewash our things.
But I see what.
That's right. And these pagans, they want to whitewash our history.
Yeah, because I see what Shifa's talking about with this Jerusalem and this actual.
That's what they want to do. The pagans want to whitewash our history. They want to write themselves into the book.
They said he was born.
We are those people in it. They're not part of it. That's all.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you too.
Yeah, basically, why is he called Jesus of Nazareth then?
Right, and the actual New Testament Gospels actually talk about Jesus living and dying in Jerusalem. So either
but that's your New Testament gospel, man.
But you're saying that earlier on, I heard you all saying that the King James Bible hasn't been changed from the original Pentateuch. So the King James Bible has not been changed in any way.
Yeah, but
from the
what
original,
I'm saying is the Pentateuch was changed.
Christians.
Yeah, but it's obvious that there's a person what they know as Jesus of Nazareth and Nazarene, because even Paul, who must have been born around the same time.
Yeah, so your Septuagint.
He's a bit older.
Yeah, but your Septuagint, brother, goes back to the wars in Egypt.
Yeah, let Turok land. Come.
They also call Paul a Nazareth or a Nazarene.
Right.
So I'm saying there must be a particular part where Jesus was brought up, and I think that's particularly must have been like Ethiopia.
Well, we don't know about Jesus' life prior to him around about his 30s. Yeah, so we don't know where he lived, where he traveled. Okay, but we do know that he died in Jerusalem.
We know he had it in Egypt as a teenager, so it's like
I don't know about that. I'd like to see the sources for that.
somebody said that he was in Egypt as a teenager.
Yeah, but I've heard people say that he travelled to Tibet and places like that, and you know.
No, we're talking about the early
And
years
built
of
the
Christ.
Tibetan pyramids.
And this is why I say he must have been born either in Nazareth or Bethlehem, but I think this place was actually what we call today as Ethiopia.
Yo, Shifa, I still want to know, do you believe Jesus died or do you believe he never died?
His name weren't Jesus.
Yeah, I believe there's no Jesus. His name weren't Jesus. And as far as dying on crosses, no, he didn't die on no cross
Read your Bible
to save no one for their sins.
What's his name? What's his name, Shifa?
Yeshua.
Did Yeshua die, Shifa?
Yeah.
That's what I got to say.
Who's that with you, Shif? Is that one of your pals?
Yeshua.
Yeah, did Yeshua die?
In fact, it come from the J. Saul's doctrine in the 1300s.
No, but wait, Shifa, I'm asking you,
If
did
anybody's
Yeshua
in
die?
Hebrew, you will know that there's no J in the old alphabet.
Yeah, of course, but you know,
Not on the cross, no.
it's still
Who was hung?
legitimate
It's
to
in
say
the Acts.
Jesus. You know, we know who you're talking about when you say the word Jesus, but if you want to be absolutely anal and precise, yeah, his name was probably Yeshua.
No, that's calm. It's besides the point. It's besides the point. Did Yeshua die?
It is beside the point. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Like, we know who we're talking about when we say Jesus, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this character, yeah. Did he die?
Even go even deeper to say Eru.
They actually could be two different people going around, because think about it, in Greece they still use the name.
No, because that name Jesus could be Caesar Borgia.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you is not the same guy as a Mashiach.
Listen,
Yahweh.
man, I use
Jesus and there's a Mashiach.
Caesar
Yahweh.
Borgia.
I'm saying that that's Jesus.
Yeah, they ain't. That's
I just
two
want to know if
different
he
guys.
died, bro.
That's right.
But what
Yeah,
I'm trying to show
that's the
people,
real one,
but hold
and
on.
it even goes even deeper than him.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to
we're
people,
talking
you
about the
have to
character.
realize as well, there was
The
a
New
Greek character. There's a Greek character by the name of Jesus, and I think
I just
those
told
that
you he didn't die on no cross, man.
Yeah,
But you know what? I don't really care if you
like
lot call him James Bond, innit? I just want to know, Shifa, did he die?
Did he die?
all the prophets.
Yeah, did he die, Shifa?
Was he sacrificed in whatever way?
Hercules.
Come on.
No, forget that. I'm trying to go step by step. Did he die?
Well, of course he died. It was like,
guys, I'm asking Shifa. I want to know what Shifa's saying, innit?
Yeah, but come on, allow us to say question like this all the time.
No, because I want to ask him how
No,
he
I
died,
understand
innit?
why
If
you're-
he says
I
he died.
understand why you're asking, Dave, because you know you're on your path to Islam, aren't you? So you know you.
Well, yeah, I'm interested in Islam, and Islam says he didn't die, innit?
He did. He wasn't sacrificed.
Did he die when? Die when?
Like, no, the
Die
Muslims say he didn't die at all.
Ah.
No, I'm not asking when.
Die when?
Like, I'm
In
just
what-
asking
what-
if he
when you
did.
say
Like, do you
did he
believe
die?
he died? Do you believe like the Muslims believe like he was raised into the heavens and he's gonna come
What
back?
are you asking
or,
me?
like,
You're asking me, is he immortal? Is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm asking, did he die? Or is he still alive? That's
Oh,
literally
look,
what I'm
I
asking.
mean, if you're going to suppose that he did die,
Yeah, I say to you, my
that means
brother, he didn't die on no
wait,
cross.
wait,
He didn't
we-
die on no
no,
cross.
it's-
innit?
yeah.
Bro, I
but
hear
He
you.
weren't
He didn't die
sacrificed
on
on
no
no
cross.
cross.
It's
He
very
weren't,
easy
he
to
weren't
clear this
crucified.
we have.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking you the
have got
question if he
writings.
died, because you said he didn't die on a cross, innit?
Gosh, we have writings, don't we? Yeah, we can accept that. We have writings talking about the life and death of Jesus. Yeah, but if you're going to say that they're wrong and he didn't actually die, that means that he didn't actually get sacrificed, because the only other comparison that we have is that he was sacrificed. So you can have a contention about how,
Don't
in
ask
which
Jesus
way he
that question.
died. But if you're saying that he never died, that means that he is immortal and he basically just ascended
Yeah.
to heaven.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't really care how he died. Well, I want to know where and how he died. If he says that he did die, because he's saying he didn't die on no cross, innit?
Wait,
So if he did die, I want to know where he died, when he died, if it wasn't on a cross.
The Gospels are
That's
clear.
all I'm trying to get to.
Because, yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, there's two different people. Some people even say there's two Muhammads.
Yeah.
Some people say myself included, that Jesus never existed.
My brother, all I'm going to say to you, the last thing I'm going to say, all these Christians are pagans, yeah? What they're dealing with the Zazel. They're wearing hefty crosses around their necks, yeah? They're trying to take money out your pocket, yeah? These same men that want to take
I
them
feel like you're avoiding what I'm asking.
It's a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to go
Answer
to
it for
heaven.
once and for all, please.
I just told you he didn't die, fam.
I feel like you're
he didn't die
avoiding
on no
what I'm
cross,
asking.
innit? Done. You're asking a serious, they done. Not being funny. You're asking a quick question. No, I'm not avoiding your
But
question.
Shifa,
You
you're
need to ask
telling
a
me
straightforward
he
question
didn't
if you
die
want
on
to
a
answer.
cross.
That's not a straightforward question.
Yeah, but Shifa, you're telling me he didn't die on a cross, yeah?
Then you're just gonna get cryptic answers.
Bro, I'm asking you a straightforward question.
He's asking you.
I'm asking you, did he die?
His friend in the background said you can look in Acts.
That's
Jesus
right.
was on the cross. I mean, no,
All right, Shifa, I'm asking you the most straightforward question possible. Did he die?
Brethren, he said in Acts.
Bro, I'm not asking about Act. I'm asking about Shifa.
I can't hear you, you know.
Because you're telling me he didn't die on a cross. I got that, bro. He didn't die on a cross. Did he die?
What's your question? You got two questions then.
If say is Jesus dead or
Bro,
alive?
did Yeshua die?
Shifa, if Jesus alive or dead?
Yeah, he died. Yeah, he died. He died. Yeah, he died. He didn't die on no cross.
All right,
though.
all right.
Yeshua
If he didn't
died.
die
He
on a
didn't die on
cross,
no cross though.
do you know where and how he died?
No, I'm not gonna give you that because I'm not a flipping. I can't turn back the hands of time and show you.
Man,
But
why
you can
not?
look in. You can,
I'm just asking. I'm not.
You should have the
you can look
history.
at that. Yeah. And the same way like my brethren deal with a lot of black slaves in America, they got hung on trees. Yeah. So you can deal with that.
Yeah, but bro, I ain't trying to offend you.
can't
I'm
tell you
just
where-
asking a question for my personal.
A lot of the same question for 10 minutes now, and it's getting a bit.
Look, he's
Yeah,
saying
well,
Matthew,
now I
offending
got
me.
my answer, innit? No, I'm saying now
You're
that I
not
got
offending
my
me, and
answer,
I
I'm
understand
asking a
that you're
different
trying to get
question.
answers
Where
in it.
and
So
how?
that's as good an answer as I can give you, unfortunately.
it's in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
That's Jesus, though. We're talking about Yahweh Shai.
That's as deep as I can go for you. So
Okay.
your next question is pointless because I'm not going to be able to answer you, my brother. I can just tell you that he didn't die on no cross. These men hang dirty crosses around their neck because they want to take your money out your pocket. That's as simple as I can put it.
And it's weird because you can't have the same thing in Revelation saying there's going to be people that worship wood and stone when we're supposed to wear a cross around on it.
What? Worshipping wood and stone and what?
Yeah, because in Revelation it says there's going to be people that worship wood and stone, and the wood symbolizes the cross, the stone symbolizes the Kaaba.
Not necessary. Wood doesn't really symbol. What do you expect after certain people claiming that Jesus Christ is dead? Certain people claiming Jesus is dead, so they gotta do what they gotta do. And you're talking about stone. Kaaba is not the only stone where people pay reverence to.
Take for instance the Shias. They kiss all these tombs. That's thingy. That's stone as well.
Not
Yeah, but I don't
everybody.
think they
Listen, you can't put everybody. You can't label everybody.
That is Ono. Ono pay big money to go and do it, man. Don't lie.
What?
Yeah,
to
but
kiss the graves, they pay big money.
Yeah, but look. If you're talking about Shias, you even have some Shias who beat up themselves. Not all of them do it. Not all Muslims go to Mecca. So you can't.
Whether Sunni, Nation of Islam, or Shia, them all go to the Kaaba stone, brethren. Don't try it.
I've never been there before.
Yeah, but do they worship it though?
No, they don't.
They pray towards it, brethren. Don't try it.
If you're saying they pray towards it, do they ever say? Have you ever seen a Muslim saying they worship it?
Yes. Why do you have to turn to the east? Why do you have to pray to the east?
Bro,
There's a reason.
the Jews worship
it's
that wall like
unification.
Jerusalem.
So why the Chinese have to pray to the west?
Yeah,
You
but
have
wait,
Chinese.
do the Jews worship that wall at Jerusalem?
Stop it too, man.
Exactly.
Yo, Tura,
I'm
do the Jews?
not saying what you're saying is wrong, but I'm saying you also have people who could pick up a freaking stone on the road and worship it, just like before the Kaaba.
But they prayed towards the Kaaba box, and in the olden days, it used to be Petra.
Yeah,
I'm
but do the
telling
Jews
you.
worship
That's
the
where
wall?
all the idols are. That's where all
What do
the
you call
idols.
this wall? Does anyone know what this wall is called in Jerusalem? This thing where the Jews.
It's called the Wall of Truth, I think.
Say that again.
Oh, yeah, that's true as well.
Just Google it. I forgot the name though, but you're right. That's what
I
I'm
want to
telling them.
ask, do the
So what's
Jews
the
worship
wall?
that?
The most generic name is
No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't. Jews don't worship that stone.
They do.
I
Everything
want
you
to
see
ask.
is a form of unification. It's not worship. That's the difference between you.
the Western Wall is apparently a wall left over from the old city, the second Jewish temple. So it's one of the most holiest sites next to the dome on the mount.
Right.
So
but do they worship it?
your holy places lie over their holy places, and their holy places lie over your holy places. Like, so it's in that one.
My holy places.
So for Muslims, there is the dome on the mount there. That's where
the dome.
apparently Muhammad ascended to heaven.
Aqsa.
Yeah, so that's a holy site for Muslims, and Jerusalem was controlled by Muslims under Salah ad-Din for many centuries.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, does anyone worship Aqsa, or does anyone worship that wall?
Yeah, the Jews do. Well, I don't know if you can claim.
No, they don't.
They pray towards it, and I think some of them put prayers inside the wall and stuff like that.
Just like I told you, it's called unification. It's not called
Yeah,
worship.
so-
Even though you go to a church, you don't worship the church. The reason why you go to school.
Yeah. It's fair to say no. It's fair to say no. Yeah, but it's still really disturbing behavior. You know, like it's like nothing's going to happen. You know, you're just wailing at a wall.
Lips in the wall.
Right, so I don't.
Well, you
see-
lot heard it here first, yeah. Everyone at Speaker's Corner is worshiping a park.
Exactly. If you go to school, you worship the school.
It's the Queen's Park.
All right, they worship the Queen then.
Some do.
Well, but you can't tell me everyone who goes Speaker's Corner worships the Queen, can you?
I don't.
No, I'm saying Harry's granny can't, but you can't tell me everyone who goes to Speaker's Corner worships the park or the Queen or the police or the grass or anything like that. I don't believe
they
that,
do.
man.
No, of course not.
They do. You see it. The Jubilees.
The Jubilee.
Correct.
I think it is fair to say though that Catholics do worship idols, and they build so they even like the Mexican denominations. They have
all of them.
shrines. They have shrines.
And
Not magician. Not.
I didn't say all of them.
Okay, cool. You could say some of them. You could say the leaders. You could,
It's fair to say that Catholics, denominations of Catholics, do have engraven idols. That's
Aha, cool. I could agree with you on that. But when you say all Catholics
I didn't
worship
say all.
idols,
I didn't say all.
okay, cool.
Do these Catholics worship these idols?
So they create shrines. They create shrines, and they have saints, and so they have many saints in Catholicism, and they build different shrines.
Rugged cross.
Who's that singing, man?
That's
Tupac.
Tupac, you worshiping your song.
just for the record, I don't think I would ever say all, because I don't think that could ever be, you could ever say that all people do one thing or another. That'd be ridiculous.
Right. The thing I think is it has to do with personal opinion. Because if you ask me, I could say I'm a Muslim and I worship stone. That means you have to really ask me to tell you that yes, I'm a Muslim, but I worship stone. And then if you ask another Muslim, he might say, yes, I'm a Muslim, but I don't worship stone.
That's why I said it. I think it's fair to say that
it doesn't matter.
think it's fair to say that Catholics
Where
do
do you
have
face and
engraven
pray?
idols.
Yeah,
Where
but
do you
Turok,
face and
Holy,
pray?
holy
do you
men.
believe in God, Turok?
Where do everybody go to face and pray when they're in Medina? What do I
Yeah, but Turok,
say?
do you even believe in God?
I believe in the Most High, so the one in all, the all in one.
Alright, do you pray to this Most High?
I give reverence and pray. Yeah, hope and
And
pray, hope and pray.
and
Cassava peace, Mavado.
and where do you face when you do that?
Anywhere, west, north, east, south.
So if we have a collection of you, yeah, say all of Earth was like you, yeah, you wouldn't pray together. You each pray in different directions. Like you wouldn't even link up to pray.
House. Well, it depends if who's with me. When I'm at
Everyone,
house, I
everyone
pray.
on Earth.
Have
Well,
you?
it's up to them what they want to do.
There's a line in the Gospel of Thomas where it says, "Split wood and I am there. Lift a rock and I am there, and you will find me there."
And some people even say there's
But
certain old
basically
churches.
meaning that you can pray wherever you want to, as long as you're praying to Jesus. I'm there. It doesn't matter which way you're facing.
Yeah, but some of these Catholic church, they were placed in certain places, so they are facing towards the Vatican and Rome as well.
Yo, but what is the significance of facing somewhere? Like
Right,
that's what I want.
exactly. So that's what they're saying in the Gospel of Thomas, is that to pray to God, apparently, lift a rock, I am there. Split a piece of wood, and I am there. It doesn't matter, as long because God knows what's in your heart and in your mind. He already knows
Right.
what you pray for. So what does it matter which way you're praying?
So would you agree is based on intention?
Exactly, and action. So if you pray for something and you want something to happen, you have to put it in right action.
Right. Yeah. I believe that 100%.
So just how the Christians done their thing to unite all the pagan beliefs under Christianity, in the Kaaba book, it holds all of the old pagan idols, and it doesn't say anywhere in the Quran about this the Kaaba book.
I feel like my old apologetics is coming on. I used to be a Christian.
It's called Revelations.
I think I felt the divine spirit come over me then.
Yo, how many of you here on the panel believe in God?
No, I don't believe in God.
That's one that doesn't. Turok, you do.
I think
Yeah.
everybody on this panel right now is a theist in one sense or another.
Except you.
Except for me, yeah.
All right, cool. So everybody else on this panel, obviously you must have seen people who believe in God, or I'm not gonna lie, and you lot can't lie as well. You lot believe in God, and you lot obviously know that you must have done something, knowing that it's not what God wants. You know what I mean?
Which is really good towards the question of the day.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going towards. So, what makes you think? For me personally, I think it's desire, but obviously God created desire, innit? So
exactly, yeah.
So what do you lot say about that? Why do you think it is?
Well, I put my Christian hat on. Go on, Turok. Turok, you need to speak a bit more. I can't hear you too much.
Yeah, you're kind of quiet.
When you look at take for instance there is the book of Enoch to start with. It talks about these angels that came down and gave mankind certain attributes, and with a gift, it could be a gift and a curse, or even both combined into one. And also in the Islamic faith, you hear about things called jinns, or evil spirits. Some could say they're jealousy, some could say they're envy and greed and all these types of things. So you can tell through some of these Abrahamic faiths, they show that these are some type of different type of entities was shown upon mankind, or it's been inbuilt in our DNA, because certain people say we were perfect at one time.
Yeah, I have I have issue with that word perfection. I don't think anything or anyone that says they're perfect, you should reject it, because they're clearly lying. Because, you know, basic logic shows you that can't be true. No one can be perfect. And if anyone claims to be perfect, you should look to be rejecting that, because they're basically saying whatever they are, they're beyond, whether you claim it not to be perfect or not, you can't go any further than that. And, you know,
I don't know about that, man. I think there is some perfection in the world. I think either the whole world is perfect, or you are bound to find
so
something
it's
perfect.
it's perfect in its imperfection. That's more logical to say that. So obviously the world isn't perfect, is it? There are things that you'd like to change about it, right?
Because even think about
Well,
the
what I'd
diet.
like to change is subjective to what I like, innit? I
But
mean,
yeah,
I
perfection
might
will
not
always
know
be
as much as.
perfection. Can never be an objective. It's only ever going to be a subjective value.
Yeah, but Dark Magician, that is like a low standard to hold. Like, you actually
It's
think.
not actually. I think it's the highest standard to hold, because if somebody's coming to you and saying this particular thing or this person is perfect, yeah, what you're essentially saying there is that you cannot question that.
No. Actually, if someone tells me they're perfect, what I am hearing is you have the freedom to test me on my perfection.
Right.
Or instead of perfection, say balanced.
Yeah, possibly, but if anything, I don't think anyone could ever come to you and say I am perfect, because like instantly you could speak with them for 5 or 10 minutes and you could find out that they're not perfect, and that doesn't even have to be a subjective value. You could probably show like objectively that they're probably not perfect, right?
Yeah, but you know what? The funny
But
thing
they
is,
could
yeah,
come to
at
you,
the
and
same time, you will never win that argument, innit? Because
yeah, of course,
like,
right. But then
if I tell you I'm perfect and
yeah,
you
and
find
you're not going to listen
imperfections
to
in
me.
me,
Yeah, but that's
I'll
also
just tell you, yo, your imperfection
right.
is making you see my perfection as imperfect,
And that therein lies exactly the crux of the issue, right?
yeah, that's the problem, man.
People come to me and they say to me, my religion and my God is perfect. Yeah. And I say, well, what about X? What about Y? And then I just get all these, you know, word salads, word soups, mental acrobatics, and digression, diffusion, all sorts of things to try and get away from that, and not be honest about actually what I'm putting forward. All I'm asking is that you just question whether something is perfect or not,
Right?
And have the right, and I want to have the right to do that too. I want to
So
have
Dark
the right to be able
Magician,
to say that no, actually, I don't think what you're talking about is perfect, and I disagree with it. Politely, in with humility and civility, you know, I disagree with what you're saying, and I will have some questions.
yeah,
Moving
that's
forward.
extremely reasonable. Don't be extremist.
Yeah, no, fundamental. Like, so don't be fundamental in anything. What comes of a heart that does not question itself? Only darkness.
Oh. Yeah, but I wanted to ask you, so what is your God? What do you worship, man? What's
I don't
the
worship
highest
anything.
thing to you?
I don't think that worship in any sense is a good way to spend your time.
Yeah, but Dark Magician, you obviously worship something because like
No, I
you
don't.
have goals, don't you?
I don't
So you
worship
have no
anything.
goals in life.
Yeah, I have goals, and I have, you know, I have
So,
love, and I have hate, and I have all those emotions. But I don't look to worship anything. If I was to find myself worshiping something, I would try to stop myself.
okay, so
And I
like, let
always
me
say,
try to get you to what I'm saying here.
perfection, as you were speaking before, is something that we try to aspire to, but we never get there, and we should understand that we're not going to get there.
Right.
But we
So
should try to
what I'm basically essentially asking you is, what do you hold in the highest regard? What is the most high? Like, you've lived, I don't know how old you are, but you've lived a numerous amount of years, enough to learn English and see.
Probably my family, to be honest.
So your family is your God, basically. You worship your family. Would you serve your family for the sake of your family?
Yeah, but I wouldn't, you know,
And nothing.
I wouldn't worship them to the point where, like, so for instance, if someone in my family committed a heinous crime, I wouldn't back them on that. If they raped someone or there was a paedophile or something like that, I would. Do you see what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, of course. All right. So because
And
I
if
wanted
my,
to
like,
apply
for
the
instance,
question
my
of the
son
day to you.
my son is probably the closest thing that I would ever come to worshipping. Right? You know, sometimes I spoil him a little bit too much, maybe.
Right.
Yeah. But if he was to do something bad, then I would have to chastise him.
Yeah, but
That's
Turok,
not worship.
not Turok, sorry, Dark Magician. See your son, yeah. You obviously you love your son, and you like, what is it that drives you to want to love your son and care for him and help him grow and develop? Because that can't be.
Because I decided with my partner to have a child, to bring a child into the world, and that is now my responsibility.
Right. So what drove your decision to go that way with your partner?
Because
What
I
was your
actually met
motivation?
someone that I actually fell in love with, and it wasn't just, you know, it's somebody that I'd spent a lot of time with previously, and I actually had a really good friendship with them. So, like, my partner's my best friend, so we were in a good position to go forward with saying, yeah, we're in a good place to bring a child into this world. So there was some objectivity about it. A lot of times when people have children, they just fall into it. A lot of time people just fall into it, and then they just, they've got a kid, they have to go along with it. And that's why some parents run away from their children, because they didn't want children in the first place. And they can't suffer, because deep down inside they're being told, I've got to love this child, I've got to do this, and all these social pressures on them, but they're never there because they see a child as a burden upon them. I don't see my child as a burden upon me. I brought my child into the world, I gave it life, I consciously and intentionally went out to have a child, whereas before that I didn't have a child until I was nearly in my 30s. So I prepared for this, and I planned for it, and I knew, and I thought about what that was going to entail before I had the child, and was I with the right person to have a child with, because that's really important.
So would you say your motivations were basically your desire?
There was a part of me that was desire, yeah, of course, because I think that, you know, from an evolutionary point of view, having children is something that is hardwired into us. It's part of a survival mechanism. That's why we do procreate.
Right.
But yeah,
what's
I'm not
the other
going to throw away all metaphysics and all philosophy into that. Of course not. There, you know, I love my son. I love the life that I have and the people that.
I mean, you can say desire is metaphysical.
Yeah, it is. Like, I think it is. Definitely.
So would you say you worship your desire?
How did you say that? Why would you say that? How did you say that?
Would you say you worship your desire, Dark Magician?
No, how's desire metaphysical? How is it metaphysical?
Wait, sorry, who's that?
Wait, can I
Yo,
just
James.
finish?
Go on.
Desire.
James, I'll get to you in a second.
So I would put forward the
I
argument.
have 2 questions before I leave.
Desire is largely unconscious.
Right, but I'm saying, do you worship your desire basically?
No, because it's unconscious. So I would say, in order to worship something, you have to be a conscious intention to do that.
But Dark Magician, if you desire to do something, would you go and submit to that desire and go do that thing?
No, if it wasn't good for me, I'd have to make an objective value on that.
But that's the thing. Good for you also falls back on your desire, right? What makes you decide whether something is good for you or not if you desire it?
Well, obviously that's an objective value that I have to look at that. And so, for instance, if I desire to eat, I have a desire to drink lots of tea and eat lots of biscuits.
Right.
Yeah, it makes me feel good, but it also makes me get fat. So I need to stop that, right?
Because of your desire to not be fat.
But if you accept that, Dark, yeah.
Dark Magician, we need to exercise more because you're in my shoes also.
Hold on.
I do need to.
We need to run all day.
It has been a very harsh winter, you know, and I just haven't had the desire to go out and, you know, go for long runs and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So
because of your desire to stay warm.
Hold on. But hey, what's up,
So yeah, I think I do worship tea and biscuits.
Hey, Doc, can you hear me?
Yeah.
James Jones. Yes, we could hear you.
If
Yeah,
health,
go on, James.
if health is paramount, if your health is primary, then essentially we're saying that all of the biological functions in our body are geared towards preservation and survival and evolution. Yeah.
Okay. You can call it that.
Then you could reduce all your emotional state biochemically as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but as I said before, I did say honestly that I wouldn't reduce everything down to just that and throw away metaphysics and philosophy. And
no, but philosophy is a method of understanding things. Yeah.
Right.
So that's not. But metaphysics. Or let's be a bit clear on what context. You mean supernatural?
Not just supernatural, but also
you're talking about something above the natural laws or something extraneous to the natural laws.
Conceived to be true, but is not necessarily physical.
Yeah. So
which could be love, can be hope.
Yeah, but those unfortunately could be reduced to some kind of function
of the philosophical and the metaphysical. Yeah.
But James, metaphysics is not the same as supernatural. Metaphysical is not the same.
The ontological arguments are in metaphysical understandings. Yeah. So for instance, we were talking about the necessary contingent before, and that is a metaphysical argument based in philosophical arguments. So what I'm trying to say is I wouldn't reduce the human experience to just what you're saying, just those basic.
Yeah, like to determinism.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is when you make those kind of arguments about what's good for oneself, that is firmly rooted in a sort of deterministic framework, i.e., survival and evolution.
It's rooted in desire.
There is a difference between faith and trust.
No, but I don't know. I'm just saying, just when you were saying what's good for us, if you wanted a simple answer to what's good for you, ultimately it is survival. You know, survival.
Dark Magician.
There's a biological answer for that.
Dark Magician. What is the difference between faith and trust?
So faith is basically equals belief without evidence, whereas trust is based on can and does and is based upon empirical, objective, and observable, demonstrable evidence.
Truth, you mean?
As far as what
trust.
So that we had.
I thought faith was based on knowledge.
I accept in the current vernacular that truth is not necessarily fact. That truth can have a subjective element to it. But
why you say trust instead of truth?
The actual definition of truth should be fact.
Fact, yeah. But why do you say trust instead of truth?
Yeah. No, I said there's a difference between faith, making decisions what's good for yourself on faith, and there's a difference between saying what's good for yourself on trust.
Yeah, but Dark Magician, see, when you trust something's good for you, that means you have faith that is good for you. No. Both of them, you're basing them on information and previous experience.
Yeah, that's
that this outcome is going to come up.
Faith is the belief without evidence, the absence of evidence. You're having
what makes you say that?
A leap of faith, because that is the actual definition of faith.
But trust ain't the same as truth, though. That's why I wonder why
you're saying. So
I don't know, man.
You don't know that it's true. That's what I'm saying. You don't know that it's true. Trust. You can have trust in empirical and so, for instance, unless you can read like a study on something. Yeah. For instance, don't eat pork. Right. There are arguments for both sides of the argument.
No, but trust. I'm being honest. Yeah. Trust and faith are too similar
Better
to.
to have, no, it's not. It's better to have trust than it is to have faith, and that is
Yeah, but
They're the same
but
thing,
Dark
though.
Magician, I'm gonna say this again, yeah. Like
I think they
faith
are.
is when you know, like I have faith that when I put my foot in front of my other foot, I can balance myself and then bring my other foot back forward. I have the faith that that's what's gonna happen.
That's not
Why
faith.
is it not faith?
That's not faith.
I
That
have the knowledge. I know that this floor is not gonna fall down.
Whereas
Like,
faith is not knowledge based on evidence.
But neither. But
bro, all right, one second, one second.
Hold on, 1 second. Truth. Just to understand. So maybe I'm dumb.
Mm.
Truth isn't the same as trust. Yeah, you accept that.
Yeah, I've said that already.
Yeah. So then, when you're saying trust, it's based on faith.
You have faith, which is one end of the spectrum. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have truth or fact, which is the other end of the spectrum.
all right, 1 second. I'm gonna read you the definitions. Trust, firm belief in the reliability, truth, or ability of someone or something. That's trust, yeah.
Yeah.
In the truth,
And
it says
faith,
truth there. Yeah.
The reliability
and
of what
faith.
that-
1 second, 1 second.
If you say again, can you read it one more time, Dave?
All right, let
First-
me read it one more time. 1 second. Let me read it one more time. Trust, firm belief in the reliability, truth, or ability of someone or something.
So
Fair enough. Yeah,
agree
you're right.
with
You're right.
John,
Then,
but
Doc.
it doesn't necessarily have to be truth.
Yeah,
And
you're right,
there
you're
will be some people who will say that truth is not necessarily fact. It has a subjective element to it. And
No,
I
1 second.
accept that.
One second. Let me read faith as well. Let me read faith as well, yeah?
I would say
Faith
truth is fact.
is complete trust or confidence in someone or something. So really what I would say is faith is more closer to facts and truth
No,
than
it's not.
trust.
No, it's
Because
not.
look, it
No, it's
says
not, no.
complete
Yeah.
trust.
Yeah, complete
in-
confidence.
or
You can be completely confident in something that's false.
1 second, 1 second. Let me just read this again. Complete
Like faith and trust
trust.
are synonym of each other. Okay, so they're going to have synonymous meanings with each other, right? But there
Or
is
confidence.
a difference between having faith, yeah. So faith, when we're talking about faith, we're talking like you don't have faith in gravity working. You know that it's going to work, right?
Yeah,
You
but
know
what
that-
makes you
but you don't
what
know
makes
how
you
it works. You don't know how it works, and you don't know why it works, but you know that it's going to work, right?
But
yeah,
it's
but my
not.
question is what makes you have complete trust or confidence in someone or something? Is it not knowledge and experience
No, but
that
when
you
we're
have
talking,
already?
look, listen. So there's
No.
the second noun, which is strong belief in the doctrine of religion based on spiritual conviction rather than
Okay, strong belief in the doctrines of a religion based on spiritual conviction rather than proof.
Facts.
Proof.
Thank you. That's the difference between faith and trust. Reliability of
So-
trust is going to be based upon proof, evidence,
Can I say something to you, Day? Yeah.
something that you can rely upon. Yeah, you can't rely upon spiritual conviction without proof.
But can I say something to you, Day? Yeah? I
Yeah,
feel
go
like
on.
you waste a lot of times in these weird semantic arguments or the.
We do.
But no, not we. No, 1 second, Doc. Not we. I'm saying Day specifically. And you like you. I don't know. You like.
But my man's
you end
trying.
up-
He's trying to figure it out.
Oh, no,
That's-
1 second. 1 second.
Wait,
Doc.
I'll answer him. Don't worry. That magician, I'll answer him. Yeah, go on, James.
You waste time with these arguments rather than posit your actual like an exhaustive or a comprehensive a belief that you have, and then give someone your evidence and proof, and then discuss as follows, or ask them about their specific belief, and then you know what I'm saying, have a discussion on their specific belief. But I feel like you, especially the last time we got into that weird discussion, I feel like it's a lot of going around the houses, and I know what Doc's making a case that you're trying to figure out, but you're not going to figure out anything like this.
No,
You're not
will
gonna
Yeah,
figure
but
out-
James,
you're not gonna
like the
figure out-
same way, yeah,
you
you
read the
speak
book,
about
bro.
stuff that I think is irrelevant and unnecessary. I don't.
I'm
I,
not-
I
I'm
leave
not
it to
saying
it.
that.
Obviously, you have questions that you want to know. I have questions that I want to know. You might have pieces I don't. I might have pieces you don't. I'm not gonna ask you about stuff I know, innit? That's
No, but
that's,
when someone
that's
asks
the beginning.
you
But
a
when you're
question,
talking
when
about
someone
last
asks-
time,
but when
last
we
time I
ask
was
you
just
questions-
answering you lot's questions,
I know,
man.
but
You know
when-
what? Asking me
No,
questions.
no, I'm saying, but when we ask you
How you
questions,
figure things
you
out.
don't answer them. No,
Dialogue
but,
with somebody.
but you don't intend to answer to educate anyone on anything. It became that weird back and forth we had last time. Got absolutely nowhere because you didn't want it to get anywhere, because you didn't really
Well,
want to tell what you actually
that's
thought.
that's not the way I saw it, innit? I saw it in this way, yeah, that you didn't really want to know what I'm saying. I think what I said was pretty clear. I believe in one God. How do you know that? Because I see his footprint. That's it, bro. Like, I think it was clear what I said.
We as atheists have to understand that we are never going to change other people's minds. Yeah, that's never going to change. What we can do is we can put forward our case, and hopefully we can, by doing that, we can plant seeds that will help other people to come to a confident determination on where they stand.
Well, I don't need to. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm talking about him specifically. I'm not talking about people in general. I don't care what people. But if you don't make
What
a
he's
case,
saying is what he
I can't
understands
show you
from
the
me.
light. No,
Doesn't like it.
But I can't show you the light if I ask you a question and there's some jocular response to everything I say. Like, I saw everything, giggle. Like, what can no one can show you
Bro,
anything.
if I can't understand your answer and I'm trying to understand it, I will ask you in a different way or ask you a different question. And
What did you see?
if I
You
still
said you
don't
saw
understand it,
everything.
I'll just be like, yo, I don't even understand what you're saying.
No, but
Like,
let's be honest. Everyone thinks you're a Muslim for whatever reasons, yeah. And when we're asking, you're giggling.
that's fine. I'm not offended.
Yeah, no. You're giggling through your responses.
I'm not too sure about that. And I think you're halfway between Christianity and Islam.
I think he's
and Judaism and panentheism, and I'm in the middle of a lot of things, man.
Right, so
but not atheism.
Shall I give you an
Wait, sorry,
example?
I never heard anything you said.
I said I'll give an example of why I think that of you, Dave, because
Right.
you were asking about which way you should pray, and then when I said to you what it was said in the Gospel of Thomas, you said that yeah, that makes more sense. You shouldn't have to
I mean,
one way or the other.
like see the religious scriptures, yeah.
A question that you're trying to answer for yourself, right?
Say again.
It's obviously a question that you're trying to answer for yourself.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, why do people even need to like look somewhere to have to pray? Like, someone could just be like, "Yo, God, like God can hear you, and it's safe."
If did Jesus die, and if he did die, in which way did he die?
Yeah, I think that's a like I think that's a normal question, isn't it? Like, if I need to know the answer to that.
Oh, okay. You know what? I don't take any of this shit sincere. Like, I get it. We're all here on the panel to waffle, but you know, I don't take any of this bullshit.
Speak for yourself, man.
Yeah,
Huh?
but you know, I don't take any of this as earnest, yeah, or that you're doing any of this earnestly. Because if anyone genuinely was like inquisitive, yeah, or curious about the origins of the universe or their footprint, as you put it, yeah, like if you read about a theory, a hypothesis for how, even just say at that planetary scale, how human life came to be, or evolution, that would raise so many more questions, and it'll give you so many more avenues to search and research, so you can have an opinion. So in a year, you could end up studying all types of biology, chemistry, physics, and then even at the end of that, you might say, you know what, there isn't enough explanatory power here. Then I'll look at the metaphysical arguments. But the fact that people don't even touch on that. But the fact that people don't even touch on that, but you're ready to have these grandiose ideas about it, or and you find evidence in everything.
But here's the thing, James Jones. Yeah, you have no idea what I know and what I've researched. Like,
I know what you don't know, because we've had some discussions. I know what you can't explain, because we've had
you know that I don't know if Jesus died or not.
What?
Like, according to Schiffer, that's what you know. So you came up with all of that assumption because of that piece of information, or what?
What the fuck is this? What I'm saying. Look,
what are you saying? Like, what has got you assuming that you know what I know and what I don't?
I had to talk about you for your evidence for belief. Just what was it, 24 hours ago? And you told me that you. But I like
talking to me about my evidence for.
It was 2 days ago. Sorry. Huh?
Just say what you're saying clearer, innit? Maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, why do people waste time having 5-hour pseudo philosophical debates about nothingness when you could just read a bag of shit, and you could come to this conclusion post fact, or you might come to the better conclusion, a more naturalistic conclusion, and have so much information so that when people discuss the origins of the universe, you're like, this is why I think this. This is precisely why I think. I can demonstrate it for you. I can do an equation to show you why I believe this is the most. But like, rather than that, you want to hold grandiose ideas and beliefs, yeah, with absolutely no substantive information, and then debate them for hours.
So all you said was I'm delusional. Like,
And wow, I didn't say that at all.
What is your point? What are you saying? Like,
I'm saying it is lazy to claim to care about the origins of the universe and do the kind of research that people like you do.
so you're telling me it's lazy to ask real people that can answer me and I can ask further questions rather than reading what people wrote where I can't ask questions.
Of course. Is any of us a fucking scientist, bro? Is anyone here a physicist, bro?
Yeah, we all are actually. That's what we're born to do. We're naturally born scientists. You're born, you look at the world, you make theories, and you believe your theories based on your evidences and proofs and being able to recreate these things. We're all scientists. That's why I said James Jones.
I'm just saying, don't expect people to take it sincerely. Like when we know we're living in an information age, don't expect people to take your like views and whatever seriously when you can reduce it down to there's a footprint in the snow, therefore there must have been someone who stepped in the footprint, and let's have a 10-hour debate about fucking the origins of the universe.
Bro, you told me if you saw a footprint in the ground and I asked you, do you believe that someone made this footprint? You would say, no, I do not believe that. I'm not going to believe that, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so like if I asked any other human, like, where did this footprint come from? They'll say a foot, innit? Someone either put their foot there or made a carving of a foot out of wood and stamped it there or whatever. Someone did that, innit?
Yeah, but there's a saying.
Except you.
There's a saying that they say that geologists and archaeologists say that God doesn't create in straight lines, and so if you see a foot, that's entirely different to seeing a mountain or a stream or a brook or a valley, and saying that that valley must have been created by an intentional mind. No, geology shows us why we have mountains, why we have valleys, and why the earth is the way that it is, because it's, the over time and pressure and the atmosphere and the conditions of the earth has created the landscape that we have. And you can do exactly the same thing for the foot. You can do it for the eye. They have models of how the eye developed and stuff like that. So all these questions are being tried to be answered by science. It's just that it becomes an infinite regress.
Oh, please! I've had enough of that word. Please,
that's where we got to really at the end.
Saying that.
And I was asking James about that, and he didn't like it in it, so that's probably why he don't want to speak about it right now.
No, at all, bro.
It's perfect.
You misunderstand what I'm saying to you. You misunderstand.
No, I'm not saying it is. I just thought that might be in it. I left it for
you're
you.
misunderstanding what I'm actually saying just because you're so reluctant to let go of these bullshit fucking dialogues you're having. The reality is,
I'll have the dialogue.
Listen. If you're being sincere about answering this question, you might be able to answer it. When I first became an atheist, because I didn't give a shit about anything. You actually care. So now,
I'll give a shit about everything.
You're trying to proselytize?
No, I'm not proselytizing anything. I'm saying I didn't care, so therefore I'm an atheist by default. You do care, right? Now, when I see some people that know information, or when I watch random YouTube videos, or when I read random bits of information and articles and stuff, I'm like, oh, this is proper adding to my belief, or this is making me think maybe the other side is right. And the more I'll do that for the rest of my life, and maybe at the last moment before I die, maybe then I'll have the best understanding of what I actually believe in. You're saying you believe in
James John. You probably won't because you don't even care.
But I'm saying you're not doing any of the scholarship. So it's like, and then you come on here to have these kind of tete-a-tetes with people and achieve. No, this is my opinion, innit? I may be wrong, but achieve absolutely nothing in understanding anything because your view's unique and so's theirs. And it's
but James, I've understood a lot and learned a lot from you,
bro. Like,
anyone who had,
I'm going to tell you this for the third time. Speak for yourself. If you have learned nothing and understood nothing, please don't say I have learned nothing and understood nothing. Innit?
What have you learned? Talk to me.
Dave, can I just say one thing to you?
Learn a lot, bro.
The only bit of advice I would ever offer up to you, and without sounding conceited, is this, right? If you truly are in a space of trying to understand, the best way in which to go about that is to find out the arguments from both sides. So if you feel that you've come to a determination or a slight conclusion on anything, if you haven't understood the argument against your position, then I would just always advise you to do that as in any instant, under any discipline. Yeah, if you're truly inquisitive and and this is from an old man, right? So I'm probably much older than you, although I don't sound it. Yeah.
How old are you, Dave, bro? As well.
All I'm saying is if you find
my age, I wouldn't give that. I told you last time, James, when you asked me, you can ask me privately on a side chat because I don't like to.
Go.
All I would say is if you find yourself coming to a conclusion on a subject, on a settled question that you've had, if you find that you haven't had a look at the positions against your position, I would just invite you to do that. That's the best way in which to go forward, I think.
I feel like I've been there, innit? I feel like I've seen I was there first. Like I said earlier, when James asked me, I said I used to believe in God. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I wasn't sure. I was trying to find out. I used to also not believe in God, but now I know. Like I know for a fact there's higher things than us.
Right. Okay, that's
How?
fine.
How?
Honestly, to be an atheist.
I just know that I put 2 and 2 together. It's a 2 and 2 you can't put together from what I'm saying, and I feel like you need to put it together from what you're seeing, what you're hearing.
If no one else understands it than you, it's not a fact. That's not what a fact is. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's fine. I'm not my role in life is not to convince you of anything.
I know, but so exactly what I'm saying is true. What there are things that you can know.
Bro, you just contradicted yourself. Like, just because you're saying it's true, like, just listen to what you're saying.
I'm saying there are things that you can know. There are things that you can know, and once you know a lot of them, and the theories that those facts produce, because within a theory there may be some things that are cold facts, 100% guarantees, yeah, and then the combination of them creates a kind of understanding of an idea, or an equation allows you to see things that are a bit more theoretical. Yeah. Once you understand all of the things the things you agree on, you shake hands. We all agree. Once you find out a whole host of those things, and then based on those things, you can in your mind can refute the theories that those things produce. Then your belief in God will be far stronger, right? But whilst you're just like, it feels like this, based on some information I can't really remember and relate to you guys, that I feel like this, therefore I believe this, is, in my opinion, is the reason at the very least why you can't have discussions with people like me. And when we have them, they break down into you just giggling through your sentence.
Well, that's the way you see it. If you want to see the way I see it, I feel like the reason I can't have a discussion with people like you is because like that's how you put it. People like me can't have a discussion with people like you. So I'll tell you what I think, since you're gonna speak about everyone's thoughts. I think you're here, like, you've obviously just come here, bust some judgments and assumptions on me, and you know none of them to be true, by the way. Like, I don't think I can have a discussion with someone like that. I mean, there's no progress there. You get what I mean?
But
I don't know where you think I can take it from here.
But why do you laugh? Like, when you're saying that you see everything and stuff,
why do I laugh?
You know, it sounds retarded.
What?
When we said why, and you said, because I've seen God, and we said, what did God look like? And you were like, he looked like everything. By the way, he as well, which was interesting.
Did I not re-clarify that after? Like
no, you went into an analogy.
You're like you understood what I'm saying.
Yeah, you went to an analogy because it was fucking.
Yeah, but James Jones, did you understand what I was saying?
You said I saw God. We said, what did
I don't
look
care
like?
what I said. I'm asking you if you understood what I was saying.
I understood that you went to an analogy because the first thing sounded dumb.
All right, cool. So all right, there you go. For those of you that can see what is going on here, like, you know what I'm saying, James, some people can see stuff that other people can't see, innit? You know what I mean? You need to be more observant, more vigilant, more diligent, more. I mean, like I can see here
Did
that
you
you're not
two get
answering
off?
my
Did you
question.
two get
You
off to the
probably
wrong
can't see
foot?
that.
And you
No,
should
I like
really.
Dale. I like him a lot. I'm just saying, brother.
You know, I like James as well, bro. I'm
really getting that feeling right now, man.
No, he's trying to tell me what he thinks I need to work on, and I'll tell him what I think he needs to work on as well. Like, but there's no
fair play.
There's no hate. There's no hate in it. It's all love, and I get why he sees it that way, because I haven't really spoken about everything I know. I've only spoken about the questions they asked me, which was about God. And they never asked me about science or anything, like, you know what I mean? So I get it. Like,
no, we said, why do you?
He also said he doesn't really care too much, so I wouldn't really blame him.
You posited a God belief, and I think it was Hetero asked you why, and you said because you've seen him, and he said, what does he look like? And you said everything, and then obviously you were
James, you're trying to speak about what I said, but you haven't even understood it, right?
Who's this dude in the chat called James SC is a pig?
Who?
What's he saying? Calling your what they saying about Veli there?
Is live calling you a dog. Oh, Veli's there, so Veli can block him if he wants.
No, I don't think he will. Veli will let anyone chat what they need to, innit? I big up C Time every time.
Yeah, big up Veli, man.
Yeah, big up
My
Veli.
G.
You hear what you hear what's
Veli,
happening
really don't have this.
fucking
No?
amateurs.
What's this?
How can someone these, I don't know, man, some amateur fake jihadis are saying that Veli and me and Ultra, maybe not Ultra, maybe it's just me and Veli are open enemies of Islam, and because Veli put up a comment of James SC that said "Bun Allah." So as a result, they're saying that Veli cussed, that Veli's out here dissing our God, some crack nut little pussy Arab youth talking about
yo Veli. Sorry to cut you. Yo, Veli. Bernie Bay is saying add me please. Then a back.
But yeah, anyway, forget that anyway, Doc. I'll miss it. I'll PM.
Everyone, Veli's fair with everybody. Yeah, doesn't matter whether you're Jew, Muslim, Gentile, whatever. You can come on the show.
You know what, Dark Magician? Sometimes, isn't it?
No, he's fair with everyone.
Sometimes what?
I think sometimes he's fair with everyone, isn't it?
No, he's fair like 99.9% of the time. Give me an example when he hasn't been fair.
If someone disses him and he does
the first thing I saw on the G Block was kind of unfair from Veli, yeah. And Veli, you have to hear this as well, yeah. Obviously, Veli's listening in. Like the first thing I saw was the Black Telect speaking to Ziriab, yeah, and Ziriab was kind of being. But I don't know their history, innit? I don't know their history. I do know that Esau was spitting what he was asking him. Like, he was literally answering the questions that man was asking. But when he would ask a question, Ziriab would go on a next thing, and he was kind of being immature, innit? Like, trying to shut him up, basically, instead of that.
All right, so where does Veli come into this?
Yeah, and Veli was basically supporting what Ziriab was doing, innit? And saying that he's coming with the more... Like,
I know what you're talking about. What happened with there was
Veli, jump on.
Veli, you need to jump on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Veli, jump on.
Hold on.
Those are some dubious allegations there, bro.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm sure he keeps his streams in it, so it's not deleted.
Do you want to know? You want to know though? Like, do you actually? Because you just want to. He said, Veli said after 9, it's up to man. Like, essentially, it turns into Veli Mikau. Now it's changed to just Fridays. But when Ziriab was playing the music,
that's another thing, James. Yeah, I don't know what show it was. I wasn't like hip to
probably.
I know what it was. I'm telling you now. What happened was after 9, Veli used to be like, "Bruv, do whatever you want." I literally used to jump on like late when I used to get back from the gym and just cuss out whoever like I didn't like. I just jump on just to steal from stuffiness, because he said after 9 it's not recorded. I don't give a shit in it. Like, it doesn't matter about having good debates and. You get me? No branding.
Okay, yeah.
So he just didn't care. He didn't.
But the point I was making is if there is people running around saying that about Veli, anyone can come here. Any Muslim can come here. Any Jew, any atheist or whatever, you can come here, jump on, say what you got to say, and have your time. Like, so.
Yeah, fully.
Yeah, there will be people on here who are, critiquing, ridiculing, and mocking Islam. Yeah, but that's absolutely legitimate. There's nothing wrong with
they
that. As
should.
long as
As they should.
huh?
So as they should.
Yeah, as they should, right?
Before
So
everything,
yeah, and you know, and as it's fair to do that with Christianity, as it's fair to do that with Judaism, as it's fair to do that with atheists. You know, if you want to live in a free and open society, you have to risk being insulted. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, you know what? I'll say Veli would. I think Veli would let people who hate him come onto his panel. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think
he
he'll
does.
block anyone. Yeah,
because they're not hurting him. They can't hurt him.
Yeah,
I've known Veli for years, and he's a strong man. He's a strong individual. Like you can't hurt him.
Yeah, for real.
Your hate is not hurting him.
Ayo,
hurting
Veli,
yourself.
Ziriab is there, and Bernie Bay. Like, there's some people in a back chat basically.
The Bay sounds so bad, innit? I know it's not like Bay, but it just sounds really bad, bro.
Yeah, why is
Sounds like Bernie.
Bernie Bay.
So bad looks still. But yeah, no, man, don't take it. You know what it is, Day. I'm just saying that on a serious level, on a serious, just dead ass, no bullshit.
Are you sincere, James?
In what? In what I'm saying to him?
I said that you can be shown something spiritual, but you have to sacrifice something in return. Would you be willing to? So if I said you can experience the supernatural, but in order for that to do that, you would have to give a bit of your blood.
Ah, like dark magic and shit. Hey, dark magic.
Who says it has to be dark?
Hey, witness.
Yeah.
I know.
Why did you speak to James about this? Why didn't you speak to me about this?
Because you already have a belief James is looking. So I'm saying, if you're sincere about looking, I'm curious, would you be willing to sacrifice something, James?
I've gone on record as saying, yeah, I remember back in the day when G-Block, before the day that this G-Block thing started, when we was all arguing with Respect and that about God, and I said to him, from the evidence I have of like actual real supernatural phenomena, I'll be much more, I know you're not going to like how I say this, Witness, but I'm much more inclined to believe in supernatural phenomena than dark magic, yeah, if you like, than the sort of mainstream like pedestrian kind of theism.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
What? Why?
I would rather be on a panel with illusionists and magicians who are trying to convince me that what they're doing is real, and I would like to see them perform it in front of me. Whereas with like theists, it's just like words, boring words from a book.
And there's no evidence, no, because all of their miracles existed in a time in antiquity, and there is no chance until the end of days that we're going to see them. And usually,
my friend,
my
friend, there's miracles happening today, though, my brother. There's their testimonies from around the world, but you ain't gonna want to hear that.
Freddie.
Do you know what I mean?
Hey, Freddie, I saw you there that day when we was arguing with Ras, and I was talking about Lambi and Remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is my man has like you wouldn't call what happened in my man's life a miracle, or you wouldn't say your brethren that bus or whatever, yeah, if he did some and you wouldn't call that a miracle, but that's real. He tried to do magic and it worked. All this other stuff.
James Jones, what makes you believe in like black magic and that, but not like because black magic is basically a supernatural.
Bro, but I'm saying the power of the mind is so mad. It's crazy, bro. Like how I believe in God, like I believe in my mum. Like I keep calling that same analogy. I'm trying to show you. It's so cray. Like it's unexplainable, Jay. You get what I'm saying? And anything you say to me, you're not gonna convince me that there's not a God. So Veli's got such a hot topic. It's great. I love it. Trust me. Go G-Block, innit? You know what I mean? Because this.
I don't know. I think we drifted a bit. When I brought in my stuff, it wasn't to get people who believe in God to prove it. I was just saying there are other avenues you can go down. And I was curious if James was willing to go down those avenues. Like I said, if I was talking to magicians or illusionists and they were trying to convince me that what they're doing is real, I'd be keen to listen to them because I know they're gonna start showing me stuff and then I can analyze it and make up my own mind.
Your witness,
Nah,
would you elaborate on
100%.
this?
Your
On
thing,
this
your
thing you're
thing's
talking
fully
about?
non-biased. Witness. Your thing's fully logical, non-biased, loads of evidence, and less of the talking. So I like your thing, innit? I'd follow you to go and have a look at the magic as well.
Thanks, Freddie. And on a funny note, James, I'm not insulting you, but that profile picture, it looks like a penis with a condom on it. So.
Are you a witness? What would you elaborate on this thing you're talking about, though? Man?
Stop, hold on, stop, Dave. That delivery, yeah, was hella disrespectful, witness. Yeah,
I'm sorry, but he
no,
keeps. I'm sorry, because
no.
he
But
keeps.
you put it on the big screen.
Yeah, what is that on top of the head, man?
And I just wanted to say for all them I was just gonna say for all them stupid people, man, that are trying to say like Veli's an Islamophobe and all this bullshit, man. Fucking cut it out, man, and grow up, get a life, man.
I don't believe that.
You know what I'm saying?
I definitely agree.
That's like me saying Rasbek's a Muslim. Like, that don't make no sense. Like, you know what I'm trying to show you? Because they hang around with all of these different people. And, huh?
You're shady, don't like that, Freddie.
He just done you, mate. He just done you up, bro.
What you saying? What you saying, bro? I'm just stating something, fam.
Man, you're up. I thought you was with us, bro.
Nah, I'm with you, man. I'm with God. I don't know about you. I ain't got no faith in men like you and Ultra.
Yo, witness.
Hey, I agree with you, Freddie. Though Veli's a proper example.
Yeah, I'm still here, Daydon.
Your witness, would you care to elaborate on what you were speaking about earlier, or is it not a thing like that?
So, like, if I, not that it would ever happen, but if I met David Copperfield, and he said to me that he can go through the wall, and he showed footage of how he went through the wall of China, and I'd say, okay, I'm coming to meet you now. Show me that that's not fake, that you really did it, and then he would go through the magic
circle.
Yeah.
And then what?
Yeah.
I didn't get the last bit.
And then he would then go through the process of trying to show it to me, how he went through a wall.
Yeah, but he probably wouldn't, because he's sworn an oath not to.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'd like to be part of the magic circle, but
can I ask you
that's why they call themselves illusionists and not magicians, because the most of the magicians nowadays will call themselves illusionists by dealing with that issue immediately. What I'm showing you is an illusion. It's not real.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, I didn't, because I didn't. That's not what I took from your question, witness. Because when you're saying being partial to something, yeah, but you know, like, if something seemed unrealistic, yeah, it wasn't supernatural to the point, like it wasn't. Could be other explanations, put it like that, yeah. But if like something like black magic or something like some form of sacrifice that is not irrelevant. What's the word? Like a sacrifice that isn't specific to something you want. So if you sacrifice money to get a car, you've essentially paid for a car. That makes sense. But if you sacrifice a fucking human life and get a car in as a return, and that was what you intended, you wanted.
No, just say what he said, didn't it? Blood, sacrifice blood.
Forget blood, no, but that blood that's all. I'm saying specifically something inconsequential. Seemingly inconsequential, a seemingly inconsequential sacrifice. Would that make you believe?
It could do.
If someone said, for example, stab this, cut the neck of this goat, and drink some concoction with a little bit of the goat's blood and a little bit of fucking oil and some fucking burnt hair or some shit, and the person that you hate the most will die. And they die, or drink that, and good fortune will come to you, and something bad that was going to happen to you doesn't happen, or something you wanted good to happen, your wife's getting fucking IVF treatment, and look what happens, you end up having a child or some shit, yeah? Would you believe that was magic, even though there is a kind of logical explanation outside of that?
I would be open to the possibility of it being magical, being otherworldly, yeah.
You know, there's evidence of that every day.
What? There's evidence if you turned up to someone and you said, "This guy is a bad guy. I want him to become ill," and the guy says, okay, bring this to me and bring that, and we'll do this thing, and we'll make these incantations, and within the next week, that person will become ill. And then you find out that that person is ill.
No, because that would be
just like
science. That would be that. Then it would become science if it was provable. I mean, stuff like that happens every day.
Wow,
I believe stuff like that happens every day. You're right, though.
No, but,
definitely.
but what I'm saying, Freddie.
Did you hear what James said though? If you could prove it, then it would become science.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm saying there's some things that can't be proved. It can't be proved at all. You got what I'm trying to show you. It's a bunch of coincidences, and plus your mind's already geared that way. Like there's people that sit at home and don't take no chemotherapy, and they don't do nothing. They just have natural herbs and berries and drink whatever, Mirinda juice or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? And they've beat cancer. They've blocked it. Do you know what I'm saying? Through the power of prayer.
You want to hear
There's no
something crazy?
scientific formula for that.
You
Do
want
you know what I
to
mean?
hear something really crazy? There was a time where CPR was not known. So if somebody had their heart stopped and they were dying, and you then said, and you had this knowledge of CPR, and you said, I can wake this person up, but I'm going to have to touch them in a certain way.
Yeah.
And then you blew into their mouth, and they were like, what are you doing? And you're blowing into their mouth, and you're pushing on their chest. And then they suddenly come back to life. You could be looked at as a magician.
That's what Zero
breath of life.
Yeah, most definitely.
These times, Freddie is a Mirinda sales rep.
How much did you get paid for that advertisement?
Nah, you know what? I'm getting paid by Dr. Sebi's spirit, man. Hopefully he comes and blesses the kids and that. You know what I mean?
Man's importing the Mirinda from like the UAE and that dirt cheap prices, and you get me. He's like, yo, it's a cure all, brethren.
Caribbean products only.
That's what you're talking about,
Hey.
isn't it?
But you know what though, on that point about making concoctions and them kind of things there, yeah. I came across this interesting passage in the Talmud, yeah, and it's in Gittin, so it's called Gittin 69b. I gave the game away card. I could have strung you along and said, oh, imagine if you did this. Basically, it says someone who's got a certain ailment, yeah, he can also take the excrement, yeah, that's poo, of a white dog and knead it with balsam. But if he can possibly avoid it, he should not eat the dog's excrement, you know, if he can possibly avoid it, as it loosens the limbs, whatever that means. But yeah.
Wait, did you say this is in a Talmud?
Yeah. Gittin, Gittin 69b is the reference.
Right.
If you believe dog poo pie can help you, I'm telling you it can help you. Trust me, bro. It's what you believe in your mind. You get what I'm saying, family?
But
Freddie.
But hold on 1 second there, yeah. This is what Zero was talking to me about once, yeah. And to link it in with what Witness is saying about the CPR, that is the sort of danger of some religions or cults, whatever, because they will you are precluded from getting the information, yeah. And so to you believe in the mysticism or you believe in the supernatural nature, yeah, of whatever kind of claim is being made, and the fact is that it is explainable, but they will just keep the information from you, and they will keep that hierarchy in place so that the ultimate sort of the apex of it retains all the information, and everybody in the rungs below don't know, and they believe in the sort of power of the
Yeah, but that's not how the world works though, because we always copy each other. Everybody copies each other, so no matter what happens, the secret's gonna get out.
That's
you know
what
I'm saying.
Man, there's
It's gonna
basic
get
we don't know.
replicated. It's gonna get replicated, huh?
There's basic because I mean, this is what I'm saying. That's why there's some truth in the belief of these flat earthers. Of course, there's stuff the government keeps from you. Of course, there's stuff.
Yeah, no, of course, there's
innovation that
government
you
stuff.
don't know.
Yeah, of course,
You
there's
can't
government
convince
stuff,
me
but it has to
otherwise.
come to light, though. That's what I'm saying, Jay. Even if we don't live to see it, it has to get replicated by somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree still.
Well, it's funny though what you said, James. If it is provable, it then becomes science. So if you made those sacrifices, saying you wanted to see the particular spirit of a loved one, and you did what you had to do, and that person made the incantations and the concoctions in front of you, and that spirit then appeared, you would then say that's science.
Yeah, like this is, but that is what essentially what science is the like you know that shit with like like 2 cups and a string. It sounds like a fucking porno.
Was that the phone thing when you can
hear right, and then they realize vibration. You realize vibrations, and now you have an explanation. Outside of that, it seems supernatural. Right?
Yeah, that's all.
But until
that's all the government.
What's the beginning stage? The beginning stage is the repeatability. It always happens. Whenever you do this happens. The problem with supernatural or miraculous events is that they seem to be one-off, and they seem to be one-off.
All the government are doing is going back to. I was just going to make a point. I was saying all the government are doing is going back to Witness's point, right? With their pumping chests, and we know it's amazing because you're bringing back alive. And they've discovered a new defibrillator or whatever, and they're not showing the public. But that defibrillator is going to come to light soon. They're not doing nothing special, I believe. I would never have the government or any authority over my Lord. Do you know what I'm saying? Because he's ultimate authority.
The supernatural isn't the only thing that's by itself in terms of events. The universe itself, like the existence of this universe, was predicated on a particular event that's not repeatable. So whilst we can get pretty close, a few seconds from the Big Bang, right? We won't be able to, even something as simple as the sun exploding. Even though we know the sun is going to explode, we don't know that. We cannot it's almost a step into the dark with the equations and the theory behind it, because no one's going to actually observe that. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's more certain than
yeah, but so what I'm saying is that there's a gap or a gulf in terms of replicability, which is a step after like the ability to observe it. So in that absence,
actual Big Bang itself.
Yeah. I'm saying in that absence, you have to come up with other ways to even try to understand it, or something that fits in line. Now, I want to pivot this conversation to the point about dark matter and the kind of connotations of the conversation we had the other day when we was bringing all of these different topics up of like the universe and so on and so forth. I think if you actually wrestle with some of the connotations of the concept of dark matter, basically this let's call it D, right? So in an equation, or if you're trying to find out why a galaxy is spinning as fast as it is, you would just add, basically the equation wouldn't fit, but you would just add this dark matter D, right, into the equation. I don't know if that's a good start, but what I'm saying is I'm trying to point towards the arbitrary nature of it. Yeah,
it's not arbitrary, and this is what I'll tell you why. At the theoretical level, yeah, obviously there's no certain and no guarantees. It's reliant upon data. So the more, and that is for everything. That's even for you and I. We can that from a like a micro experimental level. The more data you have, the more comprehensive your conclusion is always going to be. So you may do an experiment with with a small portion of data.
But then again, Jay, sorry to cut you, bro. I was going to say sometimes the more data you have, the more questions come up, and then you need to gather more data.
But not in the context of an experiment. So yeah, the more data you have, it might disprove the whole foundation of your experiment, or it may support it. Whatever happens, it will give you a greater deal of accuracy. With what you're talking about, Ziriab, the issue is, yeah, you're right. So so we're looking at galactic scales, yeah. If you find a specific, so if you're looking at the solar sort of system scale, and you find within a specific galaxy the speed of the rotation, you can't the conventional understanding of dark matter doesn't account for the sort of mass increase, or you would have to augment the mass to get the specific speed of that rotation, for example. What you would do in that instance is go, all right, cool, we're not in that, we can't get to that galaxy. We can't observe it. Hold on, listen.
If I can just reframe it real quick, yeah. What I'm saying is this: that when you're observing galaxies spinning, the rate at which they spin poses a problem, and the problem is that the galaxies spin too fast for what we know in terms of Einstein's Newton's law and Einstein's law.
Right, yeah, for the but
Now,
let me but I
now
know
one second. What I'm saying is the problem
Which
is
laws
that what
exactly, bro?
the rate at which they spin observably, yeah, we should be seeing the particles go away from each other, but instead they're not. So what's proposed is this idea of dark matter. So what you have is then an equation which is 2 + 2 = 44. Now
listen
what they
to what
do
I'm saying.
is add this thing of D, which is arbitrary. It's not a set number, but
I
then
know.
it just arbitrarily makes the equation balance out.
Yeah, but the dark matter is the absence of the observable.
And that D
So
is the
hold on,
unknown, right? That
hold
D
on.
can't be tested
No,
or
no.
measured
Now
or.
wait,
Let me
now
listen.
wait.
Hold on. I beg
That's
you,
not
I beg you.
no. Hold on. No, James,
It can't
because
be
you're also gonna
experimented
have to
on.
you
That
have
D.
to contend with this.
You can't.
You
No,
have
no.
to
But hold on,
contend with it
no,
anyway.
you framed it
One
wrong.
second.
Bruv, I was
1 second,
speaking. You
friend.
spoke, right? I beg you. Let me
Yeah,
say. What I'm
sure.
saying.
Yeah. Go on.
You can't posit it like it's arbitrary. It is based on what we cannot observe. So everything that, so let's say dark matter, they've given dark matter a mass. The amount of, and the reason, the specific problem you're talking about, yeah, or the people that believe that they've debunked it, what's happening in this instance is there's enough observable matter which has a recordable mass, yeah. So now you establish all the mass from everything that you can observe and all the particles that we know and we understand. Now we have dark matter. That dark matter is the absence of everything else. So within this, you can imagine it would change. It would be different from different galaxy to galaxy.
It's not the absence. It's not the absence of
It
everything.
is though.
Guys.
That's
What are
what
you
they
talking
call it,
about?
dark matter. It's what we cannot. It's what we cannot measure.
No, it's
So
not.
the
It's
amount
not
of
the
it.
absence.
But it is the
I
absence.
take issue with that. All right,
But it
but
is.
go ahead. We're
I'll tell
talking
you how I
about dark
know.
matter. Let's just stick to dark
Yeah.
matter. That's what we're
Right.
talking about.
Now
We
hold
both
on.
know what
So,
that is.
and
But yeah, go
in that
on.
specific instance, this quote unquote falsifiability. Number one, it is a theory. Yeah, it was a theory at present, not a scientific theory, not a law. It's a theory, right? The people that suggested that it was that we shouldn't use it made some kind of modification to gravity in their equation to account for the rotation of that specific galaxy. The issue becomes now we cannot use their modified gravity to explain at the universal at the galactic scale. So that modification of gravity doesn't work for all scales. And I'll find an article to send you that, because I did some Googling when you show that won't work for all the galaxies. So now you're left with this issue. If the dark matter solution, if the dark matter equation solves, as far as we're concerned, it solves the sort of inconsistencies or the problematic nature of galaxies rotations throughout the majority of the 400 billion galaxies, and this modification of gravity only works exclusively to this one instance, what theory are you more likely to go forward with? You're saying that, and the issue here is when you don't have as much data. So we're not, it's not our solar system, right? We can test our solar system. We can send out fucking missions or whatever, to space missions to go and observe.
We are talking about our solar system. I mean, you talk now, so let me jump back in. We are talking about our solar system. We're talking about that specifically. As I said, there's three major issues with dark matter. There's a problem in the observable universe, and what dark matter and that problem are outlined already, but I'll repeat it. It's a very simple problem. And the problem is that galaxies spin too fast. So the observable rate at which galaxies spin defies established laws, and specifically Newton's laws. Now, what dark matter does is save Newton's laws, but the problem is that it is arbitrary, meaning that, and as I mentioned, Einstein's general relativity as well. So even though it saves these laws, it by itself is arbitrary, because in any particular equation or any particular galaxy, they'll just put in an arbitrary number to make 2 + 2 = 44 fit, and we assigned it as the D. Now the point is here that when you do that by its very nature, that it doesn't have a number, it means it's arbitrary. It's vague as well, and so whilst it keeps general relativity, right, it doesn't really address any kind of like the issue of arbitrary, and you haven't really addressed it either. We're talking about a particular problem that dark matter deals with in a way which poses more problems than it solves. And so whilst it saves general relativity, it also poses the problem of exponentially expanding the constituent parts of the universe. So essentially, the
Sorry,
connotation
Zulia,
of dark
did
matter.
you say dark matter
Last point.
solved relativity?
Last point. Just last point on, and then I'll answer your question.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, ultimately, if you're gonna, dark matter, if you're gonna stick to dark matter, yeah, then you're saying that the universe, the observable universe, is 2%, and dark energy, and that the dark matter and dark energy is around 98%. So again, that poses, as I say, it poses problems.
Yeah.
Did you say dark matter? I mean, relativity is solved by dark matter.
No, it just keeps it. It keeps it.
General relativity is kept.
No, it's kept, right? But this is not what I'm trying to say. I agree with you. First of all, you are that's wrong. You're incorrect. It isn't in our solar system that this inconsistency has been found. It's not our galaxy. I'm not sure what galaxy it is. I'd have to go back and find that article I was reading. But it's not our galaxy that they found this. So
yeah, you're right. Universe, not solar system. Yeah.
We would be able to be able to harvest far more data from our own solar system and be able to sort of explain on whatever particle constitutes our solar system. I agree with you in that you're saying that it's a deficiency in the theory and it's definitely proof that it's not complete. I would 1,000,000% agree.
But it follows here though. That's the point. It does apply to our solar system. That's the point. So
I'm saying the error.
It would follow. No, but the point is, it would follow to our universe, to our solar system.
Right. But I'm saying the error wasn't observed in our solar system and our galaxy, and I'm saying that the problem. This is the issue that I'm having. Yeah, even when you look at general relativity or Einstein's relativity falls short at the Big Bang. That is why they posit a singularity. Yeah. The singularity is from what again, I'm clearly not a physicist, but it is the variables in the equation all being set to infinite as a result of the equation falling short. That's my kind of layman understanding of it. So if you wanted to sort of rubbish relativity in that sense, you can. Modifications have been made to general relativity like quantum loop theory or whatever, and they've also been made in this instance with the dark matter to account for the rotation of the galaxy. Yeah. So in both these instances, you can say that generally understood theories have some limitations, but that's reliant upon more data gathering. But right now, as far as for an explanation for the majority of galaxies of the 400 billion, might I add, in the universe, then obviously we can say that this is the best model for all of them. So it's not,
bro. I don't know why you're trying to sell me this thing. Like, it's not a product that you need to sell me. Like, if you're trying to convince yourself, if you're trying to convince yourself, that's one thing. But you're not going to convince me by saying, "Oh, well, which is the better one?" This is definitely the better. No, it's not. And I'm pointing out why it's not better. And no, hold on. This is the point. You may be convinced of that, and clearly you're trying to convince me. But I'm telling you, I'm not convinced. And the reasons why I'm not convinced is what I've outlined. And you've gone away and kind of seen some responses that some people have posted, right? And taken it upon yourself to say, "Oh yeah, this definitely makes sense." But you're still posed with a problem. No, hold on. You're still posed with a problem when observing galaxies and the rate at which they spin. And that problem is arbitrarily addressed. It's very arbitrarily addressed through dark matter. Right? And one second. It's arbitrarily addressed by dark matter through the means of, as I say, having. And this is just an example, but it fits nonetheless. The example is 2 + 2 = 44. Right? What dark matter steps in and does, Quinsky. So it basically adds this arbitrary D, right, dot for dark matter, and makes it fit some. That is literally the definition of arbitrary. Is that when you just fit in a number, right, to make the equation fit, James? Do you understand that?
You can't say it's arbitrary when it's working in a majority of 400 billion galaxies.
Hold on. I'll address the point. Okay, you're saying it can't be arbitrary if it works. Now, the whole point of the issue of arbitrariness is that you make it fit. That's the whole. That is the point, and that's the problem with it. It's very vague, and it's falsifiable, and that's the point. It's been falsified, I should say, not falsified. It's been falsified.
Hold up. Before you lot go any further, yeah, can you simplify what you lot are saying and explain?
Wait, one second, brother. Let me just make a point to you. it's a theory that has limitations that everybody accepts. You're making it seem like someone's told you this is a complete fact, and and there's no way that it can change, and then you've pointed out some kind of some deficiency or inconsistency, and
you don't you actually haven't. No, hold on. You haven't comprehended the implications.
All right, so let me.
You just haven't comprehended.
I haven't. Maybe I'm just stupid. Yeah. Can one of you clarify what you lot like? What is?
Give me 1 second. Yeah. Let me just. I'm trying to speak to him here.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Hold on. The people that have quote unquote falsified it have with a model, so a model of a galaxy, have said this modification of relativity or of gravitation, of gravity, sorry, will of the explanation of gravity, where with the forces at play here, this will better explain the rotation of the galaxy or the speed, etc. Whatever. They would, as a result, some people say, oh, okay, maybe this could be the next scientific breakthrough. They've applied that at the galactic scale and said, oh no, this doesn't work. This works specifically with this specific.
What specifically? What specifically are you talking about? What specifically are you talking about?
Article. All right, cool. I just have to find it and then I can explain it.
Who are you talking about? The people that have
the McCaw 2016 or some shit you sent me, because that's what I was googling.
Okay. Go on. Yeah, pull up the article. So we're talking about the exact same thing.
Yeah.
But you guys both realize that
since he's pulling up his article, can you just explain what you lot are talking about? Like, what is the point of this conversation?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a question of dark matter and a standard working model, I should say, that has problems. That has a number of problems that we're outlining.
It's funny how you believe in the Big Bang.
The theory of dark matter itself has problems.
But it's funny how you accept the Big Bang. You accept the Big Bang for a lot of your arguments, but that you could argue that even relativity is limited in the same way as a result of the Big Bang.
That's neither here nor there in this
conversation. You see how it's whatever fits. It's whatever fits. But all right, cool.
Yo, Ziriab, what are you saying? You don't believe in the existence of dark matter?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You don't.
There's no need to. There's no need to. Yeah, I don't.
You guys will realize that this is, still an active area of research, and
yeah, bro.
So I mean,
that's what I was gonna say.
It's not something that kind of you'd expect people to have much certainty about either way, considering the people researching it kind of are still publishing new things, reanalyzing the data, and that sort of stuff. So it's the kind of thing that people should probably kind of, rather than kind of asserting confidently, it's definitely this or it's definitely that, kind of, it's not going to be clear yet, especially for lay people.
Yes, it is quite clear. It's not an endeavor that's being developed. It's a theory which has stated principles, and those stated principles can be criticized. And this is what I was getting at. The problem of dark matter, even though it saves general relativity when it faced with the problem of the speed of rotation when it comes to galaxies, it doesn't address the issue of the vagueness. It's not very specific and it's arbitrary, meaning that, as I've outlined in the off the cuff example, an equation such as 2 + 2 = 44, dark matter steps in and adds an arbitrary value, which, as I say, is fundamentally problematic because it's arbitrary. And,
okay, but the thing is, I've heard people say that exact type of argument 10 years ago, and yet,
Maverick is
there's more evidence that's come out since then.
Even by the way it's set up, it's wrought with problems because of the fact that it's vague and because of the fact that it's arbitrary.
But I'm not, no disrespect here, but you're like, it's almost like you're going like into like the quantum level of explanation and saying, well, because that isn't a guarantee, everything you're doing here is arbitrary, because this is a composite of different theories that have come to derive some kind of belief in a specific, like a preference, let's say, of a specific theory. You're saying because it's not a fact that we can just dismiss it. No, right now, because it works in most instances of all the theories, it's the most preferential. They're saying that this
why
is
does it work?
They're not.
Why does it work?
But bruv, I'm no disrespect you. You're acting like you can explain the mathematics of dark
Why
matter
does it work?
interactions.
Well, either what
Nah, I
I'm
think
saying
what
is
he's saying
correct, or
that
what I'm saying
has
is
no
no. Hold on.
Stupid,
Day
man.
one.
You're getting stupid now.
One second. Either what I'm saying is correct, or what I'm saying is incorrect. Now, I haven't stated that I'm a mathematician. All I'm saying is that dark matter steps in and adds an arbitrary figure, and this isn't something that has been challenged as far as I'm concerned. You can get in your emotions and feelings about it, but it doesn't
I'm
change the
saying,
fact
bro,
that
it's just wasting time.
I'm
Like,
either correct. No,
you
no, no.
made
I'm
your
saying
case
I'm
10
either
times.
correct. This is what I'm saying. I'm either correct or I'm incorrect. Now,
No, you could
what
be
I'm
correct.
saying
No,
is,
you can be correct. Who said you're not correct? I'm saying 2 plus.
what I'm
Your
saying is this
example of 2 plus
is
3
the point. If I am
dramatic
correct, then it boils
oversimplification.
down to the two fundamental criticisms when it comes to dark matter, and that's as far as it goes.
All right, yeah, and let's say I accept that. All I'm saying is that the 2 plus 2 equals 44. The sort of underlining the term arbitrary. These are dramatic oversimplifications of what is a very complex understanding of. Wait for it. Not the sort of the limited data observations we have, i.e. we haven't been to other galaxies like that, so we couldn't. There's no first-hand empirical evidence. This is it's at a theoretical level, and in the same way we once were able to predict the sort of orbits of the planets and whatever. The more data we have now, we're actually in outer space, so we can actually take real data. The more information data we have, then maybe at some point it's completely done away with this concept, and it illuminates what was once dark matter into a different form of matter or matter that we haven't observed. Or maybe it substantiates it, and in the instances that you're talking about where they falsified it, it is some weird particle interaction that's taken place that we can account for, or something that we didn't see in the
That's the
universe.
whole point. Dark
So
matter is a spook.
it's not
It's a
debunking
spook.
anything.
Yeah, but this is the funniest thing, is that this is one of those underlying assumptions which the arrogant priesthood of the quote unquote scientific method and its adherence, or scientific materialism, however you want to term it, will just use it as a working model. The model of dark matter, and the point is here is pointing out and illustrating that this particular assumption is definitely on shaky ground, and for the reasons outlined, because of its arbitrary nature and its vague application. So what I'm saying is this has an influence because of the fact there isn't an endeavor going on right now, because of the fact it's taken as conventional wisdom. Dark matter is definitely used as the standard model across the relevant sciences, and so it has a real world effect further than this back and forth. If you can accept that it is arbitrary and vague, then it's obviously upon you to not look at why it doesn't matter, and these are just go with it. It's the best one that we've got, kind of thing. But look at competing ideas. Obviously that is definitely a realm that there is endeavors in, but it's certainly not backed by the mainstream.
Sorry, Ziria, what's the point you're making about a scientific priesthood?
That we believe in.
You said something about that there's a scientific priesthood. Like what does that mean? Like what point are you making there?
Or the priesthood of scientific materialism.
So wait, are you saying that physicists?
What you mean, a Church of Scientology?
No, he doesn't mean that Scientologist. He's Ziria, but are you saying that physicists are, that the body of physicists are
your mic's working.
Doing something wrong? Ziria, what specifically are you saying about the state of scientists or physicists?
It was a turn of phrase. I used in the context of a wider comment.
I think he was trying to say scientism.
Yeah. Okay, but
scientism, right?
I even made it clearer. I said the priesthood of scientific materialism.
Okay. Are you saying that this priesthood or these people are kind of the state of physicists in general? That physicists in general are sort of acting irrationally or something.
The priesthood of scientific materialism, which likes to boast about how we are the new priesthood, so to speak. And point towards everyone else and say how you're all wrong and we're right, and
But it's a
things of
model,
that.
man. It's not a fact.
So
No,
wait,
it's
are you saying that physicists do that?
One second. And things of that nature. What I'm saying is that those very people who boast about their rising above mundane beliefs and pointing out everyone else's beliefs as laughable, themselves believe in spooks in this particular instance, the spook of dark matter.
Okay, I think I understand you. But the thing is, though, that, I mean, let's say that you're right, and, you know, they haven't done anything valid or justified in this sort of idea of this hypothesis or idea of dark matter and the amount of belief that they've attached to it. Kind of, in order to discover that they've done something wrong and correct it, you'd still have to attempt to apply the scientific method. So you'd have to agree that the scientific method is still the only game in town in terms of finding out truth about reality and how reality works.
Not all of reality. You couldn't observe and measure God, could you?
Oh, bro, that's not reality, is it? For fuck's sake, man. Hey,
Yeah,
listen.
but these lot are not going to agree that.
Listen,
One second, man.
Hold on.
Wait, Maverick. You say consciousness.
Guys,
One
please.
second.
You can't disagree that consciousness is reality.
No. Let me just show you how silly James can be. Yeah.
You love this. I don't care about your smarter than me, man. No problem.
1 second, James, man.
I was
If
speaking,
science
bro.
cannot, 1 second, man. If science cannot observe or measure God, how could you, relying on science alone, determine whether there is a God or not?
I don't.
See how silly you are, James.
How can anyone?
No, stop.
God.
James, please. All right, yeah, you won. That's a big win for you. Zirab, yeah, on this point, no, there is no hold on. There is no assertions. There are no assertions. There's simulations and there is models. And the fact that we cannot observe it empirically in the way that we can observe stuff on our own planet and in our own solar system, yeah, is the reason that it will ultimately always be a model until exactly what you're saying. The day they don't consider it model and they consider it to be a confirmed law or theory or principle is when it works across the board. When every one of the simulations produces the exact same identical results. So the fact that there is an inconsistency and also an inconsistency with the postulation, the sort of counter postulation made with the modification of gravity, that is just a great example. That is just an example of them not knowing. And anyone anyone like you're talking about priesthood and that, I feel like you need to bring us scientists that are saying it's a fact. That's what, and then we could say that, yeah, those people are clearly peddling lies, because you can't falsify, it can't be falsified in that sense unless there's someone on the other end of that argument positing it as a fact that is like of repute or some kind of scientific consensus. It's a fact when there's other scientists that have falsified it, and because you were talking about replicability, and you were talking about basically of science accepting models or accepting things as true even though there's evidence to the contrary. But that's such a, excuse the term, a dark area. Yeah, that's such a dark area that I don't think you can point to. Maybe there's probably another example that you could probably give of the scientific community not being contradicted and not accepting. But I don't think that's a great one, because it is at a theoretical level, man. It's at a very theoretical level. It's like fucking black holes and shit. But yeah, and then just to
James,
Maverick, just to
James,
answer your
you coming to speak scholar tomorrow?
Hey Maverick,
Probably
just
not, no.
your stupid point, Maverick. Your stupid point just now, bruv. There's literally so much evidence in all of the holy books of God interacting with the physical universe. So the moment that if we're saying that yes, science explains everything in the universe, and you accept that science explains everything in the universe, the second that your God interacts with something in the universe, logically it would follow that it should be measurable. But the fact that it's not measurable means that if you accept
what are you gonna measure?
If you accept,
what are you gonna measure? Don't run. What are you gonna measure? Don't run. You
I don't.
made the claim.
You're right.
Said
I don't believe what it is.
Hold on. You made a claim.
But I think the position is that God is not even in the universe to begin with.
Bro.
1 minute, please, man. This guy, he just loves to throw some stuff and then he thinks he said something and celebrate. Wait, the moment when you said that, the moment God interacts with the world, you can measure it. How would you do that?
In a miracle, with one of the miracles. If the miracles were true, they should be measurable, correct? If the
Well,
universe,
sorry, one of the miracles.
we
One of the
can
miracles, did
explain.
you say?
Bob, this is
The,
my.
the miracle itself, the physical part of the miracle is measurable. You can see this sea went here and that sea went there, but the like God
No,
supposedly is not
How are you
in
gonna
the
measure a miracle?
like you can measure the physical thing that happened, and then you
Let
can
me help
call
you
it a
out.
miracle because you have no explanation.
We're on different frequencies, yeah. I do not
Yeah, but
believe God exists.
if you can measure it and like redo it again, how is it a miracle?
Well, you just changed the situation when you said, and we do it again.
Yes, not a miracle. But you're missing my point. I'm saying, yeah, I don't believe God exists. You believe God exists. You're saying you'll never be able to measure God. No shit. I don't believe he exists. Why would I believe you can ever measure God? However, the issue is
No, but you can see
hold on.
this. No, but you keep
We're
making
making a claim that
statements such as
everything in the
God
universe.
does not
We're
exist
we're
when you
making
don't
a
even
claim.
have the tool. You have
We're
no
making,
tool to
we're,
lead you to that conclusion.
all right.
So
Yeah,
your
cool.
conclusion is based on whim. What is your
Maverick,
conclusion based on, James?
Maverick, I don't assert that God doesn't exist.
1 minute, James. James FC, please. James Jones love to just constantly run his mouth and rate himself. So I want to like question him for a minute. So if science is the only tool that you have to come to the conclusion of whether God exists or does not, and science is incapable of giving you the answer to that, how could you conclude that God does not exist? What is it based on?
But I can't prove God doesn't exist, can I?
Oh no, but you said I don't believe he exists. Even that,
Of course I
what's
don't
your
believe he
belief?
doesn't
What's the
exist.
reason behind your belief?
I don't believe in
What's the
God
reason
because
behind your belief?
I've got no proof for God to exist. The proof that God doesn't exist to me
No.
is the fact that no one can provide proof of him existing.
Okay, what would be the definition of proof to you? Since you're so limited in your
He just said it. The
Let me do
proof
it
to
like
him
this.
is lack of proof that he just said it.
1 minute, let him speak for
Hold on,
himself.
hold on. Let me
Just give me,
okay,
give me
Yeah, but
2 minutes
Maverick,
with
I'm just
James.
letting you
You should
know
what I
that he
mean.
just said his proof for him is lack of proof. To the contrary.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Is that not true, James? Is that not what you said?
That's a fact. So I'll give
He
you an
said
example.
he said one second. He never heard it.
I'll give you an example.
1 second. I'll say it again. Yeah, he said that for him,
It's all right.
proof is lack of proof to the contrary.
You don't need to translate for me. I'll give you an example, a crude example, Maverick. Yeah. So, for example, if you ask me to prove God doesn't exist, I cannot do that, obviously, because it's a negative proof, innit? Right? You understand that? An example would be
I just want to know what would be the
Right,
criteria
just
of
work with
evidence
me,
for
work with me, yeah.
Okay.
An example would be, if I asked you to prove your name was Ahmed, yeah, still there?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. If I asked you to prove your name was Ahmed, yeah, you would bring me, let's say ID. Let's say I accepted the ID. That was proof that you were Ahmed, innit?
Hear what you just said. You
Yeah.
said I accept that as proof. But go on.
So I would accept that as proof that you was Ahmed. Just for example, let's say
That would be called the criteria.
Yeah, your name is Ahmed. Just for
Okay,
example,
that would be called the criteria.
yeah, no, but I'm just saying, bro, just work with me, innit? See where I'm going with this. I'll say yes, boom, that's you. Your name is Ahmed, yeah. If I said prove your name was not Bilal, yeah, you could still bring me the ID that says your name was Ahmed, and then it would prove that you're not Bilal. Do you get it?
Again, that would be a criteria which you
But
accept.
just wait, I know, but help me, just hear me. So to prove God doesn't exist, what do I need? I need
criteria.
Proof. I need proof. So sorry, to prove that your name's not I apologize. To prove that your name's not Bilal, what do I need? I need actual proof that your name is Ahmed. So to prove you're Ahmed is to also prove that you're not Bilal, isn't it?
Again, that would be
So
dependent on the criteria both you and I accept.
Hold on. So it's not incumbent upon me to disprove your God, but the person that claims listen, the person that claims in the God, the fact that you cannot prove it, yeah, means that is the only evidence I have to not believe.
Okay. Now I'm gonna speak. Please
Do you
don't
understand
interrupt
that,
me.
Yeah. You interrupted me bare. You interrupted me bare. Don't try it. You interrupted me a lot of times.
Yeah, but James, he just let you speak without interrupting you as well.
He didn't. He just. What do you mean? He's been talking the
Right
whole
now,
time.
right now, he let you land, didn't it?
James,
I'll let him speak, but I'm saying he
I'll
interrupted
let
me
you
every
land.
single
Now
time.
you've got to let me land, innit?
He did
Yeah,
it.
let's carry on that way,
Very
please.
simple. Okay, cool. In order for me to prove to you that my name is Ahmed, and prove to you that my name is not Bilal, I would bring you an ID, and you would accept that ID as a criteria for proof.
Right.
Hence why I could provide that to you.
Right.
Now, on the flip side, when it comes to God, you are not giving me any criteria which you would accept. Any criteria. So when you say, prove to me God exists, really, you're just throwing it out there. You don't actually mean it. Because what is the criteria you would accept as proof of God? Because there's a criteria for everything else, but you don't have a criteria for this.
No, listen, I don't have a criteria because I don't even know what a God is. So you'd have to prove all of
So
that.
why? So okay. If you don't know what a God is, how can I prove anything to you? So you don't know what a God is, nor do you have a criteria. How can I prove it to you then?
You don't have to prove it to
No,
me.
I think the better question is, if you don't know what a God is, how can you say it doesn't exist?
This is what's stupid about what I didn't say. I can't tell you I can't prove.
I didn't say, no. Please don't change the conversation. Don't change the conversation.
No, I know. Wait.
Don't let him get away with that. Please don't let him get away with
Haven't you
that.
made the affirmation that God doesn't exist?
Don't let him get away with that.
You didn't understand.
How did you get here? How did you get here? Man?
I don't know. It's
I
this
want
fucking guy,
everyone
bro.
on the
He's
panel
fucking
to
insane.
Listen,
I cannot.
I want everyone.
Listen. I cannot prove God doesn't exist. So just
No one asked
rubbish
you
that. Rubbish
No
that.
one asked you
instantly, yeah. Right. Cool.
No one
You
asked
will
you
make
to. Don't
okay.
try
Right.
and.
I didn't say you did.
You're
I'm
trying to change the conversation.
all right.
James.
Cool. The example I gave you was what, like, for example, if I was to say the evidence to the contrary, the evidence that supports my lack of belief, for example, is the fact that no one proves it. And I tried to give you that analogy, but
You keep saying that. Listen, you can't, James.
I ain't gonna lie, man. This is proper
cannot
pointless
use the
with you, man.
proof.
It's just like you're like a
James,
dog with no
okay,
bone.
all right, 1 minute.
Got a bone.
Okay, James, just like it's a couple of us on the panel, innit? Let other people speak, bro. Listen, you cannot use the word proof.
Me and you, bro. All right, cool. You talk to
You
who you want. Go on.
cannot,
On
James.
me.
James, 1 minute, man. You cannot use the word proof without also using the word criteria. With no criteria, no proof. So stop running around with this word proof until you tell us what criteria you would accept as proof. Without
Do you think that's
criteria,
a
you could
do you,
just
do you
dismiss
think that's a
anything.
fair?
Brother, you all right? Listen, yeah. This is
James,
what
do you
I'm
think
saying.
what he said is fair though?
No,
Why?
it's not fair at all, bro. It's not fair.
Why?
at
Why
all.
do you say it's not fair?
Listen, all right, so go on. What's your definition of God quickly? Let's go quickly. And then I'll give you a criteria. Go on, define it.
All right, that's fair.
Sorry?
What's your definition of God?
And then I'll give you my criteria for it. Go on.
Sorry, you're asking me what my definition of God is.
Yeah, because remember, I'll give you one more. I'll give you a little clue so not waste my time. And then that definition has to
Okay,
be
the infinite creator that began everything. Kind of
That's
dumb
too
question
much.
you're
Too much.
asking
Too
me.
much. Like
Go
this.
on.
Like this, James. The
Go on.
absolute being.
The absolute being.
The absolute being
What would
that created
What would I
everything.
need? What evidence would I need for the absolute to believe in an absolute being?
No, to prove the absolute being's
that absolute
existence
being
or lack
exists
of
or not.
existence.
What evidence would I need? So absolute being, you're saying is that
Take your time. Take your time,
before? Not yeah, obviously I have to think in it. I'm not like you, bro. I don't have an agenda here. I will speak honestly. So it's like what you were saying before, that the contingency argument, yeah. What would I need? I would need evidence scientifically for a finite origin of the universe. So nothing preceding the origin of the universe. Because I'm going through Zeriab's model, isn't it? Zeriab said the absolute being the thing that's not contingent upon anything else. So that we would have to establish that the universe itself was not that thing. So the universe isn't the infinite thing. That's number one.
You need
Okay,
what? Say that
part of
again.
the universe is
and then I would need definitive.
Wait,
then
before
I
you
would
move on, say that, say the
hold on.
first one.
So the first one is I'd say there needs to be a finite origin point of the universe. An origin point. It'd have to be like confirmed to me.
Cool, cool.
So like all models would have to agree on something. It has to be some clear consensus. And then outside of that, I would also need some kind of evidence of.
James, do you believe you're saying stuff now? I'm confused.
Yeah,
What exactly do you believe you're saying?
that'll be one criteria. That'll be one criteria.
What is the? Hold on. Do you think you've actually said something now? What criteria?
I'd need a cosmological consensus.
You need a cosmological consensus. What the fuck does that even mean?
What does that mean, bro?
We need people to agree that the universe actually began. Because what Zeriab's saying, yeah, is something is essentially he's saying that we would have.
Let me come in here, sir.
No.
Someone take over.
He's
man.
saying an absolute. Bob,
I only wanted to show you lot.
I know you're trying to restate it, but let me just try and interject. 1 second. Yeah, let me. What he's
James, admit
pointing
it, bro.
out.
You don't have a criteria.
1 second, Maverick.
Saying stuff like cosmological
I said I don't know what
consensus.
it is. This I didn't say as a Egyptian. I said I don't know
Chill
what
out,
God is.
guys. Chill out, man. Yeah, chill out.
All right, humble yourself then. Stop talking
How
like
am I
as
humble
though.
you? How am I?
Oh, no one brought me proof.
Listen, bro. Listen, you moron. Yeah, listen, you moron. If you think that your prophet flew to the fucking moon on a winged horse, that God, you see that God?
No, I don't.
There is no.
I don't.
Hold on. There is no.
No, I don't. Now
Hold on. I need for that God. I need a fucking winged horse. That's how I'd have to
I
fucking
just
believe
said
in
no,
that.
I don't.
But he just said he don't believe
Look how
that, man.
pathetic you are.
Listen to what I'm saying, you moron.
I just said
So
no,
I
I
would,
don't.
bruv,
So why are you
listen.
running with that?
Muslims, not you specifically. You will come with
I'm
your
the
own.
one speaking to you, James. Stop trying.
Stop
Stop
talking
running.
when
I'm the one.
You can't ever say I'm waffling if you're just talking. If you're non-stop talking, you're asking
I'm
me
talking
questions,
to you, and you're bringing up what other people say.
Still doing it. All right, stop. If that specific God, that would be the criteria for that one, isn't it? A God that creates.
No, I'm the one speaking to you. You can't speak to me about
Doing
other
it. He's
people,
still
bro.
doing it. He's still doing it. All right. So that would be a criteria.
Doing what? So you're gonna set up a straw man and talk about what other people believe. What the hell? What does that even mean, bruv? I don't know what other people talk about. The only thing that I can talk to you about is what's the call again? Your idea that no one has satisfied your amazing proof, which you have no criteria for. That's the only discussion here. Stop trying to like skid off to some next topics and next people and gossip and whatnot.
All right, cool. He said, he said, what's the criteria for God? I said, define your God. He said infinite, and Ziriab jumped in and said, no, contingent. I answered the contingent one for Ziriab.
Ultimate being, that's what he said.
Yeah, no, and I answered the contingent one for Ziriab because me and him had a discussion, and I loosely understand the criteria. If I'm wrong, Ziriab, please correct me. Now he's saying you don't have a criteria, as if scoffing at it, and I'm saying no, because I would need you to define what am I? So if it's a God, for example, that creates animals like winged horses, I would need to see a winged horse to say, all right, then it's probably proof.
I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
Bruv, please just relax, yeah? Then that would be the criteria for that one. So it depends on the claim of the God for me to need a criteria. It's logical. Like so with Ziriab's one, when we were talking about contingencies and all that, I was saying it's a weak argument for God because we don't even know this to be fact. Imagine if we knew this was fact, then I'd say, all right, then the God of the gaps that Ziriab is posing is more likely. And then maybe I need
terrible. It was going so well until you tried to stop it. That's not. That's
one
not
minute.
Let him finish anyway.
That's not God of the gaps. That's like saying,
oh
look, how do babies?
Let him finish first, and then
I'm being intellectual. Listen, I'm being intellectual.
Look, how do babies come out fully formed in 9 months? Oh, it must be God. That's God of the gaps, man. Come on.
No, but I'm saying in a gray area but I'm saying, let me put it like this. I'm more inclined.
Yeah, exactly. No, just retract it, man. It was the wrong place for it.
It's God of the gaps, but what do you mean? So you're saying what criteria? So you know what?
Because hold on. Because the philosophical argument of contingency, yeah, and non-contingency, you said the contingent is actually absolute being. That's a philosophical argument. That's not making a God of the gaps argument. It's not making an argument for God. It's making an argument for the absolute being.
All right, listen.
So again, it doesn't work.
All right. You know what? Just to finish my point, I'll retract it. No problem. What I'm saying to you, yeah, is the criteria is dependent on. So someone says, what God you accept? There's a million, bro. How many gods is there in the world, right? So I would need to get the criteria of what your God is.
Listen,
and then I would say,
okay.
And then
you're making it so difficult. It's amazing. Like you're talking about winged horses. How many? Look, an infinite creator that began everything into existence. What is the criteria you would accept? Whether that is as proof for whether that exists or not. That's it. Don't fly around and talk about
no, but but on anything.
If I can only just chime in here for a second, James. Wait, 1 second. James. I just 1 second. James. Give me 1 second, bro. I'm gonna say one sentence. Yeah.
Give me a question.
Like, James, wait. Before you answer the question, like you see when you're chatting to the guy, yeah, he's only told you that. So you can't chat to him
Brother,
about
don't-
what other
please
people
don't
have
police-
told
brother,
you.
please don't arbitrate. Yeah, cool.
I'm just saying because he like
Brother,
I
you're
can't
still
come
doing
to
it,
you
you're
and
still
say
doing
stuff
it.
about other
I wanna ask my
atheists
question.
and
I
say
wanna
you're
ask-
like that.
I don't want to ask my question, please. Yeah, let me ask my question. Specifically to you, but that's an annoying quality as well. Don't do it to the person answering the fucking question. If you want, do it to him before. Yeah. It's
No,
like-
I'm just saying you're putting on him
No,
something
like
that
you're
he
doing
has
now,
not said.
No, you're still doing it, bro. Please, yeah.
Yeah, but you're putting on him something he hasn't said, bro.
Still doing it now. I don't, bruv, don't police what I'm saying. It's cool, innit? If that's what I choose.
I'm not policing what you're saying. I'm just
Do it to
allowing
him.
you to
Don't-
become
I'm
more
asking
aware
you
of what
don't
you're
do it to me.
doing.
I'm asking you don't do it to me because I just want to say what I'm saying because I need to leave in a minute. Yeah.
Well, he's telling you it seems like you're not understanding what he's saying.
Are you okay?
You're not okay, bro.
I
Like,
literally am. I'm trying to answer somebody's question and you're speaking for a whole 2 minutes in between it. Does that make sense?
you keep answering it the same way, and he's telling you that that has nothing to do with him. Do you get it?
Ahmed, no, Ahmed, yeah. You said so. Anything, any kind of deistic God, essentially, I'm agnostic on. I won't argue that. On any kind of deism, I'm agnostic. As soon as there's some anthropomorphized concept at play, then yes, my criteria will shift. So if someone argues some kind of pantheist or deist concept, arguably, and there's no like defining characteristics or ascribing any attributes, I have no real issue. I'm agnostic on it. It may be true, you know, like what then I would need a further definition anyway. So like I would need to know like how is it relatable to us? How can I computate the sort of qualities of this deistic? So then it would become like a far more different discussion. But the reason I would say that generally criteria like be it Hindu God, whatever God, you know, I need to see evidence of reincarnation. I need to see evidence of this. I need to see evidence of that. So all these criterias of gods that you actually understand require some definition or some distinction, that I should say. But all the deistic principles, I'm agnostic. How could I know? If a God that never chooses to interact with the universe, how could I ever know that he existed?
All this waffle, and we still don't have a criteria.
But you know what it is, brother? I'm not gonna lie. You're not. Your mind is geared into that kind of. Does it say this in the Quran? No, it doesn't. Therefore, win argument. You're not really trying to listen to what I'm saying, but I get it. It's cool.
Oh, James, are they sure they're proof?
Listen to what you're saying, but
No,
it doesn't take half an hour. James, it doesn't take half an hour to just say.
He said, "What's your criteria for God?" Hetero? I said, define. He's now saying an unlimited being. Yeah, that exists.
But why are they questioning you? You're not the one that believes in God.
I know, but wait, he's saying unlimited. He's saying
It's taking you
unlimited.
forever.
He's saying unlimited.
Like you think you're impressing grown men with a bit of sophistry, bro? Like, come on.
I'm not.
grow
I
up,
don't.
man.
Bruv, I'm
What
not
is
trying
your
to impress you.
criteria?
All right, relax, bruv. Like,
Then what is your criteria, James?
Relax, man.
What
I've
is your
been speaking and you're
criteria,
listen. I've been speaking and you're not listening. 'Cause
You're
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Hey, Maverick, calm down, let him speak, man.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, bro. Like Ziriab is far higher level than you, and he would take my head
Hey,
off.
Maverick, you sound excited, man. Calm down, man. Let him speak.
Like, bro, chill out, yeah. He's saying, what's your criteria? And I'm saying, all right, obviously, like for example, I gave an example. I said, all right, you know, like if they say the prophet had a winged horse, I'd say, well, a winged horse in it. Like if I was gonna believe,
keep going back.
This guy is obsessed.
What's wrong with this guy?
So you know, like
I heard about that winged
this is
horse.
what I tried to prevent from happening, but
I don't care, but he's dumb. No, what do you want me to do? He's dumb, innit? Speak to him. Don't speak to me. You can.
So-
I'm not saying he believes that. I'm not saying you've heard me. I'm not saying he believes that. He's just dumb. He just wants to scream and
Yeah,
shout.
so speak to if he's dumb, speak to him on his level, innit?
Yeah, but he wants to scream and shout. Am I a fucking daycare center, bruv? Let him do it. What do you want me to
I'm
do?
the
Bruv?
one
You chat to
screaming and
him.
shouting.
But hetero, yeah.
I'm
What
the
I'm
one
saying
screaming
is,
and shouting.
so if you gave,
Okay,
if
you know
you
what,
said,
James? Let me know when you're done, so I can.
all right,
speak
all
on
right.
it,
Thank you,
because
my brother. Yeah,
won't
thank
get
you,
off
my
the
brother.
mic, fam.
Yeah,
Let me know when
thank
you're done.
Thank you, my brother. Yeah. Hetero, yeah. He's saying, if you believe in, if you give me a criteria for God, well, if you give me a God like that, for example, like a God that posits stuff like winged horse, or God that posits reincarnation, or fucking.
That's not the case now.
Oh, he's still doing
Hey,
it.
bruv, let him speak, man. Fucking hell.
Because you keep listen, you
can't chill. He
keep talking
can't
about
chill, innit?
situations that's not the case.
Yeah, he's excited, man. He's
The only
excited.
thing that's been put for listen,
He's screaming.
the over to you.
Maverick, are you even sitting down?
Yeah.
Bruv, listen,
So anyway,
bruv,
or Lazarus,
bruv,
or
bruv.
like Lazarus, or Jesus
Bruv,
resurrection,
Nah,
or some
that-
kind
that's
of
what
All
that's
sorts, all
1-1.
sorts.
That's 1-1. That's 1-1. If anything, man.
Head of your
Yeah,
own
but
voice,
James,
please.
you know what? You're doing the same thing you did to me
One
when
minute,
I was
1 minute,
when you were
please.
asking me questions. Like
1 second,
Bruv,
guys.
you
Listen.
listen,
1 second.
bro, you didn't let me finish. You said you didn't
Ram,
go on
what's your
mute.
criteria, Maverick? What's your criteria? What's your proof, Maverick, mate?
You said you're going on mute and you didn't go on mute. So please, yeah, just go on mute.
Yeah, but
relax. Yeah, cool. What I'm
That's
saying
why
is,
your boy
Hector,
had to jump
so
in.
obviously-
You
yeah.
know what?
He's been using him for the last
taking a
3
piss.
rounds.
You
like.
just answer
Look,
the question, innit?
look, this is what I'm saying. You know why? You know why it's major L, Ziriab, yeah? I'm not asking him a question and he's screaming. When he was asking me a question and everyone's talking and go, see, I got you, and I'm raising my voice. It's because you've asked me and you're not letting me articulate what I'm saying. But now I'm doing
What's the
it,
question
and
I
he's
asked?
still shouting and no one asked him shit. No one's
Yeah, but
asked
you're
him
not
shit.
answering my question.
No one's
James.
asking
What's the question
nothing,
I
and he's
asked?
still
He is
talking.
trying, but you're not letting him finish his fucking answer.
But he's not answering my question.
Yes,
Hey,
he is,
Maverick,
but you
if you think, hey, Maverick,
shut up,
Maverick,
bro.
if you think he's waffling, let him waffle. Try to understand what he's saying, and if you still think he's waffling when he's done, then say so, innit?
Yeah, cool. I don't even. Cool. So he
Bro,
asked me.
listen.
Oh,
All I ask
Oh
is
my
this. All I
days,
ask
bro.
is this. Listen, I'm trying to
I
make
do
it
actually have
easier
to
for
go
you
in a
so that
couple
you
of minutes. I
understand the
don't know what
question.
I don't know what's happening here. Please, Maverick, I beg you. I
I'm
don't know
trying to
if you
make it
can.
easier for you so you
Please.
understand the question. James, why do
Yeah,
you
I
have to be so
understand it.
difficult?
What is your criteria for God? And I said to you, define your God. And he said, an unlimited being. And I said, on anything deistic or pantheistic, I imagine that I'm going to be agnostic on it because God will never have an interaction with the universe. So it doesn't matter whether I believe in it or not because I'll never know. I said the only way I would give you a criteria for God
You're getting way ahead of the point, though. You're getting way ahead of it.
You're getting way ahead of yourself. He's doing it on purpose. This guy thinks so words.
What are you doing? Like, what are you?
I heard your answer the first time. I heard your answer the
You
first
win.
time.
Yeah, you
though,
win.
still.
You win. Theist win. I'm sorry, I lose.
Oh
You're right.
my god.
No, you lost earlier, but still, I
1
heard
minute,
your answer first time round, didn't it? The
1 minute.
second time round, what I'm saying is you're just is elongating it. So basically, you're saying, is it a deistic God? Now it's your turn, Maverick. Go on. Is it a deistic? Is this unlimited being a deistic God?
Is he not asking me to still
You're
answer the
letting
question?
him get away with this, you lot, man.
Wait, Maverick. The question is, is your unlimited being a deistic God that does not interact with the world?
Can I speak? All right, cool. Since I asked the question, so let me make sure he understands so that he doesn't try and fly off again. We're not speaking about a particular religion here. So theism and deism, put that aside. We're simply speaking about whether an infinite creator exists or not. That is it. That's the only discussion here. We're not talking about any particular religion. We're simply talking about whether an infinite creator exists and what is the criteria you would accept. You would require to accept or reject.
This guy's slow. All right.
That's it. Don't go further than that.
Hey, Zirab, you heard my first answer. Can you repeat it to him? Because it is the same answer, and I definitely answers that. Can you do it? He won't let me speak, but he will let you speak, Zirab. You do it. You heard what I was saying.
As far as I understand, your answer would be
Why don't you
agnostic.
speak for yourself, James?
Thank you. You know what I mean? Like, bruv, it was hard. It was that very
hold
hard.
on. No, but listen.
It's a mad thing still.
You know what I mean?
Listen,
all right.
Listen. If that is your answer, James,
Listen,
you don't
Linda,
run around talking about. You don't
Linda,
run around.
listen.
James, 1 minute. If that is your answer, there is
That's
one
what you're
statement
doing.
you cannot utter. 1 minute, man. If that is your statement, there is one statement you cannot utter. You cannot say, I have not been provided proof for whether God exists or not. Because that is different from saying, I have not been provided. Hold on. That is different from saying,
I still haven't been provided proof. I'm agnostic on it.
Can I finish?
Maverick, tell us your proof, Maverick, right?
Yeah, of course I can say that, bro. What you done?
Oh my God, bro.
Let the guy finish as well, man. Like, you're doing the same
James,
thing
you're
you
just gonna speak
complained
over
about
people
him.
where every time you get caught, James, every time you get caught,
Go on, all right,
rely
go
on
on,
speaking
go on.
over
All right,
people,
go on, say it then.
Rely on speaking over people, innit?
Yeah, go on.
Let me finish, innit?
Sorry.
You cannot listen. That is different. That is different from saying, I have not been provided with proof whether these particular scriptures are indeed from God. They are two different arguments. You run around saying, I have not been provided proof for whether God exists or not. You can't utter that because you have no criteria for that, like you just acknowledged yourself. Now, secondly, if you want to talk about religions, that's a separate topic. Comprende, I say?
No, I don't agree with anything you just said. I haven't been provided proof, as stated.
It's a fact.
Yeah, okay. So, brother, I'll let you finish. I haven't been provided with proof at all. When I said I was agnostic on it,
I'm done.
okay.
Tell me what
When
you
I said
disagree.
when I said I was agnostic on it, I meant agnostic as in I don't know what proof I would require because he's never had interactions with the universe. And the reason I use the comparison with like most theists, most like theist, what's the word, like understandings or beliefs? Sorry, that's it. Most theist beliefs is because they've had some interaction with the universe. Then there would be something measurable where I'd say, all right, well, if this criteria is met, if I say winged horse don't fucking have a heart attack, be it winged horse, be it a resurrection, be it something, then I can say yes, this would positively be a positive proof for your claim. But the only reason that
that's dismissing religion.
the only reason I posited deism and that and used it coupled with agnostic is because of Ziryab's initial claim. And with Ziryab's initial claim, I'm saying even if I had the criteria, like sort of the beginning stages of criteria, which is we established that there was an origin point for the universe, that the universe as we know it it wasn't infinite. Then even with Ziryab's one, if it was like a deistic God, I'd still ultimately be agnostic because we would never have an actual proof. So what criteria could I have? We would never have an actual proof. So that's what I'm saying. But you like this. What I'm saying, you're hell bent on winning some kind of. There isn't really an argument to be had here. You don't have a proof for God, as Hetero's saying. Give us your proof then. Give me your proof, and then let me decide. Innit?
Okay, what would you like? Would you like proof for Creator, or would you like proof that my religion is from the Creator? Can you comprehend that the two are different?
I want whatever proof you think will make me believe what you believe. Hold on.